The area of a large trading city-state is definitely not small. Otherwise, facing the crowd of businessmen and tourists, it would be very difficult to receive them all. By then, there will be a lot of lost customers. You must know that the current Silvermoon City is only in the preliminary planning and needs to be built. In the subsequent planning, the area of the fiefs needs to be enlarged before construction can be continued. This is why, no matter the city lord of that city-state, the lowest level is similar to that of a marquis. Otherwise, it is a duke, or even a princely position. It is because the area under jurisdiction and the value of the city-state are indeed beyond the power of a small nobleman to bear. If you are a fief, you shouldn't have to worry, there will be results soon. Qi Lu listened quietly, and then suddenly spoke. The expedition of the Yanlong Kingdom's crusade against the Blackwater Kingdom has come to an end. With the help of the major forces, or a complement to the Yanlong Kingdom, here we will bring down the Blackwater Kingdom together, so I believe that the follow-up matters should not be difficult to deal with. Then, the next step is to reward those who have made meritorious deeds in this war. Although Qi Lu didn't know how the reward system of the Yanlong Kingdom calculated merit. But just because he got rid of Frass and the battle demon ape, it is estimated that Angel will be able to get a marquis. Even the Duke, not surprising. After all, this is the power of the monarch level, and there are still two. Such a terrifying and powerful enemy has been eliminated as much as possible, and it is no problem to say that it was the result of destroying the country. As long as Saya doesn't have a sudden brain congestion, I believe that even if it is to win over Qi Lu, she will give Angel a satisfactory answer. What's more, with the growth momentum of Silvermoon City, even without the factor of Qi Lu. Even just looking at the development speed of Silvermoon City, Saya would not be stingy with his reward. So the fiefdom problem can definitely be solved. And after this battle, Silvermoon City will definitely be able to be justified and recognized by everyone. Lord Sia will also announce to the world in the name of the Yanlong Kingdom's court and recognize the existence of Silvermoon City. Although the current Silvermoon City, even without this step, can still be famous and recognized by everyone, but there is still a sense of ceremony. Unless Silvermoon City announces its separation from the Yanlong Kingdom. But given the nature of Silvermoon City, there is absolutely no need to do such a thing. A simple large-scale trading city-state, if there is no big power behind it, no matter how it develops, it will sooner or later become a no-holds-barred zone. Qi Lu didn't want to see this scene. Rules, in most cases, are useful. Without rules, evil will start to breed, and the dream of prosperity is really only a dream. Okay, Qi Lu, let's stop here today. My father is probably looking for May again. After saying what she wanted to complain about, Angel stood up, patted the dust on her trousers, and went down from the city wall. With the increase of affairs, Angel didn't even spend much time by Qi Lu's side. However, everyone needs to grow. Angel is no exception. It is impossible to stay by Qi Lu's side all the time. There are still many things to worry about in the future. I wonder what will happen to you after I leave. Qi Lu looked at Angel's back walking towards the city lord's mansion, lowered his eyes, and thought to himself. It's just that there is no permanent banquet in the world, and it is the general trend to divide and combine. So even if he is reluctant to part, Qi Lu will not be nostalgic. Time passed little by little. This battle, which is related to the distribution of the major forces in the summoning world, has finally entered its final stage. The expeditionary army of the Yanlong Kingdom entered the Blackwater City mightily, and no one could stop it along the way. And the lord of the Blackwater Kingdom, at the last moment, can be regarded as a decent one. When the country is overturned, as the lord of the country, it is natural to have no face to continue to live. So after the heroic death of the lord of the Blackwater Kingdom, Saya also gave the old rival a grand funeral. No matter how great the hatred in the past is, death can eliminate it all. Since then, the Blackwater Kingdom has become an eternal history. When this news was passed back to the major city-states of the Yanlong Kingdom, it was truly a national celebration, and every household was decorated with lanterns. The surrounding forces, large and small, also came to congratulate and bowed their heads. This kind of grand occasion can be regarded as a rare event in 1,000 years when all nations come to the dynasty, pushing the Yanlong Kingdom to the top in one fell swoop. It was also at the same time that a summoning order was passed to the Citilord's mansion in Inua City. An angel was declared to the newly built capital, Yanlong City. This is also the will of the First Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. If the Yanlong Kingdom is not ranked first in the world, the capital cannot bear a named Yanlong City. Because of the strength of Yanlong, it is one of the best in this world, so the Kingdom of Yanlong should also be one of the best. Only in this way can it be worthy of Yanlong. This title. It's a pity that the previous lords of the Yanlong Kingdom failed to achieve this goal. It was not until Saya, the lord of the country, that he truly changed the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom to Yanlong City. Your Majesty actually announced me to go to Yanlong City at this time. Why? When Angel saw the summoning order, her face was full of doubts and confusion. It stands to reason that in this battle, he has always stayed in Silvermoon City honestly. Whether it is merit or demerit, it should have nothing to do with him. But why did you come to declare the summoning order at this time? Since your Majesty has announced, then Angel, you should go to Yanlong City. I think your Majesty is not a person who does not distinguish between merits and demerits. Barrett thought for a moment before speaking aloud. If King Sia is for the matter of Silvermoon City, and if the account is settled after the autumn, it should also be the call of Bellet. So from this point of view, Angel is still very safe. You must know that the situation of anger can appear at any time, but it cannot appear during this kind of national celebration. Otherwise, it is a lack of bearing behavior, which will only ruin your image. Saya is not that kind of country lord who acts on his own anger, so naturally would not do such a thing. Yeah, maybe there will be other awards. Qilu also said with a light smile. The war is over, and the next thing, of course, is the reward. Barrett and Angel didn't know what was going on. Could it be that Qilu didn't know? It's just that some things are boring to say, and it's better to wait for Angel to experience them. Therefore, accompanied by Qilu, even the guards do not need to be brought. After all, what other guards can be stronger than Qilu's combat power? But within a few days, Angel and Qilu came to Yanlong City. The newly built Yanlong City covers at least half or even more than the previous capital. The streets are also prosperous, crowded like a sea, and extremely noisy. The cries of various hawkers, the sound of attracting customers from the surrounding shops, the noise of pedestrians on the road, and the sounds of tourists and vendors bargaining, one after another. The level of liveliness is even higher than that of the previous capitals. I have to say that the whole country's efforts to rebuild a city-state are faster than I thought. Qilu and Angel were walking on the street and couldn't help but sigh. Qilu still remembers how tragically the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom was destroyed by the battle with the battle demon ape. But now, in the Yanlong City, where can you see a trace of dilapidated scene? Everywhere you look, you are full of joy. The faces of the pedestrians on the street were also joyful. This is the scene of prosperity, the image of prosperity. It was only after arriving at Yanlong City that Angel was sure what the Lord Saya had called her to come here for. That's it, a reward. In such a war, after the war, it must be a reward for meritorious deeds. In this large-scale battle, among the expeditionary forces that attacked the Blackwater Kingdom, there are naturally many soldiers who have made great achievements. Also this time, all of them were summoned to Yanlong City, and then they were awarded together. So Angel's mood can be considered a little more stable. Although in this war, Angel did not know what merit he had made. But the benefits are all delivered to my face, so I can't push it. Then wouldn't this not give face to the King of Sia? Moreover, since he came to Yanlong City to be sealed, then there is nothing to worry about. Just taking this opportunity to take a good tour in Yanlong City, it is a worthwhile trip. So, while waiting for other meritorious people to come to Yanlong City, Angel and Qi Le can be regarded as letting go of all their affairs and have a good time in Yanlong City. Although Yanlong City is only a newly built city, it is one of the most prosperous city-states in the Yanlong Kingdom. There are still many places to play. Until all the people who called, all came to Yanlong City. The days of wandering around are over. After such a war, the award ceremony after the war will naturally not be too pompous, and all the ministers in the DPRK must be present. The recorder on the side will also pass the result of the award to every noble in the Yanlong Kingdom, by letter, after the award ceremony. It is a disguised announcement to the world. Outside the venue of the award ceremony, in addition to the guards of the city guards, the public is allowed to watch from a distance. It's fine as long as you don't come in and disturb the reward ceremony. Following the staff of the award ceremony into the specially opened hall, Angel looked around, and there were soldiers in armor. There are very few nobles in it. After all, this level of war is not something that ordinary nobles are qualified and capable of intervening. So in this way, it seems that Angel is a special case. Chila, the Lord Saya, is not the wrong person, right? Seeing this scene, Angel felt a little uneasy in her heart. No, the current monarch is wise, how could he possibly make such a mistake? Chila smiled comfortingly. Of course Angel also knew that this matter could not go wrong. Because the summoning order is not only issued by the Lord Sia, but also the official responsible for the statistics of merit will check it again to confirm that there is no error before it will be passed to the receiver. However, after coming to the scene of the reward ceremony, this feeling of tension was completely involuntary. The people around him are all soldiers of 100 battles, and he is the only one from a noble family. It's strange that this feeling is so good. But it was useless to think too much. With the start of the award ceremony, Angel and Qi Lu also took their seats one by one. People with meritorious deeds are listed one by one, and they go forward to be sealed. There is wealth, there are officials, and there are titles. Every bit of the battle was recorded, and then read out when these people were sealed. It is also to let the people who are watching from the outside show a look of reverence. It is precisely because of these brave soldiers who are not afraid of death that they can protect the Yanlong Kingdom forever and ever. This kind of great achievement is a kindness to every citizen of the Yanlong Kingdom. However, during the process of awarding the reward, Angel was always applauding, watching the people around him being called forward one by one, but he never moved his position. Sure enough, the wrong person was announced. But it's a worthwhile trip to be able to come and see the award ceremony. In this situation, Angel's expression changed slightly. Some lonely. But soon, Angel comforted herself. After all, Angel is still very clear about whether he has contributed or not. From the beginning to the end of the war, I stayed in Silvermoon City, how could I have credit? No, you can't say that either. At least Silvermoon City defeated the attacking army of Blackwater Kingdom, didn't it? The last one, the one who came out to receive the award, Baron Angel, is Heather? On the rewarding platform in front, the officials responsible for summoning the meritorious people and reading the merits shouted loudly. After all, having Lord Saya read out so many achievements in person, I am afraid that his voice will be hoarse. Angel, it's your turn. Sheila smiled and pushed Angel, who was in loneliness, and reminded aloud. Ah? To me? Angel was stunned for a moment, and then she saw the people around her, all of whom seemed to be looking at her. Baron Angel, are you there? Another cheery shout. This time, Angel heard clearly that this sentence was not the voice of the official who read the merits, but the voice of King Sia. Really, it's really me? Angel looked up, but saw King Saya on the awarding platform, looking at her and smiling. Immediately, he stood up from his seat and walked towards the stage, cautiously. "Let me read her merits." Saya watched Angel come forward, and said softly to the officials beside him. "Yes, Your Majesty." Although the official did not understand why, it just needed to be executed. Because the current King Saya has led the Yanlan kingdom to the #1 position in the world, and he is well deserved. Apart from the first king, he's the greatest king. Saya, who has such prestige, will naturally not be disobeyed by his decisions. So, as the official stepped back, Angel, who was walking forward, was suddenly lifted up. "What's the situation? You called me up, but you left first? Then should I go up now or not?" To be honest, this scene did make Angel a little confused. "It's not that I'm afraid, it's mainly that I don't know the situation. If you go up on your own and nothing happens, you will let others see the joke, so where will you put your own face? Baron Angel, haven't you come up yet? I don't think this prize is high." Saya looked at Angel's hesitant appearance, and couldn't help making a joke. This sentence could not help but stun Angel, and also stunned everyone present. Who is Saya? The current lord of the Yanlan kingdom. To actually joke with a little baron, is this in a dream? Fortunately, Angel has stayed with Qi Lu for a long time, and his psychological endurance is still good, and he quickly reacted. Since King Sia would still joke with her, it would definitely not be a bad thing. Figured this out, Angel took 3 steps and 2 steps, and quickly stepped onto the rewarding platform. "You don't have to be so restrained, Baron Angel. This time, it is natural that you will be rewarded for your merits." Seer nodded to Angel, then took a step forward. Until this moment, all the people at the award ceremony came back to their senses, and the eyes they looked at Angel suddenly became different. He must be deeply appreciated for his close relationship with King Sia. This kind of person, even if they can't befriend, must not be offended. At this moment, Saya spoke. "Baron Angel, when the Yanlan kingdom was in danger, sent a familiar to the capital to rescue him, and killed the monarch-level general of the enemy country, Frass, and his familiar, the battle ape. With this great achievement, the foundation for the great victory of the Yanlan kingdom has been laid. And lead Silvermoon City to successfully repel the army of the enemy that came to attack, which is a great credit. Here, in the name of the current lord of the Yanlan kingdom, I confer the title of Duke Angel, the title Duke Ong. Zhen, here is an edict: if I am here, Inua City will be forever safe. None of the descendants can go against it. Silvermoon City can only be inherited, and it cannot change its owner forever." So far, Saya has said all what he has to say. As soon as it came up, it was a great gift, directly giving Angel the position of a duke, and even a title. You know, nobles with titles and nobles without titles are completely different things. Having a title means that the title can be inherited. As long as there is still one person in Angel's family, the title will never disappear, and the title can be inherited. The last 2 sentences also showed Saya's attitude. One is to rectify the name of Inua City, which is equivalent to announcing to the world that the Yanlan kingdom has recognized the existence of Inua City. The other is to ensure that Silvermoon City will always be run by Angel's family. As long as the Yanlan kingdom exists, this edict will not change. It can only be inherited, not changed. Thank you, Your Majesty. After hearing these words, Angel was stunned for a long time before she remembered and leaned over to thank her. Because this series of awards is too heavy. It was so heavy that Angel couldn't react at all. Even after thanking him, he still felt a little dizzy. The Duke. I am the Duke now? And Wagong. This is a title. I am still a Duke with a title. Angel took a deep breath for a while, but couldn't calm down. No way, the position of Duke can be said to be the highest title among the nobles. The princes above are all relatives of the royal family, but they are not ordinary nobles, and they can reach the position. So the title of Duke was enough to make Angel excited for a long time. Duke Angel, this is the reward you deserve. If it weren't for Qi Li's help, the Yanlong kingdom would probably no longer exist. Saya helped Angel up and said kindly, "The power of saving the country and the power of destroying the country are all due to one person, and the position of a duke is just a mere duke, and Hatsan fully afford it." If Qi Lu had not made it clear that he would not hold any title, Saya would have given him the position of a duke regardless of Qi Li's status as a familiar. And the previous battle in the capital was also a well-known battle. Even if you don't see it with your own eyes, but just listen to other people's sort of mouth, you can understand the danger. Therefore, in the face of the reward that Angel received at this moment, Noon doubted. A monarch-level familiar can also deserve such an honor. At this moment, this reward ceremony has actually come to an end. After all, even the new duke has already come out. Is it really impossible to exile a prince out of the town? And the result of this reward ceremony will be announced to the world at the fastest speed after the show is over. A new duke, and a duke with a title. This news was enough to shock all the nobles in the Yanlong kingdom. Especially in the Flame Academy, the group of noble students who were in the same class as Angel. After knowing this, they even thumped their chests and regretted not befriending Angel at the beginning. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. In the Flame Academy, Nora was the only one who had a good relationship with Angel. Now that Angel has become Dukong of the Yanlong kingdom, Nora's identity and her family's status naturally rise with the tide. People have to admire Nora's original eyesight, or luck. On the Silver Moon City side, the entire Silver Moon Plain was placed under Angel's rule. With the expansion of Silver Moon City, there is no need to worry about the lack of fiefs to use. But these are later stories. The problem that Angel needs to solve in front of her is what Qi Lu told her. "You said, you're going back to your original world?" Why? Angel looked at Qi Lu in disbelief, and there was a layer of mist in his eyes. Having been with Qi Lu for such a long time, in Angel's heart, Qi Lu has long been regarded as family. A big brother who always protects him. Even a lover? Falling in love with one's own demon should not be a shocking thing. But now, a sudden news made Angel panic. He had just obtained the title of Duke, but Qi Lu actually said that he was leaving in a blink of an eye. How could this be the case? "Angel, I don't belong to this world, of course I have to go back. Silver Moon City has been built, and you also have the title of Dukong. You no longer need my protection. It doesn't make much sense for me to stay here. So, Angel, there is no such thing as a feast in the world, and you should learn to grow." Qi Lu rubbed Angel's hair and said softly, "Non-vegetation, ruthless practice makes perfect. It's just that Qi Lu really doesn't belong to this side of the world. It's not good to stay here all the time. I don't want to grow up, I don't want to be a duke, I just want you not to leave. Qi Lu, don't leave, okay?" Angel bit her lip and choked to keep it. The people who are by my side usually feel accustomed to them when they never leave. It is only when we part that we feel heartache. Angel, parting shouldn't be sad, I'll come back in the future. I hope that when I see you again, you won't be a crying little girl again." Qi Lu reached out and wiped away the tears from the corner of Angel's eyes, then turned around quite freely. "The longer it takes to leave this kind of thing, the more sad it will be. So it is better to cut the mess with a quick knife." "Qila, I." Angel reached out his hand, as if trying to grab Qi Li's clothes. But after hesitating for a while, his eyes were fixed, he lowered his hand, and said, "I will, Qi Lu. If you come back next time, I hope you can stay here forever, or leave with me." Hearing this, Qi Lu glanced at Angel from the corner of his eyes in surprise, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It is good. That's a deal." The cooling time of the gate of the barrier has long passed. So Qi Lu has been waiting for the opportunity to return to the store. Only after ensuring that nothing is missed, can Qi Lu leave with confidence. After all, no matter how bad Silver Moon City is, there will be no problem with the dragon soul of the giant dragon king. What's more, in the current summoning world, the big and small forces are all respected by the Yanlong kingdom. With Saya watching, nothing will happen to Angel. As for the bondage of the familiar contract, I have said it from the beginning. As long as he leaves the summoning world, the effect of the familiar contract will be cut off by the system, so it will not have any effect on Qi Lu. Of course, it has no effect on Angel. Because Qi Lu did not die, the familiar contract on Angel would not disappear. At most, Qi Lu could not be felt. But there is one thing to say, Angel is now taking the path of an orthodox magician, and the use of the magic contract is actually not very useful. But backlash against this kind of thing, it's better to have it or not. I've finally come back. I've been here for a long time. Qi Lu, who returned to his bedroom, stretched hard, pulling the bones in his body to the point of crackling. I have to say that the golden nest and the silver nest are no match for my honest. This sentence is still correct. No matter how comfortable it is to live outside, Qi Lu still thinks his bedroom is the best. After all, it is also a bedroom produced by the system, and even the air seems to be fresher. Of course, this is a psychological effect. Take a shower first. Holding her hair and yawning, Qi Lu walked into the bathroom first. After just soaking in the bathtub for a while, Qi Lu could feel the fatigue in his body and heart, as if he had been soaked, and his whole body felt relaxed. For a long time, we must unite, and when we are together for a long time, we must divide. This is the general trend of the world. I just don't know if there will be a chance to return to those worlds again in the future. While soaking in the bath, Qi Lu was still thinking about these questions. Because Qi Lu always felt that there were problems in the forging world and the summoning world, but it was hard to say what the specific problems were. Forget it, I don't want to, I finally came back, let's sleep first. After taking a bath, Qi Lu walked out while wiping the water droplets from his hair while wrapping around the bath towel. Just as I was about to blow my hair by the window to dry my hair to sleep, I saw a cat-eared loli emerge from the door of the shop passage. Qila? When did you come back? As soon as he got out, Xuanhuan, who was habitually running into Yuxier's bedroom, suddenly saw Qi Lu blowing wind by the window, and almost Satan the ground in fright. Half an hour ago, I just took a shower. Qi Lu looked at Xuanhuan calmly, and the speed of wiping her hair on her hands did not change. This is the shop in Donghuang, and Yu Shuangshu is looking at the shop on the North Mountain Range, and will come over every day after the shop is closed. The passageway connecting the shops on both sides is in Qi Li's bedroom. So Qi Lu was not surprised to see this cat-eared loli here. It scared me to death. You disappeared for several months. I thought you were all. Listening to Xuanhuan's words, Qi Lu seemed to be in a strange way. Turned in the direction of the past, suddenly raised his eyebrows. No, nothing, I didn't say anything. Xuanhuan reacted immediately, and quickly covered her mouth. Even if you curse someone to death, you can't say it face to face, or you'll have to be beaten with your head covered. Fortunately, you stop quickly, don't talk nonsense when you go to Shier's room. With a flick of his finger, Qi Lu flicked a drop of water from his finger onto Xuanhuan's forehead. Ah, it hurts. Xuanhuan couldn't escape the attack of the water droplets, so she could only cover her forehead and grin at Qi Lu. However, this small interaction will not make the relationship between the two worse, on the contrary, it will appear intimacy. If the relationship is not particularly good, who wants to play with each other? Okay, let's go, Shier should be asleep by this time. Qi Lu waved his hand, then glanced out the window. Looking at the sky, even the stars on the horizon are about to disappear, I just estimated that Xuanhuan has stayed up late again. This guy, who hasn't been optimistic for a while, has begun to neglect his duties again. Qi Lu couldn't say anything about this situation, he could only say one thing. Staying up late is not good, it is recommended to stay up all night. Don't miss the next day's work, because you can't get up. But in the middle of the night, there is no need to say so much. The surprise of the long-awaited reunion should be placed in the daytime. Unfortunately, when I returned to the store this time, it was in the middle of the night. So Qi Lu has nothing to do. System, you should be fine now, come out and talk. After watching Xuanhuan running out of the bedroom while sticking her tongue out to herself, Qi Lu said in her mind while standing by the window blowing the wind. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, so I should take advantage of the time when my hair is still dry and get the reward as soon as possible. When he was in the summoning world before, although the dragon scales and dragon soul fragments were left in Silvermoon City by Qi Lu. However, the task items submitted to the system have always only valued the quality and not the quantity. The system itself will take a small part of what it needs from it, and the rest will be extra. Therefore, Qi Lu must have completed the task. Rewards, that will certainly be there. Now Qi Lu is just reminding the system, lest this guy secretly swallow the reward. System, host, this system is here, what's the matter? Don't you think that before asking me this question, you should ask yourself, is there anything that hasn't been resolved yet? Qi Lu said slowly in his mind, with an unexpected expression on his face. This two-stroke system has indeed begun to be sloppy again. After all, the value of an advanced purchase channel is still very high, which is higher than that of the previous purchase channels. It is natural that the system will feel heartache. However, the purchase of goods is not free, and the majority of the profit of the goods sold is also on the system. What is it hurting about? System, if the host is talking about rewards, then this system is calculating. If it is about other things, then this system doesn't know anything. So you still remember, that's great. Qi Lu did not expect that this time the system would agree so happily. There will be no conspiracy. However, the system, what is the reward? Didn't you say it before, what are you still calculating? Is this a new way of stealing rewards? Thinking of this, Qi Lu immediately asked out loud. System, host, please don't slander the innocence of this system with such groundless speculation. System, the reason why the content of the reward will be recalculated is because after the host returned, this system was aware of the abnormality of the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang. System, this guy actually took the initiative to contact this system, so he's discussing some things now. Qi Lu was shocked when he heard the words. And this? Although I knew before that the relationship between the system and the will of heaven and earth was not very good, it was the first time to take the initiative to contact. After all, the will of heaven and earth acts according to instinct, and the system does not like the will of heaven and earth, that is only one-sided. System, the result is out, that guy is going to take away the dragon soul of the Dragon King. However, before Qi Lu could start to think, the system replied. Wait, system, I have already submitted the dragon soul fragment to you, and the task has been completed. You won't use this reason to deduct my reward. Thinking of the character of the system, Qi Lu quickly blocked what the system might say. System, host, you think too much, the dragon soul fragments have been in this system for so long, and what they need has been taken away. System, since the guy from the will of heaven and earth wants it, then we can exchange some benefits, he he he. This strange laughter made Qi Lu feel at a loss for a while. This damn second is broken. Could this be the so-called close to vermilion is red, close to vermilion is black? Yes, Qi Lu doesn't think he is ink, so there is only one answer, and that is the system's own misconduct. Wait a moment, system, since you and the will of heaven and earth are going to benefit, and the dragon soul fragments are from my own hands, then it is reasonable, should those who see it have a share? In a daze, Qi suddenly grasped the point and said abruptly, "System." The strange laughter that seemed to show off came to an abrupt end. The system, which has always had a low IQ, seemed to sense something, and kept his mouth shut. Then let's do the same calculation. First of all, it is the additional use of the power of faith. Qi crossed his hands, and tapped his fingers lightly on his arms. System, don't tell me that the additional use of the power of faith is to condense the supreme throne, because you also said it, that thing is you Celestomy. This point, Qi had already guessed when he summoned the world. If you want to break through the realm of the powerhouse level and achieve the realm of the king level, you can only gather the power of faith and condensito the high throne. Only when the high throne proves the way can one enter the realm of being aching. And when it comes to the realm of the king level, as long as the supreme throne is not destroyed, the king level power will not die. In terms of lifespan, it is a world of difference from the powerhouse level mighty. And this is also the biggest difference between the king level almighty and the previous realm. Before entering the realm of the king level, even the peak power of the strong level will have a limit on lifespan. At most, it has a 1,000-year lifespan. Once the limit is reached, no matter how strong it is useless. Unless it is a race that is born with an extremely long lifespan, there can be exceptions. But the king-level almighty is completely different. As long as he can ensure that his supreme throne will never be destroyed, the king-level almighty can completely live the same life as the heavens and earth. Even if the will of heaven and earth is shattered, the king-level almighty will not be affected. That's the difference, and one of the reasons why those gods go crazy for the power of faith. Faith exists, is eternal life. However, these have nothing to do with Qi. Because the system clearly told Qi that he could not condense the supreme throne. The reason is that the power of belief that Qi has obtained will be collected by the system first. So Qi wants to break through, to become a king-level power. And the way he uses is different from the normal powerhouse level power. However, what this method is, the system has not said yet. Of course, Qi didn't want to ask. After all, Qi hasn't even reached the peak of the powerhouse level now, so it's no use asking, and it's useless anyway. Therefore, the additional use of the power of faith can be ruled out first. System, since you have said so, host, then this system will open up another use of the power of faith. Did you really intend to say that before? Qi listened to what the system meant. Could it be that if he didn't point out this point, this Irby system really planned to be so perfunctory? System, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new shop machine, commodity enhancement furnace, there are 2 in total, which can be placed in the shop. What's the matter? Qi always felt a little confused when listening to this new shop machine. Then I immediately opened the store manager's backstage and read the function of this product strengthening furnace. Commodity enhancement furnace, it can enhance the functions or effects of all non-limited commodities in the store. Commodity enhancement furnace, it can enhance the functions or effects of all non-limited commodities in the store. How to use: each time you strengthen, you need to put 10 spirit crystals, and pray sincerely. Wish: the more sincere you pray, the higher the chance of success in strengthening. If the strengthening fails, the product will be damaged. Friendly reminder: strengthening needs to be cautious, so please be mentally prepared. Even if you fail, don't feel bad. After reading it carefully, Qi has 3 words in his heart to describe his mood: that is a bit strong. It turns out that the power of faith still has such a function, it is used to strengthen commodities. Although Qi also knew that this peculiar function must have been specially developed by the system. And it is only possible to appear in the function of its own store. But he still couldn't restrain Qi mad spit in his heart. Because obviously, from the description of the product strengthening furnace, the purpose of the system is to not let go of the faith of these customers in the store. Isn't the so-called sincere prayer that you contribute your faith? Speaking of which, there are quite a few ways to generate beliefs. The simplest example is the guys in the Pet Card Research Guild. Every time they draw pet cards, their hearts must be full of piety. These believers madly believe in pet cards and their own theories. For example, a miracle alone. Although later, when I found out that I didn't draw the pet card I wanted, my heart would definitely be full of irritability. But it didn't stop them from contributing their faith when drawing cards. Therefore, the function of the commodity strengthening furnace is also based on this principle, using the spirit crystal as the starting energy to collect the power of belief of the users when they pray, and help strengthen the commodities they want. It may be a medicinal pill, or it may be a weapon, armor, or accessory. Anyway, as long as it is sold in the store, and it is a non-limited product, it can be strengthened. The so-called non-limited commodities refer to commodities that are purchased from those conventional purchasing channels. For example, conventional medicine pills, weapons, armors, accessories, title badges, and the like. And, such as the fairy weapons and magic weapons that came out of the fairy and devil battlefield, they are all limited edition products, so they cannot be strengthened. After all, if you want to strengthen a fairy weapon, or a magic weapon, you want the majestic amount of the power of belief. I am afraid that it is impossible to collect all by praying alone. Otherwise, how can it be explained that the more sincere you pray, the higher the chance of strengthening your success? Isn't it just because the more sincere you pray, the more faith will be generated, and therefore the easier it will be to succeed? If this accidentally explodes the fairy or magic weapon, I am afraid that the store will be overturned. Commodity enhancement furnace. Okay, I accept this reward. At least the new use of the power of faith is indeed real. So Qi Lu couldn't pick out any faults from it, he could only recognize it first. What's more, once the product enhancement furnace is released, Qi Lu can guarantee that it will definitely make the customers in the store crazy. After all, strengthening this kind of thing, but anyone who has played a sand sculpture game that often disconnects can understand the charm. Even if he repeatedly strengthens and shatters his equipment, he cannot stop this enthusiasm. The only flaw is that after his equipment is blown up, the feeling of wanting to kill may be real. It's a bit of a playful mentality. However, the commodity strengthening furnace is good at this point. As long as the heart of prayer is sincere and the power of faith provided is enough, the success rate can be said to be almost 100%. This kind of calculation method of success rate, if put into that dropped game, I am afraid that the next day, the commodity strengthening furnace will be able to recognize 3 million suns. If you can strengthen the equipment by calling Dad, it's not a loss to be ASIN, right? However, when it comes to the operation principle and system of the commodity strengthening furnace, if there is enough power of belief, those limited edition commodities can also be strengthened, right? After recognizing the reward, Qi Lu asked again out of a whim. System, as the host said, it is indeed possible. System, it's just that the stronger the power contained in the enhanced item, the greater the consumption of the power of belief, so this system does not recommend the host to do so. This sentence actually explains why those limited edition products cannot be strengthened. In essence, it is not impossible to strengthen. But the power of faith is not enough. After all, it is obviously impossible to let this stingy system provide the power of belief. So I can only agree those good things that are unique. So that's the case. So, pet cards can also be strengthened? Qi Lu thought of another special situation. System, of course, but the effect is not as obvious as other products, and the card burst rate is very high. It is recommended that the host not try it. I know, I'm just asking, I'm not the user of the commodity strengthening furnace anyway. Qi Lu pouted. If Qi Lu wanted to use the power of faith to strengthen the equipment, then he would go directly to the system to strengthen it. How could he use the product strengthening furnace? But in this way, the commodity strengthening furnace is indeed a good thing. Because as those customers stay in the store for longer and longer, the strength will become stronger and stronger. Sometimes, I feel that the power of those weapons, armors, accessories, and the like, can't keep up. But replace it with a new one. Among those higher-level weapons, there is now weapon type that you can call your own. So at this time, the commodity strengthening furnace can come in handy. It can be said that the appearance of the product enhancement furnace is equivalent to upgrading the original products in the store by half a level out of thin air. The significance is great, it is self-evident. Although the commodity strengthening furnace does not work for me, the new use of the power of faith is still very useful. Qilu made the final summary, and then the conversation changed. Then, as for the new purchase channel, I remember that it is still the advanced purchase channel. This reward is something that Qilu will not forget. The advanced purchase channel that I finally got can't just disappear. System, the host can rest assured that the advanced purchase channels that this system has promised will definitely not be less. System, new purchase channel, equipment customization, open. This is a new purchase channel? What a strange name. Qilu suddenly reacted after hearing this sentence for a long time. Equipment customization seems to be the name of this advanced purchase channel. System, equipment customization purchase channels cannot be purchased, and you need to inform the demand in advance before you can customize the required equipment. System, in addition, the level of each piece of equipment will be equal to the epic level of heaven and earth luck. The epic level, according to the cultivation realm, is the powerhouse realm. The power of the powerhouse level realm, and the process of advancing to the powerhouse level peak realm is a process of controlling the fate of the heavens and the earth. Until the power of oneself is completely transformed into the luck of the heavens and the earth, so as to reach the time when the luck of the heavens and the earth is endless, it is called the peak of the powerhouse level. The heaven and earth luck level is a special level. Although in terms of level, it is equivalent to the epic level, but more accurately, it should be called the level of equipment that can only be controlled by the powerhouse level. People who have not been in contact with the fate of heaven and earth cannot control the equipment of the fate of heaven and earth. Therefore, this new purchase channel, equipment customization, can be said to be a purchase channel specially developed for the powerhouse. Of course, the equipment of the heaven and earth luck level can also be used by practitioners who are preparing to advance to the powerhouse level and have already come into contact with the hero level peak state of heaven and earth luck. It's just that the fluency of use is not as good as the power of the powerhouse. After all, the restrictions on the use of equipment at the heaven and earth fortune level should be people who have been in contact with heaven and earth fortune. On the contrary, the restrictions on the user's cultivation realm are not very strict. Then how should the goods in the equipment custom purchase channel be sold? How should the price be determined? Qilu pondered for a long time before asking aloud. It is true that the emergence of customized equipment purchase channels was indeed unexpected by Qilu. But if you think about it, there's nothing wrong with it. Because in Qilu's store, the products provided by the previous purchase channel are already fully covered for customers with low cultivation realm. Weapons, armor, accessories, titles, elixir. All kinds of commodities can meet almost all the needs of those cultivators with low cultivation realm. However, in the hero level realm and the power level realm, the coverage isn't very large. It can even be said to be a little small. Of course, this may be related to the scarcity of guests in the hero level realm and the strong level realm. But in any case, in the high-end commodity, it is always a shortcoming. However, it is different now. The emergence of customized equipment purchase channels has perfectly made up for this shortcoming. Since the number of guests at this level is not large, the number route will not be followed. Go straight to the quality line, tailor-made. When I hear it, it feels great. So Qilu quickly accepted this setting. Isn't it tailor-made? What's so strange? If the store is really full of epic goods, I'm afraid they won't be able to sell it. It's not that no one wants it, but that not many people can use it. After all, the usage restrictions are there. Even if you buy it, you can only watch it, so it's better not to buy it. Therefore, the purchase channel of equipment customization is particularly important. Then the price and purchase method must be asked clearly. Because the purchase method of equipment customized purchase channel seems totally different from other purchase channels, it is necessary to inform customers of their needs before they can get goods from it. It's kind of a waste of time. System: the goods in the equipment customization purchase channel are all tailor-made equipment. System: if the host wants to purchase goods, he needs to clarify the customer's requirements and pay in advance before picking up the goods. System: the price of goods in the equipment customization purchase channels, a wisp of the heaven and earth luck of the equipment customizer, a sufficient amount of faith, the soul breath that can prove the identity, and the materials according to the needs. This. When Qilu heard the price, he didn't react for a while. Because of this greedy second stroke system, finally, it is not entangled in the spirit crystal aspect, but is turned to a higher level. That is the power of faith. The reward that appeared before, commodity enhancement furnace, has already made Qilu vaguely feel this way. Unexpectedly, Qilu really guessed it. As a higher level of energy than spirit crystals, the power of belief is also something that the system cannot create out of thin air. At this point, the power of belief is completely different from the luck of heaven and earth. As a kind of energy that can be formed spontaneously between the heaven and the earth. After the system has studied the luck of heaven and earth, it can use the energy converted from the spirit crystal to create the luck of heaven and earth. But the power of faith mainly comes from the will of billions of souls and from the devout soul, so there is no way to create it out of thin air. Therefore, for the system, spiritual crystals are something that must be collected, and the power of belief is also something that must be collected. On the contrary, the fate of heaven and earth is not so important. This is probably the reason why the system can have such a good relationship with the will of the heavens and the earth that was born. It is also for this reason that after returning from the forging world and the summoning world, this system of greed for money will eventually end. You began to play the idea of Donghuang and Beishan. You must know that the power of belief is not only related to the piety of the believer. It is also related to the cultivation realm possessed by those who generate the power of belief. A cultivator with a higher cultivation realm, once he devotes his faith, the power of faith generated will become more and more majestic. And the quality of the power of faith will be higher. However, this situation has a very significant disadvantage. That is, the higher the realm of cultivation, the more difficult it is to have faith, and naturally, there will be no power of faith. After all, your own strength is already so strong, why should you believe in others? Faith in this ethereal thing is a psychological sustenance for the weak. But for the strong, that would be an insult. It is better to ask for others than to ask for yourself. Compared with believing in others, it is better to spend more time and make yourself stronger. As long as you become stronger, there is no need to believe in anyone. So the system took a different approach. Don't you powerful guys want to become stronger? Then contribute your faith. As long as you honestly contribute the power of faith, you will definitely become stronger. This method is especially effective for any strong person. What's more, the way the system collects the power of belief is actually different from the normal routine. For the system, as long as you put your trust in the goods in the equipment custom purchase channel, it is equivalent to contributing the power of faith. The principle is probably, you believe in these equipment, which can make you stronger and bring you victory. And as the number of victories continues to increase, this belief will continue to strengthen. The power of belief will continue to increase. Probably so. Therefore, the price of goods in the customized purchase channel of equipment has become this series of conditions. A ray of heaven and earth luck is to confirm the focus of the equipment and ta market. After all, it is also the equipment of the heaven and earth luck level, so it must be a bit of a sign. A sufficient amount of the power of faith, of course, needless to say. The purpose of the equipment custom purchase channel is to collect the power of faith, and at the same time, it is also to use the power of faith to create various weapons or armors. Of course, this item cannot be missed. The soul breath that proves the identity is estimated to be the essence and blood. This thing is mainly used to identify the Lord. After all, it is tailor-made equipment, and it must be marked with the mark of the customizer, so as not to be taken away by others. Moreover, since it is tailor-made equipment, it must not be used by others. As for the last one, depending on the needs of the material, it is easier to understand. Is it possible to trade at a loss with such a stingy system? Obviously not possible. Therefore, in terms of materials, the customizer still has to collect it himself, and the system only pays one hand at most. There is also a high manual fee. There is no way, ability is so capricious. If you want to build the right equipment, you have to grit your teeth and eat this loss. However, according to the usual style of the system, whether the customizer suffers from the products from the equipment customization purchase channel is still a matter of choice. Maybe the customizer can still feel that he has made a profit. I understand, the price is set like this. Qilu thought about it for a while, and felt that there was no problem with the price, so he agreed. Then after a pause, he asked again, "Then how soon can you get the equipment after I take the order?" This question is not very important, but it is very important. Shipping speed is a big issue. It's annoying if it's too slow. System, please rest assured, the host, as long as the things you need are in place, the system will be able to get customized equipment in minutes. I'm relieved with your words. Qilu still trusts the system in terms of commodities. In this regard, at least, the system never speaks loudly. Okay, the promised rewards have been given out, so now, let's talk about the rewards that the seers have a share of. Qilu, who was relieved, immediately talked about this matter. Although I don't know what benefits the system has taken from the will of heaven and earth, there is always no loss for those who see it. You must know that the dragon soul, that the dragon king specially left behind was reserved for Qilu. It was then divided into two parts, by Qilu. Part of it stayed in Silvermoon City, and the other part was handed over to the system. And not long ago, after the system finished researching that strand of dragon soul, it actually took this strand of dragon soul and exchanged benefits with the will of heaven and earth. Changed the benefits. This kind of thing, put on Qilu, how can he bear it? Mainly because of this benefit, how can you not have your own share? System, host, you can't be too greedy. Perhaps it was because Qilu's remarks were so shameless that the system even said such a sentence. Greedy? You actually think I'm greedy? System, if you talk like that, it's too unreasonable. If you didn't have the dragon soul fragments I provided you, wouldn't you be able to get those benefits today? Qilu immediately persuaded bitterly. System, but the reward system for dragon soul fragments has already been given to you, host, you are greedy. Cough cough. You can't say that, system, think about it. When did I give you the dragon soul fragment? When did you give me these rewards? It took so long in the middle, you have to give me some compensation. Qilu couldn't help coughing twice, and then said plausibly. This is not a nonsense, a crooked thing, as long as it is justified, it can become reasonable. It is especially effective when dealing with objects with low IQs. System, no, host, this system thinks what you said is wrong. System, if these benefits are given to you, then the system will lose money, no. Absolutely not. This time, however, the system couldn't tell what was wrong. But for their own interests, they still fought hard. Yes, I don't think I can take all the benefits, so I only want half of it, how about it? As soon as Qilu heard this, he knew that the system had been crippled by him. Compromise is a very magical effect. If he only said half of it at the beginning, Lu would definitely not be able to convince the system now. But it's all about it from the start. If so, then the system will definitely be willing to give half of the benefits. Losing less is earning. Although it sounds unreasonable, in the psychology of most people, it is really such a way of thinking. Today's more and more humanized systems naturally cannot escape this mode of thinking. System, half of the benefits. This system can be exchanged for other rewards for the host, how about it? Can. Lu nodded, indicating the deal. As long as the system is compromised, it's fine. As for the benefits of the will of heaven and earth, to be honest, Lu might not think it would be of any use if it was in his hands. After all, if you have something you need, isn't it more convenient to ask the system for it directly? Why do you want to be far away? System, new pet card, Shadow Hunter, has been issued, please pay attention to host to check. System, new pet card, Qiongqi, it has been issued, please pay attention to host to check it. Just when Lu nodded, contentedly, the voice of the system also rang in Lu's mind. Instead, 2 new pet cards at a time. Qianqi? What is the Shadow Hunter? Lu is not quite sure. But the name Qianqi is like thunder. Qiongqi, one of the 4 great beasts in ancient times, has unparalleled strength and is known as a symbol of evil, representing the most evil things. However, this information is just a legend. Lu has no idea what Qiongqi is like. After all, in this world, there is no such beast as Qiongqi. I just don't know if the Qiongqi here in the system will be the same as in the legend. A big gift, it really is a big gift. In this way, the benefits that the system gets from the will of heaven and earth will definitely not be less. After Lu was surprised for a while, he suddenly thought of this. In this way, when Lu accepted this reward, he seemed much more at ease. This is also for the benefit of the customers in the store. With 2 more powerful pet cards, wouldn't it make the customers in the store stronger? With this in mind, Lu quickly opened the store manager's backstage. But the first thing I saw was the Shadow Hunter pet card. Shadow Hunter, quality SR, dark pet, main attributes, agility, burst, spiritual power. The first pet card is an SR level pet card, which is really incredible. The golden SR immediately caught Li's attention. Fortunately, this is also the 3rd SR ranked pet card. Although it is still rare, it makes Lu not as excited as before. The more you see the big scene, the more you get used to it. What is it like to be panicking all day? Besides, the Shadow Hunter pet card is indeed not as attractive to Lu as the Qiongqi pet card. After all, Qianqi means more than just a pet card. And the nostalgia for my hometown. Because this is a beast from his hometown. Let's look down first. While thinking about it, Lu clicked on the details of the Shadow Hunter pet card. This is a new SR level pet card anyway, even if Lu is used to it, the customers in the store don't have it. Anyway, every time a new SR rank pet card appears, it can make them go crazy for a while. The spirit crystals in the pocket are like a waterfall, pouring into the pet card changing machine. No way, not everyone can be like Lu, whose strength can be boundless. Most of the customers who come to the store need a powerful pet card to enhance their combat effectiveness. The SR level pet card is the best choice. Otherwise, how could such a word spread among the customers in the store? Flowing equipment, iron pet card. Weapons, armor, accessories, these things can be updated, but this pet card, if you cultivate it well, it will definitely last a lifetime. After all, most practitioners have limited aptitude and potential. The peak that the cultivation realm can reach is also limited. There are even countless ordinary people who cannot even step through the threshold of cultivation. At this time, the meaning of the pet card is reflected. A perfect companion and bodyguard. So news related to the new pet card is always the most exciting for the customers in the store. Shadow Hunter, an SR rank pet card, is no exception. The detailed information is opened, and the first thing that enters Qi Lu Sayes is the picture of the shadow hunter. To be honest, I can't really see what it looks like. To describe it specifically, it is a bit like a three-dimensional human-shaped shadow, blurred to the point that when you walk into the dark, you can't see where it is at all. As expected of a dark pet, the image is so dark. Pet card, SR Shadow Hunter. Main attributes, agility, burst, mental power. Awakening times, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, assassin, proficient in assassination, stealth, incorporeal. Another disembodied one? Could it be that the shadow hunter is also an elemental condensed pet? Qi Lu felt a little familiar when he saw this insubstantial. The first few positioning tags are not a problem. If the shadow hunter was not positioned as an assassin, Qi Lu would have told her if there was something wrong with the system's brain. Of course, the premise is that the system must have a brain. And being proficient in assassination naturally has no objection. If an assassin is not proficient in assassination, does he have to be proficient in frontal combat? Wouldn't that be a warrior? Concealment is an assassin's specialty, and it is the foundation of life-saving. Naturally, there is no need to say more. But this intangible positioning label really made Qi Lu feel very confused. Isn't this thing the ability of the spirit of the elements? Why does an assassin have it? A disembodied assassin, just thinking about it is scary, okay. System, shadow hunters hide in shadows or darkness when they don't take action, which is equivalent to a condensate of energy, so there is no physical existence. System, only at the moment of the shot, the shadow hunter will condense the entity and launch an attack. Having said that, Qi Lu has almost understood it. There is one thing to say, so it seems that the shadow hunter is indeed a quite perfect assassin. Other assassins focus on making a single strike and escaping thousands of miles away. The shadow hunter is completely gangrene of the tarsal bones, and can always hide by the target until the assassination task is completed. And due to the intangible characteristics, there is no way to find out the shadow hunters in advance. We can only find a way to fight back when the shadow hunter takes action. However, there is a good saying. Only 1,000 days of being a thief, how can there be 1,000 days to prevent a thief? Shadow. The hunter hides in the dark and can do it whenever he wants. However, the target targeted by the shadow hunter could not relax for a moment. Because at the moment of relaxation, it may be the moment of death. In such a situation where it is difficult to sleep and eat, I am afraid that without the shadow hunter, the target's spirit will collapse. After all, the fear of yet to come is more tormenting than the immediate disaster. No wonder the Shadow Hunter pet card is classified as an SR rank pet card. With this peerless assassination ability alone, the Shadow Hunter is not inferior to the Spirit of Fire and Spirit of Ice. Even more threatening. The emergence of Shadow Hunters is likely to change the current pattern of pet cards. Qi Lu couldn't help sighing. In the past, pet cards were used for frontal battles or auxiliary battles. When it comes to assassins, Shadow Hunter is really the first. Moreover, it is an SR-level pet card, and the threat is self-evident. Assassin stream will rise. For this, Qi Lu has nothing to do, so let's go and see the Qiongqi pet card. Qiongqi, quality SSR, gold pets, ancient beasts, main attributes, strength, agility, burst, and fierce power. SSR. The three big characters of gold and red almost made Qi Lu stare out of his eyes. Although I was looking forward to the performance of Qiongqi's pet card before, Qi Lu really didn't expect that this would be an SSR-level pet card. You must know that the SR-level pet card, after graduation, is comparable to hero-level peak powerhouse. So if the SSR-level pet card can successfully graduate, then there is not out. Definitely enough to match the power of the powerhouse realm. Qiongqi, the ancient beast, really lived up to its reputation. Enough to match the powerhouse level power, it seems that there is nothing unreasonable. As long as you can graduate, you are in the powerhouse level realm, antithesis the face of the ancient beasts. It is also the first SSR pet card that Qi Lu has obtained so far. Finally, pet cards of this level have begun to appear, SSR level pet cards. He had been waiting so hard. Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't help but burst into bitter tears. To be honest, Qi Lu has thought about it since he got his first SR pet card, Spirit of Fire. SSR level pet card, what kind of pet will appear? After all, SR level pet cards are already the spirit of the elements, so SSR level pet cards must not lose their reputation. And now, the system finally gave the answer. Let me see how powerful this ancient beast is, which is enough to be Kaidan SSR level pet card. Thinking so, Qi Lu clicked on the backstage of the store manager. The image of Qiongqi also appeared in front of Qi Lu. From the appearance point of view, Qiongqi looks like a tiger with a pair of white fleshy wings. It's just that Qiongqi's fur is as red as blood, and there are no stripes on his body, and his pair of beast pupils are extremely fierce and daunting. On the fleshy wings behind it, feathers as hard as sharp blades grow, shining with a terrifying cold light. In terms of body size, it is also many times larger than an ordinary tiger. Even if you just look at the pictures, you can feel how strong and terrifying it is. It really deserves to be an SSR level pet card, with the ferocious power among its main attributes. None of the ancient beasts were good. The mighty power that is as vast as an abyss might be something condensed from endless fighting. Pet card, SSR, Qiongqi. Main attributes, strength, agility, burst, fierce power. Awakening times, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, ancient beasts, violent, bloodthirsty, and bellicose, fighting instinct. Unlike the SR level pet cards, the two elemental spirit pet cards are different. The positioning label of the Qiongqi pet card is clear at a glance and very easy to understand. There is no need to say more about the ancient beasts, that is the title of Qiongqi. In fact, regarding this positioning label, Qi Lu specifically asked the system why the title would become a positioning. The result is that the ancient beasts have a higher growth space. Although the Qiongqi pet card can still only be awakened 5 times, the fighting power of Qiongqi itself can continue to grow in the battle after the 5 awakenings, which is the so-called Vietnam War. It is worthy of the name of the ancient beast. As for brutality and bloodthirsty belligerence, that's literally what it means. If he was not violent, bloodthirsty, and warlike, then Qiongqi would not be called the ancient beast. And the last fighting instinct is what Qiongqi relies on to survive. Like the Spirit of Flame pet card and Spirit of Ice pet card, the Qiongqi pet card also does not need to be loaded with any martial arts. All combat skills, as well as all kinds of martial arts, will be learned automatically by Qiongqi during the battle through combat instinct. The more you fight, the stronger, the more you fight. This is Qiongqi's fighting instinct. As long as he doesn't die, he can continue to learn in battle and become stronger. Until you defeat the enemy and hunt down your prey. This is the power of the ancient beasts, and this is the power possessed by SSR level pet cards. For this alone, Qiongqi pet card can afford such honor. And more importantly, after witnessing the power of SR level pet cards, the sensation that the first SSR level pet card can cause among customers is self-evident. After all, it is a level higher than the SR level pet card. No matter how weak it is, the SSR level pet card cannot be weaker than the SR level pet card. Otherwise, I'm sorry for the 3 big gold and red characters, and Qi Lu's excitement. In this way, we have to make a new promotional video for the new pet card. It seems that I don't want to sleep tonight. After receiving all the rewards, Qi Lu suddenly thought of this and scratched his head. If the new pet card this time is only an R-rank pet card, then Qi Lu would not bother to make a promotional video. The most is to let the system send an announcement on the membership card to tell customers in the store that there are new pet cards in the card pool of the pet card exchange machine. If you want a new pet card, just go and draw it. But SR-level pet cards and SSR-level pet cards are different. Especially the SSR-level pet card, a new promotional video is a must. Otherwise, it would be too unpopular. What's more, the propaganda film is not just for propaganda. More to tell the customers in the store what kind of power the new pet card has, what type of pet card it is, and what the specific combat power is. After all, the gap between auxiliary pet cards and combat pet cards is still quite large. Moreover, the degree of cooperation between different pet cards is also different. Take a very simple example. Fire Spirit pet card and Ice Spirit pet card have conflicting attributes, so if they are used together, it is easy to weaken the combat effectiveness of both sides. However, when the Spirit of Flame pet card and the Little Spark pet card are summoned together, bonuses can appear. There are many more details and matching skills of this kind of mutual growth and mutual restraint. And as the types of pet cards continue to increase, these details and matching skills will also continue to increase. Otherwise, why would there be such a strange guild as the Pet Card Research Guild? Isn't it just for researching these things? Don't think that the members of the Pet Card Research Guild are all people who believe in miracles. There are real talents and real learning, but there are still some people who are addicted to the matching between pet cards. It's just that most of them are guys with limited potential and aptitude, and there is no hope of promotion. Therefore, the only hope of becoming stronger can be pinned on the pet card. Get ready, let's set up the storefront. Sheila didn't sleep anymore, pulled the towel off his body, put on his clothes, and walked down. Since a new promotional film is to be made, there should be no shortage of standing cards. Especially Qiongqi's standing card. This is the first SSR-level pet card, and it must be full of momentum. The name of the ancient beast cannot be missed. But then again, although the positioning label of the Qiongqi pet card contains the item of ancient beasts, it does not mean that the Qiongqi pet card is evil. But it just shows that Qiongqi's character is more violent and warlike. There is nothing wrong with the pet card itself. But, if the real beast Qiongqi appears, then it must not be judged by the character of the pet card. It's just that in the eastern wilderness and the northern mountain range, there are no ancient beasts. Otherwise, how could there be no relevant records at all? Just in the midst of this random thought, Qilu also instructed the system to make Qiongqi's card. The crimson fur is like water poured from blood, and the sturdy and vigorous body can feel the terrible power at a glance. The arrogant figure, the fierce beast pupil, and the wings behind him spread out. The fierce aura lingered on it, making people daunting. Obviously it's just a standing card, but with just a glance, you can clearly feel the attitude of looking down on the world. It's like an ancient beast, standing in that place, making people feel chills. That's what I want. Sheila nodded with great satisfaction, and then placed Qiongqi's stand next to the pet card swap machine. A dignified SSR-grade pet card, if there is no such power, how can it attract customers? After that is the standing card of the Shadow Hunter. However, in this promotional video, Qilu is mainly to push out the Qiongqi pet card, so the Shadow Hunter's card is destined to be used as a foil. Placed next to Qiongqi's stand, it obviously looks extremely dangerous. Just the cold light radiating from the Shadow Hunter's eyes through the darkness can make people horrified. But it is to be overwhelmed by Qiongqi's standing card. Poor Shadow Hunter is also an SR-ranked pet card. If this appeared in the card pool of the pet card swap machine before, it might be the protagonist of the promotional film. But now, compared with the ancient beasts, it is still a bit worse. The next day, Sheila stayed up all night again, staying in the store lobby, designing a promotional video. Then at breakfast, I instructed the system to send out the promotional video on time at 10 o'clock in the morning. Brother Qi Lu, you are really back. Just as he was drinking pure milk and eating a bacon sandwich, a cry of surprise appeared in Qi Li's ears. Sheer, good morning. What's the matter, am I surprised that I'm back? Qi Li ate breakfast slowly and looked at Yu Sheer with a smile. Of course not. Originally this morning, Shao Shu Jiu Hui told me that you were back. It hot, she was joking. A cheerful smile appeared on Yu Sheer's face. It seems that Yu Shuanhui used this kind of fake news to deceive people, not once or twice. It made Yu Sheer somewhat immune. After all, the wolf is coming can't deceive people all the time. If you look forward to it too many times, you will start to be disappointed. However, looking at Yu Sheer's hurried face, I am afraid that even if she thinks it is a joke, she is still looking forward to it. Ah, what is that? Is it a new item? Yu Sheer, who was full of joy, approached Qi Lu cheerfully, and suddenly noticed Qiong Qi's standing card. To be honest, if it wasn't for Yu Sheer's attention, Qi Lu would have noticed Qi Li's sign when she just went downstairs. Because in order to match the pomp of SSR-level pet cards, Qiong Qi's standing cards are wrapped with real fierce power. It's just that this kind of ferocious power only has a shocking effect, and it doesn't have any damage ability. The main function is to attract the attention of customers. By the way, to set off the fierceness of Qiong Qi. That's right, that's the new product this time. To be precise, it's a new pet card. Qi Lu nodded and didn't make any further introductions. Because the new pet card was never introduced by Qi Lu or Yu Sheer. Instead, let customers watch the promotional video, or directly turn to the detailed information of the card pool of the pet card swap machine. This way of understanding will be more profound. And, by the way, every time a new pet card is released, the Pet Card Research Guild will follow up with the corresponding strategy soon after. And this not long after, specifically how long? It depends on when the members of the Pet Card Research Guild can get a new pet card. After all, only true knowledge can be obtained through practice. If you don't match it in detail, how can you be embarrassed to do a strategy? Don't think about the issue of the new pet card, there will be a new promotional video. Qi Lu looked at Yu Sheer's curious face, couldn't help but smiled, and then said seriously. Also, Sheer, during this time, you have worked hard for you. It is because of you that I can leave the store with confidence. As he spoke, Qi Lu suddenly stretched out his hand and took Yu Sheer into his arms. It's been a long time since we met again, if you don't hug, it always feels like something is missing. Brother Qi Lu. This is what Sheer should do, no, nothing to mention. Yu Sheer, who was suddenly attacked by Qi Lu, only felt her body became stiff, and she stuttered when she spoke, unable to say a complete sentence. A blush appeared on her lovely and delicate face. It is as charming as the sunset glow in the sky at sunset. This warm embrace instantly dispelled Yu Sheer's longing for this period off time. If possible, Yu Sheer really wanted to spend her whole life like this, and let herself stay in this warm embrace. It's a pity that it's early in the morning and I have to go to the store. If it's the big night after the store is closed, maybe it's half-hearted, then. Cough cough. Although Yu Sheer had never experienced these things. But I have never eaten pork, and I have never seen a pig run. Even if you haven't experienced it yourself, that doesn't mean you can't learn a little theoretical knowledge first. Although it is said that practice yields true knowledge, if you want to practice it, you must first enrich theoretical knowledge. What's more, with Yu Xuanhuan, an incompetent best friend by her side, Yu Sheer more or less knows something about this. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't seem to have any idea in this regard. This sudden hug, more like a hug between family members, seemed so natural. However, just when Yu Sheer was thinking wildly and her face flushed with shame, Qi Lu suddenly lowered her head. Then, amid Yu Sheer's surprise, joy, stunned, and incredible expression, she kissed her on the forehead. The warm touch made Yu Sheer's whole body become extremely stiff. Chi. Brother Chi Lu. Yu Shi'er, whose face was so red that it seemed like she could drip blood, was confused for a while, and steam seemed to be bubbling from her head. After saying a word for a long time, it was still stuck in his mouth and did not come out. This is the last time you attacked suddenly. Chi Lu smiled and let go of Yu Shi'er, reached out and rubbed her head, then turned around and walked up to the second floor. If he stayed here all the time, Chi Lu might not feel anything. But Yu Shi'er would definitely be embarrassed. Chi Lu could still see this, so he decided to leave. Take time to slow down and everything will come naturally. Brother Chi Lu. Is this a response to me? The dizzy Yu Shi'er reached out and placed her hand on her forehead, looking at Chi Li's back, muttering to herself. If that's what it means. Shi'er, I have seen it all, the Taishu has finally bloomed. At this moment, Yu Xuanhuan, who got out of nowhere, sat cross-legged on the sofa and said with a happy smile. What is it, Shao Shu, to say such things now? It's not certain. The red-faced Yu Shi'er couldn't relax for a while. As long as she thinks of the scene just now, even if she has recovered, Yu Shi'er can immediately see steam from her head. What about him? Chi Lu, the wood, probably thinks that your behavior was bad last time, so he wants to take revenge on you. Yu Xuanhuan said implyingly. Go away, Shao Shu, you don't have to go to the store anymore, brother Chi Lu I looking for you again. Yu Shi'er stared, and said to Yu Xuanhuan. If this crop is not turned over again, Yu Shi'er will be embarrassed to continue to look at the store. Okay, I'll go first. Shi'er, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you don't seize it, you will definitely regret it later. Yu Xuanhuan was walking upstairs at her feet, but her mouth continued twitched. Not to mention the reason for Chi Li's actions. But as long as there is this behavior, the relationship between the two will definitely become more intimate. At least start by breaking through the current relationship. According to Yu Xuanhuan, in this situation, it would be very difficult for Chi Lu to take the initiative. It would be better to let Yu Shi'er take the initiative. As it is now. Although the interval in between was a bit long, Chi Lu did respond, didn't he? This seems like a small step in the progress of the relationship. But it is a big step in Raiders, Chi Lu. I can't hear you, Shao Shu, if you don't leave, I'll be welcome. Yu Shi'er pouted and said angrily. Then I won't say anything, just leave. Yu Xuanhuan wisely chose to run away. On the other side, in the shop on the northern mountain range. Chi Lu, who had just come down from the second floor, hurriedly opened the shop door. Then he yawned and sat on the sofa again, and after seeing Yu Xuanhuan, he was ready to take a nap. Shi'er. To be honest, Chi Li's previous actions were not impulsive. You know, people are not plants, and who can be ruthless? Chi Li sees everything Yu Shi'er does, how could she turn a blind eye? So, feelings always need a way of expression. Regarding this point, Chi Li didn't know why, but remembered Yu Shi'er's sudden attack, so he felt it. But kiss is kiss, Chi Li will not regret it. As Chi Li said, it should be a gift to Yu Shi'er. It's just that Chi Li can't guess what kind of thoughts Yu Shi'er will have with such a sudden behavior. On Yu Xuanhuan's side, he hasn't dared to come to the point of teasing Chi Li. At least not on this kind of thing. Moreover, if they were to say it outright, wouldn't the plan to attack Chi Li planned by Yu Xuanhuan and Yu Shi'er every night be exposed? This is very unfavorable for the target of the strategy. Shao Shu, remember to visit the store, I'll take a break. Chi Li said to Yu Xuanhuan while yawning. Then, just as she was about to close her eyes in the eyes of the cat-eared loli, the store door was pushed open. Wow, when did this stand appear in the store, such a strong and fierce aura? When Chi Li heard this voice, he knew it was Lan Qi. Immediately he sat up. Looking up, it turned out to be the same couple as Lan Qi and Shauna. Yo, Manager Qi, when did you come back? Lan Qi's eyes, after Qi Li sat up, immediately moved from Qi Li's stand to Qi Li's body. Last night. Qi Li lazily replied 2 words. Sitting up suddenly, just because Qi Li had a question and wanted to ask Lan Qi, did not mean that Qi Li was not sleepy. Mr. Qi, good morning. Shauna smiled and said hello. Morning, Shauna. Qi Li nodded as a return gift. Then he put his eyes on Lan Qi and said, Lan Qi, I have something to ask you. What's up? Lan Qi asked, curiously. The erratic store manager, Qi. And disappear at every turn. Now that he suddenly said that he had a question to ask himself, Lan Qi was still very interested. A very important thing, I'm not sure you know, but you know it should be the most likely. Qi Li scratched his head, then glanced over Lan Qi and glanced at Shauna. Then he snapped his fingers. In an instant, a soundproof magic circle appeared in the store, shrouding Qi Li and Lan Qi in it. Is this matter so secret? Lan Qi's face became serious when he saw this scene. If it's not an important issue, why open a soundproof magic circle in the store? As for Qi Li's specific cultivation realm, although Lan Qi has not been very clear until now, he can also guess. However, even Qi Li needs to be so cautious, it is really a big event. To be exact, it should be quite secretive for the dragon family. Having said that, Qi Li raised his head, looked directly at Lan Qi, and asked slowly. Lan Qi, I ask you, have you heard of the Dragon King? As far as the giant dragons that Qi Li has come into contact with at present, Lan Qi is the dragon clan who is most likely to know the news of the giant dragon Holy King. As for the other dragon races, to be honest, Qi Li has never come into contact with a few. So it's better to say it directly. Sacred Dragon King. As soon as Lan Qi heard the words Sacred Dragon King, his pupils shrank suddenly, obviously knowing something. Do you know about the Dragon King? Qi Li, who noticed this scene, immediately asked. Of course I know His Majesty the Dragon King. But, before that, I have a question that I want to ask Manager Qi. Lan Qi did not hide the fact that he knew, but he was not going to say it directly, but stared at Qi Li and said. Manager Qi, where did you know this name from? Obviously, from Lan Qi's tone, Qi Li can tell. The identity and status of the Dragon King is absolutely extremely high among the Dragon clan. Lan Qi, if I said that I met the dragon soul of the Dragon King, would you believe it? Qi Li paused for a moment, and suddenly asked aloud. In general, Qi Li would not do such a thing as lying. However, there is no need to speak out about the summoning world. So it's better to just focus on it. Have you met the dragon soul of His Majesty the Dragon King? Manager Qi, to be honest, I will never believe when someone tells me about this, but I believe it when you say it. Lan Qi stared at Qi Li for a long time before speaking slowly. Because in terms of Qi Li's cultivation realm, there is no need to lie about this kind of thing. And the dignity of being a powerhouse level peak power will not allow him to lie about this kind of thing. Then, Manager Qi, where is the dragon soul of His Majesty the Dragon King? Lan Qi did not answer Qi Li's question, but continued to ask. The Dragon King is a great senior, but it's a pity that he's gone now. After being silent for a while, Qi Li whispered in a nostalgic tone. Although the truth hurts, it is an irreversible reality. Even if the Dragon King still has the hope of being resurrected, the fact is that the Dragon King self-destructed the dragon body and no longer exists in his world. So Qi Li will not use lies to comfort Lan Qi. Yes, is that so? That's right, His Majesty the Dragon King has been gone for so long, and it is incredible to be able to leave behind a remnant of his soul. Lan Qi was obviously stunned for a moment, then slowly shook his head, muttering to himself as if to laugh at himself. After a long time, Lan Qi, who had calmed down a little, suddenly looked at Qi Li. Manager Qi, What do you want to ask? As you know, there is all the news about the Dragon King. Qi didn't speak until Lan Qi took the initiative to ask a question, and then said aloud. After all, it is really impolite to ask questions when others are remembering their ancestors. Is there any news about His Majesty, the Dragon King? Then I really don't know where to start. To be honest, His Majesty the Dragon King is more like a legend than an actual ancestor among the dragons. According to the records of the Dragon Clan's history, the only powerful person in the Dragon Clan's history who can rule the entire Dragon Clan is the legendary Dragon King. Lan Qi said slowly while recalling. It can be heard that there is not much information about the Dragon King, even in the dragon race. But the exact reason is unknown. Because it is not so difficult to erase the traces of one's existence by means of a king-level almighty. It's just that for a king-level expert, if he takes the initiative to erase the traces of his existence, it is equivalent to giving up the source of the power of belief, and the consequences are self-evident. The collapse of the supreme throne is absolutely fatal. Therefore, in the annals of the dragon race, it is not uncommon to record deeds of the giant Dragon King. But what Qi really wanted to know was what the great Dragon King said, the battle in the Xifeng realm. It is not the life story of the Dragon King. However, it now seems that the traces of that war have all been erased. If there is no record about the Xifeng realm in the annals of the Dragon Clan, then Qi would never have imagined that there would be a place where relevant information could be found. You know, dragons have an extremely long lifespan. Therefore, the timeline recorded in the annals of the dragon race is much longer than that of other races. And the Dragon King is also the ancestor of the Dragon Clan. If he wants to leave traces, he should stay in the Dragon Clan. But now it seems that this is not the case. The Dragon King is really deliberately hiding the truth of the battle back then, maybe. Is it covering the others in that battle? It's getting more and more confusing. Qi quietly listened to Lan Qi's narration, and then silently weaved the information he had obtained so far in his mind. However, the more he thought about it, the more Qi felt that the information in his hand was incomplete. From the information we have now, nothing useful can be analyzed at all. The only certainty is that the Dragon King is definitely the ancestor of Lan Qi. However, this does not help the amount of information currently available. After sorting it out, Qi realized one thing: perhaps it would be better for him to be a store manager with peace of mind, and to eat honestly and wait until he died. This kind of brain-burning thing is really difficult. And now there are not enough clues in hand, so let's put it on hold for now. It just so happened that what Lan Qi was about to say had almost come to an end, and he had already talked about the sudden disappearance of the Dragon King. His Majesty the Dragon King led the dragon clansmen to fight in the ancient times, and took the position of one of the strongest races, but for some unknown reason, they suddenly disappeared. In order to find His Majesty the Great Dragon King, the Dragon King did not hesitate to mobilize the power of the entire dragon clan, but unfortunately, it's nothing. Having said that, Lan Qi sighed involuntarily. Although the Dragon Clan is powerful, in the ancient times, there were many races that were as famous as the Dragon Clan. It's just that in the constant battles between various races, those races have disappeared into the long river of history one by one. Only the Dragon Clan remained, standing between the heavens and the earth. In this matter, the Dragon King can be said to have contributed greatly. Therefore, the disappearance of the giant dragon Holy King also made the dragon family disappear from the world for a long time. It was not until the Dragon Clan fell apart that it slowly appeared in the eyes of the world. Dragon Clan, falling apart? Qi keenly captured this information and raised his eyebrows slightly. But didn't ask much. Because this is a dispute within the Dragon Clan, and it has nothing to do with Qi, so he doesn't have to meddle in his own business. That's all I know. Manager Qi, there are not many records left by His Majesty the Dragon King. Even the book collection pavilion in Dragon Island, there are not many records left. Having said that, Lan Chi stopped for a while, and then took out a golden token from his arms. On the front of this golden token is a lifelike carved dragon, with scales and claws clearly visible. Even the tiny lines on the dragon scales can be clearly seen. The demeanor of that giant dragon is even more contemptuous of the world, and its mighty power is extraordinary. Moreover, as soon as this golden token was taken out by Lan Chi, it began to exit a majestic dragon like the sea, and its mighty might, as if it were real. This dragon's mighty oppression is so strong that even heroic powerhouses will have to shy away. This is. When Qi Lu saw the golden token, his face was startled. Because the appearance of the dragon engraved on this golden token is the Holy King of the Dragon. This is the token of the Holy King, the treasure left by His Majesty the Dragon King, and what the Dragon clan has been looking for. Lan Chi introduced in a calm tone. The Holy King token has the power to break the space barrier, and it can trace back the changes in aura in a short period of time to restore what happened. I was able to come to the North Mountain Range because of the power of the Holy King's token. The space barrier in Tianyuan is extremely strong, even if it is a strong level power. If it is not proficient in the power of space, it cannot be broken. This Holy King token actually possesses such mighty power. From this inference, we can see how tyrannical the strength of the former giant dragon, Holy King, is. However, Lan Chi's seemingly proving move made Qi Lu stunned. System, can you see it? System, after the detection of this system, it can be determined that the material of the Holy King token is the dragon scale of the giant dragon Holy King. If you are indecisive, ask the system. If you have uncertain questions, you can also ask the system. So Qi Lu quickly got the answer. Sure enough, it is the dragon scale of the giant dragon Holy King. When I saw the Holy King token earlier, I had such a guess. The Dragon King can be said to be an extremely rare dragon that does not collect any treasures. From the time when he was in the summoning world, Qi Lu broke into the domain of the giant Dragon King, and what he finally got was a wisp of dragon soul, not any treasure, it was evident. Obviously he is a king-level power, but he has nothing to ask for. This Kindorf character is indeed noble. But really speaking, this probably has something to do with the dragon, Holy King, not needing these treasures. The dragon's body is full of treasures, and if you just pull out a piece, it is a top-notch material that can be encountered but not obtained. It is the best choice for forging treasures. Therefore, the giant dragon Holy King used his own dragon scales to create a Holy King token, which was the best choice. System, I remember that among the quest items submitted to you, there should be a small dragon scale. Are you still useful? Having said that, Qi Lu also remembered this. Most of the legacy of the Dragon King remains in the summoning world, and Asmal part is in the hands of the system. And last night, the system gave the dragon's soul in its own hands to the will of heaven and earth. Then the remaining dragon scale fragments should still be there. System, what do you want to say, host? Hearing Qi Li's question, the system's tone immediately became vigilant. Being fooled a lot, you can always find the problem at the beginning. Don't say that, system, your tone is like I'm lying to you. Actually, I think that since the dragon scales of the giant Dragon King are useless in your hands, and they can't be used for me, it's better to take them out and let me do a little experiment. If it succeeds, wouldn't everyone be happy? Qi Lu heard the vigilance in the system's tone, smiled slightly, and turned on the fooling mode again. No matter how shrewd you are, the little fox can still win the hunt of the old hunter. System, experiment? What kind of experiment do you want, host? Sure enough, the system was immediately hooked. After all, the dragon scale of the Dragon King has already been analyzed by system, and it is useless to keep it in hand. But just don't want to suffer. It's very simple, the Holy King token is made of the dragon scale of the giant dragon Holy King, so it should resonate with the dragon scale of the giant dragon Holy King. Although it's unlikely, but I want to give it a try, it won't hurt anyway, right? Qi Li said slowly. The reason for this idea is by no means Qi Li's whim. But after Qi Li saw Lan Qi took out the Holy King token, he felt that he should also take out something to prove what he said. That's why I say that. Anyway, it was the system that lost, and Qi Li didn't feel bad. System, the host's words seemed to make sense, so, try? Although the tone was still somewhat reluctant, the system still took out the dragon scales of the great dragon king. The scales that appeared in Qi Li's hands were the size of a thumb. However, the edges were cut so neatly that it was impossible to tell that it was cut from a whole piece of dragon scale. Don't worry, you will definitely get good results. After Qi Li got the dragon scale, he stretched out his hand without saying a word. Lancy. However, Qi Li only said his name and an unexpected vision appeared. Of course, the main reason for the unexpected is because it appeared too quickly. Buzz dash. The Holy King token in Lan Qi's hand was the first to make a buzzing sound. Immediately after, the dragon scale in Qi Li's hand also made a small sound as if in response. What is this? Qi Dian. Chong, what is in your hand, is it? Lan Qi was shocked when he saw this. The Holy King token can be said to be one of the most precious treasures of the dragon race. The Dragon King is also the most respectable and even the ancestor of the dragon race. If there is an accident with the Holy King token, even if no one bothers Lan Qi himself will not forgive himself. It's the dragon scale of the giant dragon king. This is the last thing my senior left behind when I met the dragon soul of the dragon king. Qi Li didn't sell anything, just said it directly. What? A look of shock appeared on Lan Qi's face. But thinking about it carefully, I think this is a reasonable thing. Because if it weren't for the dragon scales of the giant dragon Holy King, how could it resonate with the Holy King's token? And this dragon scale also proved that what Qi Li said before was the truth. But at this time, Lan Qi was still in shock and did not recover, but the Holy King token in his hand suddenly floated into the air. Qi Li also looked at the dragon scale fragments in his hand and flew towards the Holy King token. In the blink of an eye, the two merged together. Call. Together with the airwaves, Long Wei is unparalleled. After the Holy King token and the dragon scales were rapidly fused, the dragon might radiated out, as if it had risen out of thin air. Fortunately, Qi Li was not stunned at the beginning and responded in a timely manner. Immediately used the store manager's authority to limit this dragon's power to a small area around him. Otherwise, this dragon might erupt, and it is estimated that the residents and tourists of the entire City of Life will be unstable. Huh? This is the breath of the dragon soul. In the Holy King token, there is a ray of dragon soul sleeping. At the same time as this mighty dragon's might erupted, Qi Li suddenly caught a very familiar aura. There is no doubt about the breath of this dragon soul. It is the dragon soul of the Dragon King. In that Holy King token, there is definitely a strand of dragon soul of the giant dragon Holy King, but it has been sleeping and never woken up. If it wasn't for this small piece of dragon scale, provided by Qi Li, the hidden power of the Holy King token was activated by luck. I am afraid that the breath of this dragon soul will not leak out for thousands of years. It was a real surprise. Although I didn't get any benefits, I always felt like I discovered something incredible. Although Qi Li was extremely shocked in his heart, he was calm on the surface. To be honest, the breath of this dragon soul is really weak. If Qi Li had not been in contact with the giant dragon king and remembered the breath of the dragon soul of the giant dragon king, he might not have noticed it. So it's normal that Lan Qi didn't find out. After all, the breath of the dragon soul is hidden in the dragon power, and it is indeed difficult to detect it from the same source. And, more importantly, after the Holy King token and dragon scales were completely fused, the breath of the dragon soul was hidden again. That fleeting breath was like an illusion. But Qi Lu believed very much in his own perception, and it was absolutely impossible to make mistakes. From this point of view, the Dragon King is not without his back. Even after this step, he concealed everyone, even the clansmen of the Dragon Clan. Amazing, I'm really getting more and more interested in what happened back then. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and couldn't help but smile. However, it is obviously not very reliable to wake up the sleeping dragon soul. And before knowing the real plan, Qi Lu didn't want to destroy the layout of the Dragon King. Dragon soul fragments were left in the summoning realm and the Sifang realm, and what they planned was definitely not small. That being the case, let this layout continue. Until the day when the clouds see the sun. System, host, how is it, what did you try out? However, just when Qi Lu felt that it was not a loss, the sound of the system suddenly came out. Obviously, there is no system of vision, just a guy who doesn't see the rabbit and don't throw the eagle. What is the benefit, it must be seen. Unlike Qi Lu, who felt that using a piece of worthless dragon scale fragment for a piece of incredible information should be profitable. No. So Qi Lu replied very confidently. After all, the information exchanged for dragon scales only perfected the conjecture in Qi Li's mind. For the system, of course it's useless. System. Faced with Qi Li's righteousness, the system suddenly didn't know how to accuse him. Okay, system, let me tell you, when you look at things, don't just see the superficial things, you should dig deeper meanings. Besides, it's useless to keep the dragon scales in your hands. Now you're just making the best use of everything. Is it a loss? It's not a loss at all, right? Qi Lu saw that the system didn't respond, and a set of flickering punches hit him on the spot. Great truth, everyone will say it. Whether or not it can be done is another matter. So under Qi Li's earnest teaching, the system that wanted to say something fell into silence again. At the same time, the Holy King token strengthened by the dragon scale fragments fell back into Lan Qi's hands. It really is the dragon scale of His Majesty the Great Dragon King. Manager Qi, don't say thank you for your kindness. If you have anything in the future, just call me. Lan Qi looked at the Holy King token in his hand, and it took a long time before he could say a word. You're welcome, I won't be vague when something really happens. Qi Lu waved his hand and said aloud. No courtesy at all. Because when the layout of the giant dragon Holy King surfaced, Qi Lu would not be able to be alone, and the dragon family was no exception. Therefore, it is definitely no problem to pull into your own camp earlier. As he spoke, Qi Lu also removed the soundproof magic circle around him. Then I saw Shauna sitting on the armchair next to her, eating colorful fruit-flavored pizza while looking at her. After seeing Lan Qi come out, he took his eyes back. Manager Qi. You're welcome, let's go. Seeing that Lan Qi wanted to say something, Qi Lu quickly waved his hand to stop it. All the things that should be asked have been asked, and Qi Lu still wants to take a nap on the sofa, so of course it can't be delayed. And when Qi Lu and Lan Qi were talking, the number of customers in the store began to increase. However, every customer who entered the store would be startled by Qiongqi's standing sign, and then in shock, he stepped forward to watch Qiongqi's appearance carefully. After all, the scary things that have appeared in this store manager Qi store are not once or twice. A standing card like this placed next to the pet card changing machine must be a new pet card. So those who are keen on pet cards. Guessed, I didn't even have time to enter the New World mode, so I started to discuss with like-minded friends on the membership card. Manager Qi has issued a new pet card again. We have all seen that this time the new pet card looks really mighty. Yeah, just seeing the standing card of this new pet card, I have a creepy feeling. It's hard to imagine how powerful it is when it appears in front of. Looking at the name of this stand, it seems to be called Qianqi. That's right, when I hear this name, I feel very majestic and powerful. You black-faced guys, just watch it carefully. After all, every time a new pet card appears, it's when we come to perform. Damn, oh dog. That's right, damn it. Pooh. The direction of discussion in the communication system is gradually skewed. The most serious part of the crooked building may be the guild discussion group of the Pet Card Research Association. From the beginning of guessing the type and collocation of the new pet card, it quickly jumped to the condemnation of the O-Dog in the guild. And the more I talk about it, the more distressed it is, the vivid history of the blood and tears of the African Emirates. Don't talk about it, everyone, the new promotional video is here. Just when the voice of condemning O-Go became stronger and stronger, a sudden word broke the situation. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the new promotional video arrived as scheduled. Pushed to each membership card. Countless customers who were looking forward to the new pet card immediately clicked in. Boom. As soon as the opening is opened, it is a scene where the sky collapses. With the voice of the narrator in the promotional video, customers who watched the promotional video also learned the background story. In ancient times, demon beasts were rampant and demon sex raged, causing people all over the world to starve and die, and people to live in poverty. Under the threat of demons and monsters, many practitioners of the right way gathered together. For the sake of all living beings in the world, after many discussions, a righteous organization was formally established, and began to slay beasts and demons everywhere. The good and the evil have started a war between you and me. This war has spread very widely, and the flames of war have also burned to very corner of the existence of living beings. The road paved with blood made this battle between good and evil last for hundreds of years. Countless powerhouses perished, and countless great powers disappeared. And now this scene is the final battle that decides the outcome. Countless shadow hunters were dispatched one after another and began beheading the righteous organization. Forced to be helpless, all the leaders of the cultivators of the right way converged and started the final crusade against the demon sect. But the combat effectiveness of the shadow hunter is simply too strong. It can be integrated into the darkness, and it can be everywhere, and the entity will not be revealed at all until the moment of the shot. Assassination ability, strong side. Totally invincible. Seeing this, customers who watched the promotional video were amazed. Is this the Shadow Hunter in the new pet card, so powerful? It turns out that the Shadow Hunter's standing card is so inconspicuous because the Shadow Hunter is an assassin. It should be, how can an assassin stand out? Too strong. I've decided on the Shadow Hunter pet card. What are you talking about upstairs? Can you really draw such a strong pet card? Shut up, oh dog, dog thing. Although the building is crooked in the comment area, the promotional video is still going on. The assassination ability of the Shadow Hunter is peerless, like an invincible blade, lurking in the shadows, and the practitioners of the right way are defeated. This also makes the Justice Organization, in the final battle, always in a weak position. Warcraft is still raging, and the people of Demon Sect are still rampant. The common people in the world are still living in dire straits. In desperation, the practitioners of the right way made a decision to summon the ancient beast, Qianqi. Although the name of this ancient beast, it only represents the bloodthirsty and brutality of Qianqi, rather than the distinction between good and evil. However, the more violent, the more difficult to control. If it weren't for such a desperate situation, who would be willing to summon Qianqi? As a result, countless summoning materials were gathered, and countless practitioners of the right path offered their strength. An ancient and mysterious magic circle was outlined. The complexity is so high that ordinary practitioners will feel dizzy just by looking at it. At this point, Qi Lu is still quite pursuing the real effect. This also caused most of the customers who were watching the promotional video to almost faint when they saw this ancient magic circle that summoned Qianqi. For this reason, there has been a heated discussion in the forum of the membership card exchange system for a while. Just to discuss whether this magic circle can be used and whether it is useful. Of course, these are all later stories. The most important thing now is the appearance of Qiongqi in the promotional film. The ancient and mysterious magic circle collapsed on the spot, and a crimson figure seemed to be born from the power of heaven and earth, and quickly condensed. The majestic and ferocious aura can be felt across the screen, which makes people unable to bear the shivers. Roar. A roar that resounded through the heavens, and the earth was even more shocking. If it wasn't for Qi Lu, all the ways that could cause substantial harm in the promotional video would have been eliminated. Maybe the roar of Qiongqi's appearance could make most of the viewers vomit blood on the spot. You must know that the ancient beasts came into the world, and they carried the fierce power between heaven and earth. It is absolutely unimaginable how much killing power is contained in a seemingly simple roar. Immediately after, is the fully condensed Qiongqi. Even more shocking. Because of the huge body of Qiongqi's beast, it is like a mountain range. At a glance, it is 1,000 meters long. Among the thousands of races in this world, it seems that only a giant dragon can reach this size. Lies in front of you, covering the sky and the sun, unparalleled in the world. This is the ancient beast Qiongqi? When I was looking at the stand in the store, I thought it was just a little stronger in combat, but I didn't expect it to be so big. So can the Qiongqi pet card we draw and the Qiongqi summon be so big? Impossible. If it's so big, it's really hard to handle. It's not impossible. Have you forgotten the pet card of the bronze giant soldier? It makes sense. Manager Qi is mighty. That's right, Manager Qi's mighty power is over. The appearance of Qiongqi really shocked the customers in the store. You must know that the Qiongqi Li card placed in front of the pet card changing machine is only 2 or 3 meters long at most. Although it looked a little scary, it was not oppressive. But this beast's body is 1,000 meters long, and it is completely different. Coupled with the fierceness of that body, just one stop there can shock thousands of troops. Not to mention, Qiongqi's combat power is capable of defeating 10,000 by itself. Even in the promotional video, Qiongqi's power is enough to stun every viewer. Not to brag, not to be black, to be a complete and unremarkable beast. Unable to step into the king level, it is also because no one believes in Qiongqi. So even Lan Qi, the giant dragon, was only amazed when he saw this scene. The power of the poor and strange, how terrifying. This also strengthened the determination of the customers in the store to draw Qiongqi pet cards. Such a powerful force must be in his own hands to be at ease. Otherwise, if someone else gets it and you don't get it, you will definitely be so angry that you won't be able to fall asleep. And this kind of mentality is exactly what Qi Lu expected. Because the Qiongqi shown in the promotional film is a real ancient beast, one of the 4 great beasts, with great combat power. It's not the kind of inferior product in the pet card that can't compare to it. The size alone can't compare. The Qiongqi summoned by the pet card is actually about the same size as the Qiongqi standing card. With the increase in the number of awakenings, the strength and size of the Qiongqi summoned by the pet card will also increase. However, even if it is a completely graduated Qiongqi pet card, it is still a bit worse than the real beast Qiongqi. Either way, it is. However, the expectations that should be given should still be given. After all, the Qiongqi pet card has the characteristics of getting stronger and stronger in Vietnam. If you can continue to fight, it is not that there is no chance to reach the legendary realm. So strictly speaking, the content in the promotional video is not a lie. In this regard, Qi Lu is still quite strict, and must not ruin the reputation of the products in his store. And this time's promotional video, after Qiongqi appeared, was actually nearing the end. The content behind is to show the unparalleled fighting power of Qiongqi. Between the gestures, the sky and the earth were torn apart, and the situation changed. A roar containing fierce power can make thousands of miles of void collapse on the spot, and where it is affected, no soul can survive. This made many customers who watched the promotional video feel terrified and excited at the same time. Because the stronger Qiongqi's fighting power is, doesn't it prove that Qiongqi's pet card is more powerful? When it is drawn into the hand, the strength that can be enhanced is not even more. It's a pity that at such a hot-blooded moment, these guys didn't think about whether it was possible for them to draw it out. SSR-level pet cards, the shipment rate may only be lower than SR-level pet cards. Then go back and look at the holding rate of SR-level pet cards. It was really sad for the listeners, and tears for the listeners. The disappointing shipment rate has really crushed countless people. On the other hand, the propaganda film was put to the last second, and the outcome was not completely decided. After all, the main role of the promotional film is to promote the two new pet cards, not to tell a story. So it's good to leave suspense as to what the outcome will be. And the last picture was also fixed on the shadow hunter in the sky, emerging from the darkness, and launched the final attack on the huge Qiongqi. Who will kill the deer? Let's listen to the decomposition next time. Almost didn't make those customers go crazy. The next time the promotional film has a hammer, it's just to whet your appetite. Manager Qi, it's not very kind of you to do this. Others dare not complain to Qi Lu about this, so Lan Qi came to Qi Lu and complained. Tell me, what happened in the end? The final result? Qi Lu looked at Lan Qi with disdain, and said, can't you figure it out yourself? Dang Dang is a powerhouse-level expert. In a battle, the strength of the two sides has been compared, and it is impossible to calculate the outcome. That would be too useless. Calculate it yourself, isn't it too boring? You have to have the attitude off watching recorded images. Lan Qi spread out his hands and said with certainty. Lan Qi must have the ability to calculate. But this is the same as watching a movie. Spoilers are always wrong. Without that sense of expectation, what kind of movie is there to watch? What you said makes sense, so if I told you the ending, it would definitely be wrong. Qi Lu nodded in agreement, and then continued to never mention the ending of the promotional film. Tisk, it's boring. Lan Qi didn't get the answer he wanted, shook his head and left. Rather than continuing the stalemate with Qi Lu, it is better to go and see the newly released pet card. Speaking of the previous pet cards, Lan Qi is indeed not uncommon. Shauna will go to draw pet cards, and that's also because of the cuteness of these pets. But this time is different. The Qiongqi pet card, even if it is a whiteboard, has enough combat power to approach the realm of the powerhouse. Moreover, as long as there is an awakened Qiongqi pet card, that is the real combat power of the powerhouse level. This is simply a fighting force that even Lan Qi can't ignore. And with the characteristics of the above ancient beasts, as long as he can fight, Qiongqi can continue to become stronger. Whether it is used as a sparring partner or as a helper, it is an excellent choice. So Lan Qi will not pretend to be reserved. The pet card that should be drawn is still to be drawn. Even as a giant dragon at the power level, Lan Qi would not be so arrogant that he felt that he was invincible in the world. Just like the store manager, Qi, in front of him, that is the object that he cannot reach. SSR level pet card? My God! Why is it an SSR level pet card? I, who can't even draw the Spirit of Flame pet card and the Spirit of Ice pet card, still want to draw Qiongqi. Forget it, let's wash and sleep. Brothers, are you ready for the Spirit Crystal? Our Pet Card Research Guild will never admit defeat. Strange, you guys who can't even draw SR rank pet cards, why do you think you can draw Qiongqi pet cards? Who? Who was talking just now? What are you talking about now, brothers? Start drawing cards. When the pet card swap machine, the Shadow Hunter pet card and Qiongqi pet card are displayed, after they have been added to the card pool. The shops on both sides were boiling. Either East Huang's customers, or the customers of Beishan Mountain, are all waiting for this moment. Countless spirit crystals flow towards the pet card swap function on the membership card like 1,000 streams returning to the sea. Looking around, there are card drawers holding membership cards and chanting words in their mouths. Hey, Sirater, when did you come here? Yo, Lon Qi, you're here too. On the way to draw the card, Lon Qi and Saratel met, then looked at the membership cards in their respective hands, and fell into deep thought. Didn't you not draw pet cards before? Saratel was the first to ask the question. Don't talk nonsense, you said this sentence. I used to smoke with Shauna. When Lon Qi heard the words, he immediately refuted it. Then the two fell into an embarrassment of confusion. After all, those pet cards in the past, Saratel and Lancy were also disdainful. Even if it is an SR-level pet card, growing to the peak is only a half-stepper house level. Compared with their powerhouse-level powers, there is no comparability at all. Moreover, Saratel and Lon Qi are not inferior in combat effectiveness, so they say that they do not draw pet cards. But now it seems that what he said will eventually turn into a slap in the face. The law of true fragrance, that's what it says. I got it. I got it. SSR-level pet card, Qiongqi. Just as Saratel and Lancy fell into silence, an extremely surprised voice suddenly sounded in the store. The sudden voice made Saratel and Lon Qi look at each other and stood up abruptly. There is no reason for him. Because of the owner of this voice, the two of them are too familiar. Tiana, why are you in the store? When did you come here? Lon Qi glared at the figure with the membership card in his hand with an extremely surprised expression, and said bitterly. The first person to draw the Qiongqi pet card was the elf queen Tiana. The woman who didn't make a sound was a blockbuster. Didn't I just watch the promotional video and think that the Qiongqi pet card is useful to me, so why don't I try it? Tiana said with a smile, obviously in a very good mood. Just kidding, the reminder message for the SSR level pet card I just drew has not disappeared. Who can put this kind of thing on me? I can't be in a bad mood. Do you think so too? Lon Qi glanced at Saratrey again. Almost, I still lack a sparring partner here. Saratel nodded naturally and said it as a matter of course. With a little training, the Qiongqi pet card can reach the combat power of the powerhouse level, and it can be used for a variety of purposes. Even a powerhouse-level powerhouse can't refuse such a powerful SSR-level pet card. For example, Tiana, as a standard auxiliary class, light mage. Before condensing the supreme throne and achieving the king-level realm, he must be unable to get rid of the fate of auxiliary. Therefore, being able to have a violent and offensive Qiongqi pet card can completely achieve a powerful effect. Together, they definitely complement each other. For Saratel, the warlike character of the Beastier tribe is exactly the same as that of Qiongqi. Between the two, it happens that they can practice against each other and then become stronger together. In this way, the location tag of the ancient beasts of the Qiongqi pet card can also be used to the extreme. As long as you can continue to fight and constantly squeeze your own potential, you can continue to become stronger and more courageous. This pair is a perfect match. After all, not everyone is qualified to practice against Qiongqi. Can't make Qiongqi fight with all his strength, but it has no effect on improving Qiongqi's combat power. So it seems that in Lon Qi's hands, the role of the Qiongqi pet card is not so great. At least the combination of the two is not so coordinated. But what does this matter? As long as Qiongqi's fighting power is tyrannical, it's enough. So after some silence, Lon Qi and Saratrey threw themselves into the ranks off drawing cards. It's over. I can't let Tiana take the lead alone. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is quite cruel. There is one thing to say, the shipment rate of SSR-level pet cards is destined to be impossible for this level of power to overflow. You know, this is the power of the powerhouse level. If it is really used, it can completely disrupt the order of the entire northern mountain range without Lan Qi and others intervening. The situation in Donghuang was even worse. The lack of strong power can completely allow the owner of the Qiongqi pet card to act recklessly. Therefore, even for the sake of order, the original owners of this power cannot be those selfish people who have no overall view. Of course, Tiana was lucky enough to draw the Qiongqi pet card. After all, Qi Lu is a black box operation. Then it's impossible to send the first SSR level pet card to a strong level master. Wouldn't that seem redundant? But it was also because of Tiana's exclamation that she advertised the shipment rate of SSR level pet cards. As a result, this upsurge of national card drawing has been extended for a long time. Dragon Island. A golden dragon with a body size of 1,000 meters is lying on the top of the highest mountain on Dragon Island. His eyes were closed, as if he was sleeping. And under this golden dragon, there is also a complicated dragon magic circle carved. It's just that this dragon magic circle didn't move at all, just like a pattern used for decoration. This picture is strange and harmonious. This sleeping golden dragon, if not for the dragon's body, will be slightly ups and downs with the breathing. Others come to see, maybe they will feel that this golden dragon has fallen. And this dragon magic circle is the place where the dragon's bones are buried. But at this time I don't know what happened. The sleeping golden dragon suddenly opened his eyes, raised his dragon head suddenly, and glanced towards the end of the sky. It finally appeared, the breath of the Holy King token. Lan Qi, you stole the Holy King token and escaped from Dragon Island. You haven't heard from him for so many years. Why would you reveal your whereabouts at such a time? After a long time, the golden dragon stood up abruptly as if it had confirmed some information. The wings spread, and the wind raged. The terrifying long wave spread out around, and immediately stirred up the sea outside the Dragon Island, and instantly raised a huge wave. The shadow cast by the huge waves can be called obscuring the sky. Carrying endless power, he slapped towards Long Island. At this moment, the other dragons on Dragon Island also spread their wings, as if responding to the golden dragon. Roar! Looking at that shot. The huge waves that hit, the golden dragon suddenly let out a roar. The sound waves seemed to be condensed into substance, mixed with dragon power, turned into ripples visible to the naked eye, and quickly spread in all directions. Boom! In an instant, the sky-high waves turned into mist. Damn guy, you also sensed the breath of the Holy King's token, right? The golden dragon stared at the sea outside the Dragon Island and said in a deep voice. That's right, Bright Dragon King, the Holy King token should belong to me, so don't even think about meddling. I'll deal with Lan Qi and get the Holy King token back from him. In the sea, a gloomy voice suddenly appeared. This sound is mighty and mighty, as if it came from all directions, everywhere in the world, making people unable to perceive the source of the sound. The coercion mixed in it is even more majestic, as if even this boundless sea area has been crushed. This sound was about to fall, and in the sea outside Long Island, a terrifying giant wave that completely covered the sky was smashed towards Long Island. The momentum was so great that it seemed to sink Long Island into this endless sea. Dream. The golden dragon snorted coldly, and the violent dragon's might suddenly burst out. Just like the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, it shrouded the top of Dragon Island and bombarded towards the huge waves. Boom! The giant waves turned into mist, and the dragons turned into nothingness. The vertical pupils of the golden dragon were also full of anger. But the voice from the surrounding sea has disappeared without a trace. Lan Qi, I hope you can keep the Holy King token. No one knows what happened to Long Island. The days in the store are still as peaceful, and those who should draw cards should be trained in the New World mode. Although the shipment rate of SSR-level pet cards is still disappointing. But it's not without benefits. For example, against the backdrop of SSR-level pet cards, the shipment rate of SR-level pet cards does not seem so frustrating. There is no harm without comparison. For another example, there are 3 SR rank pet cards in the current card pool. Although there are not many people who can draw Qiongqi pet cards. But the Shadow Hunter pet card was better drawn. The Perfect Assassin attribute also made the members of the Pet Card Research Guild research for a long time before they reluctantly issued a semi-finished guide. After all, Shadow Hunter is the only assassin-type pet card among the current pet cards. It is not easy to match a satisfactory lineup. What's more, the assassin is not a big problem even if it is a single hanging. It doesn't affect combat effectiveness. Therefore, the enthusiasm of customers is still high, and the enthusiasm is still the same as before. This also made Qi Lu very satisfied. During this time, another thing that made Qi Lu feel very happy was Yue Shi'er's breakthrough. As Qi Lu had expected, the first powerhouse-level master in Donghuang was Yue Shi'er, who received the gift of the will of heaven and earth. This was one night, when Qi Lu was sitting in the hall on the first floor. He suddenly felt it. Because she felt that the timing was right, Yue Shi'er, who used the powerhouse-level trial crystal, broke through to the powerhouse-level realm almost without any obstacles. Yu Xuanxue, who was so frightened that she was sleeping, didn't even regain her senses. She even jumped down from the second floor and hid behind Qi Lu. Speaking of this, Qi Lu could laugh at least for half a year. Even more so, Yu Xuanxue, who woke up, scratched Qi Li's paws fiercely. But there is one thing to say, Yue Shi'er's breakthrough process can at least envy a large number of people. Among them, it also includes those guys who have broken through to the powerhouse level. Say Sierra for example. For example, Tiana. If others want to break through to the realm of the powerhouse level, it isle about preparing and planning hard, and finally worrying about whether they will fail. In the end, it was good for Yue Shi'er. Suddenly, on a whim, and then the powerhouse-level trial crystal was used, and it was done. It was as usual and smooth as eating and drinking, without any accidents or worries. I'm a breakthrough? In the second bedroom on the second floor, such a natural breakthrough made Yue Shi'er a little stunned. I used to hear people say how difficult it is to achieve a powerhouse level. But now it looks like that is the case. I don't see how difficult it is. However, if this mental activity is heard by others, it is estimated that it will not be mad, but will be ashamed to death. Fortunately, Yue Shi'er didn't stay stunned for a long time and quickly recovered. Is this the power of the powerhouse level? Why does it feel familiar? Forget it, forget about it, I should be able to help brother Qi Lu now. Yue Shi'er felt her power, and quickly put the feeling of déjà vu behind her, and hurried out of her bedroom. Yue Shi'er couldn't wait to share the joy of her successful promotion with Qi Lu. And Qi Lu is also the only one who Yue Shi'er wants to share her joy with. Because other people are not important to Yue Shi'er. Of course, Yu Xuanxue is not among them. After all, Yu Xuanxue is not a person, but a cat. Shi'er, congratulations, you have successfully broken through. Qi Lu, who was sitting on the sofa in the hall, hugged Yu Xuanxue, who was so embarrassed, and looked at Yue Shi'er, who came downstairs with a smile. In the eastern wilderness, successfully breaking through to the realm of the powerhouse level means that the cultivation realm has reached the ceiling. Qi Lu no longer has to worry about Yue Shi'er's safety. And because of the gift of the will of heaven and earth, those heaven and earth fortunes will make Yue Shi'er's foundation much stronger than other powerhouses from the very beginning. Just like this promotion. Yue Shi'er went so smoothly as if she had just gone through a cut scene, and there was no difficulty at all. This means that the will of heaven and earth has remembered Yue Shi'er, and also recognized her qualifications to step into the powerhouse level. So it will be as it is now. From this point of view, the original feigned death was indeed a blessing in disguise for Yue Shi'er. However, if what happened at that time was to repeat itself, Qi Lu would rather pay more for herself than let Yu Xier experience that kind of thing. The words that are said to be a blessing in disguise now are actually more for the purpose of comforting oneself. After all, the people in the Shadow Palace have already been cleaned up, so it is impossible for Qi Lu to dig graves. You know, after that incident, the Lord of the Shadow Palace, the ashes of the Shadow Demon were raised by Qi Lu, and now even if you want to whip the corpse, you can't find a place. Brother Qi Lu, without you, Xier would not be where she is today. So from now on, Xier will stay by Brother Qi Li's side forever and never leave. Yu Xier, who walked in front of Qi Lu, mustered up her courage and said these words. Xier, if you want, I will never let you leave. With a faint smile still on Qi Li's face, he said softly. There is no need to say warm words. Sometimes, just sitting together, you can feel each other's joy and heart-throbbing. Therefore, Yu Xier's words are not a confession, but they are worth a confession. As soon as she said it, she could feel the temperature on her face rising in a straight line, and soon it became hot and red. Then, under Qi Li's soft response and gentle gaze, he worked hard for half a minute. In the end, he didn't survive, and ran back to his bedroom with a shy look on his face. Why should I run? Xier, you are a big idiot. You clearly said everything, why did you run away? But Brother Qi Lu is really gentle. No, what the hell am I thinking? When we meet again tomorrow, Brother Qi Lu won't laugh at me. Shao Shu Jiu Hui is not here now, or else we can discuss countermeasures. Ah. It's so annoying. Yu Xier, who was tossing and turning on the quilt, covered her head under the pillow. Then I recalled the previous scene over and over again, as well as the words Qi Lu said. Will you never let me go? Is that what it means to be together forever? Surely. A girl's mind is always delicate and sensitive. Even if Yu Xier belongs to the Yueling cat family, it cannot change the fact that she is also a girl. Wow, Xier, how dare you suddenly become so bold today? Is it because you have broken through the realm of cultivation, so you have confidence? Just when Yu Xier was covering her head and thinking wildly, Yu Shuanghui also ran upstairs. Then he jumped on Yu Xier, leaned beside the pillow, and said. Shao Shu Jiu Hui, you came just in time. Brother Qi Lu didn't laugh. After I escaped, he didn't laugh at me. Yu Xier turned over and threw Yu Shuanghui aside, and asked eagerly. At this time Yu Xier would definitely not dare to go to Qi Lu, because she was a little shy. Therefore, the matter of inquiring about the news can only be left to Yu Shuanghui. No, why does Qi Lu laugh at you? Xier, I think you did a good job tonight. Didn't you see that kind of gentle smile on Qi Li's face after you ran away? Yu Shuanghui came to Yu Xier's side and described it vividly. Although this kind of words came out of the mouth of a cat-eared loli, it was quite cute. But Yu Xier could also imagine the scene at that time. It's fine if you don't laugh at me. Yu Xier could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. I still think that the iron should be struck while it's hot. Xier, why don't I go to Qi Li's room now and wait? When Yu Shuanghui arrived at this time, she did not forget to encourage her. This is also for the sake of the lifelong happiness of good girlfriends. As long as the uncooked rice is cooked, then there is still a fear that the rice cooker will fail. Shao Shu Jiu Hui, what are you talking about? Hearing Yu Shuanghui's encouragement, Yu Xier's face that had just recovered, instantly turned red again. Even the burnt white neck began to turn red. You have to eat bite by bite, walk step by step, and do things slowly. You're taking advantage of the fire. That's not right, you're taking advantage of it. It's not right, in short, your thinking is wrong. Forget it, ignore you. Yu Xier, whose voice became stuttering, rejected Yu Shuanghui's proposal righteously. Then he immediately retracted into the quilt, recalling Qi Li's gentle smile. He couldn't help showing a happy smile. Xuanhuan sat alone on the quilt and pouted silently. The relationship between Qi Lu and Yu Shi'er will not become embarrassing because of this kind of thing. Will only become more intimate. Xuanhuan understands this truth, so she is not going to care about it. To make suggestions is to pick up nice words, but in fact, it is just to provide crooked ideas. The task of conquering Qi Lu is a long way to go and can only be taken slowly. So when I woke up, my daily life was the same as usual, plain and leisurely. In this hectic world, look comfortable and chic. Manager Qi, I actually have a question for you. On this day, when Qi Lu was thinking about what to have for lunch on the sofa, Lan Qi suddenly sat down. What is the problem? Qi Lu glanced at Lan Qi. Could this guy be on a whim and think of something strange? Let me state first, I don't think the products in your store, Manager Qi, are bad. I'm just thinking, why are there so few items that are suitable for our use? Lan Qi nodded, then pointed to himself, and then to Saratel, who was eating a double cheese beef burger. You speak well, why did you get involved with me? Saratel put the last bite of the hamburger in his mouth and asked back. Don't you want a handy weapon? Lan Qi heard the words and continued to ask questions. It's okay, if it's a weapon at the level of the holy light orb, I'd really like one. Saratel thought for a while, and then answered out loud. There are too few treasures that can make a strong person move. After all, the power level is there, and the characters with the ceiling level of combat power, ordinary treasures are not attractive at all. This is also the reason why most powerhouses like to fight unarmed. There is a saying that is good, inferior equipment is not a reinforcement for the strong, but a weakening. So Lan Qi was able to ask Qi Lu this question, which was a long-standing doubt. You must know that treasures at the level of the Holy Light Sphere and the Devil's Colosseum also have a huge appeal to the powerhouse. After trying the benefits of the Devil's Colosseum, Lan Qi also knew how powerful this level of treasure was. Even for a powerhouse-level power, it is a great help. If you can have a few more pieces, you can definitely greatly improve your combat effectiveness. That's right. Lan Qi spread his hands, and then looked at Qi Lu again. Speaking of which, Lan Qi would ask this question at this time, or it was because of a hunch that suddenly appeared in Lan Qi's heart. A very ominous foreboding. The hunch that suddenly appeared in the powerhouse-level master was more like a foreknowledge of danger. And the ominous premonition that can make Lan Qi feel the threat is really rare in this world. It's so rare that you don't need to know the details. As long as there is a little movement, Lan Qi can count them all. But these things are not situations that Lan Qi wants to meet. At least not yet. Therefore, in order to cope with the possible threats, Lan Qi felt that he should do more preparations. Hence, the present scene. Good for you. Qi Lu looked at Lan Qi, then looked at Saratel, and stroked his chin. Then, as if remembering something, his eyes suddenly lit up. If you want, it's not without. I can forge the weapons you need according to your requirements. Qi Lu really forgot to mention about the equipment custom purchase channel. After all, there are not many customers in the store who can use this purchase channel, 2 slaps can count. That is, now that Lan Qi mentioned it, Qi Lu suddenly remembered this matter. To be honest, it was also because the surprise of the 2 new pet cards was too great. So that Qi Lu selectively forgot a lot of things. For example, a commodity strengthening furnace. If it wasn't for the question that Lancy suddenly asked, the 2 commodity strengthening furnaces would really have to be ballasted. In such leisurely days, when Qi Lu can think of it as a big question. Forge according to our requirements? Are you telling the truth, Manager Qi? Hearing this, Lan Qi looked at Qi Lu with great surprise. As soon as these words came out, even Saratel leaned over and looked at Qi Lu with anticipation, obviously wanting to ask the same question. No way, the first 3 powerhouse-level powers in the northern mountain range are now without weapons. Tiana has the Orb of Light. And Lan Qi owns the Demon's Colosseum. Shauna is a newly promoted powerhouse-level power, and will not be included in the comparison list for the time being. The current patriarch of the dwarves, although he is also a newly promoted powerhouse. But the dwarves, it is impossible to lack equipment without anything. Even if it's not comparable to the products in Manager Chi's store, it's better than their bare hands. After all, the dwarves don't use gloves either. Therefore, after hearing Qi Li's answer, in terms of excitement, Ceratal might be even higher than Lan Qi. Of course it's true. When did I tell a lie? Qi Li nodded affirmatively and said slowly. Since the messengers of the god of war all fell on the northern mountain range, the luck of this world has grown a lot stronger. As a result, many alien beasts in the powerhouse-level realm were born, and several powerhouse-level powers were newly promoted. This also has a lot of help for the will of heaven and earth in the North Mountain Range. Because the ordinary powerhouse-level power is still within the jurisdiction of the will of heaven and earth. Unless you can go beyond the peak power of the powerhouse level. Therefore, the demand for high-end products in stores in the City of Life is also gradually increasing. So it is a good thing to promote the customized purchase channel of equipment. It is very helpful for collecting the power of belief of the powerhouse level. On the Donghuang side, because Yu Xier has achieved the power level realm, it has accelerated the cultivation speed of ordinary cultivators. As for the powerhouse level power of Donghuang, it is going to be slowed down. Because on the eastern wilderness side, even if there are alien beasts in the powerhouse realm, no one can hunt them down. Therefore, it needs the help of additional powerhouse level trial crystals to our ally get on the right track, and to be on the same level as the northern mountain range as soon as possible at the power level. And this extra powerhouse level trial crystal should be left over from the northern mountain range with a high probability. But these are all things to talk about later. Qi Lu, who wanted to understand this, directly promoted the customized equipment purchase channel. It's just another way of saying it. Then I want to forge a pair of gloves, which can maximize the destructive power of my punches. After being confirmed, Ceratal immediately spoke up. Gloves as a weapon, too many bells and whistles are not very useful. Weapons can only have enough destructive power. The same is true for Ceratal. The bells and whistles look fun, but it's not as thrilling as the one of faction. No matter how the enemy performs fancy tricks, you can smash the enemy to the ground with just one punch. Isn't this feeling uncomfortable? That's pretty cool, right? Is the request so simple? Qi Li looked at Ceratal and made a routine question. The requirements for equipment customization are set by customers, and Qi Li will not say much. But there should be a routine query, like the OK or cancel panel when playing a game. It is a necessary stage of thinking. Because of the requirements for equipment customization, after the decision is made, there is no way to change it. After all, the equipment you want has been made, so how can you change it? Unless it's a refurbishment, it's pretty much the same. But if you really want to go back to the furnace and rebuild it, the cost will not be reduced, so it is better to make a new one. It's that simple. Ceratal's answer was firm. The fighting style of the orcs is the same, not so many twists and turns. I see, no problem. Qi Li nodded, then looked at Lan Qi. What about you? Is it my turn? Actually, I'm not used to any weapons. I don't know if Manager Qi can forge equipment that strengthens dragon might, or equipment that strengthens dragon breath. Lan Qi thought for a while and said his request. Creatures like giant dragons are indeed not a race that is good at using weapons. Imagine a huge dragon fighting with a huge sword in its claws. The picture was so beautiful, it was hard not to laugh. Therefore, the equipment that can strengthen the dragon's power or strengthen the dragon's breath is the best choice. Whether it is dragon power or dragon breath, they are the iconic fighting methods of giant dragons. It is reasonable for Lan Qi to make this request. And if you want to ask why you don't mention the dragon language magic. One thing to say, Lan Qi is actually not proficient in dragon language magic. What's more, compared to the dragon language magic, the tyrannical physique is the dragon's biggest reliance. System, is this request acceptable? Qilu pretended to think on the surface, but in his mind, he was asking professionals. System, of course. Qilu got the answer, immediately looked up at Lan Qi, and said, no problem, of course. Then it's time for us to talk about fees. Although Lan Qi and Xiaoder were a little surprised, why did they pay in advance this time? But looking back, I didn't ask much. After all, buying off the shelf and custom-made can't really be mixed together. So the negotiation process went smoothly. A wisp of heaven and earth luck and blood essence containing their own soul breath, both of them happily took out. And the power of belief, as long as it is determined to customize the equipment, it will start to appear naturally, and then be collected by the system. So Qilu did not deliberately mention this. And finally, and most importantly, the materials needed to customize the equipment. Because the custom-made gloves that Sarah Trey asked for were not special items. Therefore, there are not so many requirements for materials. As long as it is tough enough fur or scale armor, the quality is of course the higher the better. If it can be accompanied by other precious ores or auxiliary materials, it will be even better. In short, there is only a minimum bottom line and no upper limit for the material requirements when customizing equipment. The more material that goes beyond the bottom line, the better the forged equipment will be. This point, Qilu also clearly stated. It is not unreasonable to say that you get what you pay for. But when it was Lan Qi's turn, Qilu was silent for a while. Because Lan Qi requires customized equipment, the function is a bit special, and the required materials are naturally different. The equipment you want needs to be able to strengthen the dragon's might or dragon's breath, right? Qilu touched his chin, and while waiting for the system's reply, he was also thinking. Forging this piece of equipment requires a sufficient amount of keel and at least one complete dragon soul. The quality and quantity of materials you can increase, but never decrease. Is there any problem? After a long silence, Qilu spoke up. If you want to strengthen the dragon's might or the dragon's breath, the materials for forging equipment can only be started from the dragon. Other races, or those or plants, do not have this function. Dragon soul and keel. I know. If there is a chance, I will bring it here. Although Lan Qi was a little surprised, he did not show surprise or anger. As Lan Qi said before, his relationship with the dragons is not good. If there is a chance to kill the giant dragon, Lan Qi will not be merciful. Lan Qi, if you really think so, why don't you bring me one? You don't need the remaining dragon scales and tendons, so let me use them to forge the gloves, how about it? Saratel heard this, and immediately leaned up and proposed it aloud. The things on the dragon are top-notch forging materials. Even dragon blood can be used for quenching during forging. If you are free, come with us. I am very happy to have multiple helpers. Lan Qi glanced at Saratel and said expressionlessly. Although he didn't want outsiders to interfere in the fights within the dragon clan, if Saratel insisted on doing so, Lan Qi would have nothing to say. As a powerhouse, multiple helpers are always good. Then it's settled. Saratel smiled and walked away. For things like custom equipment, you still have to wait for the materials to be in place. Right now, it's just a glimmer of hope. After Lan Qi and Saratrey both left, Qilu immediately dragged the commodity strengthening furnace out and put it in a corner of the store, opposite the pet card exchange machine. The appearance of the commodity strengthening furnace is quite similar to the legendary alchemy furnace. It is a three-legged cauldron with a lid, about 1 person is tall, and its surface is densely patterned. When you want to strengthen it, open the lid, put the product in, then put in the spirit crystal, and pray sincerely. And after strengthening, no matter whether it is successful or not, it will spit out the goods from the opening under the cauldron. The only difference is that, if it succeeds, the product will be strengthened. If it doesn't work, what comes out is slag. Such a conspicuous product strengthening furnace naturally attracts the attention of a large number of customers. Even if the location is a little off, it can't stop the curiosity of customers. As soon as Qi Lu turned around, he saw the customers around him, including elves, dwarves, beast ears, and humans who ran to the City of Life after the racial war. So he reached out and knocked on the commodity strengthening furnace beside him. You must be curious about what this is, then I will reveal the secret for you now. This cauldron is called the commodity strengthening furnace. As long as you put in the spirit crystals and pray sincerely, you can strengthen the commodities you put in. Of course, if the reinforcement fails, the commodity will turn into slag, so please, keep a good mind. After a brief introduction, and a reminder by the way, Xuanhuan returned to the sofa. The customers who were still onlookers let out a mixture of surprise and excitement. There is no doubt that the equipped fortification furnace was indeed a rather popular machine and was quickly embraced by customers. And also surrounded by water. In the past, customers who enhanced the product were more and more numerous. You must know that the commodity strengthening furnace can not only strengthen all kinds of equipment, but also strengthen medicine pills. After strengthening and successfully shipping the medicinal pills, the efficacy can be increased by at least 30%. And the more devoutly you pray, the more the efficacy of the medicine increases. At most, it can even directly double the efficacy of the medicine. For those medicine pills that have a lifetime limit on the number of times they can be used, one can be used as 2 pills. In this way, it will also be cheaper for those customers who have not used medicinal pills that can permanently improve their attributes. Because the medicinal pills that have been used, even if they are strengthened and then eaten, they will not take effect. How could the system possibly commit such an obvious loophole? And one thing to say, the success rate of the commodity strengthening furnace is probably about 20 to 30%. After all, the power of belief provided by customers, the system has to take a cut. How can it be all used to strengthen the product? Qi Lu also understands this behavior very well. Opening a store is not for charity, you have to take what you deserve. What's more, a lower success rate can make these busy customers have a higher sense of expectation. And will be more and more devout prayers, in order to pray that their equipment can strengthen the success. There will also be more power of faith generated. Therefore, even though the success rate problem has been criticized, the number of customers around the product strengthening furnace has not been rare. There are even many customers who have begun to study how to improve the success rate of commodity strengthening furnaces. To this end, in the New World model, a guild dedicated to studying the success rate of product enhancement was quietly established. In nature, it can be regarded as a branch of the Pet Card Research Association. It's just that the audience of the Commodity Enhancement Research Association should be broader. Once established, the number of members who joined the club quickly exceeded 1,000. Then everyone began to share their experience of successfully strengthening the products in the guild, and organized them into posts and posted them to the form of the membership card exchange system. There are all kinds of these methods. Qi Lu sometimes finds these posts very interesting. But really speaking, there is only one core content that commodities can strengthen the success of. That is the power of belief provided, whether it is sufficient. Because the so-called success rate, in essence, is the power of belief provided by customers who want to strengthen the product. After the system has drawn it, is there any way to complete the strengthening? If there is no way to accomplish reinforcement, the result is reinforcement failure. The system will save the remaining power of faith and wait for the customer to provide the power of faith next time. until the power of faith accumulated by the same customer is enough to strengthen a certain product. That will naturally strengthen the success. Although the essence of the success rate of commodity strengthening furnaces has not been found. But a similar pattern was discovered by the guys from the Commodity Strengthening Research Guild. And also carefully sorted out the method and detailed steps, and sent it to form for others to refer to. This method is commonly known as using garbage equipment to make a knife. Until the time feels right, take out the equipment that really needs to be strengthened and strengthen it. When I first saw this method, Chi Lu was really surprised. I have to sigh, these customers in the store are not very strong one by one, and there are a lot of crooked ideas. However, for things like padding, it is about experience. Inexperienced people, it is easy to strengthen the crooked. The rubbish equipment of the pad knife was successfully strengthened, but the equipment that I really wanted to strengthen exploded. This is simply the most embarrassing situation. However, for the rich and powerful, this problem does not exist. Pad knife? Unnecessary. Buy dozens of the same product, and strengthen it until it is successful. However, in response to this problem, Chi Lu has long thought of a solution. That is, at the right time, let the system add a secondary strengthening function in the commodity strengthening furnace. Anyway, the main purpose of the system taking out the product strengthening furnace is to harvest the power of belief, and secondly, to fully update the products in the store. It's just that a new advanced purchase channel has been opened, and this stingy system feels unnecessary. Therefore, the commodity strengthening furnace came into being. Then the second strengthening, the third strengthening, and even the multiple strengthening in the future are not impossible. The higher the number of reinforcements, the stronger the function of the product. But the overall success rate is also lower. In this way, it is impossible to rely on the spiritual crystal to stack up the number of enhancements. Even if you want to pile it up, you can only pile it up with the power of faith. Want the right gear to pray ungodly? Impossible. But to be honest, no matter how a product is strengthened, it is only the function of the product itself that is improved. It is impossible to rely on strengthening to improve the grade of a product. At most, at the power level, it can surpass the original grade. But the essence will not change much. But even so, commodity strengthening furnaces are still popular. There are more customers standing by the side every day than the previous pet card swap machine, and every one of them is talking. Some customers even brought their own small incense burners, and they had to pay their respects before continuing to strengthen their equipment. It turns out that this method does work too. It has caused a lot of people to imitate it. Because of these things, the store became a lot more lively. Strengthening this kind of thing is really a good way to deceive Krypton. Looking at the lively scene next to the commodity strengthening furnace, Chi Lu couldn't help but sigh. The current commodity strengthening furnaces are still in the primary stage, and the function of secondary strengthening is only an idea of Chi Lu, and the system has not been added to it yet. It's just that, it's already so lively. If you wait for the secondary enhancement function to be turned on, how can you get it? The customers in the store must be crazy. But these things are for later. Now Chi Lu can only think about it, and he can't see such a crazy scene for the time being. If you want to start the second reinforcement, you have to wait for the first reinforcement to become popular. To deceive Krypton, you also need to set a recovery time in the middle, even if you need the power of faith. When it recovers, it will be fine to continue a new round of cheating. Manager Chi, good noon, it's really lively in the store during this time. The door of the store was suddenly pushed open, Lan Chi and Shauna walked into the store together, then glanced at the corner where the product strengthening furnace was placed, and said with a smile. Commodity strengthening furnace, as early as when it appeared, spread to the entire customer group at an extremely fast speed. Even if Lan Chi and the other powerhouses can't use the commodity strengthening furnace, they have heard of this name. So every time I come to the store, I will sigh with emotion. The store used to be lively, but the liveliness was different. Qi Lu shrugged, then continued, "Are you ready for the materials for your custom equipment?" "Not yet, those materials are really hard to find." Speaking of this matter, Lan Qi was a little melancholy. To be honest, it's not that Lan Qi can't deal with the Dragon Clan people, it's mainly because the giant dragons in the North Mountain Range are hard to find. You must know that the disputes within the Dragon Clan are quite cruel, and it is not uncommon to forge equipment with dragon souls and keel bones. Just like the war between the human race and the dragon race in the East Wasteland, the current dragon ruins were formed. And one of the dragon magic circles in the dragon ruins uses a large number of dragon souls to nourish the fire of dragon souls. Therefore, using dragon souls and keels to forge equipment, even if it is not common, is a normal behavior. The problem now, though, is that Lan Qi can't find any other dragons in the North Mountains. But Dong Huang, Lan Qi is unwilling to go back now. What's more, the current Dragon Clan people basically stay on the Dragon Island, and there are few people who stay alone in the outside world. But let Lan Qi return to Dragon Island, that's not self-inflicted. Have you cast a net? So I came here this time to help Shauna customize a weapon to see what materials are needed. Lan Qi changed the conversation and continued. You remember now? There was an unexpected look on Qi Li's face, but the development of things was reasonable. Shauna is also a powerhouse, even if she is a newcomer, she still needs a powerful weapon. The weapons used in the past, when they were still at the pinnacle of the hero level, now they are not good enough. Originally, Qi Li thought that Shauna would come over to customize the weapon the next day. Who knew it would be delayed until this time? Tell me, what are your requirements for weapons? Qi Li looked at Shauna and asked aloud. Actually, there are not too many requirements. For a longbow, as long as it is powerful and has a long range. Shauna didn't even think about it, she just answered directly. It seems that before coming to the store, he has already thought about the requirements. Manager Qi, it should be fine. No problem at all. Qi Li nodded and answered affirmatively. The performance of a longbow is indeed reflected in its range and power, which is what archers need most. In battle, it is best not to be approached. Then the range and power are particularly important. As long as I can kill you in the process of getting close to you, then you won't be able to get close to me. It's a pretty good theory, and it's well-founded and convincing. In terms of materials, the bow body can be forged with top-grade ores, but for this bowstring, you'd better find a material that is tough enough. I personally suggest that materials such as dragon tendons can be used to form bowstrings. In addition to the 3 fixed costs, in terms of materials, Qi Li told Shauna according to the list of materials given by the system, combined with his own understanding. In fact, if possible, the bow would be more powerful if it were forged from the vertebrae of a dragon. But as soon as he said this, it felt like he was catching a giant dragon and doing harm. So Qi Li thought about it, but still didn't say it. However, there is one thing to say, the whole body of the dragon is full of treasures, whether it is keel, dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon teeth, or dragon blood, dragon tendons, they are all top-level forging materials. So to be fair, it's not that Qi Lu is willing to harm those giant dragons. Mainly, it's the truth. Of course, if it is to make shields and other armor, then Qi Lu will not recommend the materials on the dragon. Because giant dragons are good at attacking, the forged weapons are naturally offensive weapons. If you want to make armor, it will be better to use materials such as tortoise shells. For example, the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, who is still guarding the Xuanhuan Empire. Dragon tendon? As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Qi first glanced at Qi Lu with a strange expression on his face. In my heart, I can't help but think, does the store manager, Qi, have to catch the dragons to harm them? Is this an opinion on me? But, of course, what you think will not be spoken. What's more, the relationship between Lan Qi and the dragon family is not very good. So soon, Lan Qi slapped his mouth and said aloud, "That's right, call Saratel together, and we can count what we want. Lan Qi needs dragon bones and dragon souls. Saratar needs dragon scales, and if possible, dragon skins can also be accepted. And Shauna needs dragon tendons. I just don't know if I can find the powerhouse-level powers that need dragon claws and dragon teeth in the future. I just formed a team to hunt down a giant dragon, so I have all the materials." "Really, what weapon did Saratel customize? Gloves?" Shauna glanced at Lan Qi and asked, curiously. "Yes, it's the gloves." Lan Qi nodded slowly. "To be honest, in fact, if Saratel uses a finger tiger as a weapon, the destructive power should be much greater than that of a fist. But if you can add bone spurs to the glove, it shouldn't be weak. Thinking about it this way, dragon tooth and dragon claw seem to be useful too." Roar. But at this moment, a huge roar resounding through the heavens, and the earth appeared above the City of Life. Immediately afterward, there were several roars that seemed to be responding to the huge roar, and they passed over together. A circle of sound like a substantial sound wave spread down from the sky. That circle of ripples, like a stone thrown into the calm water, is clear and full of pressure. It's the dragon's roar. Qi Lu frowned slightly and looked up outside the store. When he stayed in the store on weekdays, Qi Lu seldom spread his perception, at most it only covered the City of Life. Therefore, as long as the breath from high altitude is deliberately restrained, it is difficult for Qi Lu to notice it. After all, as long as you are in the store, no one can pose a threat to you. Over time, Qi Lu didn't care much about this aspect. However, at this moment, the sudden dragon roar made Qi Lu stand up from the sofa. This momentum is obviously aimed at the City of Life. Even Long Wei, who fell from the sky, after a tour of the City of Life, all gathered at the location of the store. The terrifying dragon might, even if it didn't deliberately target the City of Life. It also made the residents of the City of Life, as well as tourists, tremble and dare not move. For fear that he would be noticed by the owner of this dragon's might if he was not careful, and then he would be dealt with easily. It is indeed the roar of a giant dragon, and there is more than one giant dragon. After Lan Qi heard this roar, his face darkened instantly. "Lancy." Shauna on the side reached out and held Lan Qi's hand. "Is this here for you?" Qi Lu glanced at Lan Qi. The expression on his face was not right, as if understood what was going on. "Even if you don't deal with the dragon clan, you don't need to look like this. Unless, the dragon who came to the City of Life is an acquaintance of Lan Qi. If I guessed correctly, it should come to me, more precisely, it should before the Holy King token in my hand." Lan Qi didn't deny it, but simply nodded. The Holy King token is the dragon treasure left by the Dragon Holy King. Legend has it that the secret of promotion to the king level is also sealed. However, Lan Qi sneered at this statement. "You must know that the Holy King token has been circulated among the Dragon Clan for thousands of years. If such an important secret is really sealed, how could the Dragon Clan hide in the Dragon Island today?" However, Lan Qi was the only one who scoffed at this statement. Dragon. The rest of the clan still want to win the Holy King token. Probably before, when the Holy King token absorbed the dragon scales of His Majesty the Dragon King, these guys sensed the breath of the Holy King token. It's a pity, after hiding for more than 10 years, they finally found it. Lan Qi probably expected this day long ago, so his face was only gloomy, and there was no panic. The days of hiding in the East and Tibet will always come to an end. In the past, I didn't dare to stay in Donghuang, because I was afraid that Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er would be implicated. But it's different now, Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er have grown up. So even if the hiding place was discovered, Lan Qi had no worries. The one that absorbed the dragon scales? Qilu was slightly surprised. Turns out it had something to do with him. It has nothing to do with Manager Qi. Speaking of which, I would like to thank Manager Qi for getting the dragon scales of His Majesty the Dragon King. Lan Qi smiled reluctantly, then patted the back of Shauna's hand. It's okay, just let me meet those guys for a while. Lan Qi, be careful. Shauna nodded, then warned. Don't worry, no matter what, I am also the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Lan Qi, who had never mentioned his identity, had a positive look on his face, and suddenly said with pride. Then he flicked the black cloak on his body, and the figure disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was a black dragon above the City of Life. The size of the body covers the sky and the sun. The momentum is strong, as majestic as an abyss. The prosperity of Longwei is unparalleled. Dragon Race, Demon Dragon King. Qilu walked outside the store, looked up at the sky. The black dragon with unparalleled power, Lan Qi, slowly recited the title. The giant dragon in the powerhouse realm is indeed the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Sana, you must have known this from the beginning. Are there many dragon emperors of the Dragon Clan? Feeling that someone was coming around, Qilu knew who it was without looking, so he asked directly. I did know from the beginning that Lan Qi was the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, and he also knew that I was the Saintess of the Elf Clan. Shauna looked up at the sky and said softly, as if recalling something. Love that transcends races. The Dragon Prince and the Princess of the Huang Empire, back then, were typical examples. It's just that the ending of the two is really not good. However, I don't know how many Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Clan there are. Lan Qi didn't tell me about it. The other Dragon Emperor I know of is only the Bright Dragon Emperor, who was in charge of the Order of Dragon Island when Lan Qi left Dragon Island. Shauna didn't hide it, she told everything she knew. Bright Dragon Sovereign, and Demon Dragon Sovereign. Qilu chewed on these two titles, and the expression on his face gradually became more exciting. Why do these two titles feel like opposites when they hear it? No wonder Lan Qi is leaving from Dragon Island. But to be honest, ordinary giant dragons are really no opponents when facing the Dragon King level Lan Qi. No wonder Lan Qi is so confident. However, in Qi Li's perception, among the unsolicited giant dragons in the sky, there is indeed a giant dragon of the power level. Presumably Lan Qi felt it too. This situation has to be met, and there should be only one conclusion. The visitor is an acquaintance. Above the City of Life. A few black shadows roared from the sky above the clouds, gradually increasing, and the outline became clearer and clearer. The majestic dragon might, like an overwhelming ocean wave, slapped from the sky, crushing the space along the way to pieces. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, like a broken mirror. The turbulent flow of the pitch-black space raged around in the sky, as if the end of the world had come, terrifying and soul-stirring. The frenzied sight made residents and tourists in the City of Life shiver. The terrifying dragon might almost suffocated them. The City of Life is also one of the most majestic city-states of the elves. No matter what, how can you make such a mess? Lan Qi is facing the enemy in the sky, so Shauna will naturally have to do the logistical work. As this violent dragon power swept down, Shauna, who was staying in the store, also walked out, releasing her own coercion. The coercion of the powerhouse level power is so majestic. Once released, it surged up and enveloped the City of Life. The dragon power that had been oppressing the residents and tourists of the City of Life was immediately swept away. In an instant, everyone felt a burst of relief from their whole body, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. However, the disappearance of Longwei does not mean that the fear disappears. Because the giant beasts that appear in the sky are the fundamental source of fear. The black shadow that fell from the sky soon revealed its true colors in front of everyone in the City of Life. Dragon. A full 9-headed dragon. Each giant dragon is at least a few hundred meters long, flapping its wings and hovering above the City of Life. The giant dragon in the lead had a wingspan of over 1,000 meters, casting a shadow that covered the sky. The appearance of the nine-headed dragon instantly obscured the light in the sky. Let the City of Life fall into complete darkness. And confronting the nine-headed dragon is also a black dragon. Such a shocking scene, even without the oppression of Long Wei, the impact of the huge dragon body alone is enough to spread fear everywhere. Even Shauna couldn't stop this. The desire to survive is the instinct of all living beings, and the emotion of fear is the derivation of the desire to survive. Fear is the most normal state when faced with a threat that you cannot match no matter what. However, under the impact of this big scene, there are indeed some people who can remain calm. These people are the customers who stay in the Chila store. One thing to say, although these guys may not be very good in their own strength, compared with those of the giant dragons, what kind of big scene has not been seen? The powerhouse level power is indeed unparalleled in power, and the power is vast. It might not be possible to have these guys landing in person, but it's fine to have them pointing around. Even if you don't dare to comment, you can still do it by hiding in the store and watching it. Because in the thoughts of these customers, the concept of the store is an absolute safe zone has long been rooted in the heart. So there is nothing to be afraid of in this small scene. There are actually two giant dragons in the powerhouse realm. In order to deal with Lan Qi, the dragon family is also considered a bloodbath. Qila looked at the nine-headed dragon that appeared in the sky, and raised his eyebrows. Needless to say, the leading giant dragon is not only a giant dragon of the power level realm, but also has a lot of heaven and earth luck, which is not under Lan Qi at all. On the other hand, the giant dragon in the powerhouse level realm is not bad, it should be just a new powerhouse level power. It should be not far from Shauna's cultivation realm. Of course, Shauna alone could not resist the power of the nine-headed dragon. Therefore, most of the credit for dispersing Long Wei should be attributed to Lan Qi. The Long Wei that Shauna's coercion resisted was only the remaining part after Lan Qi's obstruction. However, even the small part of Long Wei that remains is not something that residents and tourists in the City of Life can afford. Dragon Emperor, this time, why don't you run away again? Among the nine-headed dragons, the leading dragon looked at Lan Qi and said sarcastically. After the loss of the Holy King token, the search for more than 10 years has long made most of the dragons full of grievances against Lan Qi. Although dragons have extremely long lifespans, this does not mean that they are willing to waste time so much. Especially when the Holy King token is still the dragon treasure. I didn't expect that it would be you, the Earth Dragon Emperor, who came to look for me. Where's that guy Longsheng? Didn't he come? Lan Qi sneered, not paying attention to the tone of the giant dragon in front of him, the Earth Dragon Emperor. Laughing at this kind of thing, Lan Qi didn't care at all. Since he took the Holy King token, he would not deny it, and he would fight if wanted to. To deal with you, it's enough to have me here, you don't need the Ocean Dragon Emperor to take action. The Earth Dragon Emperor said with a sneer. Sure enough, the Earth Dragon Emperor, you really turned on your side, what benefit did that guy Longsheng give you? Lan Qi said with an expectant expression on his face, half a smile. In the Dragon Island, there are a total of 4 dragon sovereigns. They are the Bright Dragon Emperor, who is in charge of Dragon Island, the Ocean Dragon Emperor, who rules the surrounding waters, the Earth Dragon Emperor who assists, and the Demon Dragon Emperor who governs the order. The 4 dragon sovereigns do not have high or low identities, and they are all great powers who have been in the powerhouse level for a long time. On weekdays, they also perform their own duties and have nothing to do with each other, maintaining the peace between the dragons. Until that day, after Lan Qi took the Holy King token from Dragon Island, this balance was broken. As the Demon Dragon King, Lan Qi broke with the other 3 Dragon Kings. However, what the Guangming Dragon Emperor advocates is to continue to guard the Dragon Island, but what the Ocean Dragon Emperor advocates is to take back the Holy King token from Lan Qi and return it to the Dragon Island. However, these words just sound good. The Bright Dragon Emperor knows the thoughts of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, and the so-called recapture of the Holy King token is just a high-sounding speech. As the treasure of the dragon family, the Holy King token is said to contain the secret of breaking through the realm of the powerhouse. Although the 4 dragon sovereigns knew, this legend may really be just a legend. But the power in the Holy King token is real. Tear the space, rewind the breath. Even in the Holy King token, there are still a lot of heaven and earth luck. If such treasures fell into the hands of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, it would be impossible to return to Dragon Island. Because the ambition of the Ocean Dragon Emperor is the largest among the 4 dragon emperors. It is also the only one among the 4 dragon sovereigns who wants to regain the throne of the Holy King. Therefore, the Guangming Dragon Emperor is willing to let the Dragon Emperor Lan Qi take the Holy King token out of the Dragon Island, in order to overcome the Ocean Dragon Emperor's mind. I also don't want to let the Holy King token fall into the hands of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan's persistence for thousands of years will be in vain. These secret things are also the agreement between Lan Qi and the Guangming Dragon Emperor. Except for the 2 of them, no one else knows. That is the so-called tacit agreement. So Lan Qi can easily think of it. The battle between the Bright Dragon Emperor and the Ocean Dragon Emperor will definitely draw the Earth Dragon Emperor. You know, neutrals are always the best help. The Earth Dragon Sovereign was only used as a sword by the Ocean Dragon Sovereign. But if you make a knife, you must have the consciousness of making a knife. Although Lan Qi is clear in his heart, he will never show mercy. After all, Lan Qi has no good feelings for the dragon people. In particular, the clansmen on the side of the Ocean Dragon Emperor are eager to kill them and then hurry up. Dragon Emperor, don't say any more, since this time you took the initiative to reveal your whereabouts, you should be ready. Hand over the Holy King token, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The Earth Dragon Emperor didn't care about Lan Qi's words at all. No matter how great the benefits given by the Ocean Dragon King are, can it be greater than the Holy King token? Ambition, even if it doesn't exist in the beginning, will still grow wildly if time is right. The great temptation of the Holy King token is in front of you. If you can really rely on the Holy King token to achieve the king-level realm, you can step onto the throne of the Dragon Clan. At that time, it is not a dream to lead the Dragon Clan to unify the world. With such supreme power and power, who wouldn't want? Dragon Emperor of the Earth, who gave you the confidence to make you think that you could take the Holy King token from me? Even if you are arrogant, there must be a limit. Lan Qi couldn't help laughing, looked at the Earth Dragon Emperor contemptuously, and said aloud. Among the 4 dragon sovereigns, in terms of cultivation realm, only the Ocean Dragon Sovereign can be compared with Lan Qi. Although the Earth Dragon Sovereign and the Bright Dragon Sovereign are both at the level of powerhouses, they are inferior in terms of luck in the world. Their real combat power is naturally not as good. Dragon Emperor, I know that you are powerful, so I brought you a great gift. The Earth Dragon Sovereign smiled coldly, then raised his head and said, in the Dragon Magic Circle, there is a magic circle, called Zhenlong Soul. I don't know if you have heard of it. The Dragon Soul is a magic circle in the Dragon Clan Magic Circle, which is specially used to deal with the Dragon Clan people. How could Lan Qi not know? Even in the Dragon Ruins in the East Wasteland, the Dragon Soul Fire Magic Array contains a part of the Dragon Soul Suppression Magic Array. It was specially used to suppress those dragon souls that appeared in the war between the human race and the dragon race. In order to better refine the fire of the Dragon Soul. The full version of the Dragon Soul Suppression Magic Array, as its name suggests, is a magic array born to completely suppress the target dragon soul. In ancient times, it was a magic circle, specially used to deal with traitors of the dragon race. In order to get the Holy King token, you are really willing to invest your money. Lan Qi glanced at the giant dragons surrounding him. If you want to use the Dragon Soul magic array to deal with a powerful dragon, you must sacrifice at least 3 heroes. The blood of the dragon of the world will do. This thing is the method that is used when the strength of the dragon territory is too strong. The Earth Dragon Emperor brought 8 giant dragons in one breath, probably because he wanted all of these giant dragons to participate in the sacrifice, to ensure that every dragon will not fall. However, the lost dragon blood will take at least hundreds of years off cultivation before it can be recovered. So there is no problem with the previous sentence. It's good that you know it, Demon Dragon King. The so-called person who knows the current affairs is Junjie. If you understand this sentence, you should hand over the token of the Holy King, instead of continuing to fight stubbornly. The Earth Dragon Emperor smiled proudly, then looked down at Lan Qi and said aloud. The 8 giant dragons surrounding them all flew to their respective positions, blocking the sky. The layout of the Dragon Soul Suppression Formation does not need to be too elaborate. Because this dragon magic array was originally designed to deal with dragon traders, the core of the Great Array is sufficient dragon blood, not the pattern of the Great Array itself. So as long as the target is surrounded and blocked, it is enough. That's it, it seems that you are well prepared. Lan Qi laughed inexplicably, with an emotional mockery in his tone. But, Earth Dragon Sovereign, why do you think that I haven't made any progress in the past 10 years? Having said that, Lan Qi suddenly threw the Devil's Colosseum out. The Dragon Soul Suppression Formation is indeed a killing formation to deal with the dragon race, so Lan Qi will not be stupid enough to fight hard. As long as the Earth Dragon Emperor is dragged into the Devil's Colosseum, no matter what happens outside, it won't interfere with it. Anyway, in the City of Life, Shauna is watching. No matter how bad it is, there is also the help of the manager, Qi. So Lan Qi has no worries at all, he just needs to get rid of the Earth Dragon Emperor. What do you want to do? A bad premonition suddenly appeared in the Earth Dragon Emperor's heart. But before he could react, he found himself plunged into darkness. When the light appeared again in front of the Earth Dragon Sovereign, it suddenly found that the surrounding scene had changed. Welcome to the Devil's Colosseum. In the circular field, fine sand fluttered. Stone pillars carved with thousands of monsters rose from the ground, reaching the sky, so high that they could not see the top. Lan Qi stood in the middle of the Colosseum, looking at the Earth Dragon Emperor coldly, and stood up to express his welcome. Where is this place? The Earth Dragon Emperor was startled, and was shocked to find that the giant dragons that had surrounded Lan Qi had disappeared. In this Colosseum where fine sand flutters, there are oddities everywhere. Don't you understand common tongue? Then I should probably speak to you again in dragon language. Earth Dragon King, welcome you to my realm, the Devil's Colosseum. Lan Qi grinned, revealing the sharp teeth inside, and spoke the ancient dragon language that was completely different from the common language. However, how could the dignified dragon sovereign not understand the common language? Lan Qi said this, but it was just sarcasm. Your domain? How is this possible? Dragon Emperor, how could you have your own domain? The Earth Dragon Emperor looked at the surrounding environment with a shocked face, and sensed the space barrier at the end of the space. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he didn't even want to believe it. This space may really be the domain of the Demon Dragon Emperor. But this ability to create space is simply not the ability that the Dragon Clan should have. Broken spaces are easy. Creating space is extremely difficult. This is the consensus among all species, and it is also the fundamental reason for the shock of the Earth Dragon Emperor. You must know that the essence of the space magician's creation space is to intercept the power of space from the outside world and use it for himself. To put it simply, creating a small space is actually not that difficult. The difficulty is just how to ensure that this space can exist stably. This is equivalent to turning a small space in this world into an exclusive space. As long as the stability of this space can be maintained, there will be no problem. But this is not a space created out of thin air, after all. Because as long as it is still within the jurisdiction of the will of heaven and earth, the power to create space is not something a creature should possess. If you want to do this, you can only get out of the jurisdiction of the will of heaven and earth. In other words, the demon dragon emperor in front of him has already reached the peak of the powerhouse level. This question has been asked by me before, so I will answer you again. Although it may disappoint you, this space was indeed not created by me. Lancy answered this question naturally. The Devil's Colosseum is indeed a great treasure. At least as far as this independent space is concerned, it is beyond the scope of ordinary treasures. But you don't have to worry about this, because whether this space was created by me or not, it is now my domain. You will be buried in this Colosseum by me. Lan Qi would not be kind enough to explain so many things for the Earth Dragon Emperor. Now that they have all come to the Colosseum, the rest of the matter just needs to be resolved by the battle. Dragon Emperor, I recognize your strength, but if you want to kill me so easily, that's a daydream. The Earth Dragon Emperor was naturally not to be outdone, and immediately became angry after hearing Lan Qi's words. I hope you can say this after a while. The Devil's Invitation. Lan Qi shook his head, and then directly activated the skills that come with the Devil's Colosseum. 30% of the power of the Earth Dragon Emperor was stripped away in an instant, and then blessed on Lan Qi. This time, the face of the Earth Dragon Emperor finally changed. You must know that in terms of real combat power, the Earth Dragon Emperor is slightly inferior to the Demon Dragon Emperor. Now it will be reduced by another 30%, and then it will be blessed to the Demon Dragon Emperor. That way, you don't have to fight at all. Although the Earth Dragon Emperor is not weak enough to fight back, it is impossible to win. The next battle is simply a one-sided result. Damn. Demon Dragon Emperor, you actually plot against me. The Earth Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Counting on you? Earth Dragon Emperor, how long have you been working with me back then? How did I tell you? The real battle is not a competition between gentlemen, but life's fight. Divided into high competition, determined life and death, naturally it is omnipotent. What's more, I'm not plotting against it, it's just a small home field advantage. Lan Qi sneered and said that he scoffed at the idea of conspiracy. Devil's Invitation Letter is like a special debuff magic, not a hidden weapon, for sneak attacks. So if you really want to count it, it is also a normal fighting method. Furthermore, Earth Dragon Emperor, your ability is here, and you can't exert it, so you are sure to lose. At the end, Lan Qi also added a sentence. The 4 Dragon Emperors in the Dragon Clan naturally have their own specialties. The Guangming Dragon Emperor is in charge of Dragon Island and is good at Dragon language magic, so many dragon magic circles are arranged by the Guangming Dragon Emperor. Ocean Dragon King, just like its title, is in charge of the sea area and is naturally good at controlling the water element. In the sea area, the Sea Dragon Emperor can be regarded as an invincible existence in the same realm. The Earth Dragon King can draw energy from the earth to repair the damage he has suffered and provide himself with an endless stream of power. In terms of endurance, the Earth Dragon Emperor is well-deserved number 1. Among the 4 dragon sovereigns, only the Ocean Dragon Sovereign can restrain the Earth Dragon Sovereign. Therefore, it is not surprising that the Earth Dragon King will defect to the Ocean Dragon King. As the Dragon King, Lan Qi is good at close combat. The powerful physique that the giant dragon is proud of has been brought to extreme in Lan Qi's hands, and the fighting power is unrivaled. This is why the Holy King token will fall into Lan Qi's hands. Because the Ocean Dragon Emperor needs to rely on the sea area, the Bright Dragon Emperor needs to stay on Dragon Island. Not to mention the Earth Dragon King. If you only compete for endurance, Lan Qi is not afraid at all, but it will be a little annoying. What's more, in the Devil's Colosseum, the ability of the Earth Dragon Emperor can't be exerted. In the Devil's Colosseum, there is no earth power that can be absorbed by the Earth Dragon Emperor. So this battle was doomed from the beginning. It's just a pity that the dragon soul of the Earth Dragon King will be swallowed up by the Devil's Colosseum after he dies. Otherwise, Lan Qi really wanted to use the dragon soul of the Earth Dragon Emperor to forge a piece of equipment for himself. After all, among the dragon clan, those with the highest cultivation realm are the 4 dragon sovereigns. Bright Dragon Emperor is on Dragon Island. The Ocean Dragon King is in the sea. If Lan Qi went to these 2 places, it would be self-inflicted. Therefore, the only one who can make up his mind is the Earth Dragon Emperor who was sent to him. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. In order to avoid the Dragon Soul suppression formation, Lan Qi had to give up the Dragon Soul of the Earth Dragon Emperor. The Earth Dragon Emperor seemed to be aware of this fact, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. If you can live, who wants to die? However, the battle is a foregone conclusion, and the position you stand on is also your own choice. Regret is meaningless, it will only make your opponent look down on you. Dragon Emperor, I want to know, why did you steal the Holy King token? Do you also want to sit on the throne of the Supreme Holy King? The Earth Dragon Emperor's face was uncertain, but in the end, he did not beg for mercy, but asked the question he wanted to know the most. The throne of the Holy King? No, I don't want to, that is the honor of His Majesty the Dragon King, not mine. Since the ending of the Earth Dragon Emperor has been doomed, Lan Qi will not be in a hurry at this moment. If he can answer, he will naturally not hide it. I know, you want to use the Holy King token to reopen the road to the sky. But do you know, if the road to the sky is really reopened, what will the eastern wilderness look like? What will the northern mountain range look like? Do you think that our dragon clan returned to Dragon Island because of an agreement with the human clan? If you really think so, then I can only say that you are not worthy of being called the Dragon Emperor at all. You must know that the dragon clan of that year, under the leadership of the giant dragon Holy King, can be said to stand on the top of all clans, overlooking the world. How could it be possible to compromise with the human race? Even if there are a lot of great powers in the human race, they can also be regarded as among the top races. But if you really want to compete with the dragon race, the human race is still not enough. But it was under such circumstances that the battle between the human race and the dragon race made all the dragon race retreat to the Dragon Island, and never again appeared in the eastern wasteland. Anyone who has a brain thinks carefully and can see that something is wrong. But at the time, no one raised any questions. Why? The dragon clan retreated to Long Island, in order to guard the road to the sky. For thousands of years, every bright dragon emperor has never left Dragon Island for half a step, just to seal the road to heaven forever. It's just that you idiots, for your own selfish desires, actually want to use the Holy King token to reopen the road to the sky, and all the thousands of years of persistence of the dragon clan have been wiped out. When Lan Qi said the latter, he almost scolded. Fortunately, I held back in the end, so I didn't show my lack of quality. However, these words completely changed the face of the Earth Dragon Emperor. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth and said, Dragon Emperor, the road to the sky is not open, and I will never have a chance to be promoted. That is the seat of the Holy King. Who doesn't want to sit in that supreme position? If you want to be promoted to the realm of the king, no matter which race you are, the only way is to gather the power of belief of thousands of beings and condense the supreme throne. Other than that, there is no other way. This is completely different from the promotion of those previous realms. Because of the trial crystal, the highest is only the power level trial crystal. After all, no matter which race it is, as long as it is promoted to the king level, the source of power will be transformed to the supreme throne. Including monsters and alien beasts, it is the same. Therefore, this also gives every powerful expert at the peak of the powerhouse level a hope, a hope of achieving a king-level power. Condensed to the high throne, entered the realm of the king. As long as the power of faith is not destroyed, oneself can be immortal and immortal. How great is this temptation! Even if the lifespan of the dragon family is extremely long, it is absolutely impossible to be immortal. So under this great temptation, it is not surprising that there are several guys with amazing ambitions. It's just that this road to heaven possesses the power to gather the power of faith. Now being sealed by the dragon family, it has become a joke to gather the power of faith, and it is a distant dream to achieve the realm of being aching. Therefore, the Ocean Dragon Emperor and the Earth Dragon Emperor want to open the road to the sky, and it is not for no reason. The road to the sky, one step to the sky. It is indeed a beautiful luxury. However, Dragon King of the Earth, have you ever thought about why the road to the sky is blocked? What would willingly retreat to Long Island and guard the road to the sky? Lan Chi sneered, then looked at the Earth Dragon Emperor, and asked, sharply. As soon as the road to the sky opens, the power to gather the power of faith can indeed be reopened. But at the same time, the spatial location of this world will also be exposito the site of those gods. At that time, those who came to invade the eastern wilderness and the northern mountains would not only be the messengers of the god of war. Those gods spared no effort in developing believers. You know, even if they are also gods, they are divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. The more the power of faith is collected, the stronger the supreme throne will be, and the stronger its own strength will be. Therefore, places like the eastern wilderness and the Beishan Mountains, which have not yet developed believers, are simply the battlegrounds for those gods. According to the development of this situation, it is only a matter of time that the will of heaven and earth in the eastern wilderness and the northern mountains will be destroyed. At that time, the luck of heaven and earth dissipated. All the powerhouse-level powers above the eastern wilderness and the northern mountains, I am afraid it is time to die. And this is also the reason why the road to the sky was sealed forever. The existence of this road to the sky, of course, provides a slim hope of being promoted to the king's realm. But will those gods watch as they have one more competitor? Obviously not possible. The gods have always been selfish, and will do anything to become stronger. What's more, even the will of heaven and earth has been shattered, so what's the use of just having a road to the sky? Therefore, if the road to the sky is reopened, then all the hard work and all the accumulation in the past thousands of years will be in vain. This is also the reason why Lan Chi would rather bear the infamy and take the Holy King token out of Long Island. The road to heaven must never be reopened. However, at the expense of the freedom of the dragon race, it can exchange for the freedom of hundreds of millions of creatures in this world. This exchange is worth it. His Majesty the Dragon King will leave the Holy King token. I am afraid it is also for this. Lan Chi didn't want to think about it so much. He only knew that His Majesty the Dragon King was a great ancestor of the dragon race. Earth Dragon Sovereign, needless to say, I already know very well the paranoia and stupidity of you and that guy Longsheng. The road to the sky cannot be reopened, and the Holy King token cannot be handed over to you. This place is where your bones are buried. Being able to talk so much with the Earth Dragon Emperor is already the limit of Lan Chi. More words, there is no need to continue talking with a dying dragon. The outcome of this battle has long been doomed, not to mention that Lan Chi's strength is stronger than that of the Earth Dragon King, and there is the Devil's Colosseum in hand, with the blessing of the Devil's invitation letter. Even the badge of the title of Dragon Slayer worn by Lan Chi is enough for the Earth Dragon Emperor to drink a pot. You must know that this Dragon Slayer title badge was specially prepared by Lan Chi for the enemies of the Dragon Clan. I just didn't expect that after this, I got a more useful Devil's Colosseum. Therefore, the skills attached to the badge of the title of Dragon Slayer are destined to fail. It is also to devour the dragon soul, to strengthen its own strength. Wouldn't it be better to let the Devil's Colosseum devour it? Not only is the effect stronger, but any kind of soul will do, no one will bear ejected. Dragon Emperor, since you are the same as the old antique Guanming Dragon Emperor, you are stubborn and ineffective, so let's fight. The Earth Dragon Emperor no longer asked any more questions, but raised a high fighting spirit. Since the two disagree on the most fundamental concept, there is no need to continue the discussion. Win or lose, only those who survive are qualified to say that they are right. Exactly what I want. Lan Qi also snorted coldly, and with a flick of his wings, he greeted him. In the Devil's Colosseum, Lan Qi and the Earth Dragon Emperor are fighting tooth death. In the outside world, it's actually not much better. Although the leader of the Earth Dragon King was pulled into the Devil's Colosseum by Lan Qi, but the other 8-headed dragons are still waiting outside. Seeing that the Earth Dragon Emperor disappeared for no reason, the 8-headed dragon immediately became irritable. Where has Lord Earth Dragon Emperor gone? Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Was it taken to another place? Impossible. If Lord Earth Dragon Emperor doesn't want to leave, how could he be taken away by others? Someone must have plotted against Lord Earth Dragon Emperor. Since that guy will appear here, maybe there is something that guy cares about in the city-state below. Let's force him out. Good plan. The 8-headed dragon discussed. Finally, under the leadership of the remaining powerful dragon, he aimed at City of Life below. Since the Demon Dragon Emperor will appear here, then this city-state may have something that the Demon Dragon Emperor cherishes. Using the method of destroying the city-state to force the Demon Dragon Emperor out is not a bad idea. Even if this method does not work, it can relieve anger. You must know that there are only 4 Dragon Emperors who know the lucky secret of the road to the sky. Those of other races who know about this have never appeared. Therefore, apart from the 4 dragon sovereigns, the other dragon clansmen who were forced to stay on the Dragon Island were actually full of resentment towards other races. Especially for the human race, it is even more angry. Why are these guys able to be free, while our dragon clan has to stay on Dragon Island and not be in the world? It's not fair. So this resentment broke out at this moment. Huh? What do they want to do? Could it be, these dragons want to destroy the City of Life? Shauna, who used her own coercion to compete with the dragon's might of the 8-headed dragon, immediately discovered that something was wrong with these dragons. Then after a little thought, I wanted to understand the intentions of these giant dragons, and my face changed suddenly. What did you say? They want to destroy the City of Life? Qi Lu, who was standing at the door of the store, heard Shauna's voice and asked a question. Yes, Longwei has begun to change, and the attacking intentions of those giant dragons have also appeared. The goal is the City of Life. Shauna nodded with certainty and said in a deep voice. In terms of combat alone, Shauna is not afraid of these giant dragons. But once Shauna takes action, no one can protect the City of Life. The 8-headed dragon can easily destroy a city-state without any protection. When it comes to destructive power, don't doubt dragons. Even if 7 of these 8 giant dragons are only heroic dragons, there is no distinction. Do not. A city-state that does not have the same level of power to guard is just a bunch of larger building blocks in the eyes of the giant dragon. After all, Shauna is just an archer. If she really wants to fight, she will also contain long-range attacks and gradually consume them. It is impossible to stop the destruction of these giant dragons head-on. What's more, among these giant dragons, there is a giant dragon at the real power level. Attack the City of Life, it's a bit interesting. Qi tapped his fingers and said slowly. Speaking of which, these giant dragons will come here, and they have something to do with Qi Lu. If it is really attracted by the breath of the Holy King token, it's only natural to help out. Besides, Qi Lu doesn't want the City of Life to be destroyed like this, so Qi Lu is in charge of this matter. Leave this matter to me, you can just continue to protect the City of Life. Thinking of this, Qi Lu clapped his hands, then turned around and walked into the store. Manager Qi is going to make a move, that's great. Shauna was relieved when she heard the words. Manager Qi's strength is described in one word in the eyes of the powerhouses. That is unfathomable. At least so far, in the North Mountain Range, there is no powerhouse-level power that can test out the limit of Qi Li's combat power, and where exactly is it? In the New World mode, Lan Qi and Saratel have also learned many times with Qi Lu. But even if the two of them go together, they are not the opponents of Qi Li alone. Even if it's just a discussion, it can be seen from this incident that Qi Lu's combat power is strong. So if Qi Lu could make a move, the eight-headed dragon would not be able to capture it. But what about going back to the store before you go out? Cough cough. Just under Shauna's slightly puzzled eyes, Qi Yu, who returned to the store, cleared his throat and attracted the attention of all the customers in the store. Everyone, just now, I got a message. Those giant dragons in the sky want to attack the City of Life. After attracting everyone's attention, Qi Lu said aloud. As soon as these words came out, all the customers in the store were shocked, and they looked at the sky outside the store with some fear. However, I have already found out the cultivation realm of these giant dragons. So now I want to give you a good chance to test your strength. Having said that, Qi Lu waved his hand and said, a person who has reached the hero level of cultivation, would you like to go out to fight? To be honest, among the customers in the store, there may not be a few powerful experts. But there are still many practitioners in the heroic realm. These people soak in the New World mode every day, hone their combat skills, or strengthen their equipment in the store and cultivate their own pet cards. It's time to use actual combat to test the results of his cultivation for so long. After all, asking Qi Lu to deal with a group of giant dragons in the heroic realm always feels a little out of style. System, host, you are just lazy. To shut up. Qi Lu scolded in his head, and then looked at the customers in the store. How about it, is anyone willing? As soon as this sentence was said, the customers in the store immediately began to talk about it. Then soon, someone stood up. Manager Qi, I am willing to fight those giant dragons. It was Lillian who came out first. Speaking of which, this little girl has not appeared in front of everyone for a long time. Since getting the Shadow Hunter rank, Lillian has been training hard, honing herself everywhere, and now, she has broken through to the hero level. Qi Lu was not surprised that Lillian would stand up. The City of Life is the city-state of the elves. As a member of the elves, Lillian has a duty to protect the City of Life. If Lillian is going, then I am going too. Following her was Yaffle, the little girl of the Beastier tribe. To say that the people of the Beastier tribe are warlike is indeed not wrong. Even this kind of thing has to join in the fun. Do you really think that the dragon is a good enemy to deal with? However, as the current Lord of Beast Spirits, Saratel's daughter, Yaffer's talent and aptitude are indeed very strong. The cultivation realm at this time, like Lillian, is also a heroic realm. Okay, is there anyone else? Qi Lu nodded to Yafei, and then asked. That's me, too, Manager Qi. Fanzon also stood up. Since the last racial war, the dwarves, the beast-eared, and the elves, although these three races cannot be said to be of one mind. But the relationship between them is indeed quite harmonious. Therefore, it is expected that Fanzon will stand up. After these three people took the lead, other customers in the store who had reached the hero level also began to sign up. In this kind of thing, the role of the leader is always the most important. If there is no Lillian and the three of them listed, the other clansmen in the three major races will definitely be hesitant. After all, the strength of the dragon clan has accumulated for a long time. Even if this dragon has not been born for thousands of years. But the legends about the dragon family have never been cut off. But there are exceptions to everything. Although this dragon clan has accumulated prestige for a long time, the customers in the store are not vegetarian. Eat the best medicine pills, use top-notch equipment, drink magical food and drinks, and even have powerful pet cards to increase your combat effectiveness. If you don't dare to do this, then why do you work hard to become stronger? Wouldn't it be better to go home and eat and wait to die? Why waste spirit crystals in the store? So in less than 10 minutes, dozens of customers followed Qi Lu outside the store. Each of these customers has reached the hero level, and is fully equipped. Compared with the giant dragon in the sky, its combat power is not inferior at all. Are you all ready? Qi Lu made a routine question. Ready. Led by Lillian, Yaffer, and Fanzon, all the customers who came out answered in unison. By the way, I reconfirmed the most important piece of equipment in this battle, the badge of the title of Dragon Slayer. Other equipment, whether weapons or armor, can be less. Only this Dragon Slayer title badge is absolutely indispensable when fighting a giant dragon. Not only can it be immune to the suppression of dragon power, but it can also cause 30% more damage to the dragon. It can be called a noble phantasm against the dragon. That's good. Qi Lu nodded, and then continued, I will stop the giant dragon in the powerhouse level, and leave the rest to you to practice. No problem, Manager Qi. I've wanted to compete with these big guys for a long time, and now I finally have a chance. The customers are gearing up one by one, eager to rush up now, and compete with the giant dragon in the sky. Then, that giant dragon of the powerhouse level, let me do it for Manager Qi. Qi Lu just wanted to say, let's go then, but he was interrupted before he finished speaking. Saratir, why are you here? Qi Lu looked back at the speaker. Even if I don't want to pay attention to such a majestic long way, I can still feel it. Saratel, who walked slowly, spread out his hands and looked up at the sky. When those giant dragons came to the City of Life, they never thought about hiding their whereabouts. And with the dignity of giant dragons, they are not allowed to sneak over. Therefore, it is completely reasonable that Saratel would intervene. Since you want to help, let you do it. Qi Lu is not a hypocritical person, he cannot take action, but he is still happy. Then I would like to thank Manager Qi for giving me this opportunity. You're welcome. After Saratel thanked him, he was unambiguous, and he stepped up and instantly rose into the sky. Before, I was still wondering where to find the materials for making gloves, but I didn't expect to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it will take no effort to get them. With so many giant dragons in front of them, the materials are not yet available. Thank you so much for your selfless dedication. Saratel thought so, and the attack speed was even faster. As for the customers standing behind Qi Lu, seeing that Saratel was rushing up, of course they couldn't fall behind. So without saying a word, he immediately rushed up behind Saratel. If the City of Life is to be protected from damage, then the battlefield must be in the sky. So no matter what, the giant dragons cannot be allowed to rush down. In this scene, the 8-headed giant dragon suspended in the sky was stunned. What's the matter with these guys? Aren't you scared? Strange, why are there so many heroic powerhouses in such a city-state? You just rushed up like this, do we still need the face of our dragon family? Countless questions accompany these dragons. The war has officially kicked off. There is no doubt that in the absence of absolute crushing, this battle can be described as dark, and the situation has changed. The dragon breath filled the sky, almost dyeing the sky the color of flames. The space was shattered every inch, and the dark space was turbulent, rendering the sky into a scene of the end of the world. The residents and tourists in the City of Life were so frightened that they all hid in the corners, shivering and praying for the strong ones who resisted the dragon's attack. The frantic airwaves swept the 4 directions. If the City of Life is not protected by Shauna, I am afraid that even if the battlefield is in the sky, the aftermath of the battle will destroy most of the City of Life. The might of the dragon is so terrifying. This is why, within the same realm, the dragon race is almost invincible. Whether it is physique or fighting instinct, it must be far beyond the normal race. Not to mention the amazingly destructive dragon breath. However, this is the case. Under the siege of the customers in the store, the attacks of those giant dragons also began to decline. Although the giant dragon is strong, how can customers who have studied in Chila's shop for so long be vegetarians? Especially Lillian, who is extremely aggressive in terms of offense, has the ancient class of shadow hunter, and is unparalleled. Even the scales of the dragon could not resist Lillian's attack. Moreover, under the blessing of the badge of the title of Dragon Slayer, the dragon power that these giant dragons are proud of has also lost its effect. In this battle, the natural outcome has been decided. As for the sight of Saratel, let alone look at it. The fighting instincts of the Beast-Eared clan are not inferior to those of the Dragon clan, not to mention that the time it took for Surat to step into the realm of the powerhouse level was not comparable to that of the new giant dragon at the powerhouse level. Unless it is the Dragon King of the Earth, it is almost the same, and it can have a battle with Saratel. But what about this dragon? So the result of the battle was not unexpected at all. Is this solved? Shauna, who has been in the audience, was a little stunned, but she felt it was reasonable. It's just so easy to resolve the situation of the Dragon Clan's offensive, which was impossible in the past, no matter what. The appearance of store manager Chi really completely changed the entire Beishan Mountains. The strength of everyone in the store is constantly improving. If this was in the past, it was completely unimaginable. This speed is still a little slower than I thought, but it is barely qualified. Compared to Shauna's surprise, Chi Li's expression was much calmer. The fighting power of the dragon is indeed beyond doubt. But these customers who spend their days training in the store have grown up to a level that they themselves can't believe. So it's not uncommon to win. Even Chi Li felt that the fighting skills of these customers still needed to be improved. Because through the previous battle, Chi Li found that the cooperation between these guys was not very good. It is still several levels away from being seamless. The only thing that satisfied Chi Li was that although their cooperation was not very good, they still did not let those giant dragons escape. 7 giant dragons in the hero level realm and 1 giant dragon in the power level realm have all stayed here. Then, it was taken away by Saratel alone. The corpses of the giant dragons are all top-notch materials, so naturally they cannot be let go. Of course, Sirader also paid the corresponding compensation, and did not let others do white jobs. After all, he was able to take down these 8 giant dragons without letting any of them escape. Those customers who came to help were also considered to a great contribution. Otherwise, there are bound to be a few giant dragons who see that the situation is not good and turn around and run away. Although the dragon is proud, it is not so proud that it can die safely. In the face of the threat of death, if it can run, it will definitely run. Unless they can't run away, they will show the arrogance of dragons. Simply put, you can run away, but never beg for mercy. A tactical retreat is only for a better comeback, but begging for mercy is a loss of face. Manager Chi, I have all the materials ready. When will the gloves be forged? Saratel, who got the corpse of the giant dragon, came to Chi Lu with a tinge of pain on his face and asked aloud. If it was just the corpse of a giant dragon, it would only cover a little more space. But if you want to save the dragon's soul, you must use the luck of heaven and earth. That's why Saratel was a little reluctant. Although Sirader himself doesn't need these dragon souls, he has to leave some for Lan Qi. The friendship between the two is so good, it is really inappropriate to let the dragon's soul disappear naturally. So I can't help but admit it. Are these all used to make gloves? Sheila glanced at the corpse of the giant dragon that was pinned to the sky by Saratel. There is no such a large open space in the City of Life to place the corpses of these giant dragons, so they can only be placed in the sky. Of course not, I'm just asking, how to allocate it, or wait for Lan Qi to come. Saratel still remembered that there was a giant dragon with a higher cultivation realm on Lan Qi's side. It's just that it's still in the Devil's Colosseum and hasn't come out. So just have to wait. Alright, just come back to me after you've discussed it. Sheila nodded slightly, then turned around and walked into the store. Thinking about it carefully, the battle on Lanky's side should be almost over. With the blessing of the Devil's Invitation Letter and the bonus of the title badge of the Dragon Slayer, he has such a big home field advantage. If Hetson solve the battle quickly, then Lan Qi is too bad. Unless, their two dragons are still talking in the Devil's Colosseum. After all, they are old acquaintances, and it is normal for them to greet each other. Even if they are about to start beating to death immediately, it will not prevent them from having a friendly exchange first. And the whole process was as Qi Lu expected. The battle between Lan Qi and the Earth Dragon Emperor didn't take long, and it was more of a chat between the two, or rather, Lan Qi's unilateral venting. After all, Dong has been hiding for more than 10 years, and finally met an old opponent, so it would be strange not to vent. He has carried a bad name on his back, and there is no way to justify it. It's definitely unpleasant to put it on whoever is like this, but there's no way to say it. It's just that the current situation on Long Island is not optimistic. The Bright Dragon Emperor can't leave the Dragon Island, so the Ocean Dragon Emperor can do more things. Therefore, Lan Qi also took the opportunity of greetings and made some words by the way. Then, with the corpse of the Earth Dragon Emperor, he came out of the Devil's Colosseum. Is it resolved so soon? Saratel? So you're here too. No wonder, none of these guys ran away. As soon as Lan Qi came out, he saw the corpse of the giant dragon floating in the sky. At the same time, he was shocked, and also caught a glimpse of Sarader in the City of Life below, and his face suddenly showed a sudden color. After Lan Qi locked the Earth Dragon Emperor in the Devil's Colosseum before, although he was not worried about the safety of the City of Life. But I didn't think I could keep all the remaining 8 giant dragons. After all, Lan Qi is still very clear about the nature of the dragon. With Shauna alone, even if they can stop their attacks, they can't stop them from retreating. But if Saratel came over, it would be another matter. You finally came out, I've been waiting for you for a long time. After Saratel saw Lan Qi, he immediately greeted him. I didn't stay in the Colosseum for a long time, why did you wait for a long time? By the way, Dragon Soul, have you helped me stay? Lan Qi retorted half a sentence, and then asked the key question. It's all here, don't worry. That's good. The Devil's Colosseum will not leave the soul of the loser, so the Dragon Emperor of the Earth only has the body of the dragon. If the remaining dragon souls are not preserved, the equipment that Lanky wants will have to wait for the next time. By the way, you can't use up so many forging materials, the rest. Lan Qi paused, then continued. Leave the rest to Shauna, right, I guessed it a long time ago. Saratel shrugged and said the rest of Lancey's words. How could Saratel not have guessed such a simple thing? The dragon soul, keel, and dragon scales have all been used up. What can bed one with the remaining parts? The longbow is probably the most suitable. When the materials were in place, Saratel immediately called Manager Qi. After all, there are so many dragon corpses, if you want to take it back to the store, you still have to let Qi Lu do it yourself. The equipment you customized, come and pick it up tomorrow. Qi Lu waved his hand, and in an instant, the corpse of the giant dragon suspended in the sky disappeared quite abruptly. Only Saratel, Lan Qi, and Shauna were left, those 3 shocked expressions. Although the materials are in place, the system can forge custom equipment very quickly, and it only takes a few minutes at most. But Qi Lu couldn't directly take out the customized equipment. Otherwise it would be too scary. In a few minutes, in the hands of a normal blacksmith, I am afraid that even the materials are not separated cleanly. Not to mention steps like purification and smelting. If the finished product is directly taken out, it will really become a legendary thing. But even so, within a day, all the forging materials of the nine-headed dragon can be separated, and 3 powerful weapons can be completed. It was equally astounding. But compared to a few minutes, it would seem much more normal. Anyway, in the eyes of the customers in the store, Qi Li's cultivation realm is, indeed, unfathomable. There's nothing wrong with exaggerating. Dragon Island. The Guangming Dragon Emperor is still lying on the mysterious dragon magic circle, but his eyes are looking into the distance. The breath of the Earth Dragon Emperor has disappeared. Lanqi, what has happened to you over the years to become so strong? It seems that it was the most correct decision to hand over the Holy King token to Youwu. On the Dragon Island, all the dragon clansmen will leave a breath of life, which is used to let the clansmen on the Dragon Island determine their own life and death. The only exception is the Demon Dragon Emperor Lanqi, who also wiped out his life breath when he escaped from Dragon Island. This is also the reason why the Dragon Clan people call the Demon Dragon Emperor traitor. But at that moment, the life breath of the Earth Dragon Emperor dissipated. That proves that the Earth Dragon Emperor has fallen. Boom! At the same time, the seas around Long Island were filled with huge waves. Ocean Dragon Emperor is expressing his anger in this way. Longsheng, you should stop too. Do you have to sacrifice so many people for the Holy King token? Looking at the monstrous waves, the Guangming Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice. Shut up, Bright Dragon King, I will not give up the Holy King token. You are willing to leave the entire dragon clan on Dragon Island for those weak races, but I don't want it. Road to Heaven reopens. I, Longsheng, will lead the dragon clan to a more brilliant peak. In the tone of Ocean Dragon Emperor, paranoia and anger were mixed together. The dragon race, obviously the most powerful race, should stand at the top of this world and overlook all races in the world. It is definitely not hiding on this remote dragon island, saying that it is for the so-called freedom of all races, and is willing to guard the road to sky. From Longsheng's point of view, what would happen if those weak races were destroyed? As the dragon sovereign, if you can't lead the dragon clan to a more brilliant future, then what qualifications are there to be called dragon sovereign? The great dragon king is a great ancestor of the dragon clan. So his Ocean Dragon King, Longsheng, is also willing to inherit the will of the giant dragon Holy King and let the dragon clan embark on a more prosperous future. Longsheng, you are too stubborn, haven't you thought about the consequences of reopening the road to the sky? Guangming Dragon Emperor asked in a deep voice. So what? The destruction of all races has nothing to do with my dragon race? As long as I sit on the throne of the Holy King, I can protect my dragon race forever and ever. Longsheng answered coldly. This is a conceptual difference and an irreconcilable point of contradiction. So Guangming Dragon Emperor no longer advised, just sighed and shook his head, and then said, one day, you will regret it. For the sake of the dragon clan, I, Longsheng, will never regret it. The next day, Saratel, Lan Qi, and Shauna came to the store early in the morning. Then I saw that Qi Lu had been sitting on the sofa for breakfast long ago, and it seemed that he was waiting for them to come. Mr. Qi, good morning. Good morning, you are very early, just right, I will give you something. Qi Lu nodded, then put the remaining bacon sandwich into his mouth, clapped his hands, and then got up and walked into the warehouse. Soon, Qi Lu walked out of the warehouse. The first custom equipment that came out was a pair of gloves. According to the introduction of the system, the material of this pair of gloves uses the essence extracted from a large number of dragon scales, which has achieved the ultimate in toughness. And it also used a lot of dragon blood quenching, which added a trace of condensed dragon power to this pair of gloves. From the appearance point of view, this pair of gloves seems to be unremarkable. The appearance is covered with patterns in the shape of dragon scales, and there are dragon teeth at the joints to increase the lethality. Heaven-shattering gloves. Heaven and Earth fortune-level weapon greatly enhances the destructive power of all the user's moves, and has a high probability of shattering effects, with skills, Broken Dragon Impact, Heaven-shattering. Broken Dragon Impact, passive skill. Every time the glove wearer makes 3 attacks, there will be a Broken Dragon Impact, which can triple the destructive power of the attack to the normal attack. Breaking the Sky, active skill. The glove wearer can take the initiative to charge up. During the charge period, the glove wearer enters a state that cannot be interrupted, and the damage received is reduced by 90%. The destructive power continues to increase with the increase of the charging time, up to 100 times the normal attack. This is the glove that Chila made for Saratel. No, it should be said that the system combined with the requirements of Sarator and forged the gloves. Because Saratel's request is really too simple, that is, it simply needs a powerful destructive power, and it is extremely powerful destructive power. So the system has no other fancy features. Simple and clear, all skills are all based on destructive power. The basic attribute is to greatly increase the destructive power of the glove wearer's attack, and there are no restrictions at all. Needless to say, the smashing effect that comes with a high probability is definitely a perfect match for the attribute of destructive power. The smashing effect can be used to pierce armor, and it can also cause higher damage to enemies with tough scales and amazing defense. Definitely one of the most practical effects. The 2 skills that come with the heaven-shattering gloves are simpler and clearer. One passive and one active. Passive skill. The effect of Broken Dragon Impact is literally, every 3 attacks can cause a triple attack. This is one of the most suitable skills for a fighter with an extremely fast attack speed like Saratel. And active skills, Breaking the Sky, let alone. A charged attack with up to 100 times the destructive power of a normal attack, and it cannot be interrupted. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as an opportunity can be found, this punch can completely determine the outcome of a battle. What's more, the materials for forging the heaven-shattering gloves are all forged from the materials on the dragon's body. Can the quality be so bad? Even apart from these powerful skills, it is only from the performance of Thesky-breaking glove itself. That is a rare treasure. What a powerful force! In this pair of gloves, the power contained in this pair of gloves is so powerful that I have never seen it before. Sarator was not polite, and put the heaven-shattering glove on his hand, which fit perfectly on the palm of his hand. After all, it is an exclusive weapon, and it is naturally the most suitable size to wear. Moreover, because the customized equipment is also infused with the customizer's soul breath and heaven and earth luck, Saratel can even feel a sense of heart-to-heart after wearing the sky-shattering gloves. I'm very satisfied, Manager Chi, thank you very much. Saratel said while admiring the sky-shattering gloves she was wearing. Don't be so polite, I didn't forge it for you for free. Chila shrugged, then took out the second piece of custom equipment. According to the order, the second item is Lan Chi's customized equipment. Because Lan Chi's requirements are relatively special, and he wants to strengthen his dragon power or dragon breath, the system has made this equipment into a helmet. From the looks of it, it's actually pretty good. Because it uses a keel as a carrier, this helmet also looks a bit like the head of a giant dragon. And the system also gave this helmet a very second name. World Destruction Helmet. Heaven and Earth Destiny grade armor greatly reduces any form of spiritual shock and momentum shock, with additional skills, soul requiring, world destruction. Soul Requiem, passive skill. When the helmet wearer releases any form of spiritual shock or momentum shock, it will be greatly amplified, and every 10 seconds of shock time, there will be a second shock. Destroy the world, passive skill. The power of the dragon's breath is doubled, and it will damage the soul. The skill effect is simple and easy to understand. Because of whether the amount of materials provided by Lan Qi was sufficient, 8 complete dragon souls were used to forge the World Destruction Helmet. The final product is what it is now. Lan Qi's 2 requirements were all met. The first passive skill, Soul Requiem, the main effect, amplify the power of Longwei, let's not forget it. The latter effect, every 10 seconds of the mental shock and momentum shock, a round of secondary shocks is the strongest effect of the soul-suppressing skill. You must know that for something like Long Wei, the Long Wei superimposed by the second impact is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. For example, the dragon might unleashed by a giant dragon that is also a heroic realm. So whether it is the dragon power released by 1 giant dragon or the dragon power released by 2 giant dragons, there is actually no difference. Because Long Wei's power level is still heroic, this has not changed. However, the dragon power superimposed by the second impact is equivalent to the dragon power of the heroic realm, which has been improved by half a level out of thin air. This qualitative change cannot be offset by quantity. That's why it is said that the second effect of the soul-suppressing skill is the truly powerful effect. As for the second passive skill, Destruction, the effect is simpler and easier to understand. Strengthen the destructive power of the dragon's breath, and let the dragon's breath cause damage to the soul. This is actually also related to the material used to forge the World Destruction Helmet. After all, no matter how powerful the dragon breath is, it is still a substantial attack, and it does very little damage to the soul. Because the soul is an intangible and intangible thing, unless it can condense its own substance. However, the soul that can condense the entity is probably not a character that ordinary dragon breath can deal with. And the dragon breath after strengthening is different. 1 sip, it is the real ashes, and the soul is scattered. This thing is called a World Destruction Helmet. Lan Qi was holding the World Destruction Helmet, and he always wanted to complain about the name, but in the end he was not willing to speak. Instead, he silently put the World Destruction Helmet on his head. The helmet in the shape of a dragon head still looks quite mighty and extraordinary. Wearing it on Lan Qi's head, with his black cloak, is quite imposing. This power is. It can really strengthen the impact of Long Wei and the destructive power of dragon's breath. I didn't expect Manager Qi, you can even forge this kind of equipment. I really admire it. Passive skills, of course, can be felt without activating them. Therefore, a shocked expression quickly appeared on Lan Qi's face, and the look in Qi Li's eyes also became pleasantly surprised. Spiritual weapons have been quite rare since ancient times. And Long Wei, as a unique attack method of the dragon race, is actually an attack on the aspect of spiritual power. But really speaking, it should be an impact method that combines spiritual power and momentum. The size of the power only depends on the cultivation realm of the dragon itself. Therefore, the type of equipment such as the World Destruction Helmet may really be the first piece of equipment. This surprise is really too big. You know, when he was customizing the equipment, Lan Qi just wanted to give it a try, and asked him casually. Unexpectedly, Manager Qi really finished it. This forging skill is simply earth-shattering, weeping ghosts and gods. It's been awarded, it's been awarded. Qi looked quickly and modestly waved his hand, indicating that these are trivialities. The system that really forged the World Destruction Helmet coughed twice in Qi's mind. However, after seeing the host's cheekiness many times, the system was very rational this time and didn't say anything. It would be bad if you don't know each other again. Then, the last piece of custom equipment this time, the bow and arrow that Shauna needs. Speaking of which, most of the materials were used up when forging the heaven-shattering gloves and the world-destroying helmet, so when forging the longbow, it could only be simpler. The main materials are the spine for forging the bow body and the dragon tendons for twisting the bowstring. After being polished, this longbow has a unique roughness. Although the appearance is undoubtedly handsome, It always feels a little bit out of tune with Shauna's holy temperament. But even if it doesn't fit, there's nothing to do. Anyway, the materials have been used up, so let's just use them. Broken Star Longbow, Heaven and Earth Fortune level weapon, greatly increases the effective attack range of the user, and adds penetrating power to each attack caused by the Broken Star Longbow, greatly enhancing the armor-piercing attack of the attack effect. Incidental skills, Sunset, Broken Stars. Sunset, passive skill, the attack caused by the Broken Star Longbow cannot be blocked, and will continue to increase its destructive power and penetration as the flight distance increases. Fragment Star, active skill, open the bow and charge up, condensing the star fragment strike. After the charge is completed, this attack can cause 10 times the destructive power, and will definitely penetrate the target's defense. Although the shape of the Broken Star Longbow does not match Shauna's temperament very well, but in terms of the power it contains and the accompanying skills, it is undeniably tyrannical. The Sunset skill can make the arrows unstoppable. This effect makes it clear that the enemy can only dodge or hard connect, but cannot use other means to shoot down the arrows shot by the Broken Star Longbow. This effect, for the magician, is simply a fatal blow. Because the magician's physique is not strong enough to take these long-range attacks, they will choose to use range-based magic to shoot down this type of attack. But for the warriors and knights, the impact is not so great. After all, these guys are rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and carrying a few more arrows is such a big thing. Fortunately, this kind of attack does not have a lock function. If you want to avoid it, you can still avoid it, otherwise it will be really scary. However, for the passive skill of Sunset, the unblockable effect is more like a bonus. What is really powerful is the latter. As the flight distance increases, the arrows fired by the Broken Star Longbow will continue to increase their destructive power and penetrating power. This is where the Sunset skill really shines. Combined with the basic attributes of the Broken Star Longbow, the increased effective attack range doubles the lethality. Otherwise, how can it be done in one fell swoop? And Broken Star, as the active skill of Broken Star Longbow, the effect is also not weak. Like the skybreaking skill of the skybreaking glove, it is a charging type skill, but the effect is slightly different. Although it does not have the destructive power of the skybreaking skills, it can cause up to 100 times the power of ordinary attacks. But the star-shattering skill, which will definitely penetrate the target's defense, is more than a few streets stronger than the sky-shattering skill. After all, one is physical damage and the other is real damage. Which is stronger or weaker, needless to say. It's just the difference in damage multiplier that makes these two skills at the same level, and they seem to have their own advantages and disadvantages. Otherwise, physical damage can't be as fragrant as real damage. Wait a minute, please don't try bows in the shop. After Chila handed the Broken Star Longbow to Shauna, seeing that she was about to pull the bowstring directly, she quickly stopped it. Because the Broken Star Longbow has a hidden feature, which is that it does not require additional arrows. As long as the bow is drawn, the arrows can be gathered by themselves. When the Starbreaker skill is activated, it will gather the power of the stars in the condensed arrows, so that the destructive power of the Starbreaker strike can be even higher. This is also a convenience for the Broken Star Longbow. After all, it is also a top-level longbow forged with keel and dragon tendon, and also added the power of heaven and earth luck and faith. If you use ordinary arrows, it will be too out of grade. But an arrow worthy of the Broken Star Longbow is a big problem in terms of materials. Therefore, according to Chi Li's proposal, the system directly added a hidden function to the Broken Star Longbow: automatic condensation of arrows. This Broken Star Longbow can automatically condense arrows. Manager Chi, it turns out that the Broken Star Longbow still has this function, so I'll just say how come there are only bows and no arrows. The bowstring was only stretched a quarter of the way, and Shauna could clearly feel that there was a stream of pure energy converging on the bowstring of the Broken Star Longbow. The condensed shape is exactly the shape of the feather arrow. It's just that the bowstring is not fully drawn, so this energy is not fully solidified. But this level of energy condensation alone is enough for Shauna to confirm the power of the broken star longbow. Only 2 words can be used to describe it, that is, powerful. To be honest, just using this word to describe it is actually a little bit less meaningful. However, for a weapon, it is meaningless to praise it with too many gorgeous words. After all, for things like weapons, practicality comes first. Unless it's weapons of some significance, cultural and historical significance will rank ahead of utility. However, the broken star longbow did not reach that level. Of course, if one day, Shauna can condense the supreme throne and ascend to the realm of the king, then the broken star longbow, as a weapon that Shauna had used, might also be supplied by the elves. But when this day comes, there should be no hope. Because even if the elves contribute their power of faith, it is the Queen of Elves who believes in them. I have to say that Manager Chi's forging level is beyond our imagination. As Saratel said that, he integrated the heaven-shattering gloves into his body. This kind of exclusive equipment with heaven and earth luck and soul breath can be integrated into the master's body. Lan Chi's destruction helmet is the same as Shauna's broken star longbow. When not in use, it can be directly incorporated into his body without any impact. Wanting to take it out is just a matter of thought. This is also a small convenience feature that comes with custom equipment. Otherwise, it will always be inconvenient to hold these equipment in the hand or wear it on the body. Yes, I just mentioned it casually before. I didn't expect that Manager Kakud really forged this type of treasure. It's really beyond my expectations. Lan Qi followed suit. While there were enough surprises at the store, Lan Qi thought he might never be surprised again. But every time, Manager Qi can always come up with something new and bring new surprises. The number of shocks made Lan Qi almost numb. The main thing is that the materials you brought are complete, and it has little to do with my forging level. Qi Lu waved his hand and said very modestly. Then, a rather disdainful voice sounded in his mind. System, host, of course, this has nothing to do with your forging level, and the customized equipment is not made by you. Okay, I know you're the best, okay. I said it a long time ago, you need to know how to be humble, and of course sight is the same for you as a system. Humility makes progress, pride makes regress, you know. Qi Lu slapped his lips, educating in his mind, but on the surface, he remained calm. In fact, there is something about the purchase channel of equipment customization. After Saratel and the others customized the equipment, other customers came to ask a few times. Although the goods in the store are quite complete, they can cover almost all aspects. But there are always some places that cannot be taken into account, so it is necessary to equip customized purchase channels to make up for it. However, the fit between the customized equipment and the customizer is indeed high, but the restrictions are also equally high. Cultivators who have not been exposed to the fate of heaven and earth are simply not qualified to customize equipment. So after those customers came to ask a few times, they learned about this restriction and didn't ask again. No way, this kind of thing is still too high-end. Even if the will of heaven and earth in the North Mountain Range is much stronger than before, it is useless. After all, the cultivation realm is not something that can be improved in a short time. Especially in the East Wilderness, Qi Lu was still thinking about whether to ask Lan Qi to get a powerhouse-level trial crystal to sell. Otherwise, Donghuang's powerhouse level might not appear so soon, and he might have to wait for several years. That equipment custom purchase channel, isn't it a decoration? This will not work. Since the system has put the idea of collecting the power of faith on the customers in the store, it must not give up halfway. So in this matter, Qi Lu also has to think of a way. But now, Qi Lu has other things to ask. By the way, Lan Qi, I actually have a question for you. What is the problem? Lan Qi looked at Qi Lu curiously. It's a very simple question. It stands to reason that the dragon clansmen are now on the Dragon Island, and there should be no other giant dragons in the North Mountain Range. So where did the giant dragon who came to the City of Life this time come from? Qi Lu has been very concerned about this issue from the very beginning. Between the eastern wilderness and the northern mountain range, there is a space barrier of Tianyuan blocking it. Even Lan Qi can only rely on the power of the Holy King token to open the passage. So this time I went to the City of Life to find Lan Qi's dragon, and how did it come to the North Mountain Range? Could it be that in the Dragon Island, there is still hidden the power of the peak of the powerhouse level? Although Qi Lu is not afraid of such a giant dragon in the realm of cultivation, he is also afraid. If it starts to fight, it will really be shattered, the mountains and rivers will be reversed, and the eastern wilderness had to be shattered by more than half. Then something went wrong. So that's the problem, it's really simple. Lan Qi smiled involuntarily when he heard the words, and then continued, Manager Qi, in fact, within the Dragon Island, there is a teleportation formation dedicated to the North Mountain Range. It's just that when I left Long Island, I was in a hurry, so I came from Tianyuan. There are 2 paths from Donghuang to Beishan Mountain. The most direct one is to break the space barrier in the abyss, but this requires a high level of cultivation. At least it has to be at the peak of the power level. At least as far as Qi Lu knew, Lan Qi couldn't break the space barrier in Tianyuan anyway. The other one is the teleportation formation in Long Island, which also leads directly to the North Mountain Range. It's just that the location of this teleportation array is in the depths of Long Island. At the beginning, Lan Qi, who defected from Dragon Island, walked in a hurry with the Holy King token, and naturally it was impossible to leave the teleportation array. Otherwise, wouldn't he have pointed out his escape route? Besides, Lan Qi has the Holy King token in his hand, and there is no need to toss the teleportation array to go to the North Mountain Range. It turns out that the dragon who came to find you this time should be an acquaintance of yours. This question belongs to Qi Li's interest. After confirming that among the dragon clan, there are no giant dragons at the peak of the power level, Qi Lu also relaxed a lot. Otherwise, when a giant dragon of that level comes over, the City of Life may not be able to keep it. Qi Lu didn't want to see this happen. It is indeed an old acquaintance, although the Earth Dragon Emperor will defect to the Ocean Dragon Emperor, it is all in my expectation. However, this kind of thing really happened, and I still don't want to think about it. Having said that, Lan Qi sighed inexplicably. It is indeed a very uncomfortable thing to turn against each other between old friends. However, the opposite of the concept is an irreconcilable contradiction, so Lan Qi did not say much. However, Lan Qi briefly explained the distribution of forces within the dragon clan. Among the dragons, the guy who really wants to capture the token of the Holy King is not the Earth Dragon King, but the Ocean Dragon King. It's just that the Bright Dragon Emperor is in charge of Dragon Island, while the Ocean Dragon Emperor is in charge of the sea. Therefore, in the teleportation formation in the Dragon Island, the Ocean Dragon Emperor naturally has no way to interfere. Otherwise, the Ocean Dragon Emperor, whose cultivation realm is better than the Earth Dragon Emperor, came to the City of Life. The result of this war is not certain. Therefore, the Ocean Dragon Emperor let the Earth Dragon Emperor come to the North Mountain Range through the teleportation array, and wanted to capture Lan Qi back. To be honest, it would be almost impossible for Lan Qi to fight the Earth Dragon Emperor in the Dragon Soul Suppression formation without the Devil's Colosseum in hand. After all, the fighting power of the Demon Dragon King is still very clear to the Earth Dragon King and Ocean Dragon King, who are also Dragon Kings. So it is impossible not to prepare. It's just the magic weapon of the Devil's Colosseum, and its power is really too supermodel. All the preparations made by the Earth Dragon Emperor were all in vain, and unfortunately he died in the North Mountain Range. In the end, it can only be said that the Earth Dragon Emperor is an old and unlucky person. However, since ancient times, there has been nothing to say about success or failure. The North Mountain Range is temporarily safe, and the Ocean Dragon Emperor will not leave the waters outside the Dragon Island. It's just that the guy knows where I am. I'm afraid it will use some disgraceful means to force me to go back. Lan Qi said here and stopped. It doesn't make sense to say more words now, you can only watch one step at a time. There is always a solution to a problem. It's okay, Lan Qi, Qing'er and Zi'er have grown up, we don't need to worry Samak anymore. Shauna held Lance's hand lightly and comforted her aloud. In the past, it was because they were worried about Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er that they had been reluctant to show up. But now, Lan Qing'er has reached the hero level, and Lan Zi'er is only one step away from the powerhouse level. Only one last step is needed to truly enter the realm of powerhouse level. Moreover, it is still a powerhouse level power with the rank of Royal Dragon Envoy. This is equivalent to having the combat power of 2 powerhouse level powers at one time, and the two can still communicate with each other, and their strengths are also interconnected, and even superimposed. In this case, Lan Qi and Shauna can also let go of their hands and feet. There is quite a sense of pride in my child has finally grown up. I'm not worried about Qing'er and Zi'er. I have seen their growth in my eyes. Although they are not as good as Ocean Dragon Emperor for the time being, there is absolutely no problem in protecting themselves. What's more, Dong Huang is not so easy to go to. When he mentioned his 2 daughters, Lan Qi also had a smile on his face. Although Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er's strengths were still unable to defeat the Ocean Dragon Emperor. However, according to the agreement between the dragons and the humans, if there are no special circumstances, the dragons cannot go to the East Wasteland for the time being. The Guangming Dragon Emperor will not allow the Ocean Dragon Emperor to go to the Eastern Wasteland. So Lan Qi is not worried about the safety of Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er. No matter how bad it is, let them take refuge in Qi Li's store, and store manager Qi won't sit idly by. So after Lan Qi finished laughing, his face became straight. I'm worried about something else. After asking the question, Qi Li did not continue to disturb the two, but quietly left. Anyway, I have given everything that should be given, so there is no need to stay here all the time. Qi Li has no hobby of eavesdropping on other people's conversations. Rather than sitting here all the time, he might as well go to the sofa to sleep comfortably. You know, Saratel, who had been sitting next to him, left first and foremost. System, host, you have 2 new rewards to claim, please pay attention to claim them in time. Qi Lu, who had just laid down on the sofa and hadn't fallen asleep, heard the sound of the system in his mind again. But this time, the system is not here to find fault. Huh? Why is there a reward all of a sudden? Qi Li sat up from the sofa in amazement and asked with great interest. System, because the host has collected high-level power of faith for the first time, this system hereby rewards. There is such a good thing. Qi Li raised his brows, his face quite happy. The power of belief, I said before, the more advanced the cultivation realm, the more pure the power of belief provided. The power contained in this high-level power of faith is naturally stronger. After all, it is extremely difficult to make a strong level power generate the power of faith. Even if it is a god, if you want a strong level power to have faith in him, it must be cultivated from a weak age. Only in this way can you become the most devout believer. Otherwise, it is almost impossible for the powerhouse level power to believe in those gods. Because every powerhouse level peak power has the potential to achieve Thinking level realm, and it is possible to become a new god. So why contribute your faith? You must know that if the powerhouse level peak power itself believes in ascertained God, then it is equivalent to cutting off its own promotion path. Because if you want to condense to the high throne, in addition to gathering the power of faith, you must understand your own path. This is also the reason why the gods have different names. The god of forging, to forge enlightenment. Summon the god to summon enlightenment. the god of war, to comprehend Tao by war. Then, if the powerhouse level peak almighty believes in a certain god, it is equivalent to losing his own way. In this way, it is naturally impossible to condense the supreme throne. Therefore, the system will give some rewards for this kind of thing. Although Qi Lu is a little surprised, it is not that he does not understand. Of course, the way the system collects the power of faith is different from those of the gods. Believing in those gods is equivalent to believing in the way of those gods. However, providing the power of belief to the system has nothing to do with these things, just pure power of belief. After all, the ultimate purpose of the commodities provided by the system is to enhance the comprehensive combat effectiveness. So Qi Lu doesn't have to worry about missing the future of Xiridar and Lanqi. Let me see what kind of reward you can give me this time. Qi Lu rubbed his hands, and then opened the store manager's backstage in his mind. System, give me the reward directly. Qi Lu said in his mind while looking at the backstage of the store manager. This sudden way of getting the reward made Qi Lu feel like he was rewarded when he opened the lid. It's just that Qi Lu opened a new purchase channel. Of course, Qi Lu also knows that this kind of reward is probably only available for the first time, just like some kind of achievement. The reward will only be given when it is reached the first time. In the follow-up, you can probably look forward to the next time you open the lid and get a prize. However, in any case, prostitution is refreshing. Only once, then only once. Qi Lu is not a greedy person anyway. System, the reward has been issued, please pay attention to the host to check it. Probably also knew that Qi Lu was staring at the backstage of the store manager, so as soon as the system sent the reward, it disappeared immediately. Not to mention what the reward this time is. Fortunately, in the backstage of the store manager, after careful observation by Qi Lu, 2 rewards were finally determined this time, one was a new snack, and the other was a new drink. Not bad. To be honest, after having the New Year's Eve dinner before, Qi Lu has not eaten any new food for a long time. And the New Year's Eve dinner is the only one. Not to mention the glutinous rice balls that are limited to the new year, Qi Lu only ate a few bowls and rushed to the summoning world. When I came back, the dumplings were long gone. Qi Lu was so angry that he ate 3 more double-layer cheese beef burgers on the spot, and he managed to recover. Now there is always new food waiting to come. Big beef ramen, the beef in this bowl of ramen is really big beef. This bowl of ramen is really a big bowl of ramen. Eating large pieces of beef ramen for a long time can slightly increase theater's strength and agility attributes, and moderately enhance the eater's ki and blood. Price, 50 spirit crystals per bowl. Large slices of beef ramen. Really big slices of beef. Looking at the introduction of this large beef ramen, Qi Lu always felt that the Erbi system was making fun of something. For example, for the beef noodle that claims to sell 300 million yuan, the ingredients are half a piece of beef. Of course, this is just a joke. However, Qi Lu was really interested in the gimmick of this large piece of beef. As for the side effects of the large slices of beef ramen, to be honest, for Qi Lu, it doesn't matter at all. Although it is said that mosquito legs are still meat, but when they are small to a certain extent, there is really no way to fill their stomachs. So after talking about the powerhouse level, the food and drinks in the Qi Lu store are basically used to satisfy the appetite. Compared with the effect of medicinal herbs, it is really incomparable. Especially now that there is a commodity strengthening furnace in the store, it is even farther away. However, this situation is only for a very small number of customers. For the vast majority of customers, the side effects of various snacks and drinks in the store are still quite impressive. The role played is also quite significant. Besides, food is something that is meant to be enjoyed in the first place, and it is too concerned about the side effects, but loses its original meaning. That is to say, Qi Lu had just eaten breakfast, so this large piece of beef ramen can only be used for lunch. Otherwise, Qi Lu really wants to try the taste of this bowl of ramen now. Anyway, when a large piece of beef ramen is going to be put on the shelves, it is also thrown directly into the snack vending machine. Very good, I can improve the taste again. Qi Lu nodded with satisfaction, and then looked down. Another bonus is a new drink. Freshly squeezed coconut milk, refreshing coconut milk, delicious taste, brings the sweetest enjoyment. Drinking freshly squeezed coconut juice for a long time can refine the drinker's mental strength and physique, and the degree of improvement depends on the drinker's own qualifications. Price, 30 spirit crystals per bottle. Hey, is coconut juice also squeezed out? Isn't it just opening a mouth in the coconut and pouring it straight out of it? Qi Lu was stunned for a while after seeing the name of the new drink. However, Qi Lu didn't do much entanglement. Maybe it was a systematically planted coconut, and the varieties were not the same. However, it doesn't matter how the process is done, as long as the finished product is in hand. Anyway, there is no coconut plant in this world, so no one will be bothered by this small problem. And the side effect of freshly squeezed coconut juice, to be honest, is really powerful. Not only can the drinker's mental power be tempered, but also the drinker's physique, and the extent of improvement is also determined by the drinker's own qualifications. This judgment method is much stronger than those of the past snacks and drinks. After all, qualifications vary from person to person, with highs and lows. Compared with the fixed rate of improvement, the improvement based on qualifications is more popular with the strong. Because of the thing about cultivation aptitude. The cultivation aptitude of the weak is not necessarily weak, but the cultivation of the strong. Qualification, that must be strong. What's more, among the beverages currently on sale, there is also mineral water that can improve the cultivation qualification of the drinker. So this freshly squeezed coconut milk will definitely become the next hot commodity. But then again, every product in the Chila store is basically a hot-selling product, as long as it is not used by many people. You know, among the customers who come to the Chila store. From ordinary wealthy children who have no cultivation qualifications, to the powerhouse level, they can find them. The products required are also different, so the variety of products in the store is so wide. That's why it is so popular. Although I'm going to use a large piece of beef ramen for lunch, I can still taste the freshly squeezed coconut juice first. After reading the information on the two new products, Qi Lu walked to the beverage vending machine and took out a bottle of freshly squeezed coconut juice. The packaging is still a glass bottle with nothing new. The color of freshly squeezed coconut milk looks similar to that of pure milk, but it is clearer and has a crystal clear feeling. The color of pure milk is much thicker. As soon as the bottle cap is opened, a fresh coconut fragrance emerges. This fragrance is not strong, but it smells very comfortable and has a kind of refreshing meaning. It's like being at the seaside, the slightly salty sea breeze emanating from the sea. Pleasant fragrance. Smells good. Smell the aroma first is a consistent step for Qi Lu to taste new food, and beverages are no exception. As for eating and drinking in the future, if you still can't smell it, it depends on your mood. After all, in the evaluation criteria of food, it is divided into 3 points: color, aroma, and taste. Even a little more strict, you can also count the nutritional value. But to achieve this level, it should be a medicinal diet. Manager Qi, what are you drinking? This scent, I haven't smelled it before. It's a new drink. However, before Qi Lu could take a sip of freshly squeezed coconut juice, he was discovered by the snack foodie Yafei who was staying in the store. This guy can even experience local customs in the New World mode in order to tote new food. A brand new drink, how could she hide it from her nose? To be honest, Yafei, your nose is really smart. Qi Lu looked at Yafei, who was staring at him, helplessly put down his hand, and said angrily. Of course, this is honed by years of experience. Yafei shrugged his nose very proudly and said with his head held high. Every snacker will have a very powerful sense of smell, which is used to find the way for himself. Okay, you won. This is a new drink, freshly squeezed coconut milk. If you want to drink it, buy it yourself. Sheila spoke and moved away. Then Mei Mei took a sip of freshly squeezed coconut milk and tasted the taste off this new drink. When freshly squeezed coconut milk first arrived in the mouth, there was dubious sweetness, but a very refreshing taste, with a hint of saltiness and a slight sweetness. This is also how fresh coconut milk should taste. To be honest, the sweetness of coconut milk, without any additives, is not heavy. Coconut is not a watermelon. There is not so much fructose in it, and the sweetness is naturally not as good as freshly squeezed watermelon juice. However, unlike freshly squeezed watermelon juice, freshly squeezed coconut juice has a sweetness after swallowing it. The sweetness and taste of the freshly squeezed coconut juice are enhanced to a higher level. Makes people want to drink more and more. Refreshing and smooth on the palate, sweet and delicious. Delicious. Qi Li's side had just tasted the freshly squeezed coconut juice, and before he could finish it, Yafei, who was standing beside Qi Lu, expressed his feelings. Just these two words directly interrupted Qi Li's long speech. Forget it, I don't care about such trivial matters. Qi Lu swallowed the interrupted words silently, and then rushed into his stomach with freshly squeezed coconut juice. The highest rating that food hopes to get is probably the word delicious. Since it is not a food critic, but an ordinary person. Then you only need to use this word to express your satisfaction without those gorgeous words. After all, words are scarce. Manager Qi, is this freshly squeezed coconut juice the only new food this time? Yafei, who drank a whole bottle of freshly squeezed coconut juice in 2 sips, suddenly asked aloud after thinking about it for a while. If there are only drinks, I always feel a little unpleasant. Of course not. There is a new beef ramen in the snack vending machine over there. If you want to eat it, you can try it. Qi Lu pouted and pointed the way to Yafei. It's just that Yafei eats breakfast at the same time as Qi Lu, and he doesn't know if he can still eat it. However, it turned out that Qi Lu underestimated the stomach capacity of a foodie. Especially a trait like Yafei, who won't get fat no matter how much he eats, is the physique that a foodie most wants to have. It's just a pity that most foodies will get fat. Let alone the topic of sadness. When Yafei came to the snack vending machine happily and bought a large bowl of beef ramen, Qi Lu also observed the packaging of this large beef ramen. Unlike the glass bottle on the beverage side, the packaging style on the snack vending machine side is much more. Just like the current large beef ramen, it uses a large semicircular ceramic bowl with a ceramic lid of the same material on it to seal. Will this kind of packaging be too extravagant? Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. Compared with glass bottles, ceramic bowls are much more high-end, and they are also disposable. It seems that this packaging is not cheap. But Yafei didn't feel anything. After all, she was born in the Beastier clan, the daughter of the master of the beast spirit, and the concept of luxury may not be clear. The ceramic lid was lifted, and a stream of hot air poured out of the bowl. Mixed with the mellow flavor of beef ramen, it is tangy. Smell good. Yafei took a deep breath and was immediately attracted by the fragrance. This scent. Manager Qi, is there any new food in the store? Compared with the fragrance of freshly squeezed coconut milk, the mellow flavor of the beef ramen noodles is much richer. It attracted Lan Qi, who was not far away. Have you finished speaking? Qi Lu glanced at where Shauna was. Actually, there is nothing to say. I was just thinking that I might have to go back to Donghuang after a while. Lan Qi waved his hand, then followed the scent and walked over. Then I saw Yafei eating. Uncle Lan Qi, come here quickly, this large slice of beef ramen is really delicious, hurry up and try it. After Yaffer caught sight of Lan Qi out of the corner of his eye, he immediately raised his head and highly recommended it. If it was the food that he had eaten elsewhere, maybe a fur would let Lan Qi go over to try it. But in the Chila store, you can only eat one serving of the same food a day. So try this kind of thing, or avoid it. Really, is it the new food that came out today? Lan Qi took a deep breath again, and hurried to the snack vending machine. As for Shauna, this kind of food with meat can only be said to be missed. Returning to the Eastern Wilderness, well, the Eastern Wilderness always needs a strong-level expert to lead it in order to truly develop. Chila rubbed his chin and nodded slowly. Dragon Island is located in the sea area south of the ruins of the dragon in the eastern wasteland. Although Chila couldn't understand why the human race was able to let the dragon race retreat to Long Island. However, based on the current Donghuang, if the dragon clan counterattacks, the human clan really can't resist the dragon clan's offensive. The 4 dragon sovereigns alone are already genuine 4-headed giant dragons at the power level. Even if the demon dragon emperor Lan Qi could not attack Donghuang, the earth dragon emperor had already perished. Bright dragon emperor will not leave Dragon Island. But the only remaining ocean dragon emperor, if it really starts to go crazy, it is not the ability of the current Donghuang to compete. So thinking about it so carefully, it would be a good thing if Lan Qi could return to the eastern wilderness. After all, if Lan Qi in the past had rashly returned to the east wasteland, it would have been a dead end. However, today is different. After calculating the strength of the dragon clan, Chila suddenly found that there were not many who could stop Lan Qi. No wonder Lan Qi would discuss with Shauna, saying that he would find time to go back to Donghuang to have a look. By the way, before that, Manager Qi, can I ask you a favor? Please help me give this powerhouse-level trial crystal to Lan Zier. At this moment, Lan Qi came over with a large bowl of beef ramen, said Qi Lu. The will of heaven and earth in the North Mountain Range has gradually increased, and the biggest change caused is probably the increase in the number of alien beasts in the power-level realm above the North Mountain Range. It's just that these new powerhouse-level alien beasts are all old and unlucky. Almost got rid of one by Lan Qi. In order to get the power-level trial crystal. Fortunately, the few alien beasts in the powerhouse-level realm that appeared at the beginning used their own lives to wake up the latecomers. Therefore, the alien beasts who were promoted to the power-level realm after being frightened have not dared to show up recently. Compared with prestige, it is more important to save life first. So much so that the powerhouse-level trial crystal that Lan Qi is now taking out is still in his hand because of luck. And that unfortunate old hapless bastard, it is estimated that even the ashes have been lifted. Another one, you seem to have a lot of stock in your hand. Chila took the powerhouse-level trial crystal that Lan Qi handed over, and couldn't help but make a joke. Mr. Qi, stop joking, what stock can I have in my hand? I only came across this one with good luck last night. That guy was probably frightened by the breath of the Earth Dragon Emperor. He was about to hide in another place, but I was caught. Lan Qi shrugged and said helplessly. If the alien beast in the powerhouse realm really wants to hide, it is really not easy to find. Those guys, the hidden breath is first-class strong. After all, only by surviving first can you be qualified to continue to become stronger. If he sacrificed his life in vain because of a momentary impulse, then no matter how much he did, it would be in vain. Whatever, I'll definitely bring it for you. Qi Lu was just talking casually. A guy whose cultivation realm can reach the level of powerhouse level, no matter what race he is, can't have a bad brain. It's just that some guys are a little stubborn, and their minds can't turn around for a while. Then I'll trouble the manager, Qi. You're welcome, it's a matter of hand. Lan Zier's cultivation realm reached the peak of the heroic level long after the frozen incident of the Hidden World family. Moreover, he has accepted the inheritance of the royal dragon envoy, but he has not fully exerted it. Because the former imperial dragon envoy and his giant dragon, the cultivation realm is not a hero level, but a strong level. Therefore, this powerhouse level trial crystal, it is estimated that it can boost when it is delivered to Lan Zier. In the process of breaking through the powerhouse level, although Lan Zier is unlikely to be smoother than Yuxier, the obstacles should not be too big. It's just that a powerhouse level trial crystal is missing. It's better now, Lan Qi directly made it up. Having a good father is a real bullshit. The former Lan Yi team was a little known. But today, Lan Yi squad has become famous throughout the eastern wilderness. There are 7 people in the team, and 5 are hero-level powerhouses. This lineup is a bit scary to say. Up to now, among the Lan Yi team, who have not been promoted to the hero level, only Xiaoya and Yojiu are left. No way, compared with the other 5 people, Xiaoya and Yojiu are indeed a lot weaker. Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier, needless to say, their father, Lan Qi, is the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Although Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier don't know this, it doesn't prevent Lan Qi from being a real powerhouse. Dragon. Her mother, Shauna, is the former saint of the elves, and she has a good relationship with the current elves. This background, almost no one can match. In particular, the hidden bloodlines of these 2 people were all activated. Therefore, there is no doubt that Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier have strong aptitudes. Then there is Nailan Qingqi, who was born in a hidden family, even if it is only a collateral line, but his background is indeed not weak. Later, he successively obtained the inheritance of the Queen of Ice and the mysterious skeleton in the ice coffin, and obtained the bloodline of ice. Under the heaven-sent opportunity, it is natural to say how strong the cultivation aptitude can become. This is even the bloodline changed. Can it be strong? Then there was Fei Xue, the strongest elder of the Imperial Sword sect, the direct disciple of Lu Jingya. This alone has been the best proof in terms of cultivation aptitude. Just kidding, if the aptitude is not strong, can Lu Jingya be accepted as a direct disciple? You know, in the entire eastern wilderness, aside from Gu Pingchuan, who has already reached the powerhouse level, Lu Jingya is the most promising person to reach the powerhouse level. And Lu Jingya's age may be only about half of Gu Pingchuan's age. On this point, Lu Jingya's strength is beyond doubt. So Fei Xue can be promoted to hero level, it is also a matter of course. And the last Lan Yi, although the background is flat, but also got the overlord class, more than half of the inheritance. This luck may indeed be a little worse, but judging from what the former overlord class owner said, Lan Yi also has his own chance. What's more, Overlord Shuang didn't disapprove of Lan Yi's qualifications, but just didn't want to delay Lan Yi's future. So it seems that Lan Yi's cultivation aptitude may be stronger than imagined. Only Xiaoya and Yojiu have no background and no adventure. Staying in the current Lan Yi team, it feels like 2 dragging legs. Especially now. Lan Yi, you are all in the store, just right. The day after agreeing to Lan Qi, Qi Lu met Lan Yi and the others in the store. Manager Qi, hello, I haven't seen you for a long time recently. Lan Yi also smiled and said hello. The same, I haven't seen you for a long time. Qi Lu smiled, then waved to Lan Zier and said, Zier, come here, I have something for you. Big brother, do you have something for Zier, is it delicious? Zier wants to eat meat. Seeing Qi Lu beckoning, Lan Zier ran over immediately. The improvement of the cultivation realm cannot make Lan Zier grow up from a little girl at once. The appearance of the little loli still has to match the character of the little loli to be cute. Like Yuxuangshu, it's not very good. If you want to eat meat, Big Brother can invite you to eat a large bowl of beef ramen. The large amount of beef in it is quite enough. Qi Lu rubbed Lan Zier's head. Regarding the amount of beef in the beef ramen, Qi Lu was really surprised when he watched Yufei eat. Because it is really the same as the introduction, it is a large piece of genuine beef. Although there are few pieces in quantity, each piece is quite large in terms of weight. Really enjoyable to eat. So Qi Lu was really satisfied. After all, the essence of beef ramen is a bowl of ramen, not a bowl of beef. But what I'm giving you now is not something to eat. It's a powerhouse-level trial crystal that your father asked me to bring to you. Qi Lu put a crystal-clear crystal into Lan Zier's hand, and then said aloud. Little girls will always long for fatherly and motherly love, no matter how strong they are. This thing, Xinxing, rarely changes with strength, but usually changes with experience and experience. Is it something my father gave me? Thank you, big brother. Lan Zier's face showed a touch of joy, but she still did not forget to thank Qi Lu politely. Because this is what Qi Lu helped bring here. You're welcome, I just brought it here to help you along the way. Lan Qi still loves you very much. Having said that, Qi Lu glanced at Lan Qinger with a pointed glance. Only giving Lan Zier a power-level trial crystal is not because Lan Qi is biased, mainly because Lan Qinger can't use it now. And Lan Qi has no extra powerhouse-level trial crystals in his hands. Otherwise, it must be sent too. In this regard, Lan Qinger also smiled at Qi Lu, indicating that she was clear in her heart. No envy, no jealousy. Lan Zier is her own younger sister, so why should Lan Qinger be envious? Competing for favor with one's own sister is really an immature performance. Is this the powerhouse-level trial crystal, the power contained in it, so strong? Xing Lian, who likes to sleep when she has nothing to do, also drilled out from between Lan Zier's eyebrows and looked at the crystal in Lan Zier's hand. Speaking of which, Xing Lian likes to sleep because she only has a soul body but no body. Even if he had coexisted with Lan Zier for a long time, it would not change this defect. After all, a body contains two soul bodies, and the burden on the body is not small, so Xing Lian is generally in a semi-dormant state. When there is nothing to do, he rarely shows up. Well, big brother, hello. Xing Lian, who finally came out once, turned her head and saw Qi Lu, and said hello, quickly and politely. Hello, Xiaolian, long time no see. Qi Lu also replied with a smile. The other members of Lan Ye's team also gathered around at this time, looking at the powerhouse-level trial crystal in Lan Zier's hand. This is a high-end product. I have only heard of it before. This is the first time I have seen the real thing. Put it away, Zier, I remember that you seem to be about to break through. After Lan Yi and others satisfied their curiosity, they asked Lan Zier to put away the powerhouse-level trial crystals. From the beginning to the end, there was no coveted emotion in his eyes. Some are just curious, and some are happy. I am happy from the bottom of my heart that Lan Zier can go further. This is the mentality that people who have gone through countless difficulties and obstacles together and lived and died together should have. In fact, in Lan Ye's team, Lan Yi and the others' identities were not divided by their cultivation realm from the beginning, but by their age. Rather than a mercenary squad, it is actually more like a righteous not gold orchid. This kind of relationship, in Qi Li's view, should be one of the most comfortable relationships to get along with. Big brother. Zier, what's wrong? Qi Lu, who was sitting on the side chatting with Xing Lian, looked at Lan Zier, who ran over, and asked with a smile. Lan Yi and the others were just curious, so after reading it, they each went about their own business. After all, I run into the store every day, so I'm definitely not here to drink tea. And there is no tea in the Qi Lu store, for the time being, only mineral water. However, Gu Pingchuan and Ren Gongxiu, two very old deans, sometimes brought over the good tea they treasured, and then drank it with the mineral water in the store. I heard them say that the tea brewed in this way has a special tea fragrance. And the taste will be more intense and the layers will be richer. Qi Lu was so surprised that he wanted to try it, to see if the tea brewed in his way would really taste better. However, the system should not produce tea in a short period of time. Therefore, Qi Li's thoughts are gone. Big brother, you said before that you wanted to invite Zier to eat a large bowl of beef ramen. Lan Zier's big eyes are full of expectations. Treat. It's not that Lan Zier doesn't have so many spirit crystals. Just kidding, how could such a rich loli not have a spirit crystal on her body? It is mainly for Qi Lu to treat guests, and the meaning is completely different from buying flowers and crystals by himself. You know, Yu Shi'er is the only one who can eat and drink freely here in Qi Lu. Even Yu Xuanhuan had to earn her own food expenses. Of course, apart from the first difficult years, earning spirit crystals was no longer a thing for Yu Xuanhuan. As long as the New World mode is still there, Yu Xuanxu is the most beautiful kadir loli in it. Well, just right, let's have lunch together. Qi Lu heard the words, nodded, and said aloud with a light smile. Of course, Qi Lu would not forget what had just happened. It's just that Lan Zier was surrounded by Lan Yi and the others, so Qi Lu could speak well. The idle days passed slowly. Since the Earth Dragon Emperor died in the City of Life, the Ocean Dragon Emperor seemed to have disappeared suddenly. Whether it was in the eastern wilderness or in the northern mountain range, there was no news of the Dragon clan anymore. Inevitably some anticlimactic means. Qi Lu felt that it didn't matter. But Lan Qi always felt that the Ocean Dragon Emperor had other plans, or was waiting for an opportunity. Wait for a chance. What chance can there be? Senior Giant Dragon Saint King didn't mention anything about the Dragon clan. I don't even know what happened in the Dragon clan for so many years. Qi Lu didn't quite understand Lan Qi's idea. However, for the ambitions of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, we still have to find a way to guard against it. After all, if there is turmoil in the dragon race, there is a high probability that other races will be involved. And the human race of Donghuang is the first to bear the brunt. As for the reason, that is also understandable. Although why the Dragon clan retreated to Dragon Island back then, and what the inside story was, Qi Lu couldn't say for sure. But one thing is certain, that is, the clansmen of the dragon race must bear resentful of the human race. Therefore, if the Ocean Dragon Emperor rises up, then the clan members of the Dragon clan must respond with 1,000 responses. This is definitely a huge disaster for Donghuang. The soldiers will come to block it, and the water will come to cover it. It's been a long time since I came back, and I haven't been to the fairy demon battlefield yet. I just went in and took a look today. After thinking for a while, Qi Lu looked at the starry sky outside the window and let out a long breath. Purchasing good things in the fairy and demon battlefield is also a matter of being born twice. Even though Qi Lu would be shocked by the vast and desolate atmosphere every time he came to the battlefield of immortals and demons, it did not affect Qi Lu's familiarity at all. It's like panning for gold. Experience is important, but luck is more important. Because when entering the fairy and demon battlefield, the channel opened, although the entrance is opened in Qi Li's bedroom every time. But when entering the fairy and demon battlefield, the place where it appears is not fixed. So what kind of fairy and magic weapons Qi Lu can pick up is entirely by chance. Just pick the one with the most complete appearance. As for the strength, that is not something Qi Lu can manage. Because even immortal weapons and magic weapons of the same quality level can exert different powers. So there is no need to worry so much at all. It is the best way to first ensure that the things you bring back are not broken. Alas, every time I come in, there is a feeling of entering Baoshan but only returning empty-handed. Even if I'm just picking up trash here. Qi Lu picked and chosen the battlefield of fairy and demon, and did not forget to express his feelings. Finally, after many comparisons, Qi Lu chose a piece of armor that was covered with dust and could not see its original appearance at all, and brought it back to the store. It's not enough, but it's more than the next. The reason for choosing this armor is mainly because there is no more complete fairy and magic weapon around than this armor. Even the dust on it was about to completely bury the armor. System, take it to repair. Qilu has long been familiar with the usual steps. So back in the store, while waiting for the repair, Qilu went to take a shower and cleaned the dust all over his body. This is the dust that can be stained on the fairy and magic tools, and it must not be an ordinary thing. The power of faith that should be given, when entering the battlefield of the fairy, the system has already taken it. The rest is just waiting. But there is one thing to say, the speed of the system repairing these fairy and magic weapons is still quite fast. Qilu had just come out of the bathroom and was wiping his hair when the sound off the system, prompting the completion of the repair sounded. So soon? Take it out and let me see it. The armor that was almost buried under the dust, after being simply cleaned by Qilu, still did not reveal its original style, and it still looked dirty. Therefore, Qilu's expectations are actually not very large. But now when the armor was taken out, its golden appearance almost blinded Qilu's eyes. System, are you sure you didn't fix the wrong direction? Qilu covered his eyes with his hands, to prevent being blinded by the golden light, and then asked in his mind. The appearance of such a glittering golden light is simply not the same thing as the dusty appearance before. It's like the gap between yellow mud and gold nuggets. No, the gap should be bigger. Because of the armor in front of him, if the system didn't say it and Qilu didn't know it, at first glance, he might think it was a light bulb with huge power. And it's a nasty armor-style light bulb. System, host, this is the original appearance of this product. If you find the light dazzling, this system can help converge. Then don't hurry up, my eyes are going to be blinded. Qilu said in his mind immediately. The gold bars have to be reflective to light up. This thing glows as if it is a light source itself, which is very dazzling. As soon as the voice fell, the golden light emitted by the armor in front of him quickly dimmed. Soon, the golden light was completely converged into the armor. Qilu took a closer look and found that the color of the armor itself was extremely pure gold. The style is very simple, but the details are more refined. However, with this golden color, it looks very majestic. Armor of the Sun, epic armor greatly increases the wearer's physical defense and resistance to all magic elements, and slightly increases the wearer's defense against heaven and earth, and comes with skills, Blazing Sun, Eternity, Armor. Blazing Sun, passive skill, all attacks by the wearer of the Blazing Sun armor will be accompanied by the power of the Blazing Sun, causing a burning effect that cannot be dispelled and defended. The duration depends on the strength gap between the two sides of the battle. Eternal, passive skill, as long as there is light around the wearer of the sun armor, it will. A steady stream of physical recovery. Armor, active skill, the wearer of the Blazing Sun armor can actively condense the shield of the Blazing Sun to carry out a defensive counterattack. If the defensive counterattack is successful, it will accumulate a layer of armor effect, up to 10 layers. Each layer of armor effect can be used for the wearer of the sun armor automatically resists an attack. Restrictions on use: immortals choose their masters, and no one may interfere. It's another fairy weapon, and it's also a fairy weapon with such strong attributes and accompanying skills. After reading the details of this golden armor, Qilu couldn't help but take a deep breath, widened his eyes in surprise, and then silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I have to say that immortal artifacts are quite powerful in terms of defense and support. For example, the original Holy Light Orb, the Shield of the Heaven, and the current armor of the Sun. Speaking of auxiliary performance and defensive performance, it is really first class and powerful. Let's not talk about the Shield of the Sky in Yushir's hand, just talk about the current armor of the fierce sun. Qilu finally understands why this thing emits such a dazzling light in the beginning. It turned out to be because of the passive skill of the armor of the sun, eternal. The effect is very simple. As long as there is still light around the wearer of the sun armor, their stamina will be continuously restored. Literally, this passive skill seems to be a good target. But when you get to know the actual situation, you will find out. totally incompetent. The armor of the scorching sun will emit light by itself, and the light emitted is extremely dazzling. What can you do? The passive skill of eternity is simply a permanent skill for the armor of the fierce sun. Even if there is no light in the outside world, it can still shine on its own. That's really great. It can be said that as long as you wear the armor of the fierce sun, you can be completely free from the war of attrition. No matter how many people you come, as long as the light does not go out, then my physical strength will not be exhausted, and we will exhaust it slowly. For this alone, Qi Lu was already very impressed. But the strength of the armor of the fierce sun is not only this, especially among the basic attributes, there is an attribute that appears for the first time. Improves the wearer's defense against heaven and earth. This is different from physical defense and magic element resistance. For the defensive power of heaven and earth, it is aimed at the powerful attack of the powerhouse. Because only the power of the powerhouse level realm can drive the fate off heaven and earth, mobilize the power of heaven and earth to attack. At the peak of the powerhouse level, all the fighting chi or magic power in the body is transformed into the luck of heaven and earth. Every time you make a move, you use the luck of heaven and earth. This terrifying attack, which is as famous as the power of heaven and earth, is actually within the defense range of the armor of the blazing sun. It is enough to prove that the name of the fairy is really not covered. In addition, Lai Yang, a passive skill, is also quite powerful. The power of the blazing sun can cause a burning effect that cannot be dispelled or defended. In many cases, it can play an extremely important role. In particular, the feature that cannot be defended is even more powerful. Compared to real damage, it's not bad at all. As for the last armoring skill, it is not touted or black, and it is the highlight of the armor of the scorching sun. As long as the active defense counterattack is successful once, a layer of armor effect can be superimposed, and this armor effect can also take the initiative to defend once the wearer of the blazing sun armor is about to beat tact, but has no time to defend. It can be called the magic stroke of the three incidental skills of the armor of the sun. Combining the two aspects of attack and persistence is just right. The only pity is that the armor of the fierce sun is an immortal weapon and needs to choose its own owner, and Qi Lu has no way to interfere. So whether it can be sold depends on the meaning of the armor of the sun. I don't know which lucky one will be chosen. Although it is armor, it also has offensive attributes, and it can make the characteristics of the armor so well, it is indeed a fairy weapon. It seems that there are still a lot of treasures in the fairy and demon battlefield waiting for me to get them. Qi Lu looked at the armor of the fierce sun for a while, and then decided to put on the projection of the fairy after the golden light was restrained, so as not to blind the eyes of customers in the store. After all, it is also a fairy weapon, no matter where it is thrown, it will always shine, there is no need to be so conspicuous. Since the fairy and demon battlefields have been visited, let's just buy some more goods tonight. System, open the purchase channel for the rank inheritance scroll to me. Having lived in the store for so long, Qi Lu almost forgot that he still had such a purchase channel in his hand. However, this full month of cooling time is indeed easy to be forgotten. Good thing I remembered tonight. So in Qi Li's mind, a familiar scene appeared again, and there was no doubt that the lottery continued, and then the gasapon. Qi Lu really didn't want to complain about the gasapon machine. As long as you can get your hands on the new class inheritance scroll. The shape of the rank inheritance scroll is the same simple sheepskin scroll as before, with delicate ribbons tied on it. Qi Lu has seen many aesthetic problems of the system, so I won't talk about it. After confirming that the new rank inheritance scroll was in hand, Qi Li immediately opened the store manager's backstage and checked the detailed information. Night Spirit Class Heritage Scroll. The spirit of the night, the elves in the dark night, is stronger than the night, but also hidden in the darkness, so that every enemy is like a throat. Shadow Hunter Bow, the only weapon of the night spirit, along with the power-off class inheritance, inherited by the qualified. Yo, it's another ancient class with its own weapons. Qi Le raised his brows after reading it. Speaking of which, there are not too many class inheritance scrolls handled by Qi Lu. Among these rank inheritance scrolls, there are quite a few ancient ranks with their own weapons. And even if you don't bring your exclusive weapon, it will bring something else. For example, the 2 exclusive skills of the Shadow Hunter class inheritance scroll. For another example, the 2 exclusive skills of the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll. Yes, it's not a weapon or a skill. There is one thing to say, the power of inheritance in the class inheritance scroll is really majestic. Otherwise, it is estimated that there are not so many things to send. Of course, this kind of thing has nothing to do with Qi Lu. Qi Lu doesn't care what the inheritance phantom in the class inheritance scroll loves to give. After all, it is not a good thing to break the inheritance, so it is better to give some self-protection power to inherit the phantoms for the qualified people who have been found with great difficulty. And this time, the Spirit of the Night class inheritance scroll can be guessed from the weapons given. Eligible people are out of range. Shadow Hunting Bow. As soon as you hear the name, you know it should be a long bow. In this way, the qualified candidates for the Spirit of Night class inheritance scroll should be selected from among the archers. The Elf in the Dark Night. Will this description have anything to do with the elves? After all, they are a race rich in archers. Qi Lu guessed secretly in his heart, and then looked at the introduction of the Shadow Hunting Bow. As the exclusive weapon of the Night Spirit, the power of the Shadow Hunting Bow is naturally not weak. It can not only condense the power of darkness, turn it into an arrow of darkness, and attack the target silently, but also attach the power of corrosion to the arrow of darkness. And the most terrifying ability of the Shadow Hunting Bow is just like the name of this weapon. Even if the dark arrow only hits the target's shadow, it will feed back part of the damage to the target's body. The strong assassination ability is simply impossible to guard against. And the power inherited from the Spirit of the Night class inheritance scroll will also make the inheritor feel like a duck in the dark. At first glance, it looks like an ancient class tailored for assassins. However, the facts are often unexpected. But to be honest, if you can snipe from a distance, why do you want to stab in the past? Wouldn't that put yourself in danger? Thinking about it, the Night Spirit might be more suitable for the position of assassin. I just don't know if the qualified person of the Spirit of Night rank inheritance scroll will really appear in the elves. Qi Lu thought so in his heart. But the way to choose the master of the class inheritance scroll is really similar to those fairy tools. These 2 things, one is to automatically find qualified people, and the other is to randomly choose the master. And what they have in common is that they are not under the control of Qi Lu. If the qualified person really appeared in the elves, who might it be? Qi Lu rubbed his chin and slowly recalled those elf clansmen with deep memory in his mind. Lillian already has the ancient class of Shadow Hunter, so it's ruled out first. Aluya, the genius girl in the elves, Lillian's good friend. It's unlikely. Shauna, it's not impossible. If it is said that among the current elves, who is the strongest archer, then Shauna, who has entered the powerhouse level, is undoubtedly the strongest one. After all, Tiana is a magician of light, not an archer. However, the selection of qualified people in the class inheritance scroll seems to really not look at the realm of cultivation. Otherwise, the original Shadow Hunter would not be Lillian, but Shauna. Therefore, if the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll really chooses Shauna, then Shauna's broken star longbow may be wasted. Like this ancient class that has been passed down, in terms of weapon fit, it must be a higher exclusive weapon. Moreover, compared to the broken star longbow, the Shadow Hunter bow has only stronger power. Because the previous owner of the Spirit of the Night class, Qi Lu does not believe that it is only a heroic realm. Then, system, what price are you going to set for this Night Spirit rank inheritance scroll? And the best way to distinguish the power level of a class inheritance scroll is to ask what the price is. So Qi Lu did just that. System. After the appraisal of this system, 30 Grandmaster level magic cores are required to purchase the Knight Spirit rank inheritance scroll. This price is higher than the Shadow Hunter rank inheritance scroll, but lower than the Dragon Envoy rank inheritance scroll. Then, judging by the price, the power of inheritance possessed by the Spirit of the Knight class inheritance scroll is at least the level of the powerhouse level. And the reason why the price of the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll is so much higher. Mainly because a scroll of Royal Dragon Envoy rank inheritance contains 2 inheritance powers. The power of inheritance of the Dragon Envoy was obtained by Lan Zier, and the power of inheritance of the Giant Dragon was eaten by Xing Lian. Otherwise, the price should be lower. From this, it can be seen that the power of inheritance in the inheritance scroll of the Spirit of the Knight class is indeed very powerful. At least it is much stronger than the inheritance left by the ordinary powerhouse. The reason for this difference in the price of the rank inheritance scroll is essentially because of the pricing method of the system, which was finally determined after Qi Lu thought repeatedly. The stronger the power contained, the higher the price. But this price has nothing to do with the type of power. No matter what type of class inheritance scroll is, the price is only relative to the power level. Therefore, using the price to determine the power level of the class inheritance scroll is actually quite reliable. It seems that my luck today is not bad. I haven't had such good luck for a long time. Qi Lu rubbed his hands, and then placed the projection of the Knight Spirit rank inheritance scroll on the shelves of the 2 stores. Then I thought about it for a while, and put the armor of the Fierce Sun over again. Anyway, they are all waiting for people who are destined, so put them together and let these 2 things wait together. Let me see if there are other good things that I haven't found yet. Since today's luck is so rare, Qi Lu naturally wants to try his luck and see if he can find something good. In case the emergency. Among the regular purchase channels, of course, there is no way to test luck. So after Qi Lu thought hard and thought about it, he finally remembered the tin in his hands. There seems to be another purchase channel, the black market for special items. Speaking of which, the black market purchase channel for this special item is because there is too much garbage in it. So Qi Lu almost forgot about this very unusual purchase channel. According to the system, in the black market of special items, up to epic items can be refreshed. However, a long time has passed since then. Qi Lu has never seen an epic item in the black market of special items, not even once. So much so that Qi Lu once thought that the system was bullshitting. But when he thought that he had been fooling the system too much, Qi lustily put away the idea of what he wanted to say. However, today, since Qi Lu remembered the black market for special items, he naturally went to see it. As soon as his thoughts moved, a large screen appeared in Qi Li's mind, and the patterns of the 5 commodities also appeared on this screen. This is the purchase panel of the black market for special items. Qi Li has read it many times. So this time, as usual, I took a casual glance. Then, with just one glance, I found a good thing. Look at the pattern, it is 2 sharp daggers exuding a dark atmosphere. Crossed together. The dagger was covered with looming patterns, and the terrifying blood light flashed outwards, making it daunting. Nether dagger, epic weapon, forged in nether, Soul Eater is invisible, additional skills, Soul Eater, nether, vengeance. Soul Eater, passive skill, nether dagger, can ignore defense and directly damage the target's soul. Nether, passive skill, the nether dagger has no entity, and the soul of the nether dagger owner will be incorporated into the nether dagger. The weapon will not be destroyed, and the soul will not be destroyed. Revenge, passive skill, when the nether dagger is destroyed, it will launch the revenge skill on the destroyer, shattering the soul of the destroyer. Note, there are 2 nether daggers, only one will be destroyed. It will not affect the owner of the nether dagger, but it will still activate revenge skills. Restrictions on use: a creature with a good fit between the soul and the nether dagger. Purchase price: 500,000 spirit crystals. It turns out that epic products can really be refreshed. Compared with the appearance of the nether dagger, what surprised Qi Lu even more was that in the black market purchase channel of special items, it turned out that epic-level products could really be refreshed. It seems that the system is really not messing around. It's just that the chance of epic-level goods appearing in the black market of special items is too low. This incident is really too surprising. No, it's about to turn into a horror. The black market for special items, I have been in my hands for so long, and suddenly an epic item came to me, and I wasn't ready yet. Qi Lu, who finally calmed down, began to look at these two ghost daggers. Although this thing is only a weapon, it does have two daggers. It's just that these two ghost daggers can only be used by one person. The purchase price is directly 500,000 spirit crystals. To be honest, this price is really not expensive for such a tyrannical epic weapon. After all, it is not an outsider who buys the special items in the black market, so the system naturally has to give some internal price. So Qi Lu will not be entangled in the price. After all, he is someone who has seen the world. And from the perspective of the skills that come with the nether dagger, let alone 500,000 spirit crystals, even if it is 5 million spirit crystals, someone will want it. Without any exaggeration. The power of the nether dagger is not weaker than those fairy weapons and magic weapons that came out of the fairy and devil battlefield. It can even be said that in terms of aggression, it is even stronger. Simply an assassin's artifact. Soul Eater skill, which can ignore any defense and directly damage the target's soul. This alone is enough to attract countless assassins. Ignoring any defenses, what is that concept? If there is such a means, what enemy can't be solved? Assassins are restrained by warriors and knights, isn't it because the defense of these two classes is too strong? That's why it is said that assassins are the natural enemies of the crispy class such as magicians or archers. Once they are approached, they will surely die. But with the nether dagger, that may be about to change. With the Soul Eater skill in hand that ignores any defense, it can completely make the assassin become the natural enemy of everyone. Don't talk to me about defense, I can't see it. It is also the passive skill of Soul Eater that directly raises the lethality of the nether dagger to a terrifying level. So that the nether dagger does not need any basic attributes at all to be ranked among the epic weapons. And also on top. Then there is the second passive skill, Nether. Skills that have the same name as weapons are generally not weak. The nether dagger is no exception. The nether skill is, without a doubt, an extremely powerful life-saving skill. The nether dagger is invisible and intangible, and the owner of the nether dagger can put his soul on the nether dagger to avoid damage. This passive skill has good and bad effects, but the advantages must outweigh the disadvantages. The weapon is not destroyed, the soul is not destroyed. That alone is enough to illustrate the value. To put it simply, as long as the owner of the nether dagger does not die and destroys the nether dagger, even if his body collapses, he can still survive. And it can still maintain the strength, and even continue to practice in the state of the soul. Because as long as the nether dagger is not destroyed, the soul body has a place to rest. Nature will not dissipate. From a certain point of view, the value of nether skills is even much higher than the value of Soul Eater skills. After all, as long as you survive long enough, anything is possible. If it can live for tens of thousands of years, I am afraid that a tree can become a monster. Then, it is the last skill of the nether dagger, Revenge. To be honest, among the three passive skills of the nether dagger, Qi Lu is most afraid of this revenge skill. When encountering an enemy that can't be beaten and can't escape, you can exchange 1 for 1 at the limit. No, it is 1 for 2 at the limit. Because there are 2 ghost daggers. This kind of thing is simply the highest realm of assassins. No matter what, you have to kill the target, even if it is a life for life, it's not a loss at all. Anyway, there are 2 nether daggers, the big deal is to replace it this time, and it will be fine not to replace it in the future. All in all, an extremely disgusting skill. Only use it twice in a lifetime. But every time, it can bring a fatal blow to the enemy. Such a tyrannical weapon, it may be a bit underestimated to say that it is epic. As long as the weapon is not destroyed and the soul is not destroyed, it can be ranked at the epic level, not to mention other skills. Qilu couldn't help sighing, and then immediately bought the nether dagger. 500,000 spirit crystals are not expensive at all. If this is missed, Qilu will regret it for more than 3 months. Such a powerful product, if you don't see it, it's fine. If you see it and miss it accidentally, then Qilu's heart will be cut on the spot. However, the restrictions on the use of the nether dagger are a little strange. What is required is not the rank or the realm of cultivation, but the degree fit above the soul. This thing is a bit mysterious. Because of the fit, only the product itself knows whether it is suitable or not. It seems that the nether dagger is also planning to choose its own owner. TSK. Epic level commodities, do they all have such a personality? When Qilu thought of this, he couldn't help but complain. In the past, even if there were restrictions on use, they were clearly marked and never concealed. But now, all come to the set of spiritual tools to choose the master. This business is not done yet. Forget it, it's obviously meaningless to care about this kind of thing. After thinking about it for a while, Qilu touched his hair again after confirming that there was nothing missing. The water droplets on it have been air-dried, and it's time to sleep. As for other things, let's talk about it when I wake up. The next day, in the store of Cloud City. After Qilu opened the door, he sat next to the small round table and ate a large slice of beef ramen. Originally, I wanted to wait for Lan Zier and the others to come over and see if Lan Zier was successfully promoted to the powerhouse level. After all, Lan Zier and Xing Lian, together, obtained the inheritance of the Royal Dragon Envoy class inheritance scroll, and the power they possessed has long exceeded the limit of the heroic realm. Especially Xing Lian, if there is no restriction of the two-soul contract, it is estimated that he would have been promoted to the powerhouse level. However, there is no powerhouse level trial crystal. That's why Lan Zier and Xing Lian have always been at the peak of the hero level, and there is no way to improve. So now, with the powerhouse level trial crystals, it shouldn't be difficult to pass the trial space. However, Qilu, who had just finished drinking the soup of the beef ramen, did not wait for Lan Zier and the others to arrive, but waited for another situation to appear. That is the projection of the armor of the blazing sun, making a slight buzzing sound. Have you found the right person so quickly? Qilu put down his chopsticks, wiped the oil stain on his mouth, casually, and looked over in surprise. I want to see who sneaked up next to the armor of the blazing sun and wasn't by the armor of the blazing sun. The matter of choosing a master for an immortal weapon is not certain. Because it is said that the fairy weapon chooses the owner, but if you really want to choose, there is really more than one person who is destined. If you are selected by the fairy, but accidentally miss it, you will really regret it and there is no place to regret it. Therefore, Qilu is not worried that the armor of the Lai Sun will not be sold, but is simply curious. After all, a good thing like an immortal weapon must be rushing to get it. Hey, isn't it the shop here? Qilu looked back and found that there were no customers strolling around the shelves where the armor of the sun was placed. It looks pretty cool. If you think about it this way, it should be the store in the City of Life, and there is a suitable candidate. This is also one of the benefits of the projection on the shelves. Whether it is in the shop over there, if a qualified person appears, Qilu can find it in time. Sheer, I'll go to the store over there to deal with something. Okay, goodbye brother Qilu. Yu Sheer, who was standing behind the counter, said with a smile. When Qilu hurried to the City of Life, When he came down from the second floor, he saw a few people around the shelf at a glance. The one standing at front was Saratel. "Manager Chi, you came just in time. This armor, as soon as I entered the store, seemed to be calling me. So I want to ask, what skills does this armor have, and what is the price?" Saratel suddenly raised his eyes, just saw Chi Lu, came over immediately, and said aloud. The selection of the master of the ferry can be regarded as a sales method. Otherwise, Saratel might not have noticed this place. "So it's you, Saratel, you came so early today." Seeing this, Chi Lu also understood in his heart. Although the beast-eared tribesmen do not like to use weapons, they will not refuse armor. As long as it is not too bulky and will affect the movement of the armor, the beast-eared tribe will choose to wear some. After all, the beast-eared tribesmen are no better than giant dragons. Although their fighting instinct is strong, their physique is not that strong. When it comes to fighting resistance, the beast-eared clansmen are still a bit far behind compared to the giant dragons. So Saratel is quite interested in this armor. Although the shape and color of the armor of the fierce sun are a little more flamboyant. But there is no doubt that it is a light armor. The exquisite shape can release the wearer's mobility to the maximum extent and ensure that the movement is not hindered. This armor is called the armor of the fierce sun. Since Siradur was the one chosen by the armor of the Lai Sun and was so interested in the armor of the Lai Sun, of course Chi Lu would like to introduce it in detail. But in this way, Saratel's luck is really good. It didn't take long for the heaven-shattering gloves to get their hands, and they were able to get another piece of epic armor, the armor of the scorching sun. The right weapons and armor are all in one go. For many powerhouse-level experts, this is something that can be encountered but not sought after. Because of this level of weapons and armor, there are not many. In the final analysis, it is because the forging level is too low, and there is no material, but can't make any good weapons. However, this is also impossible. Even the dwarves have cut off the inheritance of forging skills, so what can other races have left? You must know that among the many gods, there is also a god of forging. However, in the northern mountain range, or in the eastern wilderness, there was nothing. The armor of the fierce sun, as long as the light still exists, the physical strength is infinite. Blazing sun. Eternal. Armor. Saratel silently recited what Chi Lu said, and looked at the armor of the scorching sun on the shelf. These three skills are simply too suitable for Saratel. Whether it is the burning effect attached to the blazing sun skill, the infinite physical strength possessed by the eternal skill, or the automatic defense possessed by the armored skill. For Saratel, it is the best help in battle. It can be said that with the defensive power of the sun armor, and the automatic defense of the armored skill after the defensive counterattack, then, during the battle, Saratel can be more open to attack. Close combat is composed of three basic parts: offense, defense, and evasion. The reason why it is complicated is that various moves are derived from these three basic parts, also known as combat skills. And when the defense in these three basic parts is strengthened, the focus of the battle can naturally be shifted more to the attack. This can be as much as 30% for the improvement of combat effectiveness. And more importantly, Saratel no longer has to worry about physical strength. Although the physical strength of the powerhouse level power is close to inexhaustible, physical exhaustion rarely occurs. However, this is not the case when fighting an enemy of the same cultivation realm. The extremely huge consumption will make it impossible for the physical strength to recover at all. After all, even if it is a powerhouse level power, it is impossible to have endless energy in the body. This kind of thing, even one side of the world would not dare to say that. Therefore, the role of the armor of the blazing sun came into play. Manager Chi, how do you sell the armor of the fierce sun? Saratel did not hesitate at all. Although his eyes were still on the armor of the blazing sun, he asked firmly. This tone is absolutely inevitable. But, this is not an auction house, who would you say this to? 2 million spirit crystals, the same price. Qi Lu answered without thinking. The Lingjing thing, although for Qi Lu, is already a string of numbers. But for the system it is the source of energy. Those spirit crystals swallowed by the system are all converted into energy, and then used to manufacture various commodities, or used to be converted into power twice. And the main function of these powers is to lend Qi Lu the host. So after knowing about this, Qi Lu felt that he should save more spirit crystals. Even if it is necessary, it is good to leave it to the system. For the system, the luck of heaven and earth is not precious, and the energy converted from spirit crystals can be produced in large quantities. Therefore, the power of the highest realm that Qi Lu can borrow is the power off the powerhouse level peak realm. However, the demand for the power of belief needed to be a king is simply too huge. Coupled with the power of belief, it is also something that the system cannot create. Therefore, Qi Lu currently has no access to the power of the king level. It is not that there is not enough power of belief, mainly because this level of power is indeed too expensive. Just borrowing it once, it may make the innumerable power of faith go to waste, which is really distressing. With this understanding, Qi Lu can be considered to understand why the system is so greedy for money. In the end, it's about getting stronger. Countless spirit crystals flowed into the hands of the system continuously, and then were divided into a small part to be fed back into various commodities. The rest is the system upgrade, and the part that Qi Lu, the host, needs to become stronger. So Qi Lu didn't know how many spirit crystals he still had. But Qi Lu knew that the store still had to be opened. Anyone who stopped him from opening a store was an enemy. 2 million spirit crystals can buy such a piece of armor. It's not expensive at all. Saratel's eyes still didn't leave the armor of the blazing sun, and when he took out his membership card, he didn't even blink. The master of the beast spirit of the dignified beast ear clan, with a mere 2 million spirit crystals, is really nothing. If he could use another 2 million spirit crystals, his combat power would be increased by more than 30%. It is estimated that Saratel could cast tens of millions of spirit crystals without blinking an eye. Until he piled up his combat power to the top of the entire northern mountain range. Remember to drip blood on the armor of the blazing sun, and then the armor of the blazing sun belongs to you. After Qi Lu took 2 million spirit crystals from Saratel's membership card, he casually reminded. Don't worry, Manager Qi, I won't forget this kind of thing. Saratel has also seen this kind of thing a few times. So when it was my turn to do it, I didn't feel unfamiliar at all, and I bit my fingertips in one bite. Then a drop of blood essence mixed with soul breath was condensed and dropped on the armor of the fierce sun. In an instant, the armor of the scorching sun made a golden light. The entire shop was illuminated, and it turned into a golden ocean. The customers in the store were all stunned, not knowing what happened. I just felt that the sudden golden light pierced my eyes, and tears flowed. Salater, quickly put away the armor of flames. Qi Lu covered his eyes very presciently and said aloud. Manager Qi, you said earlier, this golden light suddenly came out, making my eyes almost blind. Saratel's voice also came out. Obviously, the golden light of the armor of the fierce sun belongs to an indiscriminate attack. From this point of view, perhaps there is one more attack method for Saratel. If the golden light emitted by the armor of the fierce sun is unexpected, it should have a very good effect. Even if it's just a moment of stunness, in the battle between the powerhouse level powers, it is enough to tell the winner. So, Saratel has made another profit? Qi Lu glanced at Saratel. After Qi Li's reminder, Saratel had already restrained the golden light emanating from the armor of the blazing sun. Then, Qi Lu found out that Sarater's expression seemed to be very surprised. Thinking about it, I should have realized the wonderful use of this golden light. If I knew earlier, I should have added 100,000 more spirit crystals. Anyway, Saratel wouldn't care about these 100,000 spirit crystals, and set the price a little higher, but it looked high-end. After all, there is a saying that if you don't buy the right one, you only buy the expensive one. With this, that guy Lan Qi should not be my opponent. After Saratel integrated the blood-drenched sun armor into his body, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly muttered to himself, quite excitedly. Although the relationship between Zirater and Lancy is very good, there is still a lot to do with each other. It's just that after Lan Qi got the Devil's Colosseum, he completely quit this kind of thing. Because, you really can't afford to lose. For Lan Qi's opponent, as long as Lan Qi is not pulled into the Demoness Colosseum, then he will lose if he loses. After all, the skill of Eternal Fallen to Darkness was activated only after a battle was fought in the Colosseum. If the battle takes place in the outside world, the Devil's Colosseum is irrelevant. But for Lan Qi, not being defeated is a rigid rule. The Devil's Colosseum doesn't care where you lose. As long as you lose, get ready to be devoured your soul. Therefore, Lan Qi would not do such a loss. All discussions will be rejected. Of course, there is an exception to the sparring in the New World mode. Because the Devil's Colosseum can't control the combat power improvement training room. However, if they were to learn from each other in the New World mode, wouldn't it go against the original intention of Saratel? There is no way to test the new weapons and new armors that I got. However, Qi happened to hear Saratel's self-talk, and while he was entangled in his heart, he had to remind him in a friendly way, if you compare your comprehensive combat power, you may not really be Lan Qi's opponent. What? Saratel looked at Qi Lu with a bewildered face, and a dissatisfied look appeared on his face. It's a pity that Qi Lu saw this matter better than anyone else. The armor of the Scorching Sun is really powerful, and it is a must in terms of restoring physical strength and defending counterattacks. However, restoring physical strength does not mean raising the upper limit of physical strength. 30% of the power cannot be recovered by the armor of the Fierce Sun. This is the collision between the fairy and the magic. However, the Colosseum of Demons is a magic weapon that is completely biased towards single-person combat. In terms of the improvement of comprehensive combat power, of course, it has to overwhelm the comprehensive defense fairy, such as the armor of the Blazing Sun. What's more, the power of the World Destruction Helmet was not blown out. So if Saratel and Lancy really fight, how the process will be, Qi Lu has no way to predict. But what the result is, Qi Lu can totally see that Lan Qi must win. Okay, don't be unconvinced, you two have different positions. Qi Lu patted Saratel on the shoulder and comforted him. Lan Qi's fighting style has long since become a win-or-die type, which is extremely explosive and destructive. On the other hand, Saratel's fighting style belongs to the continuous output of continuous attacks, which can always consume the enemy to death. This kind of fighting style is good at continuous combat, but lacks explosive fighting style, and is originally restrained by explosive enemies. Now I have to take the initiative to get together, isn't it okay to find a game? What Manager Qi said, it seems to make sense. Saratel pondered Qi Li's words secretly. It's good if you know it, don't be too obsessive, you each have your own strengths, and being strong alone doesn't mean anything. When Qi Li saw that Saratel started to think, he knew that he had probably figured it out. The former old rival has somehow surpassed him, and it is impossible not to be depressed. But it is not a rational behavior to insist on taking one's own shortcomings to touch the strengths of others. But this is not clear. You must know that the higher the cultivation level, the more like to drill into the bull's horns. The tip of the horns, if you have thoroughly studied it, you will probably be enlightened. If you don't study it thoroughly, it is estimated that it will end in depression. After all, to condense to the high throne, you also need a way of your own to gather the power of these beliefs. In this way, the requirements for will is very high. Without determination, the will that will never be easy, it is simply impossible to reach that state. And even if the supreme throne is condensed, but there is a crack in the state of mind, it will also lead to a crack in the supreme throne. Even because of the broken Tao heart, the supreme throne will collapse instantly. So Saratel's dedication to fighting is a good thing. Enter the road with war. But it seems a bit. Mainly because Lancy couldn't lose, and Saratel refused to admit defeat. However, the evaluation of combat power does not have to be a heads-up to illustrate the problem. It's totally possible to use their own records for comparison. I probably figured it out, but I'll talk about it later, Manager Chi. Now I just want to test the defensive power of the sun armor to see how strong it can be. Saratel's belligerent personality can't be changed, but the object of battle can be changed. The root of entering the Tao with warfare lies in the attachment to the battle, not the attachment to an opponent. Otherwise, it is not a war to enter the Tao. It's based on hatred. So Saratel, who got the armor of the blazing sun, left the shop in a hurry. If you just simply test the defensive power of the armor of the sun, then there is no need to go to Lanchi, you can go to Shana or Tiana. Anyway, the Cheongchi pet card in Tiana's hand is not low in combat effectiveness. Coupled with the blessings of various auxiliary magics cast by Tiana, it is completely possible to fight Saratel. But whether it can win is another matter. In this way, the conditions for choosing a master of an immortal weapon are not very harsh. I haven't even reacted yet, and the armor of the blazing sun has already found a suitable candidate. Chila looked at the back of Saratel walking out of the store, and thought about this question to himself. But looking back, there was really nothing worth thinking about. Because the great powers who can achieve the power level realm are all people with extraordinary talents and deep blessings, and it is not a big deal to be recognized by the fairy. There is a saying that good birds choose wood to live in. So compared to those mediocre people, as a spiritual fairy, even if you choose your own master, you will choose a person with a bright future. And at this point, the magic weapon is much better than the fairy weapon. There are far fewer magic weapons, at least in terms of usage restrictions. As long as you are willing to pay the price, you can get the magic weapon. The only shortcoming is that this price may be too heavy for life to bear. However, this has nothing to do with Chi Lu. Anyway, the fairy and magic tools are for others to use, and Chi Lu can't use them. Just when Chi Lu was about to sit down and look at the store, another item on the shelf made a slight humming sound. Looking up, it was the inheritance scroll of the Spirit of the Night class. No, why did I find a qualified person so quickly this time? I just sat down. Chi Lu stood up helplessly and walked to the second floor again. The shops on both sides are so busy, it is really a bit busy. What kind of qualified people can't appear in the same store? They have to take turns from both sides. Brother Chi Lu, are things done? Yu Shier saw Chi Lu, who had left not long ago, and hurriedly walked down from the second floor. She couldn't help asking aloud. The processing over there is over, this time it's this side's turn. Chi Lu waved his hand and answered casually. It was something like a fairy weapon, a magic weapon, or a class inheritance scroll, and Chi Lu couldn't get Yu Shier to sell it. To be precise, it should be that any product with only one item needs Chi Lu to be present. Otherwise, there is no way to price, let alone introduce the function of the product. Big brother, good morning. Good morning, Zier, I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. As soon as Chi Lu came to the hall, Lan Zier, who was squatting next to the shelf, ran over and threw herself on Chi Lu. The cultivation realm is already a powerhouse level. Sure enough, as Chi Lu had guessed, for Lan Zier and Xinglian, who had long been prepared and only lacked an opportunity, the breakthrough was as simply as eating and drinking. Although it's not as good as Yu Shier's, she made a breakthrough after just a passing scene. But definitely not difficult. One knight is enough. Of course, Zier is very powerful. Lan Zier said at Qi Lu with a smile. The expression on her face seemed to be asking for praise. Yeah, Zier is the most powerful. Qi Lu is also very happy to fulfill such a small wish of this little lowly. Then he looked up at the shelf, and at the same time there was a strange premonition in his heart. This time, the spirit of the Knight class inheritance scroll will not be another item in the Lanyi team's pocket. Even the chosen one. It doesn't make sense that the whole team is the chosen one. However, at a glance, Qi Lu suddenly realized that his hunch had really come true. The qualified person selected by the spirit of the Knight class inheritance scroll seems to be Lan Qing'er. Archer. Qi Lu pouted. Qi Lu had some guesses about the qualified candidates for the Knight spirit rank inheritance scroll, and thought that he should be an archer, and also an archer in the elf clan. Although the current situation, it can be considered a guess. But Qi Lu never imagined that this elf archer would actually appear in Donghuang. Lan Qing'er has no doubt that even if it is a mixed race, it is a pure elf. As for the dragon blood from Lan Qi, it is probably Lan Zier. This is very interesting. It can be said that things gather together, and people are divided into groups. Even qualified candidates of the class inheritance scroll can appear in the same team. If it's a coincidence, then that's exactly what it said. Geniuses are attracted to each other. The son of the election that day may be the same. If this situation is revealed, it is estimated that a group of people will cry to death in the store on the spot. Cough cough. Manager Qi, that's great, you're finally here. This should be the class inheritance scroll, right? Lan Ye's face was full of joy, and he pointed to the parchment roll on the shelf and said to Qi Lu. Even if the shape of this parchment roll, they have seen it many times. But before it was confirmed that this sheepskin scroll was the rank inheritance scroll, Lan Yi and the others were still afraid of having fun. Lan Qing'er, who was squatting on the side, also had a little apprehension and a little surprise on her face. What is fortune? This is called fortune. But then again, once the cultivation realm has entered the hero level, it isn't so easy to change the rank. Once the inherited rank is contrary to his original rank, it may be the end of starting all over again. Otherwise, you can only choose to give up. So it's not unreasonable for Lan Qing'er to feel uneasy in her heart. Yes, this is indeed a class inheritance scroll. Qi Lu nodded, first confirmed Lan Yi and the others' guess, then looked at Lan Qing'er and said, "You don't have to be so nervous. The ancient class inherited from this class inheritance scroll is called the Spirit of the Knight, which can be used as an advanced class for archers. So you don't have to worry about what choice you need to make. Just accept it with peace of mind." This explanation immediately calmed Lan Qing'er's uneasy mood. Because in the past, when Lan Yi, Nailan Qingqi, and Lan Zier were inherited, their cultivation realm was not high. So it doesn't matter what rank inheritance scroll it is. Even if it is necessary to start all over again, it is just that, and there is no delay at all. But at the hero level, it is not so easy to start all over again. Because of the hero level, it can be regarded as the beginning of a clear vision and a clear path for oneself. Making changes rashly is more than simply giving up. More importantly, it may leave hidden dangers to one's own state of mind, making it difficult to go further. It's not impossible to even stop there. So it is best not to make changes. After all, it would be a bit unworkable for a magician to convert to the way of the warrior. There are only a few melee mages that can fight. Vice versa. Then open it, Qing'er. Lan Yi patted Lan Qing'er on the shoulder and said aloud. Well, I know. Lan Qing'er nodded, then stretched out her hand to take the Spirit of the Knight rank inheritance scroll from the shelf, and tore off the ribbon on it. In an instant, the parchment roll shattered, but unlike before, the light filled the sky. Instead, it turned into a cloud of black mist and fell on the ground. Then in the next second, the light in the store suddenly dimmed, and the black mist spread. "Is it you who woke me up?" An indifferent and cold-blooded voice suddenly sounded from the surrounding black fog. However, the legacy phantom in the night spirit class inheritance scroll did not appear. The elves in the night, hidden in the dark. Always be ready to end your enemies. This is what was said in the night spirit class inheritance scroll. It seems that the spirit of the night inherits the phantom, and plays the part of hiding in the dark very well. Even if a qualified person is found, they will not show up for the first time. "I woke you up, Senior." Lan Qing'er took a deep breath and answered aloud. "In the dark fog, I only feel that there are sounds coming from all directions, and I can't catch the source of the sound at all." So Lan Qing'er gave up after trying several times. If the night spirit hidden in the darkness can still be found by the enemy, it is too weak. Look, it's another new class inheritance scroll. I've known it for a long time, but what's the use? If you're not a qualified person, it's useless to give you the class inheritance scroll. Is it the scene of inheritance again? Who is the qualified person this time? I heard it's Lan Qing'er. What? It's the Lan Yi team again. Stop talking, I'm so envious that I'm about to split. The inheritance phantom in the class inheritance scroll, the scene of inheritance in the store, is not once or twice. So the customers who come to the store are already used to this kind of big scene. Although the inheritance method this time has become a bit strange. From the grandeur and majesty of the past, it has become the current black mist. But it doesn't affect their envy and jealousy at all. Lan Yi team took 4 rank inheritance scrolls from beginning to end, and this time. It's good that these guys didn't cry on the spot. But to be honest, you may not cry when you cry, but there are many people who are so envious that they are split on the spot, and those who are so jealous that the walls are separated. Born in the dark, dying in the dark, and sleeping in the dark may be the best destination for us. Little girl, you woke me up this time, but are you ready? The voice of the night spirit's inheritance phantom is extremely indifferent, and even if it treats qualified people, there is no preferential treatment. This may be the unique emotional processing method of people who live in the dark. Indifferent. Qi Lu confirmed once again that the compatibility between the spirit of the night rank inheritance scroll and Lan Qing'er was a full 58%. More than half, it is already considered a high degree of fit. I'm ready. Lan Qing'er answered firmly. Each rank inheritance scroll's inheritance phantom has a unique way of considering the qualifications of those who are qualified. In order to confirm whether to pass on his own power. It may be will, it may be character, or it may be I. The method of consideration is never fixed, it just depends on the preference of inheritance phantoms. Therefore, Lan Qing'er had already prepared psychologically, and was only waiting to accept any test of the shadow of the spirit of the night. Now that you're ready, let's get started. We were born in the dark, and we died in the dark, little girl, if you want me power, then find out my existence from the darkness. The night spirit inheritance phantom said slowly. The content of the test is not difficult, but it is definitely not easy. The spirit of the night, just like his name, hides in the darkness, as if returning to his own realm. It is definitely not an easy task to find out the location of the shadow of the night spirit inheritance from the darkness. But fortunately, the scope of the hidden shadow of the spirit of the night inheritance is only the black fog in the store, and it will not go outside the store. So if you look carefully, you should be able to find it. Of course, this statement is only for Qi Lu. For Lan Qing'er, the only way to find the existence of the ghost of the spirit of the night's inheritance is to integrate herself into this black fog. Because of this black fog, it can isolate the detection of perception. In order to ensure that its own breath and whereabouts are not detected by the enemy. This is also the talent of the night spirit. Similarly, this is also the true test of the ghost of the night spirit's inheritance. Only by integrating into the darkness and abandoning the self under the light can you be qualified to become the night spirit. To be eligible for this power. In the dark, shelter the light. If no one clears the enemy in the dark, how can there be singing and dancing under the light? I understand. Lan Qing'er stood in the black mist, letting the black mist cover her body, but did not move. Just slowly closed his eyes, and then opened his arms. This action is like embracing the black mist. In Lan Yi squad, Lan Qing'er, as an archer, is always a scout and a screener, silently protecting everyone in the squad in the dark. So Lan Qing'er can understand the meaning of the ghost of the night spirit. Hiding in the dark does not mean falling. Hiding in the dark is just to keep the bad things from tainting the light. Guardians are not necessarily glamorous, but every guardian is a respectable person. I didn't expect her to understand so quickly. It seems that more than half of the fit is really not blown out. Looking at Lan Qing'er's actions, Qi Lu smiled involuntarily. This is also the reason why the test of the night spirit's inheritance oftentimes is neither simple nor difficult. If you can understand the purpose of this test, it is really not difficult. But without understanding the purpose of this test, it is almost impossible to pass. That's why Qi Lu felt that Lan Qing'er was quite savvy. However, this probably has something to do with Lan Qing'er's usual positioning of herself. Slowly, under the gaze of all the customers in the store, Lan Qing'er's figure in the dark fog became more and more blurred. Then at a certain moment, he suddenly disappeared into the black fog. Huh? What happened? Why did it disappear all of a sudden, and I can't feel any aura. No, what the hell is going on here? I'm stupid, you know that? The customers who have been paying close attention to the inheritance site were dumbfounded on the spot. This good big living person, how to say disappear. Many customers in the store knew that Lan Qing'er had stepped into a heroic state. But even a hero-level powerhouse does not have this ability. How did Qing'er disappear? Lan Yu was also confused. Sister Qing'er. Lan Zi'er also looked a little stunned. The expressions of Fei Xue and the others were still not much better. They were all staring at the black fog with a dull look on their faces. Such a big Lan Qing'er, who was still here just now, why did he suddenly disappear? Senior, I found you. In the dark fog, Lan Qing'er opened her eyes at an unknown time. It's just that under the shroud of the black fog, the light in these eyes seems dimmed a lot, like a ray of light looming in the darkness. Although weak, but full of hope. Little girl, are you sure you have found me? The voice of the night spirit's inheritance of phantoms, through the black mist, came out leisurely. The source of the sound still comes from all directions. Therefore, it is impossible to rely on this method to determine the location of the shadow of the night spirit inheritance. Yes, Senior, I'm sure. The spirit of the night is in the dark, but it is guarding the light on the other side. With its own obscurity, it guards the singing and dancing of the outside world. So, Senior, you are everywhere in this black fog. Lan Qing'er said slowly and firmly. This is why, if you want to find the shadow of the night spirit inheritance, you must integrate into this black fog. Because the night spirit inheritance phantom is originally a non-substantial existence. Otherwise, why haven't you shown up? No, you can't say that either. More prepared to say, it should be that the ghost of the spirit of the night has never hidden his traces, because this black fog is his real body. It's just that there are only 2 people in the entire store who can detect this. One, of course, is Qi Lu. The other is Lan Qing'er at this moment. Ha ha ha, little girl, it's not a good thing to talk nonsense. This test is still going on. The ghost of the night spirit's inheritance suddenly burst out laughing, as if she thought Lan Qing'er's answer was a bit ridiculous. However, this move did not change Lan Qing'er's complexion. He was still staring at the black mist in front of him. Senior, I'm definitely not talking nonsense. This black fog is where you are. Whether it is or not is all in the mind of the predecessors. This is the best answer and the truest answer. Because the spirit of the night inherits the real body of the phantom, although it is true. It's this black fog. But it's only a small part of it. If necessary, this small part of the black mist can be discarded at any time without damaging the spirit of the night at all. Therefore, the sentence in Lan Qing'er's mouth, yes or no, is between the thoughts of the predecessors, which is indeed true. For the sake of this, the ghost of the night spirit inheritance also knows that the test given by him has already come to fruition. What I said earlier is just the final test. If you can't stick to your own judgment and implement your own beliefs, how can you protect the bright future? Good, very good. Little girl, I didn't expect you to pass this test so quickly. In the tone of the spirit of the night's inheritance of phantoms, there is an irresistible appreciation. It was as happy as seeing a genius. I, the owner of the spirit of the night class, officially recognize you as a qualified person, and pass this power on to you. I hope you don't let this power down. After all, the ghost of the night spirit inheritance phantom has completed his task. The disappearing Lan Qing'er also revealed her figure. The black mist lingering around Lan Qing'er began to gather in front of Lan Qing'er. Part of it was integrated into Lan Qing'er's body, while the other part was solidified into a longbow with a unique shape. That is the exclusive weapon of the night spirit, the shadow hunting bow. It's all gone, and the rest is nothing to see. This passed the test? What? Are you envious? Envy is right. Although Manager Qi has so many good things here, it's not your turn. That is, the guy who can't even draw SSR pet cards, still wants to be attracted by the class inheritance scroll? It's a dream. What did you say? The dog thief is looking for a fight. The inheritance scene of the class inheritance scroll, the customers in the store, are also commonplace. What's more, the inheritance scene of the night spirit rank inheritance scroll is much smaller than that of the royal dragon envoy rank inheritance scroll. Not surprising at all. Therefore, after seeing Lan Qing'er's recognition of the ghost of the spirit of the night, she spontaneously dispersed. It's just that what should be envied is still envious, and what should be envied is still jealousy. So after arguing with each other for a few words, there are not a few people who go out to fight outside the store. Of course, most of these people just talk about it, and if they really want to fight, they just make two casual gestures. After all, they come to Manager Qi's shop every day, and they can't see it when they look up. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to play good or bad? Qing'er, how are you feeling now? Seeing that Lan Qing'er stretched out her hand and grabbed the bow of the shadow hunter, Lan Yi hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern. Although the inheritance process of the class inheritance scroll is all such a procedure. But there is still more to worry about. I feel very good now. The class of night spirit is very suitable for me. Lan Qing'er held the shadow hunting bow lightly and answered in a low voice. Immediately afterwards, the shadow hunting bow also turned into a wisp of black mist, following Lan Qing'er's arm and blending into her body, leaving only a faint pattern on her wrist. It's fine. Manager Qi, what is the price of the Spirit of Night rank inheritance scroll? Lan Yi looked Lan Qing'er up and down before nodding with a smile. But the last sentence was obviously meant for Qi Lu. The price of the Night Spirit class inheritance scroll is, eh? Why is there still any movement? Qi Lu just wanted to answer, but suddenly found that the nether dagger placed aside also showed a slight abnormal reaction. Obviously, a qualified person with a good soul fit has been found. No, can it be that the chosen people can really appear together? Although things are clustered together, the saying that people are divided into groups is indeed true. But it's not so good. Hey, are these two daggers calling me? Yu Jiu, who has been staying by the side, with a thin sense of existence, suddenly said aloud. She's the only assassin in the Lan Yi team, and the only person in the Lan Yi team who uses a dagger as a weapon. It should be, there is no one else around here. After Shao looked back for a while, he found that the customers who were still onlookers had already left. There are only a few of them left here. Whether it's calling you or not, you'll know when you pick up these two daggers. Qi Lu scratched his head silently by the side, and spoke aloud after a long while. To be honest, the nether dagger is really a good thing, and there are no too harsh usage restrictions. Because soul fit is indeed a very mysterious thing, Qi Lu is not sure anyway. So Qi Lu was surprised to find a suitable candidate so quickly. Although this suitable candidate appeared in the Lan Yi team again, it was indeed quite surprising. It surprised Qi Lu even more. What kind of children of destiny are this team of beautiful girls and little lowly? But, let's talk again. Qi Lu was really proud to be able to cultivate such a team of monsters from his own shop. This is the legendary protagonist team, with thousands of destiny and all kinds of blessings. One thing to say, if these good things are said, they are not sold by Qi Lu. That kind of opportunity was really enviable for Qi Lu. But now, it's really calling me. This familiar feeling, why is this, like, waiting for me? At this time, Yu Jiu had already taken the netherworld dagger off the shelf. Two daggers, held left and right. The feeling conveyed to Yu Jiu from the palm of the hand is as if the two daggers are connected by blood, inseparable. It was destined to be her weapon. Manager Qi, what's going on here? Yu Jiu looked at the ghost dagger in her hand, and suddenly raised her head to look at Qi Lu. Because the nether dagger chose you, that's why you feel this way. While talking, Qi Lu walked over, stretched out a finger, and pointed at the blade of the ghost dagger. The flickering cold light on the sharp blade proved the sharpness of the nether dagger. If you press it directly, it must be broken. Manager Qi, what are you doing? Seeing this, Yu Jiu hurriedly wanted to withdraw the netherworld dagger. However, the action was still a beat. Qi Li's finger touched the sharp blade of the netherworld dagger, and then, penetrated it. It was as if it was on a piece of calm water, and it passed through the nether dagger without the slightest hindrance. This scene, not only the ghost holding the ghost dagger. Jiu was stunned. Even Lan Yi and the others who were standing beside him were stunned. How is this going? Why does Manager Qi's fingers go directly through the dagger? Big brother, are your hands okay? Lan Zier was even more worried but curious, and came up to check Qi Lu's fingers. Don't worry, Zier, my hand is fine. I just want to tell you that the nether dagger is invisible and intangible, and only those who are recognized by it can pick it up. Qi Lu smiled and pulled his fingers back, rubbing Lan Zier's head. Then he looked at Yu Jiu and said aloud. This point is derived from the passive skill of nether dagger, nether. The nether dagger is forged in the nether, which is intangible and will only be used as a weapon by those it recognizes. The resulting attack will also act directly on the target's soul. So as long as Yu Jiu can pick up the nether dagger, it proves that she is qualified to use the nether dagger. In addition to the owner of the ghost dagger, if you want to touch the ghost dagger, you can also condense enough heaven and earth luck to lift the nihilism of the ghost dagger. It's just a waste of time to spend so much luck just to touch the nether dagger. Invisible and intangible. After Yu Jiu saw Qi Li's actions with her own eyes, her gaze towards the nether dagger became even hotter. Weapons of exclusive nature are generally not too bad. After all, why should a weapon that can be copied be engraved with an exclusive label? It doesn't fit either. This is just a small feature of the nether dagger, because the real power of the nether dagger is much stronger than you think. Qi Lu spoke slowly, and then introduced various information about the nether dagger. However, the content of the introduction cannot be heard by other people, only Yu-Gi-Oh can hear it. Because exclusive weapons like the Nether Dagger are not like those standard weapons on the shelves, every customer in the store knows what skills they have and how much destructive power they can exert. So it doesn't matter if you give the details. You must know that every exclusive weapon can be used as a trump card. So whether to release the trump card or not, Qi Lu will not help customers make decisions, but can only let customers make their own decisions. Direct damage to the target's soul. The weapon is not destroyed, the soul is not destroyed. Revenge. Yu-Gi-Oh digested what Qi Lu said in her heart with a shocked face. There is no doubt that each of the 3 skills attached to the Nether Dagger is an extremely tyrannical skill. There is no doubt about that. However, the power of the Nether Dagger is not without a price. Incorporating the soul into the Nether Dagger can indeed achieve immortality to a certain extent. However, it also brought a huge hidden danger. That is, once the 2 Nether Daggers are completely destroyed, the soul of the owner of the Nether Dagger will also be broken. Even after the limit is replaced by 2, there is no loss at all. There is no room for turning back the matter. But to be honest, if you can live for thousands of years with a ghost dagger, it is actually enough. At that time, the so-called hidden dangers will no longer be hidden dangers. Overall, it's still very profitable. Because the power possessed by the Nether Dagger is indeed quite powerful. And it will not limit the growth of the owner of the Nether Dagger, but it will never be able to change the weapon. But the problem of not being able to change weapons, is that a problem? Manager Qi, what is the price of the Nether Dagger? Yu-Gi-Oh made a decision without thinking for a long time. With the Nether Dagger, Yu-Gi-Oh no longer has to worry about the fact that he has dragged the Lanyi team back. Among the 7 of them, there are only Yu-Gi-Oh and Xiaoya, who have neither a good background, nor a great background, nor any adventures, and can only move forward step by step on their own. So today, when Yu-Gi-Oh encountered this opportunity, she must seize it. Even if Yu-Gi-Oh is not strong now, as long as she has the Nether Dagger, she will have the capital to fight against the strong. 2 million spirit crystals. Qi Lu answered. In fact, Qi Lu originally wanted to offer 3 million spirit crystals, because the skills attached to the Nether Dagger were indeed too powerful. If nothing else, it is not expensive to sell 3 million spirit crystals just for the revenge skill that can be exchanged for 2 at the limit. Wouldn't it be worth it to exchange 3 million spirit crystals for the lives of 2 powerhouses? That's just the price of cabbage. However, Qi Lenian has been in friendship with Lanyi team for so long, so he'll lowered the price a little bit. Anyway, by selling 2 million spirit crystals, Qi Lu also made a net profit of 1.5 million spirit crystals. There is no extra charge on the system side, just drop a little bit. By the way, there is also the inheritance scroll of the Spirit of the Night class, which is 30 master-level magic cores. Qi Lu paused for a moment, and then added another sentence. The sum of these 2 prices is definitely an unbearable price for the previous Lanyi team. But for the current Lanyi team, it is still barely enough to get together. It's just that it may be emptying out all the wealth that has been accumulated with great difficulty. After all, the time for Lanyi and the others to become stronger is too short, and they are completely incomparable with Lan Qi and Saratel, and their accumulated wealth is naturally incomparable. Is this the price of becoming stronger? Qi Lu sighed in his heart while receiving the spirit crystal and the magic core. Krypton gold will become stronger, that is too real. But the matter of Krypton gold, not everyone is qualified to do it. Some people want Krypton gold without the qualifications and luck. It can only be said that aptitude, talent, potential, luck, and fortune are all very important on the road to becoming stronger. Everyone who grows up is a genius and a person with deep blessings. Both are indispensable. After all, geniuses who are strangled in the cradle are never alone. Only when you grow up, can you be famous and admired in the world. After all the good things were sold, Qi Lu was relieved. In addition to this one-piece orphan, other products do not need to be introduced by Qi Lu. Because the old customers in the store alone are enough to deal with the newcomers who come to the store for the first time. Helpful, but the traditional virtue of Qi Lu shop. The first step, of course, is to open a membership card. The second step is to go to the pet card swap machine and start a life-off collapse. As long as you are lucky and can't draw a good pet card, then we are best friends. But if you send it into the soul, you will come directly to an SR-level pet card, or even a SSR-level pet card. Then don't blame us old customers for being ruthless and ruthless. It is not once or twice that newcomers are educated. Vegetable chickens always hope that there will be more vegetables around them, and those African chiefs are no exception. As long as your luck is bad enough, we will be friends forever. Sand sculpture customers are so happy. However, on this calm day, Qi Lu, who was lying on the sofa recuperating, sat up suddenly and looked into the distance. There is the direction of the dragon ruins. There is a very strange aura that appears in the direction of the dragon ruins. That place has been abandoned for thousands of years. Apart from the magic circle arranged by the dragon race, what else can there be? Qi Lu walked to the door of the store, and with his toes a little, his figure had already appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Over the ruins of the dragon, there seems to be a gathering of thunderclouds. A little ray of sunshine shone on the ruins from the sky, and it looked very solemn. This scene is a bit like the birth of a treasure. Could it be that it is a treasure of the dragon family? What kind of treasure can be buried in the ruins of the dragon? Qi Lu frowned, then took out his membership card. Lan Qi, are you there? There's something urgent. Manager Qi? What's the urgency for you to find me? The outgoing conversation window was quickly connected, and Lan Qi's face appeared on the small window of the membership card. The situation in the ruins of the dragon is a little wrong. It seems that something is wrong. Looking at the direction, it should be that something happened to the magic circle arranged by your dragon family. Do you know what might happen? Qi Lu said to Lan Qi while looking at the direction of the dragon ruins. By the way, I used the membership card to take pictures of the visions of the dragon ruins and showed Lan Qi a look. Xuanhuan and Thundercloud? This is a sign that the fire of the dragon's soul is about to condense and take shape. Lan Qi is worthy of being the dragon king of the dragon clan, but after seeing a few pictures, he immediately concluded what the situation was. Dragon soul fire. This thing, Qi Lu heard Lan Qi say it. The dragon treasure, which is condensed from a large number of dragon souls, is used to carry the dragon soul to achieve the purpose of resurrecting the dragon people. Although the resurrection function is indeed a bit too powerful. But the fire of the dragon soul can only be used on the dragon clansmen. So Qi Lu has nothing to think about. However, having said that, Qi Lu really has nothing to think about, but the people of the dragon clan don't think so. Especially after Qi Lu knew the inside story of the dragon clan, it was clear that in the sea area, there was also the ocean dragon emperor staring at him. The appearance of the fire of the dragon's soul may touch the nerves of the ocean dragon emperor. Isn't the fire of the dragon's soul saying that the cohesion failed because of the appearance of the bone dragon? In the East Wasteland, there are no additional dragon souls that can be put into the dragon soul fire magic array. Qi Leke still remembered what he had talked to with Lan Qi before. In order to protect his daughter, Xing Lian, the bone dragon transformed by dragon prince used the power to condense the fire of the dragon's soul. Therefore, the fire of the dragon's soul could not be condensed and formed. For this matter, Qi Lu also sighed once. He would rather give up his chance of resurrection than let his daughter live. This dragon prince is a qualified father, no matter from any point of view. And if you want to condense the fire of the dragon's soul, the most important raw material is the dragon's soul. But in today's eastern wilderness, where can the dragon's soul be added to the dragon's soul fire magic array? So why did the fire of the dragon soul condense successfully? This is where Qi Lu is most puzzled. The power of the dragon soul that has been consumed will not grow out of thin air, and will only remain the same at most. And if the power of the dragon soul in the dragon soul fire magic circle is insufficient, it is impossible to successfully condense the dragon soul fire no matter what. So Qi Li's surprise was not fake. Indeed, Manager Qi, without enough dragon soul power, it is impossible to condense the fire of dragon soul. But the current situation, there is no doubt, is a precursor to the success of the dragon soul fire. Lan Qi frowned at the other end of the membership card window. This situation is very strange. The dragon people have long since returned to Dragon Island. And the place where the giant dragons of the Earth Dragon Emperor died was also in the City of Life in the northern mountain range, not in the dragon ruins in the eastern desolation. What's more, the dragon souls of these giant dragons were not left behind, and they were all taken away and forged into weapons. Where did the extra dragon soul come from? Qi Lu supported his chin with his hand, thinking in his mind. It seems that my schedule for returning to the East Wasteland must be advanced. The fire of the dragon soul will definitely attract the attention of Long Island. Seeing Qi Li's frown, Lan Qi couldn't help sighing. Once the fire of the dragon soul condenses and takes shape, the dragon clan will surely move. That also gave Ocean Dragon's sovereign an excuse to go to the Eastern Wasteland. As a result, Lan Qi also had to leave as soon as possible and return to the Eastern Wilderness to confront the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, there is bound to be a big mess. Okay, if you come here, come to Yunwu City. Qi Lu nodded, and then closed the small window of the membership card. This kind of thing, if it is not a face-to-face conversation, it is really not clear, and even if Qi Lu wants to deal with it first, he does not know how to do it. Where did the extra dragon soul come from? Wait, if it's just a dragon soul, could it be? Qi Lu, who was thinking alone, kept thinking about the word dragon soul, and suddenly thought of something. If so, only consider the issue of the dragon soul. In the recent period of time, there have indeed been additional dragon souls appearing in the eastern wilderness. That is, the remnant soul of the Dragon King. But wasn't the remnant soul of the giant dragon Holy King handed over to Dongwang's will of heaven and earth by the system? Why would it prompt the dragon soul fire magic array, which is already in a broken state, to condense the dragon soul fire? Besides, it would be too extravagant to use the remnant soul of the Dragon King to condense the fire of the dragon soul. You must know that the dragon soul thrown into the dragon soul fire magic array will be refined. That would be equivalent to a complete loss of vitality. In the dragon race, who else has the qualification to use the fire of the dragon soul condensed from the remnant soul of the giant dragon Holy King? Even if it is a certain dragon sovereign, I am afraid that he has to weigh his own weight. And one of the things that Qi Lu couldn't figure out the most was why something that had already fallen into the hands of the will of heaven and earth was thrown into the ruins of the dragon. This is totally out of the ordinary. Qi Lu did not believe in the will of the east and the earth. What kind of good person would he be? In fact, the will of heaven and earth is also. It's impossible to have so many emotions. Things are getting more and more chaotic. Now it seems that we can only wait for Lan Qi to come over to talk about it. After thinking back and forth several times, Qi Lu couldn't come up with anything useful. Speaking of it, it is also because the information and clues that are known are too little. But one thing is certain. That is the birth of the fire of the dragon soul, which will definitely provoke a response from the Dragon Island. Such a treasure of the dragon race cannot be left to the human race, and the Ocean Dragon Emperor will surely seize it by any means. After all, this is a good thing to save one's life. Although the effect of the dragon soul fire is somewhat similar to the attributes of an active item that the system has taken out before, a dummy doll. But in essence, the quality levels of these two things are very different. Although the avatar can take a fatal injury for the person bound by the blood drop, and can also heal all the injuries of the bound person by the way. But these effects are all on the flesh, and there is no way to involve the soul level. Not to mention an object of the level of luck in heaven and earth. So really, the limit of the avatar is the heroic realm. This is why the system sends out such a seemingly anti-sky item as an active item. Because the quality of the avatar is placed there, the limit is so high. It is ineffective for powerhouses. And it is impossible to have such a high-level effect of resurrection. It can only be used as a life-saving charm in an emergency. However, Dragon Soul Fire is different. As the treasure of the Dragon Clan, formed by gathering thousands of dragon souls, the fire of the Dragon Soul has more power than imagined. With the power of the fire of the Dragon Soul, even if you want to revive Agent Dragon in the power level realm, it is an easy task. Even if it is a giant dragon at the peak of the power level, as long as the Dragon Soul still exists. Then after merging with the fire of the Dragon Soul, it can also regenerate the dragon body and turn the dead into life. This is the real meaning of having an extra life. Unless the body and spirit are destroyed, the soul is scattered. Otherwise, life and death can be reversed. Such a treasure, how could the Dragon Clan hand it over to others? The breath of Dragon Soul Fire. Why does it condense at this time? Why is it so many years later than the recorded time? A deep voice came from the sea outside Long Island. A giant dragon with dark blue scales protruded its dragon head from under the sea and looked in the direction of the dragon ruins. The sea, which was originally as calm as a mirror, suddenly surged with huge waves. Like a throne made of sea water, the dragon was lifted out of the sea and looked down from the sky. It was only at this moment that the dragon showed all of its dragon body. Even with its wings folded now, it looks like a mountain range. The high-spirited dragon's head looks contemptuous, and with a flick of Thedragon's tail, it can roll up the sky and the huge waves, tyrannical and unparalleled. Looking around, there is also a dragon body that is several thousand meters long, which proves the strength of this giant dragon, which is amazing. This is the last dragon emperor who has been hidden in the sea area, the ocean dragon emperor. Long Xing. But none of that matters anymore. Since the fire of the Dragon Soul has been successfully condensed, then the agreement between my Dragon Clan and the human clan is over. The Dragon Clan should not be trapped in the Dragon Island, but should stand in the top of the 10,000 clans. Long Xing slowly exhaled a turbid breath from his mouth. At this moment, the overwhelming tide that came from the sky stopped in the same place as if it had been fixed. Then in the next second, a little bit of dark blue emerged above the waves. In an instant, the huge waves of 10,000 feet and the sea surface of 10,000 miles were completely frozen. This is the power of the ocean dragon sovereign, and freezing thousands off miles is just a thought. Long Xing, you finally showed up. On the Dragon Island, the bright dragon emperor also woke up from a deep sleep and looked towards the frozen sea. At the top of the frozen gigantic waves, there stood a giant dragon with dark blue scales like the sea, looking down at Long Island with a contemptuous posture and incomparable pride. The fire of the Dragon Soul appeared in the world, and it was when my dragon race set off. Dragon Island can't trap the Dragon Clan, and the mere human clan can't restrain the Dragon Clan. Long Xing looked at the Guangming Dragon Emperor and said coldly. Although the agreement between the dragon family and the human race was settled by the ancestors of the dragon family. But in order to show respect for the ancestors, Long Xing would not go against this agreement, but stayed in the sea all the time. Until today, the fire of the Dragon Soul is about to condense and take shape. At that time, the Huang Empire and the Dragon Clan went to war, and then all the powers of the human clan and the Dragon Clan were involved. In the end, the Huang Empire disappeared, leaving only the ruins now known as the Dragon Ruins. And the ancestors of the Dragon Clan also left an oath: if the fire of the Dragon Soul is not born, the Dragon Clan will not be born again. It is because of this that the dragon clan stayed on Dragon Island for thousands of years and never went out. Except for the defector, the Dragon Emperor Lanchi. So now, the day when Dragon Soul Fire was born is not far away, and it is time for the Dragon Clan to leave Dragon Island. Donghuang should also belong to the Dragon Clan. Racial feud, coupled with the resentment that has accumulated for thousands of years, is not so easy to eliminate. First obtain the fire of the Dragon Soul, and then destroy the entire human race in the eastern wasteland. This is what Longxing wants to do. Longxing, do you want to destroy the human race? Bright Dragon Emperor saw at a glance what Longxing wanted to do. Among the 4 current dragon sovereigns of the Dragon Clan, the one with the most resentment towards the human race is undoubtedly the Ocean Dragon Sovereign. Longxing attributed all the things that he was trapped in Long Island and cold leave to the human race. This kind of deep-rooted thinking cannot be reversed in a short period of time. So, if the dragons can leave Dragon Island, then taking action against the human race is what the Ocean Dragon Emperor will definitely do. That's right, the Bright Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Clan, should stand on the top of the 10,000 clans. This kind of trivial thing is done. Longxing stood proudly above the huge waves, raised his head and looked up, and said aloud. There's no need to hide this. I advise you, Longxing, don't think about doing such a stupid thing. The things that happened back then were not as simple as you thought. Retriato Dragon Island was voluntary by the Dragon Clan. The Guangming Dragon Emperor frowned and said angrily. This tone, like persuasion, but also like warning. What happened back then has nothing to do with me. I just want to lead the Dragon Clan and return to the position of the top of the 10,000 clans. Longxing sneered, not caring about Guangming Dragon Emperor's anger, but wings spread out, suddenly vibrated. A gust of wind suddenly swept in, roaring the huge waves that were frozen under the feet of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, as well as the thousands of miles of sea, all shattered. Huge ice debris rumble fell from the sky, making a huge sound. Dragon clansmen, wake up. The time to leave Dragon Island has come. What the Dragon Clan once lost, we are going to get it back now. All Fecklansmen who want to let the Dragon Clan regain that glory, stand up for me and follow me. Go to the East Wasteland. A huge roar, mixed with dragon might, echoed across the entire Dragon Island. Longxing ignored the Guangming Dragon Emperor, only brought his followers, and then killed Donghuang. You must know that among the Dragon Clan, there are not a few clansmen who are full of resentment towards the human clan. At this moment, Longxing shouted, and it must be 100 responses. Roar. Follow the Ocean Dragon Emperor and head to the Eastern Wasteland. Countless giant dragons responded with a deafening roar, then fluttered their wings, roared up from the Dragon Island, and came to the sky. The huge dragon body covered the sky and the sun, casting a huge shadow on the sea, stretching for more than 1,000 miles. Then he followed behind the Ocean Dragon Emperor and galloped in the direction of Donghuang. It didn't take a moment for him to disappear in front of the Bright Dragon Emperor. That's what happened after all. The grievances of the dragon race towards the human race must not be resolved. Lan Qi, I want to know what you will do at this time. The Guangming Dragon Emperor looked at the dragon clansmen who were walking away until all their figures disappeared, as if they had expected it. Just let out a sigh, but didn't do anything. Then looked back at Long Island. The dragon clansmen who can still stay on the Dragon Island are less than 1/3 of the previous ones. As for the other members of the Dragon Clan, they all followed the Ocean Dragon Emperor and went to the East Wasteland, wanting to seek justice from the human clan. But is it really worth it? Due to the difficulty of reproduction, the number of clansmen has never been large. Now if you go to the East Desolate to fight the human race, I really don't know how much is left. Your Majesty the Dragon King, I don't know if your decision was right or wrong. Qi Lu was completely unaware of what happened in Long Island and the waters outside Long Island. In addition to Qi Lu, very few people noticed the vision that occurred in the ruins of the dragon. After all, the ruins of the dragon are close to the sea, and in the extreme south of the eastern wasteland, it is a deserted place, and there are really few people who care about there. However, this also has little to do with the thunderclouds and rays of light that gathered towards the ruins of the dragon. Because now is just a precursor to the formation of the dragon soul fire, not the real moment of formation. If it really takes shape, it is estimated that it will attract thunder tribulation. In addition to the reason for the birth of the treasure, it is also because the fire of the dragon's soul needs the last thunder tribulation to turn the cathode of the fire of the dragon's soul into the sun. So while waiting for the dragon's soul fire to take shape, Lan Qi and Shauna also came to Cloud City. The way to come here is naturally to open the space channel from Tianyuan. The Holy King token is still very useful at this time. Manager Qi, although I heard from you before that you also opened a shop in Donghuang, but it was quite unexpected to see you today. I would have walked straight from your store if I knew it earlier. That's what Lan Qi said when he walked into the store. Because Qilu opened stores in Beishan Mountain and Donghuang, it means that there must be a way to penetrate the world on both sides. I'm sorry, only people in my store can go through this passage, you can't go. Qila shrugged and said aloud. The store teleportation array can only be used by the store manager and clerk, but not by others. It should be impossible for Lan Qi to come over to be a clerk. So for Lan Qi's thoughts, Qi Lu can only say that it is better to dismiss it as soon as possible. It turns out that there is no way. Lan Qi was not surprised by this statement. To be honest, with Qi Li's unfathomable strength, it should not be particularly difficult to come up with such an exclusive teleportation array. The decoration of the store hasn't changed. Manager Qi, you won't make these two stores together, right? Shauna said aloud after looking around the store. But speaking of this, because the two stores share the warehouse, there will naturally be no change in decoration. At most, the Donghuang side tends to have a sense of technology, while the Beishan Mountain side tends to have a natural style. After a few words of greeting, Lan Qi also remembered the business of coming here. Let's talk less, the situation over the ruins of the dragon, it's not too late, store manager, Qi, let's go and take a look. Sure, let's go. Qila nodded, then looked back at Yushir. Otherwise, let's wait and see. After finally waiting for Lan Qi, it's business to go and see the situation of the dragon ruins first. Otherwise, the dragon clan and the human clan will fight, and you will not want to open the store according to Qi Lu. Brother Qi Lu, please be careful along the way. Yu Xier said with a smile. Manager Qi, this is the other clerk you mentioned. The first time I saw him, he was much prettier than when I saw him in the New World mode. Lan Qi also took a look at Yushir, and then made a joke to Qi Lu. To talk about why Lan Qi and Shauna knew Yushir, we have to start with the New World mode. In fact, most of the customers in the two stores, although they have not met in the outside world. But in the New World mode, it is quite familiar. To describe it with one word, it is the so-called netizen. Of course, Sheer is indeed beautiful. Qila replied with a smile. Let Lan Qi involuntarily turn his head and look at Shauna. Okay, let's go. Shauna also laughed lightly as if she saw something. Although the ruins of the dragon are a little far from the Cloud City, but for Qi Lu, it is all fake. As long as you go to a place once, for Qi Lu, no matter how far it is, it doesn't matter. As soon as the broken boots are stepped on, the door of space opens. The ruins of the dragon are there. The site is still the same dilapidated scene as before, and even the trace of Qi Lu and others fighting here have not disappeared, and they are all left here. However, ruins are just ruins after all, the only difference is the degree of dilapidation. After many years, I finally came to the ruins of the dragon again. Lan Qi walked out of the door of space, looked at the picture in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. In the ruins of the dragon, there is an extremely important dragon magic circle, so it is naturally impossible for Lan Qi to come here for the first time. It's just that when I came to the ruins of the dragon before, I was not as excited this time. Because this time, in the sky above the ruins of the dragon, layers of extremely thick thunderclouds are constantly accumulating. Rays of light also shone down from the gaps in the thunderclouds, forming beams of light. The scene seemed quite solemn. "Is this the dragon ruins you said? The atmosphere here seems very depressing." Shauna was here for the first time. After all, for Lan Qi, there are no good memories in the ruins of the dragon, so naturally it is not necessary to bring Shauna over. Of course it will be depressing here. If you want to condense the fire of dragon souls, you need to consume countless dragon souls. You must know that even if it is refined and vanished, the resentment left by dragon soul will not disappear. If there is no gathering of the dragon soul fire magic array, these resentments may be dispelled over time. But now, we can only rely on tribulation thunder. Having said that, Lan Qi also raised his head deliberately and glanced at the thundercloud in the sky. "Lan Qi, how is the situation?" Qi Lu asked aside. Regarding the dragon magic array, although Qi Lu is a little involved, he isn't proficient. Especially about the magic circle of dragon soul fire, which is almost an undisclosed secret, even more so. So it is better to ask a professional. It's basically in line with what I've guessed. In 3 days at most, the fire of the dragon soul will condense successfully. At that time, there will be a war. Lan Qi was talking, his eyes were already looking to the south. Over there is Dragon Island, and the direction of the extreme South Sea area. When Dragon Soul Fire was born, it was the day when the Dragon Clan could leave Dragon Island. Although the Bright Dragon Emperor needs to guard the Dragon Island, he will definitely not leave the Dragon Island. But Ocean Dragon King does not have this restriction. Maybe at this time, the Ocean Dragon Emperor has already taken the clansmen of the Dragon Clan and waited at the edge of the sea. Just wait for the moment when the thunder robbery fell, and go directly to the ruins of the dragon. 3 days at most. That's okay, there's still time to prepare. Qi Lu nodded, then waved his hand and opened the door of space again. Since there are still 3 days, there is no need to wait in the ruins of the dragon. Anyway, there is Qi Lu, and if you want to rush back to the ruins of the dragon, that is, a door of space, there is no need to waste time. He even said that he wanted to bring reinforcements here, and that's what happened. As Qi Li's cultivation realm is getting higher and higher, the power of the broken boots is naturally getting stronger and stronger. A door of this level of space is trivial. Then go back to the store first. For the past few days, Shauna and I have been living in Yunwu City, so let's remember the past. Anyway, Qi Lu can open the door of space at any time, so Lan Qi has no objection. Compared to waiting in the ruins of the dragon, it is more comfortable in the store. Brother Qi Lu, welcome back. But this time you came back so fast. Yu Xier shook her head for a while, when she saw Qi Lu walk in from outside the store again. Behind him are Lan Qi and Shauna. It's nothing major, of course I'll be back soon. Qi Lu said with a smile. This time, I took Lan Qi to see the situation and confirm the venue. It's not from the war in the past, how much time can it take? We can't wait for the fire of the dragon's soul to condense and form, and then go to the ruins of the dragon to confirm the situation. When that time passes, it may really be a war in the past. But in a few days, there may be a big battle over the ruins of the dragon, and I may go out for a while. After a short pause, Qi Lu added another sentence. However, the ruins of the dragon are not a place with good memories for Yu Xier, so Qi Lu didn't say much. Anyway, the fight really broke out, and it shouldn't spread to Yunwu City. Just a single word will suffice. If Yushir is interested, wait until the dragon ruins is over, and then talk to her slowly when you come back. The war. Brother Qi Lu, can I go over and have a look? As soon as she heard the word war, Yushir asked out loud. Since the battle that destroyed the Shadow Palace, Yushir has never participated in other battles. However, the improvement of combat effectiveness does not need to be honed in actual combat, and it will always be a pretense. So now that there is such an opportunity in front of her eyes, Yushir still wants to improve herself. After all, after being promoted to the powerhouse level, Yushir also has enough confidence to participate in various battles. Even if you lose, you don't have to worry about being unable to protect yourself because of your lack of strength. At least it can help a little. Yushir didn't want to make a vase that could only be placed in the store. She wanted to use her own strength to help Qi Lu. Even if it's just a little bit, at least it can make Yushir feel that the distance between herself and Qi Lu is one step closer. Do you want to go see it together? Qi Lu glanced at Yushir in surprise. If it doesn't work, forget it. It doesn't matter. Shir can stay in the store. Noticing the change in Qi Li's expression, Yushir quickly waved her hand and said. Although she really wanted to help, but if it would cause trouble to Qi Lu, it will be fine if she didn't go. No, if you want to go, let's go together. Qi Lu smiled gently. The reason why she was surprised was that it was the first time Yushir had mentioned this kind of request, so Qi Lu was not prepared. But the content of this requirement is not excessive. Staying in the store all day and not going out is indeed easy to get sick. It is also a good thing to want to go out for a while. As for the issue of guarding the store, in fact, it doesn't matter if you are empty for a long time. After all, there is really no way to find a guy who dares to eat free food in the Qi Lu store now. Moreover, in the absence of new products, the old customers in the store are fully qualified for the task of shopping guides. Might be able to do better. Because it is always more convenient for customers to talk to each other. Therefore, if Yushir wants to leave for a short time, there is no problem at all. It can even be said that if you say something in the store in advance, maybe you can get these customers to help close the door outside. In this way, even if you leave for a day or two, it will not be a problem. Really, that's great. When Yushir heard the words, she suddenly became happy. Sensitive girls' mood changes are always fast. Because they care about few things, but they put all their thoughts on it. On the other side, Lan Qi and Shauna walked into the store again, as if doing daily tasks. Just like that, the process of coming to the store began. Buy food and drinks first, fill your stomach, and satisfy your appetite. Then by the way, on the chair next to the small round table, I blew water with the customers in the store. To be honest, since the moment Lan Qi and Shauna opened the store door and walked into the store, many customers have noticed them. Because the vague aura that emanated from the two of them was too tyrannical. In addition, there is no deliberate concealment. Naturally, it is impossible to keep silent. After all, the powerhouse level power is in the eastern wilderness, which is indeed a rare species. It suddenly appeared at this time, and two of them appeared at the same time, which did not frighten these customers. It was already considered that these customers had big hearts. But after seeing that the two were so familiar with Manager Qi, these customers were relieved. Of course, the person who can walk with store manager Qi cannot be the weak. And if you can come to the store, naturally, you will not come to find fault. Therefore, some daring customers choose to come over and try to talk, and then brag about it together, which is also a good talk, isn't it? Especially when a few customers recognized Shauna's appearance, as if it appeared in the New World mode, many customers in the store became more enthusiastic. Isn't this the so-called meeting of netizens, a small scene? As for why no one recognizes Lanky's appearance. With the beauties of the elves around, who would have nothing to do to see an uncle with a serious expression? Big brother, are you in the shop? Father? But at this moment, a voice came from the door of the store, and Lan Qi jumped up from the chair in shock. Purple. Lan Qi looked back and saw Lan Zier's astonished face. As for the other people standing beside Lan Zier, I'm sorry, Lan Qi chose Toinura directly. The daughter whom she hadn't seen for more than 10 years appeared in front of her eyes, and Lan Qi couldn't hold other people's figures in her eyes. What did I just hear? This is Lan Zier's father? A shocking secret, Lan Zier's father suddenly appeared and was bragging with his just now. So, Lan Zier is so strong, because of the family inheritance, so this is a family monster. The customers who were sitting by the side just now, and listened to Lan Qi's bragging with gusto, now all have their eyes widened. Then they glanced at each other, and saw the expressions on each other's faces that they couldn't believe. One thing to say, with the rise of Lan Yi Squad's reputation, the names of these 7 team members were also known to everyone in the store. Especially in this team, all of them are beautiful girls and little lowly. This popularity is not weak. And as more and more people know about Lan Yi's team, Lan Yi and the others' identities and backgrounds can't be concealed naturally. It's just the background of Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier, it's too mysterious. After investigating for a long time without fruit, naturally gave up. However, at this moment, Lan Zier's father suddenly appeared in front of them, almost shocking them to the ground. This is a real powerhouse level almighty. These guys have been in the Qi Lu store for so long, what kind of world have they never seen before? Naturally, I have also heard about the powerhouse realm. Although she knows Yu Shier's specific cultivation realm, currently there are only Qi Lu and Yu Xuanhuan. But this is because when in the store, the breath of the manager and clerk will be completely covered up. Therefore, it is impossible for other people to perceive the realm of Yu Shier's cultivation. However, there are still a lot of people who know about Gu Pingchuan being at half-step powerhouse level. Gu Pingchuan can be called the number 1 person in the eastern wilderness without the presence of a powerhouse level almighty. However, at this moment, with Lan Zier's father shouting out, many customers in the store just noticed one thing. It turns out that Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier's backgrounds are not unsearchable, but their level is too high, and they are simply not qualified to check. Then in the next second, a fact that shocked these customers even more came. Zier, you actually broke through so quickly. It seems that the powerhouse level trial crystals given to you last time should have been used up. She really deserves to be my daughter of Lan Qi. Lan Qi stepped forward with joy on his face, squatted in front of Lan Zier, and looked up and down at Lan Zier. Others may not be able to perceive that wispy aura of the powerhouse level realm, but in Lan Qi's eyes, it is as conspicuous as a bright light. Strong level trial crystal? Strong class. What do you mean by that sentence just now? Lan Zier has broken through to the powerhouse level. Except for the 2 insiders, Qi Lu and Yu Xier, and the other 6 members of the Lan Yi team, all the customers in the store, without exception, all widened their eyes. The disbelief in those eyes was almost overflowing. On the top of his head, countless question marks appeared. Lan Zier's promotion to the powerhouse level has never been publicized, so how could it be known by others? What's more, Lan Zier has just been promoted. No matter what the momentum of that body, it is impossible to compare to Lan Qi. Even if they were noticed by the people around, they thought that Lan Zier and Gu Pingchuan were both half-step powerhouses, getting ready to break through. Who would have thought that after 2 days of absence, the breakthrough has been successful? So this family is really monsters, right? It must be so. Mother. Lan Qing'er on the side greeted Shauna. After all, they are people of blood inheritance, and there is still a slight difference in the tendency to get close. Lan Zier would prefer to be with Lan Qi, and Lan Qing'er would naturally prefer to be with Shauna. Qing'er, your breath seems to have become more restrained. Did something happen recently? Shauna also came to Lan Qing'er and said aloud. As soon as these words came out, the customers who were onlookers in the store were the first to complain. What happened? Are you talking about Lan Qing'er's inheritance of the Night Spirit rank inheritance scroll? I can see that this is not only the monster of the family, but also the chosen person of the family. Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er and their sisters, it's only fair to have one class inheritance scroll. I'm so envious. Don't say it, I'm more envious than you, and I want to cry if I go on. Is this what it's like to be a winner in life? One thing to say, it's so sour that my teeth are going to fall out. A group of sand sculpture customers gathered around, talking about what happened. Come. There are also countless sounds of envy to the separation of the plasmodesmata, and to the explosion of envy on the spot. But what is the use of envy and jealousy alone? As expected of the great power that Manager Qi has made friends with, what is a winner in life? That's right, it's not enough to just look at it like this, it's so sour that I want to go to the New World mode to play 2 dungeons. Although we don't have such a good background, Manager Qi also gave us a chance. That's right, you need to seize the opportunity yourself. With Manager Qi's luck, bless me. SSR level pet cards changed their lives against the sky, you understand. Qi Lu? What chance have I given you? How come I don't know anything? And the guy over there, don't talk nonsense when you draw the card, if Yotsant, sacrifice your roommate and let him be single for life. If that doesn't work, add your roommate or colleague. Just being single for a lifetime, just a small problem. Seeing that the fire was about to burn himself, the expression on Qi Li's face immediately became exciting. But let's be honest. SSR level pet cards can indeed change their lives against the sky, and this sentence is not true at all. The winners in life, the people chosen by heaven, are only a very small number after all. Ordinary people want to counterattack, it is better to draw pet cards and pray that it will come true. At least in terms of the combat power of the pet card, Qi Lu is still not deceiving. Now there is only one SSR level pet card, Qiongqi, that is indeed capable of fighting against the strong level powerful. And it can get stronger and stronger with each battle. Fortunately, the crooked building of this group of sand sculpture customers did not affect Lan Qi's father-daughter meeting and mother-daughter reunion. Blood is thicker than water, so Lan Qi and Shauna don't feel unfamiliar even though they haven't met Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er for more than 10 years. Once you start chatting, it's real gushing. The thoughts accumulated over the past 10 years have all erupted today. The customers who were still on the sidelines, although they were still talking about it, also left with interest. It is one thing to not be able to offend, but it is also a very important skill to be observant. In Qi Li's store, there are almost no ignorant customers. Because of the ignorant guys, all disappeared. And there is no need for Qi Lu to do it, just the old customers in the store are enough for those ignorant guys to drink a pot. This is also the biggest reason why this group of sand sculpture customers can be so happy. Since they are all the same kind of people, there is no need to quarrel. What's the matter? We can sit down and have a good chat. For example, I will sacrifice you on the spot to be single for the rest of my life, bless me with an SSR pet card. So what followed was a big fight. The atmosphere of the large-scale recognition site is still very good. It has been 2 or 3 days since the incident, and the customers in the store can still talk about it. It is a famous scene after all. A family of 4, 3 of whom are powerhouses, who can stand this? Except for the customers in the Qi Li store who have witnessed it with their own eyes, it is estimated that this word will be heard as a story. Make up stories, as if no one can. So much so that the story spread more and more widely, so shocked that Gupingchuan and the others even came to the store on purpose to see the protagonists of this story and see if they could make friends. Although they are already very familiar with Lan Zi'er. But Lan Qi and Shauna, it was indeed their first appearance, and they had to make friends. Of course, the most important reason was because Gu Pingchuan heard that Lan Qi had a powerhouse-level trial crystal in his hands. So I was thinking about it, to see if I could find a way to buy one. No matter what the price is, no matter what the cost. Because as long as you can be promoted to the powerhouse level, then no matter what the price is, it will be worth it. Fortunately, Lan Qi has been influenced a lot by Qi Lu, and his temper has improved a lot. So after a friendly consultation with Gu Pingchuan, Lan Qi also agreed to Gu Pingchuan, if there is a chance, he will help him get a powerhouse-level trial crystal. But exactly when, it can only depend on fate. After all, the alien beasts in the powerhouse level are very alert, and they won't come out after being caught, so it's really hard to find them. However, these are all minor details, and the real big thing is still the dragon ruins. The 3 days Lan Qi had expected had passed. The thunderclouds above the ruins of the dragon have also converged to a point where they can be clearly seen from the cloud city. In the pitch-black thundercloud, the thunder rolled, and the electric light suddenly appeared, which was very terrifying. However, between the electric light and the thunder, the rays of light shining down have a holy feeling. The combination of the two should have been an extremely bizarre scene. But looking at it now, it is very harmonious. Boom! The suppressed sound of thunder seemed to cross the space and spread to all directions. The sound was so dull that everyone who heard it felt tightness in their chests. It was like a big drum beating in my heart, making my heart thump. Is this the beginning? Qi Lu stood quietly in the sky above Yunwu City, looking at the thundercloud surging with thunder, and muttered to himself slowly. Yes, when the tribulation thunder falls, it is the time when the fire of the dragon's soul takes shape. The tribulation thunder that just reaches the sun will wash away the yin in the dragon's soul and gather the fire of the dragon's soul, so that the fire of the dragon's soul can help the dragon's soul whose consciousness is not scattered, and be reborn from the dead. Lan Qi didn't know when, he also came to Qi Li's side and said, as I've explaining. However, Qi Lu was not interested in the principle of the formation of the dragon's soul fire. No, to be more precise, it should be that Qi Lu is not interested in dragon soul fire itself, he is just trying to stop the dragon clan from attacking Donghuang. If anyone really wants to be interested in this principle, then the system may be easier to learn than Qi Lu. Then let's go over now and try to get the dragon soul fire as soon as possible. As Qi Lu spoke, a door of space also appeared in front of him. And this time, the gate of space, Qi Lu also deliberately used the heaven and earth to maintain its shape, which can last for about half a day and will not dissipate. It is convenient to leave the dragon ruins quickly after obtaining the dragon soul fire later. In order to avoid the time to fight, I have to be distracted to open the door off space. Of course, if those giant dragons of the dragon race are willing to come to Yunwu City, then Qi Lu will not be stingy with his strength. The dragon ruins is just a piece of ruins, no matter how much you destroy it, nothing will emerge. But Cloud City is different. Such a great city-state, not. It can be ruined like that. Let's go, just in time to see the grand occasion of the fire of the dragon soul. Lan Qi has no objection. Shauna also nodded and said nothing. For 3 days, there will be no change in the ruins of the dragon. The only difference is probably that the thunderclouds in the sky have become more terrifying. And the glow from the sky is even purer. Huh? The thing on the ground is. After Qi Li's eyes moved down from the thunder cloud in the sky, he suddenly found a clear magic circle on the ground of the dragon ruins. The pattern on the top looks messy, but it is very mysterious. And on every key note of this magic circle, there is a ray of light shining down, as if connecting a thundercloud. Overall, it is very coordinated. Manager Qi, this is the magic circle of dragon soul fire buried deep in the ruins of the dragon. When a large amount of dragon soul power converges to the extreme, it will generate rays of light and summon thunderclouds. Using the magic circle as a catalyst, It will start to wash away the yin and all the consciousness into those dragon souls. Lan Qi opened his mouth to explain. The essence of dragon soul fire is the product of pure dragon soul power condensed to the extreme. All impurities will be washed away by the robbery, and they will be reborn from the dead. The price that the dragon family needs to pay for the condensation of each dragon soul fire is too great. That's why the dragon soul fire magic array is so rare. It's about to start, Manager Qi. Exit the range of the dragon soul fire magic array first. Lan Qi suddenly raised his head and glanced at the sky. The thunder and the thundercloud rolled in, and the roaring sound was even more deafening. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed, and thunder sounded. The pitch-black thundercloud surged like waves, emitting bursts of purple thunder, as if the dragon was in the sky, overlooking the earth. In an instant, a huge thunder column emerged from the thunder cloud. Like an incomparable thunder dragon, it swooped down along one of the rays of light. Boom! There was a violent roar from the ground, followed by a slight tremor. The rays of light that had been split by the thunder had disappeared, but the magic circle of dragon soul fire on the ground became clearer and clearer. At this moment, Qi Li's perception was keenly captured. This thunder seemed to wash away something, making the energy in this area more pure. Boom! This first thunder is like a fuse. The surging thunderclouds were like waking up, and countless thunder pillars fell from the sky. Every thunderbolt will cut a beam of light, and then slammed on the dragon soul fire magic circle, leaving a trace of thunder power on the ground. Countless thunders fell, dyeing this piece of heaven and earth a dazzling dark purple. The lightning flashed, as if it had become a restricted area for lightning. The terrifying aura spread out, showing how tyrannical this mighty power is. Under the violent thunder, the dragon soul fire magic circle on the ground became clearer and clearer. The power of thunder that remained on the ground, which was just to the sun, also began to slowly merge into the magic circle of dragon soul fire. The air is dotted with tiny thunder lights, like electric snakes. At this moment, this area has become a dangerous place where lightning is raging, exuding terrifying power. The power of robbery is really terrifying. Qi Li stared at the thunderclouds above the sky and said slowly. Even in 2 lifetimes, Qi Li has only heard of this kind of thing, but he has never seen it with his own eyes. It's an eye-opener now. However, this level of tribulation thunder, Qi Li wants to follow. It is not so difficult. After all, this is the tribulation thunder that was actively summoned by the fire of the dragon soul, mainly to wash away the yin and will in the dragon soul, not to destroy the fire of the dragon soul that was about to congeal. Therefore, the power cannot be compared with the tribulation thunder of full-time destruction. Tribulation thunder gathers the sun, the dragon soul condenses. Calculate the time, it should be almost. Lan Qi also followed and looked up at the thunderclouds above the sky. At this moment, signs of dissipation had begun. The rays of light that penetrated through the gaps in the thunderclouds were all replaced by thunder at this time. Crack dash. A dull sound suddenly came from the ground. Immediately afterwards, the earth shattered, cracks appeared suddenly, and the place covered by the fire of the dragon soul shattered. Countless rubble flew up, stirring up the stone chips in the sky, instantly dissipating the power of thunder left in the air. The electric snakes that were still twisting and swimming in mid-air were all crushed by gravel. A fist-sized dazzling fire also flew out from the ground in the rubble. Then suspended in mid-air, constantly swallowing its own flame, like a fast-beating heart. Flame. Could it be that that is the fire of the dragon's soul, nurtured under this tribulation thunder? Looking at the dazzling fire, Qi Li asked in surprise. Yes, a crystal that burns with eternal fire. To gather the essence of thousands of dragon souls, just to create a Shansito bring back the dead, this is the fire of dragon souls. Lan Qi gave a positive answer with emotion. This exchange, there is no worth or unworthy, only willing and unwilling. Take the fire of the dragon's soul and go, lest you have too many dreams at night. Shauna said aloud. Regarding the internal struggle of the dragon clan, Lan Qi has made it very clear that the fire of the dragon's soul is the treasure of the dragon clan, and it is impossible for people from the dragon clan to come and snatch it. Don't worry, how can you go fishing without bait? Come here to get the fire of the dragon's soul, it's just a matter of the way, waiting for the ocean dragon emperor to come here is the ultimate goal. Lan Qi shook his head, then looked towards the south, that is the direction off the Dragon Island waters. The Dragon Ruins is the dividing line between the East Wasteland and the Dragon Island waters. If he retreats just like this, the Ocean Dragon Emperor will definitely lead the Dragon Clansmen to attack Donghuang. After all, the Dragon Clan people who are trapped on the Dragon Island can't imagine the hatred of the human clan, and it can be said that there are very few dragons who can let go of this matter. And once the Dragon Clansmen walked through the ruins of the dragon. If there are so many dragons scattered, no matter how strong Lan Qi is, he will not be able to do it alone. Therefore, blocking these giant dragons directly in the dragon ruins is Thebia's choice. I really can't tell, don't you hate the human race at all? Qilu also guessed some of the lucky secrets, so he was curious about Lan Qi's attitude. Because only by listening to what Shauna said just now, you can know that at least Shauna is a human race who doesn't care about the eastern wilderness. That's why it is said that it is enough to take away the fire of the dragon soul. But Lan Qi would choose to stay, and it is indeed a rare thing to block the dragons at this dividing line. I can't talk about hating the human race, and of course, I can't talk about liking it. I just don't want the Dragon Clansmen to commit such sins, and I don't want the Ocean Dragon Emperor's plan to succeed. Lan Qi took a deep breath and said calmly. Plan? You said, is it about taking away the token of the Holy King? Sheila asked, curiously. No, more than that. I don't care who the Holy King token is in the hands of. What I worry about is that what the Dragon Clan has guarded for thousands of years will be destroyed in that guy's hands. Lan Qi slowly shook his head, but his eyes were always on the fire of the dragon's soul. The crystal that burns with an inextinguishable flame is so dazzling that people dare not look directly, but it is also so dazzling that it makes people love it. It's just that Lan Qi's current mind is probably not on this dragon soul fire. Okay, at least our goals are the same. Qila heard the words and shrugged. Lan Qi wanted to stop the Ocean Dragon Emperor's plan, and Qila wanted to stop the dragons and the humans from fighting. Then the ultimate goal of the two is the same, both to stop the incoming dragon in the ruins of the dragon. Actually, just take Qinger and the others to the North Mountain Range. However, if you want to fight the Dragon Clan, you can also try my new weapon. Shauna was born in the elf clan of the Northern Mountain Range and has no feelings for Donghuang, so it is normal to say such things. In comparison, Lan Qinger and Lan Zier may have lived longer in the East Wasteland. However, if Lan Qi wanted to do it, then Shauna would stay with him to the end. But it's just an enemy of the dragon family, Shauna will never be afraid of such a thing. A powerhouse-level power has the pride of a powerhouse-level powerhouse. Dragon Emperor, I really didn't expect to meet you in this place, that's really lucky. At this moment, a sound as thick as thunder came from the horizon. Immediately afterwards, a large black shadow began to appear at the end of the sky, casting an overwhelming darkness on the earth. Ocean Dragon Emperor, you really came. Lan Qi didn't even need to see the face of the person who came to know who was talking. Lan Qi was all too familiar with this voice and this momentum. Roar. The roar of the giant dragon, as the overwhelming dark shadow approached quickly, also passed along with it. Looking around, you can clearly see that the shadows in the sky are huge dragons. Hundreds of meters, even thousands of meters of wingspan and dragon body, hovering in the air, accompanied by darkness that covers the sky and the sun. Almost turned this bright day into a dark night. The dragon's might mixed with the roar has a feeling that it is about to be condensed into substance. The terrifying sound waves oscillate in the space, and ripples appear in circles, like a broken lake. The leader was a giant dragon with a wingspan of several kilometers and dark blue scales. Such a huge body is like a mountain range suspended in the sky, which is extremely shocking. When the fire of the dragon's soul was born, it was the day when the dragon family could leave the dragon island. The thousands of years that the dragon race has disappeared, and the thousands of years that have been sleeping on the dragon island, are all waiting for the human race to pay back. Dragon Emperor, do you want to stop me? Longxing fluttered his wings, hovered in the sky, and asked, with his head held high. The hundreds of giant dragons who followed Longxing also stopped and looked at Lan Qi, who had transformed into a human figure. The dragon, although it is a top race, has a long lifespan and a tyrannical power. But it also has an unchangeable disadvantage, that is, the ability to reproduce is extremely low. Even in the thousands of years of recuperation in the Dragon Island, the number of clansmen is only 1,000. Otherwise, since the Dragon King disappeared, there has never been a second member of the Dragon clan to ascend the throne of the Holy King. It is because the power of belief is seriously insufficient. Even if you count all those guys who have a little dragon blood, it's actually not much. But fortunately, every member of the Dragon clan has a high level of cultivation. Therefore, in terms of the power of belief, even if the quantity is insufficient, it can barely make up for it with quality. However, when it comes to this, I have to praise the power of Lan Qi. Obviously it is a dragon family with such a low reproductive energy, but it can have 2 daughters. I don't know whether to say that Lan Qi's luck is good, or whether to say that Shauna is amazing. I admit that the dragons have indeed been treated unfairly. However, the dragon and the human can obviously coexist. Why do you insist on making the dragon and the human hostile? Do you have to do this to the point where water and fire are incompatible? Lan Qi frowned, avoiding Longxing's questioning, and instead asked aloud. Longxing's problem is indeed too acute, pushing the human race directly to the opposite of the dragon race, and it has become a life and death situation. This also made the clansmen of the dragon clan willing to follow Longxing and come to attack Dong Huang. It's just that Lan Qi doesn't want to see such a scene. Wars have always been ruthless, and the number of clansmen who have not recovered easily after so many years of recuperation of the dragon clan must not be consumed for this reason. Coexist? Dragon Emperor, what's the point of coexisting with such a weak race? Longxing scoffed at Lan Qi's words, raised his head, and looked down at the broken walls on the ground. Then soon, he turned his eyes back to Lan Qi's face, and said, "The dragons are destined to stand on the top of all races, and there is no need to compromise with any race. Since the human race has made the dragon race suffer such a great humiliation, they can only use their blood to wash away this humiliation." Speaking of this, Longxing's vertical pupils froze, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. "And you, Demon Dragon King, if you hand over the Holy King token now, I can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering the past." Longxing has never forgotten about the Holy King token. If you want to ascend the throne of the Holy King token is an indispensable thing. Longxing wants to lead the Dragon clan back to its former glory, or even go further, then the Holy King token is a treasure that must be obtained. You want the Holy King token? Dream. Lan Qi answered Longxing's words unceremoniously. His eyes swept across the other giant dragons, and Lan Qi's eyes became cold. Hundreds of dragons. If they are really allowed to enter the Eastern Desolation, with the current fighting power of the human race, it is absolutely impossible to solve so many giants. Dragons. All the city-states of the human race will probably be destroyed. At that time, it will really be an endless situation. I knew you would answer this, but it doesn't matter, as long as the Holy King token is in your hand, that's enough. If you don't give it, I can take it myself. Longxing smiled coldly, turned his vertical pupils, and looked at the flaming crystal again. Dragon Soul Fire, you didn't take it away. Are you waiting for me to come over and take it in person? In Longxing's heart, the importance of the Holy King's token is naturally ranked in front of the fire of the Dragon Soul. However, these two things are never a single-choice question. Since they are all here, of course, they will get all of them. If you really have the ability, then come and try it. The Ocean Dragon King, the Holy King token, is indeed in my hands, and the fire of the Dragon Soul is placed in front of you. If you want to get a hand, it depends on whether you have the ability. Lan Qi sneered and sneered unceremoniously. Different road, non-phase plan. Longxing and Lan Qi's ideas are completely different, so naturally it is impossible to talk about it. In the end, we still rely on force to solve the problem. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. You want to leave me in this dragon ruins? As the Ocean Dragon Emperor, Longxing has a reckless temperament, but his brain is also quite smart. As soon as I heard this sentence, I knew what Lan Qi wanted to do. However, with Longxing's pride, he would not avoid Lan Qi's obstruction. Leaving aside the factor of the Holy King's token, even if it is purely in terms of combat power, Longxing is not under Lan Qi. So this battle will definitely be fought. It's up to you to take it or not. Lan Qi didn't think that Longxing would not be able to see his plan. Because this was not a conspiracy, but an upright conspiracy. The Holy King token is on Lan Qi, so it is impossible for Longxing to avoid Lan Qi anyway. Then the right to choose the battle location naturally falls on Lan Qi. Or, decide the winner in the Dragon Ruins. Or, give up the Holy King token. However, for Longxing, it would definitely be better to give up the fire of the Dragon Soul than to give up the token of the Holy King. Therefore, in this battle, Longxing must take over. Then as you wish, Demon Dragon King, let me see how much you have improved in the past 10 years. There was no surprise in Longxing's choice. Just looking at Lan Qi's eyes, became a bit colder, and there was a grin on the corner of his mouth. Clansmen, step back. This is my battle with the Demon Dragon King. Your goal is the human race. Although the giant dragon is a rebellious race, the people of the Dragon Clan will still obey the orders when facing the Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, it is impossible for the Dragon King to have enough faith to condense the supreme throne. The Demon Dragon King and the Ocean Dragon King can be regarded as the two strongest fighting forces among the current dragon races. At this level of battle, ordinary dragons naturally have no way to participate. So you can only stand back and wait until the two decide the winner. Come on then. And many more. Lan Qi raised his black cloak and was about to turn into a giant dragon, but when he stepped forward to fight, Qi Li held his shoulders down. What's the matter, Manager Qi? The palm that suddenly appeared on his shoulder made Lan Qi's heart tighten, and he turned to look at Qi Lu. Your aggressive tactics have failed, that guy is planning to do whatever he wants, and you are not his opponent. Qi Lu looked at the Ocean Dragon Emperor hovering above and said in a deep voice. When Lan Qi and Longxing were talking before, Qi Lu never made a sound, but was observing Longxing's situation. Then, an amazing thing was discovered. It's hard to imagine that among the Dragon Clan, there is actually a giant dragon that is at the peak of the powerhouse level. No wonder the Ocean Dragon King wants to take away the Holy King token. Now that he has entered the peak of the powerhouse level, the next step is Tobjin to gather the power of faith. I'm not its opponent? Lan Qi frowned and asked in a low voice. At the peak of the powerhouse level, my perception can't go wrong, you are indeed a little worse. Qi Lu did not give Lan Qi any face, but said it quite bluntly and firmly. After all, at this time it's not a matter of shame, but a real battle of life and death. Once Lan Qi starts a war with the Ocean Dragon King, he will die if he loses. The ordinary powerhouse level power and the powerhouse level peak power are completely two realms. With Lan Qi's current strength, it is impossible to be the opponent of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Manager Qi, the Dragon Clan cannot be handed over to the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Even if I die in this battle, I must take it. Lan Qi could see that Qi Lu was not lying. But what's the use of it? Now that the words have been said, Lan Qi can't avoid the battle, no matter what. I know you're not afraid of death, but it's just being calculated by others that's unnecessary to make unnecessary sacrifices. Qi Lu stopped Lan Qi and said slowly. Ocean Dragon Sovereign is worthy of being one of the 4 great dragon sovereigns. This trick is to count the count, and it is indeed to kill Lan Qi. Otherwise, if Lan Qi wanted to run away, even the Ocean Dragon Emperor at the peak of the powerhouse level would find it difficult to keep him. As a result, the Holy King token that is about to be obtained will also disappear. This will not work. That's why the Ocean Dragon Emperor waited and let Lan Qi speak first. In this way, Lan Qi has no reason to escape. Otherwise, the Demon Dragon Emperor will really become a traitor, and he will be ridiculed for a lifetime. Lan Qi, let me do it. Since the dragons want to fight with the humans, then they have to pass me. However, Ocean Dragon Sovereign's plan is a good strategy for Qi Lu. Because Qi Lu is a human race. In the face of this situation, it is completely reasonable to fight against the Ocean Dragon Emperor in front of Lan Qi. Manager Qi, how can this work? Lan Qi's face was startled, and he hurriedly said. What's wrong with this? I feel that the actions of the Ocean Dragon Emperor are not so simple. With the level of resourcefulness of this guy, it is impossible to rush to the ruins of the dragon so dumbfounded. It must have other backhands, but it has not been shown yet. So you'd better help to pay attention to the other backhands. Qi Lu shook his head, then pulled Lan Qi back. It's not that Qi Lu is meddling. Host. If it was because even Lan Qi and Ocean Dragon King had a fight first. But as long as Lan Qi loses, then Qi Lu still has to fight Ocean Dragon Emperor again. So why bother to make such a senseless sacrifice? Those who have been calculated must be recovered. Lan Qi, listen to the store manager. Shauna followed suit. Because the battle between Qi Lu and Ocean Dragon Emperor could not be saved no matter what. Unless Qi Lu is willing to watch all the ethnic city-states in Donghuang be destroyed by the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, it is better to nip the danger in the cradle. Furthermore, if the Ocean Dragon Emperor dies here, there must be another Dragon Emperor to take care of these giant dragons. Seeing that Lan Qi's face was still a little tangled, Qi Lu added another sentence. With the proud character of giant dragons, if there is no order from the Dragon Emperor to restrain them, they will probably still run to the East Wasteland. Otherwise, all of them will die in the ruins of the dragon. And the latter situation, presumably, is not the picture Lan Qi wants to see. After all, although Lan Qi escaped from Dragon Island, his identity as the Demon Dragon Emperor has not changed, and he is still one of the 4 great dragon emperors. The only one who is really dissatisfied with Lan Qi's actions is the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Then I'll leave it to you, Manager Qi. Lan Qi looked at the hundreds of giant dragons in the sky, gritted his teeth fiercely, and lowered his head. If all the dragons who came to the ruins of the dragon this time were killed, then the Dragon Clan would probably exist in name only. Small problem, just the same goal. Qi Lu waved his hand, then stepped forward, raised his head and shouted loudly, "Are you the Ocean Dragon King? Is that what you said you wanted to lead the dragon race to fight the human race?" The sound was so loud that it was not under the roar of the giant dragon Adel, and instantly attracted the attention of all the giant dragons. "Who are you? How dare you talk to this seat like this?" Longxing's eyes narrowed, looked at Qi Lu, and said coldly. In Longxing's eyes, all clansmen are ants. Weak races are simply not worthy to speak in front of noble dragons. So Longxing's eyes looking at Qi Lu were also extremely cold, and he didn't ignore it at all. I'm just an ordinary store manager among the human race. I accidentally heard that you want to lead the dragon race to fight the human race, so I came to see it specially. I want to see you. What qualifications do you have to say such a thing? With a smirk on his face, Qi Lu said aloud. The tone was sarcastic. The easiest way to make the Ocean Dragon King fight with himself is to provocate. If it is Lan Qi, it may not be easy to use this method to provoke the Ocean Dragon Emperor. After all, they are both dragon sovereigns, and Ocean Dragon's sovereign will never be careless when facing Lan Qi, nor will he despise them. But as a human race, Qi Li's words are different. The Ocean Dragon Emperor has never looked down on the human race, and of course he will not pay attention to it. Hearing these words, the first reaction was, naturally, that he wanted to directly kill the ant. What right do I have to say such a thing? A mere ant dares to question my words. Longxing's eyes became extremely cold, as sharp as a blade. Dragon Emperor, I really didn't expect that during the years you left Dragon Island, you actually walked with this kind of ant. You, the Demon Dragon Emperor, are really going back more and more. At first, when Qi Lu stood beside Lan Qi, Longxing didn't pay too much attention. Because Longxing's attention was all on Lan Qi's body and on the fire of the dragon's soul. Compared with this kind of ants that can be pinched to death at any time, the Holy King token is the most important. However, if the ants spoke out, it would be different. Since there are ants who want to take the initiative to seek death, then Longxing will not mind taking action in person and sending him a ride. Is this guy so arrogant from the beginning? Qi Lu heard the words, turned to look at Lan Qi, and asked, curiously. This mouthful of ants, do you really think of yourself as something incredible? Of course, Qi Lu also admitted that the giant dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level does indeed have arrogant capital. But it's not good to talk about it like this all the time. The Ocean Dragon Emperor really hated the human race a long time ago, and no, it seems that this hatred has not changed at all. For Qi Li's question, Lan Qi answered with a sigh of relief. In fact, this kind of hatred of the human race generally exists in the people of the dragon race. It's just that the Ocean Dragon Emperor's hatred for the human race is extraordinarily strong. Or to be more precise, in addition to hating the human race, the Ocean Dragon Emperor also has extreme contempt for other races. Because in the eyes of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, the only race that is qualified to stand on the top of all races is the dragon race. So this arrogance is not without reason. Listening to what you said, I want to hammer this guy to death even more. Qi Lu propped his chin with one hand, and his gaze towards the Ocean Dragon Emperor also became solemn. Although the dragon is an arrogant creature, it is not bloodthirsty and warlike. As long as they don't take the initiative to provoke dragons, they rarely take the initiative to cause trouble. Therefore, the fundamental reason for the war between the dragon and the human race must be the Ocean Dragon Emperor in front of him, not the so-called hatred for the human race. After all, neither the Bright Dragon Emperor nor the Demon Dragon Emperor spoke. It's just that the Ocean Dragon Emperor is very smart to completely pick up the emotions of these giant dragons. This should have been my task, but I had to trouble Manager Qi. Lan Qi said in a low voice. The opponent at the peak of the powerhouse level is indeed beyond the range that Lan Qi can handle. In this situation, if it was put in the past, even if he couldn't beat it, Lan Qi could go up and fight to the death, and at least he could dampen his opponent's spirit. But it can't be done now, and it's not that Lan Qi is cowardly. Mainly because the Devil's Colosseum is very strong, but it is also very restrictive. Therefore, it is better not to fight indiscriminately unless it is a last resort, so as not to sacrifice yourself. Then there is a big problem. It doesn't matter, it just so happens that I also want to see how strong the opponents of the powerhouse level peak are. Qi Lu replied in a low voice, and then moved his body. However, Longxing, who was hovering in the sky, saw that Lan Qi was still talking to an ant so casually, and he was instantly angry and his eyes were fierce. Dragon Emperor, originally I wanted to keep you alive, but now it seems that there is no need for that. You are a traitor of the Dragon Clan, steal the Holy King token and be punished. That's right, before that, Longsheng didn't really want to get rid of Lan Qi. Because in any case, Lan Qi is one of the 4 Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Clan, which is of great significance to the Dragon Clan. Even not long ago, Lan Qi personally killed the Earth Dragon Emperor, who was also one of the 4 Dragon Emperors. But this is not important to Longsheng. Longsheng just wanted to ascend the throne of the Holy King and restore the Dragon Clan. Demon Dragon Emperor Lan Qi's fighting power is tyrannical, and for the entire dragon family, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. But now, Longsheng has changed his mind. He doesn't want this guy who is willing to hang out with the ants of the human race to ruin this situation he worked so hard to manage. The Holy King token must be obtained, and the road to the sky must be reopened. Before speaking big words, you have to look at your own ability, and you are not afraid of flashing your tongue in the wind. However, before Lan Qi could answer, Qi Lu sneered in front of him. This also successfully caused Longsheng's anger. Damn human ants, since you are so eager to find death, then this seat will fulfill you. Extremely cold dragon breath. Longsheng's anger was successfully transferred to Qi Lu. The blood basin opened a big mouth, and an ice-blue dragon breath surged down like a huge wave that covered the sky. It's just that the dragon breath of the Ocean Dragon Emperor is completely different from the dragon breath of ordinary giant dragons. As soon as this dragon breath appeared, the temperature between the surrounding heaven and earth dropped sharply. If it weren't for the perennial drought in the dragon ruins, I'm afraid a large layer of frost would have formed at this time. And this kind of dragon breath is also a unique attribute of the Ocean Dragon King. Different from the ordinary dragon breath, with the characteristics of destruction and annihilation, what the extremely cold dragon breath has is complete freezing. Instantly freeze everything, leaving no room for anything. Compared with the ordinary dragon breath, the extreme cold dragon breath is more difficult to resist. This is also enough to see the character of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Even if despises the human race, he will never take it lightly when fighting. It's really not easy to be a dragon that is one of the 4 dragon emperors. Qi Li's eyes narrowed, and the heaven and earth in his body suddenly circulated wildly. In the face of this level of extremely cold dragon breath, the effect of fighting qi and magic power is not great, and only by using the luck of heaven and earth can it be completely resisted. Fortunately, it is different from the general powerhouse level power. The heaven and earth luck owned by Qi Lu, you don't have to worry about the quantity at all, you can spend it with confidence. After all, for the system, the luck of heaven and earth is just a high-level energy that can be produced at any time. In essence, it has magic power and fighting qi, but in fact, the difference isn't big. Therefore, there is no need for Qi Lu to save heaven, earth and luck. Sock dash. In an instant, a large, translucent shield appeared in front of Qi Lu. The ice-blue dragon breath that fell from the sky all slapped on the big shield, and then splashed all around like a huge wave was stopped by the flood control levee. In just an instant, wherever the extreme cold dragon breath went, everything was frozen. And those things that were frozen in ice crystals were also rapidly corroded, and finally turned into a pool of ice slag. As long as the ice crystals are broken, the pool of ice slag will be scattered. The extremely cold dragon breath is so terrifying. It turns out that, in the realm of the powerhouse, no wonder you dare challenge the seat. However, what about a mere ant, even if it has the power of the powerhouse level? Longsheng's eyes narrowed, and the contempt for Qi Lu in his eyes was also put away. But the sarcasm in his mouth was not lacking at all. No way, because Qi Lu restrained his breath too well. Even Longsheng, who has already entered the peak of the powerhouse level, cannot detect Qi Li's cultivation realm. So naturally, it is impossible to change your attitude. The real battle has only just begun. Qi Li's fingers moved slightly, dissipating the big shield protecting him. Is this the power beyond the ordinary powerhouse-level power? Just this breath of the dragon is mixed with such a strong destiny of heaven and earth, and it is indeed unparalleled. Lan Qi looked at the surrounding ice crystals and took a deep breath. To talk about the difference between ordinary powerhouse-level powers and powerhouse-level peak powerhouses, it is probably the difference in the fate of heaven and earth. As a kind of energy that can exchange the power of heaven and earth with the will of heaven and earth, in terms of power, it must completely overwhelm vindictive energy and magic power. Therefore, if all the power in one body is converted into the powerhouse-level peak power of heaven and earth, it is natural to completely crush the ordinary powerhouse-level power. This is the crushing at the essential level of power. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. This is also the biggest reason why Qi Lu will stop Lan Qi. It is good to be brave and fearless, but it is really unnecessary to die in vain. Then let's fight again. Qi Lu probed his hand, and the 1,000-machine ball suddenly turned into an unpretentious long stick and landed in his palm. The keel armor and shattering boots were also worn. This battle was Qi Li's first battle against an enemy at the peak of the powerhouse level. As for the time that the god of blacksmithing once plotted against it, it's innumerable. Because there is one thing to say, that time could not be called a battle, it was just that Qi Lu was unilaterally calculated. Who would have thought that the god of blacksmithing, as a god, would actually engage in sneak attacks? Therefore, the Ocean Dragon Emperor faced this time can be said to be the strongest enemy Qi Lu has ever fought against. If nothing else, this should be a tough fight. After all, the power of the king-level realm is completely different from the power of the powerhouse-level peak realm. Before using the power of faith, even with systematic help, Qi Lu couldn't borrow the power of the king-level realm. Therefore, this battle is also a battle to consider Qi Li's own true combat power. Since you take the initiative to seek death, then I'm welcome. Seeing this, Longsheng also said coldly. The extreme cold dragon breath is just a test, and Longsheng didn't expect too much to take a bite of the extreme cold dragon breath to get rid of the ants in front of him. But Longsheng also didn't think the battle would last long. Since you dare to challenge the majesty of the dragon race, be prepared, Toady. The end of the frost. A huge roar seemed to startle the world. There was a slight tremor in the space, and the water vapor in the air also condensed into ice thorns all over the sky, dyeing the entire sky into ice blue. Ice elements gathered, forming a terrifying blizzard, covering most of the ruins of the dragon. Longsheng looked at Qi Lu coldly, showing sharp teeth. Go. With an order, the ice thorns all over the sky fell like a downpour. It was like a huge wave of ice blue formed by ice thorns, sweeping over the sky and covering the sky, leaving no gaps for dodging. As the name of this move, Frost ends. All targets covered by ice thorns will fall for their lives in this blizzard. Curtain. Even a city-state will instantly turn into ruins, and there is absolutely no possibility of it being spared. You pay attention to protect yourself, and you can step back like those giant dragons. Qi Lu said a word to Lan Qi and Shauna without looking back, and then a little under his feet, he actually greeted the ice thorn wave. The next second, the long stick in Qi Li's hand spun in his palm. The action like an electric fan suddenly turned the long stick into a shield facing him, protecting him in front of him. Boom! Countless ice thorns also hit this special shield at this moment. The rotating long stick smashed all the incoming ice thorns, crushed them into ice chips, and then scattered into water droplets, which were thrown out. However, even if it is a water droplet, the enormous power contained in it is equally tyrannical. When it hits the ground, it still makes a roaring sound. The landing point is even more gravel and pits all over the ground. This is just some water droplets. It can be seen that if the ice thorns fall, it will be terrifying. I am afraid that the entire ruins of the dragon will have to sink into it for a long distance. These remaining ruins may also become a stone dust desert that can't be seen to an end. Huh. Even if it's a turn-based game, if you attacked twice, it's my turn. Qi Lu, who had a long stick in front of him, came to Longxing and scathed. Immediately after, he swung the long stick and pulled it directly towards Longxing. The stick is a weapon that can be opened and closed. It is simple to use. It only needs a lot of strength. It is perfectly suitable for hitting big targets. Of course, Qi Lu also knew about the fine use of the long stick. However, when facing the Ocean Dragon Emperor, these fighting skills are noticed. The dragon's fighting instinct is very strong, so it is better to fight head-on than those sneaky little moves. The long stick swept across, and the sonic boom provoked was as shocking as thunder. Before the power contained in it, even Longxing couldn't help but be moved. As soon as the dragon's claw was lifted, it collided with the long stick. Boom! In an instant, a deafening voice suddenly burst out. A ring of air waves visible to the naked eye followed closely, spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. Where the path is, the space is broken inch by inch. In the sky, Qi Lu held a long stick and smashed it hard on Longxing's raised dragon claw. The difference in body shape makes that picture look a bit funny. However, the surrounding collapsed space and the turbulent flow of space that kept escaping were unable to make the viewers laugh out loud. Even the giant dragons who had already retreated a certain distance back now retreated even further. For a power at the level of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, it is already a routine operation to break up the space in battle. However, what Longxing never expected was that the power contained in the attack of this ant that he looked down upon in front of him was actually so terrifying. He was able to shatter his own dragon scales. Damn it! Longxing's face instantly turned gloomy, and the terrifying long might surged out like a giant wave. This is the truly vast dragon might, which suddenly burst out at this moment, and even distorted the surrounding space. It seemed like a gust of wind raging in all directions, blowing towards the surroundings. In an instant, the sky darkened and the situation changed. The surrounding space screamed, and the earth shattered inch by inch. I am afraid that Long Wei is like the wrath of heaven and earth, causing the vision of the whole world. She'd dash. The sound of breaking the sky, whistling. It was the dragon tail of the Ocean Dragon Emperor swept across, like a huge mountain suddenly smashed over. The pressure was so strong that it was almost breathless. Just this one sweep of the dragon's tail, the power is so great that there is no doubt that it can definitely wipe out a mountain in an instant. The strength of the dragon's physique has always been famous all over the world. Today I want to see it if it is as powerful as the legend. Qi Lu looked at the rapidly approaching dragon tail, as if the pressure of a mountain range attacked, and the hand that grabbed the long stick suddenly clenched even tighter. With real strength, the dragon cannot fear any race. But Qi Lu also will not lose to any enemy. One stick, broken mountain range. This stick is swung out, as if it has aroused the resonance of heaven and earth. In the void, there was a sudden explosion. Wherever the long stick passed, the space collapsed and shattered, and then countless spatial turbulence surged around the long stick. Boom! Boom! This time, the confrontation was even more powerful than the previous one. The airwaves that turned into essence swept away in all directions, and the sky was full of damage. At this moment, it was like a broken mirror, covered with all kinds of terrifying cracks. The turbulent flow of the pitch-black space is raging everywhere, and it is simply a scene of the end of the world. The earth was also crushed by this air wave. The ruins of the dragon, which were originally full of broken walls, have long been crushed into dust all over the ground. The most striking thing is the huge pit on the ground, which was caused by the aftermath of this collision. At first glance, it looks like a dry lake. The pit is so big that it is terrifying. And at the bottom of this lake, there are countless stone powders. These are the ground that was crushed, and the ruins of the once broken walls. Puff. It was almost a confrontation where the two sides tried their best, not like the initial temptation at all. It also made Qi Li's chest tight, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Is this the opponent at the peak of the powerhouse level? The strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Qi Li took a few deep breaths, trying to relieve the tightness in his chest. Also at the peak of the powerhouse level, in terms of pure strength, although Qi Lu is not much inferior to the Ocean Dragon Emperor, it is indeed incomparable. The dragon's physique, in this respect, has a stronger talent. So it was not an accident that Qi Lu would vomit blood. However, having said that, the Ocean Dragon Emperor was not much better this time. Under Qi Li's long stick, the dragon's tail covered with hard dragon scales was also open at the moment, and the dragon's blood was gurgling outward. Every drop of dragon blood that falls on the ground will freeze that small piece of ground. Moreover, the power of corrosion caused by Qi Li's luck in this attack will also make the wound on the Ocean Dragon Emperor's tail unable to heal in a short time. You actually hurt me? Damn it, you actually hurt me. Longxing glanced at the wound on his dragon's tail in disbelief, and then said. There was an angry growl. How many years have I not been injured? It's been so long that Longxing has forgotten what it's like to be injured. But at this moment, the pain on the dragon's tail made Longxing furious, wishing to tear up the guy in front of him immediately. People of the human race, you have completely angered me now. At this moment, Longxing really looked at the opponent in front of him, and the address in his mouth was no longer ants. Even a human being of the same cultivation realm as himself, Longxing would give him enough respect. Not in terms of race, but in terms of strength. As a dragon clan, Longxing still hates the human clan. But as an enemy, Longxing will give absolute attention. What can I do if I anger you? If it's just incompetent and furious, it's too boring. Qi Li shook his hand, and then assumed a fighting stance. In terms of strength, Qi Li has confirmed that he should not be the opponent of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Then there is no need to start with the power aspect. In battle, it is definitely not a wise choice to use short to long. Therefore, Qi Li also made the best response plan, using absolute fighting skills to deal with this giant dragon. Fighting instinct is indeed one of the talents of the dragon, but for Qi Li, this talent is not worth mentioning at all. The real fighting skills should come from the perception of the edge of life and death. Fighting instinct is only a means to strengthen the speed of obtaining such perceptions, not the ability to obtain these perceptions out of thin air. Therefore, in terms of combat skills and combat awareness, Qi Li has absolute confidence and can surpass any creature. Come on, let me see the true strength of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. As Qi Li spoke, the 1,000 machine ball in his hand recondensed into a pair of gauntlets with gauntlets. This is also one of the weapons that can bring out all the fighting skills and fighting consciousness best. When facing an enemy of the size of the Ocean Dragon King, being agile enough is the best way to deal with it. Of course, this is only for Qi Li. If you are an ordinary practitioner, then the suggestion is to stay as far away as possible. Then you are ready to meet my wrath. Longxing let out a roar. In an instant, the surrounding temperature began to drop continuously, but within a few breaths, you could see that small ice crystals had begun to condense in the surrounding air. These ice crystals are definitely not due to the condensation of ice elements. But because the temperature dropped to a point, the water vapor in the air condensed. Pieces of snowflakes also began to fall from the sky, and there was an increasing trend. This is the power of the powerhouse level peak power. With his own power, he can affect the whole world and directly change the surrounding environment. The extreme cold is completely the terrifying low temperature that drips into ice. Even if you take a breath, you can condense a lot of ice slag. Moreover, the ice element mixed in it is raging everywhere, which makes the environment here extremely dangerous. In the face of this low temperature, even Qi Lu had to devote part of his strength to resist. Otherwise, its mobility will definitely be affected by the ice element in it. Obviously he is the Ocean Dragon King, but he has such a strong control over the ice element, which is really surprising. Under the terrifying cold, Qi Lu felt that his body was frozen stiff. Shouldn't the ability of the Ocean Dragon King be the water element? Why the ice element? However, this question, at least at this moment, Qi Lu has no time to explore. Under the shroud of such a terrifying cold, even Lan Qi, who was far away from the center of the battlefield, condensed a shield and wrapped himself and Shana. The giant dragons that came with the Ocean Dragon Emperor also retreated at this time, and they were almost invisible. Looking around, the coverage of the severe cold has already exceeded 10,000 miles, and almost the entire ruins of the dragon are shrouded in it. What is this concept? You must know that the ruins of the dragon were the place where the human race and the dragon race fought. It is the ruins left after the entire Huang Empire was destroyed by the war. This is the territory of an entire empire, not a city-state. The giant dragon at the pinnacle of the powerhouse level is truly unparalleled, and in a fit of anger, it can freeze an entire domain as large as an empire. The extreme cold brought by the snowflakes in the sky, and the luck of heaven and earth mixed in it, can almost wipe out the vitality of all living beings. It can be said that if the ocean dragon sovereign is willing, it would be an easy task to destroy an empire. And among the snowflakes falling from the sky, the only thing that was not affected. I am afraid that there is only the fire of the dragon's soul, that is still burning with raging flames. Gathering the power of thousands of dragon souls, the fire of dragon souls that has been baptized by lightning is not something that simple ice elements can freeze. Come on, people of the human race, get ready for my wrath. Extreme ice roar. Longxing let out a sigh of cold air, his wings fluttered, and a storm suddenly swept up. Then in the next second, a roar that resounded throughout the world suddenly erupted. Roar. In an instant, the sound of the surrounding blizzard disappeared, as did all kinds of shouts, and even the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat seemed to stop at this moment. It seems that there is only this roar left between this piece of heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. The sound waves condensed into the essence, mixed with the majestic and unparalleled luck of heaven and earth, attacked Qi Lu rapidly. As if crossing the limitation of space, he instantly appeared in front of Qi Lu, and a terrifying power erupted. The surrounding space was shattered, the ice crystals condensed by the ice element were turned into powder, and the earth was also crushed into powder. The violent power seems to be able to destroy everything that stands in your way. It's an incredible force. This was almost a full-strength blow from the Ocean Dragon Emperor, which made Qi Li's face become solemn. Although it looks like it's just a dragon's roar. But in this terrifying roar, it was mixed with unparalleled luck in heaven and earth, extremely cold dragon breath, and Ocean Dragon Emperor's perception of the power of ice elements. The power that is fused together, the power that erupts, is simply a geometric increase. The destructive power is so strong that it can be called destroying the world. What is even more terrifying is that this kind of attack with overwhelming coverage cannot be avoided at all. After being locked by heaven and earth, it can only be hard attached. You like to win with one hit, and it just so happens that I don't like wasting time either. Then come and see whose attack is better. Qi Lu took a deep breath, but his face showed high fighting intent. The vastness of heaven and earth, like the sea, also began to converge towards his fists. The coercion is so strong and the strength is strong, even if it has not been shot, the surrounding space has begun to be deformed and distorted, and cracks have begun to appear in the void. Dragon bone armor, appear. With a roar, a looming shadow of the ancestral dragon suddenly appeared behind Qi Lu. It was a dragon whose shape was completely different from that of a giant dragon. Even if it was curled up, it looked like a huge mountain. If the dragon's body is fully stretched, it may be 10,000 meters long, which is extremely terrifying. Once this ancestral dragon phantom appeared, even if it was the ocean dragon emperor, his pupils shrank slightly, and his face showed a hint of stunned. Lan Qi and Shana, who are always watching the battlefield, have even more exciting expressions. What kind of creature is that phantom? Is it some ancient alien beast? Ancestral dragons, whether in the eastern wilderness or the northern mountains, are creatures that never existed. Suddenly appearing at this moment, it is beyond the huge size of the dragon. Even if it is just a phantom, it is terrifying enough. 10,000 meters long, what a terrifying body shape. Across the sky, it is almost impossible to see the end. Only Qi Lu knew that his keel armor was forged with the bones of the ancestral dragon. Summoning the ancestral dragon phantom to help in the battle can be regarded as the strongest means. The defense power of Zulong is amazing. Even if he takes the attack of the Ocean Dragon King, it is completely okay. And this is also one of Qi Li's trump cards. It is one of the means that Qi Li can only use after being promoted to the powerhouse level. Although the dragon might erupted from the illusory shadow of the ancestral dragon is not the same as the dragon might of the giant dragon, it is equally terrifying and tyrannical. Even at the level, it has to overwhelm the dragon. The blessing on Qi Li's body made Qi Li's power even stronger by 3 points. One punch. Qi Li condensed all his strength on his fists. There are no superfluous moves, and no superfluous moves are required. The full-strength collision of the two sides is the ultimate explosion in strength, the most essential collision of strength. It's just a simple punch. Sock dash. This punch, like a wind blowing, tore out a sound of breaking the air. Then I saw that starting from the position where Qi Lu punched, the space began to shatter every inch, and then it continued to spread upwards. The void began to whine, but the space rift didn't stop advancing. The roar of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, which was condensed into a substantial sound wave, was also crushed by this violent fist, and then turned into nothingness in the void. However, Qi Li's attack was not neutralized. The terrifying fist strength is still rolling towards the sky, and wherever it passes, the void shatters and the space collapses. The whole sky seemed to be unable to withstand this force, and there was a clear tremor. This is the ultimate power. How can that be? Longxing watched the collapse of the space, spreading towards him, with an unbelievable look in his eyes. However, under the lock of this fist strength, Longxing had nowhere to hide. The realm of the pinnacle of the powerhouse level. You are actually the power of the pinnacle of the powerhouse level. At this moment, Longxing finally realized that the human clansman who dared to fight with him turned out to be an almighty with the same cultivation Realmos himself. This fact almost made Longxing unacceptable. The dragon clan should stand on the top of all clans. How could it be defeated here? Longxing growled angrily. This destructive punch also slammed into the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Qi Li did not have the slightest preservation of strength, and when he punched, he used all his strength, just to break the enemy with one move. The destructive power that erupted was naturally terrifying. The space beside the Ocean Dragon Emperor was crushed, and the dragon scale son the Ocean Dragon Emperor were also torn off. Countless wounds appeared on the huge dragon body of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, and the dragon's blood-emitting cold air spilled down from the sky and earth. There were also a lot of dragon scales in them, which fell on the ground. Some serious wounds, can even see the white keel inside. The power of one punch is so terrifying. The victory and defeat are already divided. Qi Li's arms flicked, and the gauntlet suddenly let out a crisp humming sound. The ultimate power confrontation, even aside from the combat skills, the exclusive equipment of the store manager owned by Qi Lu, is not comparable to the Ocean Dragon Emperor. What's more, if it is really a competition of combat skills, the Ocean Dragon Emperor may lose even more. And this punch also made Ocean Dragon Emperor realize the human race in front of him is indeed above itself in terms of combat power. It is really unimaginable that such a tyrannical and unparalleled power will appear among the human race. It is unbelievable. I admit, the people of the human race, your strength is indeed the strongest in this seat's life. However, you said that the outcome is already divided, but it's too early, Tosei. Longxing stared at Qi Lu sternly, and said sullenly. This sentence made Qi Lu feel an ominous premonition in his heart. What do you want to do? However, this question was not answered. I saw the wings of the Ocean Dragon King flutter, and the ice element between the heaven and the earth dissipated immediately. The ice crystals on the ruins of the dragon, which were frozen in ice, also began to melt, and then turned into pools of running water. In the low ground, small ponds and small streams have begun to gather. And these scenes made Qi Li's ominous premonition stronger and stronger. I ask you, human race, do you know why this seat is called the Ocean Dragon Emperor? But at this moment, Longxing asked with a wicked smile. Ocean Dragon Sovereign. Could it be? It was these words that made Qi Li's mind suddenly think of a picture. You. It seems that you should have thought of it, Terran. When Longxing saw the change in Qi Li's expression, he suddenly burst into laughter. It also confirmed Qi Li's conjecture, which was absolutely correct. The ruins of the dragon are close to the waters of the Dragon Island, which is the southern border of the eastern wilderness. And the Ocean Dragon King is the Dragon King who is in charge of the sea area. The power he possesses is definitely more than just manipulating ice elements. The sea area, the water element, is also within the control of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. In other words, if the Ocean Dragon Emperor wanted to mobilize the sea water to drown the ruins of the dragon, it would be an easy task. Even submerge the entire eastern wilderness. Damn it, do you really want? Destroy the entire human race? Qi Lu was startled, looked at Ocean Dragon Emperor angrily, and asked aloud. The Dragon Island Sea Area, also known as the Endless Sea Area, is much larger than the eastern wilderness. Therefore, it is completely possible to use the seawater of the Endless Sea to drown the entire eastern wasteland. This seat has already said that compared with the dragon race, the human race is not worth mentioning. This seat admits that you are very strong, then you can block it and see if you have the ability to solve the crisis of the destruction of the human race. Longxing's tone suddenly became extremely cold. Among the 4 dragon emperors, none of them are idiots. The Ocean Dragon Emperor may have his own dignity, but his essential purpose is to avenge the human race and lead the dragon race to its former prosperity. Therefore, the outcome of a battle is not important to Ocean Dragon King at all. As long as you can accomplish your goals, you will do anything you can. Whether it is to snatch the Holy King token or destroy the entire human race, as long as the result is as desired, the process does not matter at all. Although this seat hates the human race, this seat does not despise the power of the human race. Let's try it out. Flooding the 8 wastelands. Longxing shouted loudly, like thunder. At the same time, there was an earth-shattering loud noise in the distance, Asif responding to Longxing's shout. Boom! That was the loud noise that erupted from the border between the Endless Sea and the Dragon Ruins. The huge waves of 10,000 feet rose out of thin air, slapped from the sea, and the waves rolled in the sky seemed to have the potential to turn the sky. Even thousands of miles apart, you can still see that terrifying giant wave, how huge it is. It seems to carry the might of destroying the world, roaring. Then it slammed into the ground violently, and the obvious tremor shocked the entire dragon ruins. The violent tremor was like an earthquake that affected an extremely wide range. Taking the coastline as the source, it continued to spread towards the interior of the eastern wasteland. One after another, the sky-high waves slapped towards the shore. But in the time of a cup of tea, the direction of the ruins of the dragon close to the endless sea has already been completely engulfed by the sea water for hundreds of miles. What should I do now? Qi Lu felt the vibration under his feet, and his mind was a mess. When it comes to fighting, Qi Lu is quite good. But solving such a world-destroying tsunami is not within the scope of Qi Lu's business. Ocean Dragon Emperor, you actually want to destroy the entire eastern wasteland. Lan Qi's face was extremely ugly, but he was also helpless. As the Demon Dragon King, Lan Qi's field of expertise is the ability to fight in close quarters. For how to solve the tsunami, there is no way to do anything. If it's just a tsunami caused by natural factors, then it can be dealt with. However, now, it is the tsunami caused by the Ocean Dragon Emperor. If the culprit is not solved, there is no way. But this method is simple to say. But no matter what the Ocean Dragon Emperor said, he was a giant dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level. Even if the combat power is not as good as Qi Lu, it is not something that can be done in a short time if you want to completely solve it. If it is really dragged down by the Ocean Dragon Emperor, I am afraid that the entire eastern wasteland will be submerged before the battle is over. What's wrong with you? Are you just watching Donghuang being submerged? Human, are you just watching your clan be destroyed like this? Long Xing's eyes were cold and playful as he looked at the three people below. The strength of the powerhouse level Almighty is indeed a fact. However, in the control of the power of elements, there is still a specialization in the art industry. The tsunami triggered by the Ocean Dragon King is his understanding of the rules of the water element, not the effect that magic can achieve. Although Qi Lu can rely on his own strength to destroy the entire eastern wilderness. However, it is impossible to use the power of elements to mobilize other things to form such a huge destructive force like the Ocean Dragon King. Now, it is forced to death. Brother Qi Lu, I think I should be able to help. Just when Qi Li's face was serious and he was thinking hard, but he couldn't do anything, a clear voice suddenly entered his ears. Looking back, I saw that Yu Shi'er had appeared in the dragon ruins at some point. It must have come out of the gate of space that was left on purpose before. Shi'er, why are you here? Qi Lu frowned and asked. Fighting against the powerhouse level peak power is not the scope that Yu Shi'er can help. Brother Qi Lu, I can block the tsunami and help you delay time. Yu Shi'er said immediately. Even know about this. It seems that Yu Shi'er should be here for a while. Can you help me stop the tsunami? Qi Lu looked at the determined expression on Yu Shi'er's face and couldn't help but repeat. If Yu Shi'er can really stop the tsunami, then it only needs to wait for Qi Li to deal with the Ocean Dragon Emperor, and the crisis of the destruction of the East Wasteland can be solved by the situation. So Yu Shi'er is definitely a key figure. Yes, Brother Qi Lu, have you forgotten what you gave to Shi'er? Yu Shi'er nodded vigorously. This sentence immediately reminded Qi Lu. Heavenly Shield. Active skill Yutian, you can deploy the Yutian barrier, blocking all attacks before the barrier is broken. Yeah, I almost forgot about it. Shi'er, thank you for reminding me, I'll leave it to you this time. Qi Lu seemed to suddenly realize that he couldn't help hugging Yu Shi'er, then turned to look at Ocean Dragon Emperor. He took a deep breath and said loudly, I'm so sorry, Ocean Dragon King, it might disappoint you. The human race, it's not that you can destroy it if you say it is destroyed. At the same time, Yu Shi'er also took a few steps back, and then called out the shield of the sky. Expand. Heavenly formation. With this low voice, an invisible barrier opened instantly, and then continueto expand to the left and right. In just a few breaths, the entire dragon ruins was cut off. Anyway, the ruins of the dragon are just ruins. If they are flooded, they will be flooded. There is nothing to worry about. As long as the tsunami does not spread to the city-states within the eastern wasteland, it will be fine. In this way, Qi Lu will have enough time to decide the final outcome with Ocean Dragon Emperor. After all, only with the impact of the tsunami, there is no way to break through this heavenly barrier. And with Qi Li's obstruction, the Ocean Dragon Emperor could not personally break through this heavenly barrier. It's really nice to have this hand. Lan Qi was relieved to see this scene. In any case, Dong Huang still has a memory for Lan Qi. Moreover, Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er have also been living in the East Wasteland, and it is naturally the best to be able to protect them. Even Shauna, who was born in the northern mountains, relaxed at this moment. However, the face of the Ocean Dragon Emperor in the sky is not so good-looking. The backhands that he laid down were disintegrated one by one. Who is this on, and can have a good face? Good, good, good. As expected of the human race that can make the Dragon Clan retreat to Dragon Island, the means are indeed endless. But don't underestimate the Dragon Clan too much. Longxing roared, and then his body moved, and the huge dragon body pressed down like a mountain. If so, let's fight. Clansmen, the Terran has begun to fight back, we don't have to wait and see, let's attack. It's time to fight the human race. The power of the Ocean Dragon Emperor will not be weakened by a defeat. Following him, the giant dragons who were watching the battle in the distance immediately rushed up amid this roar. Roar. The roar of the giant dragon in the sky resounded throughout the whole world. The power of hundreds of giant dragons roaring in unison is earth-shattering. Although the Imperial Sky Barrier cut off the entire dragon ruins and could indeed withstand the impact of the tsunami, it could not raise the height of the barrier indefinitely. It is not difficult for these giant dragons to cross the Imperial Sky Barrier. After all, with Yuxiar's current cultivation realm, there is no way to cover the entire eastern wilderness with the Yutian Barrier. There are always gaps left for these dragons to fly through. Ocean Dragon Emperor, have you forgotten me? Seeing hundreds of giant dragons rushing over, Lan Qi didn't wait any longer. The black cloak swung up and instantly changed back to his own body. The jet-black dragon body, which is thousands of meters long, stretches across the sky, making up for the shortcomings of the defense line of the Imperial Sky Barrier. Since the Royal Sky Barrier is used to resist the tsunami, then the dragon in the sky should be blocked by Lan Qi, who is the Dragon Emperor. Shauna also took out her own exclusive weapon, the Broken Star Longbow, looking for an angle to attack. With Shauna's current level of power, those enemies who are not at the level of powerhouse level, the Broken Star Longbow can completely shoot one arrow at a time. Even the target is a giant dragon with amazing defense. The armor-piercing power of the Broken Star Longbow can easily penetrate the scales of the dragon. Dragon Emperor, you finally can't help but take action. A traitor is a traitor, and he will fight against his own people with swords. Lan Qi's actions made Longxing instantly occupy the commanding heights of Dai. The giant dragon hovering in the sky glared at Lan Qi under Longxing's swords. Ocean Dragon King, I just want to stop a big war. The human race and the dragon race have been in peace for a long time. They both recuperate and reproduce, but they were not prepared for this moment. It's you have to put the dragon clan on the opposite side of the human clan. What exactly do you want to do? However, Lan Qi was not a vegetarian either, so he quickly responded to Longxing's questioning. Neither the human race nor the dragon race are bloodthirsty and warlike races. The two major races have been recuperating for so long. Is it just for the current race war? Wouldn't it be okay to just keep going like this? The human race and the dragon race can coexist. Why do we have to fight you to the death? Can we really not tolerate the human race? Lan Qi continued to speak while the iron was hot. The number of members of the dragon clan is full of calculations. In fact, it can only look at the number of thousands. For the human race, it is only a fairly small number, and even if they live together, it will not be a big obstacle. However, the will of the Ocean Dragon Emperor is not so easy to change. Weak races are not worthy to coexist with the dragon race. Dragon Emperor, you don't need to say more. This battle is a battle to maintain the dignity of the dragon clan, and it is also a battle to wash away the humiliation of the dragon clan. People, don't hesitate, attack. Longxing wouldn't let Lan Qi's remarks shake the thoughts of his clansmen. So I simply cut the mess with a quick knife, did not give Lan Qi the opportunity to continue to refute him, and directly started this battle. Roar. The roar of the dragons was earth-shattering. It seems to be responding to the will of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, with a high fighting spirit. If these giant dragons, even just a small part of them, cross the defense line off the Imperial Sky Barrier, it can make all the ethnic city-states in the eastern wilderness uneasy. Those human city-states without heroic powerhouses have no power to fight back in front of the dragon. Residents in the city-state could only watch the city-state being destroyed, and even had to be buried for the city-state. This is the difference between races. Between the human race and the dragon race, the level of individual power is still too far apart. Moreover, in the dragon clan's thousands of years of keeping a low profile, among the dragon clan people, there are several giant dragons that have been promoted to the power level realm, mixed among these hundreds of giant dragons. At this moment, once Longwei erupts, it can be said to shake the world. Even if it is far from Lan Qi's combat effectiveness. But a giant dragon in the powerhouse realm can definitely crush any opponent in the heroic realm. If one of these giant dragons in the powerhouse level realm starts to wreak havoc in the eastern wilderness, it will not take a few days at all, and the entire human race will become half destroyed. And it's still something that can't be stopped. Because in today's eastern wilderness, among the human races, there is simply no powerhouse level power. I will show you with facts, just how big the gap is between the human race and the dragon race. Longxing raised his head and looked down at the people below. The giant dragons who followed behind the Ocean Dragon Emperor also flapped their wings and prepared to attack. As long as they break through the defense line of the Imperial Sky Barrier, they can do whatever they want in the eastern wasteland. But at this moment, Qi Li sighed abruptly, and said aloud, I didn't want to let things develop like this, but now there is really no way. Since the war between the human race and the dragon race is inevitable, there is no need to avoid the war. Ocean Dragon King, the dragon race is indeed a powerful race, but do you really think that the human race is unmatched? Qi Lu asked, as if a thunder suddenly exploded. The loud voice resounded through the world in an instant. Our human race loves peace, but it does not mean that our human race is weak and can be bullied. Since your dragons want to fight, then the Ocean Dragon Emperor, we humans are also willing to accompany you to the end. Qi Li's words were like the sound of a horn for battle. The blood is surging, and the fighting spirit is high. At the same time, a voice that seemed to be responding to Qi Li's declaration of war also came from above the ruins of the dragon. Manager Qi, you opened the door of space in the sky. Not a little bad. The voice seemed a little old, but it was full of anger. Immediately afterwards, a figure walked out slowly from the door of space left by Qi Lu. Impressively, he is the dean of the Brilliant Academy, a great magician in the half-strength realm, Gu Pingchuan. The dragon clan wants to fight the human clan. Of course, Gu Pingchuan and the others are qualified and have the right to know about such a big thing. Because this is a war that may affect the entire eastern wilderness. As the top powerhouses in the human race in the eastern wasteland, Gu Pingchuan and the others are also obliged to participate in this battle. Humans in peacetime, although they like to fight with their own people. But in the time of racial war, the strong among the human race will never escape. Because this is the responsibility that they carry on their shoulders. If the race does not exist, no matter how strong they are, what is the point? Manager Qi, we are so old, we can't stand such a toss. I said Lao Ren, you are really old, I'm still young, don't include me too. And after Gu Pingchuan, it was the deans of the other two colleges among the three major colleges. Peak Academy Rengongshu. Dadi College Banjing. Thanks to the blessing of often practicing in the shop, Rengongxiu Anbanjing also came to the same cultivation realm as Gu Pingchuan. Only the last step is needed, and you can truly step into the realm of the powerhouse. However, this last step is the most difficult. And the lack of power level trial crystals, I don't know where it came from. But such a small problem can't stop them from fighting to protect the human race. If you can survive after the war, then go to Lanchi to buy a power level trial crystal. Is this your confidence? Or, do you humans only have so much fighting power? Seeing the three people coming out of the gate of space, Longxing couldn't help sneering. 3.5-step powerhouse level, that is only stronger than the giant dragon in the hero level realm, and there is still a gap between the power level and the powerhouse level. It's a pity that if a human race practitioner wants to be promoted, he must have a trial crystal. At this point, the Dragon Clan has a big advantage. Don't worry, Ocean Dragon Sovereign, the heritage of the human race is much stronger than you think. Qi Lu was not at all moved by the ridicule of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. How can this kind of war be without me? We once owed Manager Qi's favor, and now it's finally our turn to fight for the human race. Although the old man is old and frail, he is not afraid of a battle. With the sound of these voices, several figures walked out of the door off space. The person who came was the suzerain of the swordsman sect Bailey Fenghua. There are also two elders of swordsman sect Lu Jingya and Yu Qifeng. These three people are the representatives of all the sects and sects in the entire eastern wilderness, and they are well-deserved among the top powerhouses. The strongest quality of the human race is unity. When defending against foreign enemies, all the tribesmen of the human race can abandon their previous suspicions and fight together. For Dong Huang, for the human race. We are not afraid of the challenge of any race. The impassioned voice fell, and the accompanying figure walked out of the door off space with his head held high. Manager Qi, it's been a long time since I saw you. After the war, I must catch up with you. The first to come out was the Fire Emperor of the Wild Yuan Empire, Ling Ao. Followed by the two heroic powerhouses of the Goluo Empire, Knife Emperor and Yufeng. Then there are the two heroic powerhouses of the Xingyao Empire, the Paladin and the White-Clothed High Priest. Although there is no peace between the three empires, as they said, in the face of foreign enemies, they can also put down all their prejudices and commito fight together. They are all old acquaintances. I have never imagined this kind of picture all fighting side by side. Gu Pingchuan said with emotion. Even when they were once annihilating the remnants of the Shadow Palace, they had never stood together like they are now. Although on the surface it is said to be cooperation, more of it is fighting in its own. However, at this moment, the enemy facing the human race is the dragon race that is several levels stronger than the Shadow Palace. It is simply impossible to fight against each other. Don't forget, there are us. Manager Qi has taken care of us so much, and now it's time for us to repay Manager Qi. It's great to be able to fight with Big Brother all the time. Master, I didn't make you wait long. As soon as these voices came out, Lan Qi and Shauna's attention was immediately attracted to the past. Because the masters of these voices are the 7 members of the Lan Yi team. Today's Lan Yi team can definitely be regarded as the main force in this battle between the human race and the dragon race. Even Lan Zier and Xing Lian, who had been promoted to the powerhouse level, had the same mind, so it was not a problem to fight 1 against 3. Moreover, these opponents with 1 enemy and 3 are all enemies of the same cultivation realm. It can completely relieve the pressure on the frontal battlefield. As for Lan Yi and the others, except for Xiaoye, they are all heroic fighting powers, and they are not afraid of ordinary dragons at all. You remember to be careful, this kind of war is not a joke. Although they knew that Lan Yi and the others were mercenaries, Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier were no strangers to fighting. But Shauna just couldn't help but want to say a few words. In the eyes of parents, children are always small, and this has nothing to do with the realm of cultivation. Okay, Qing'er and Zi'er are not children anymore. Lan Qi interjected. Then Shauna gave her a stern look. The appearance of the Lan Yi team was like the floodgate had been opened. In the gate of space, silhouettes began to emerge continuously, and then Kamito the outside of the defense line of Yutian barrier. Follow Qi Lu and others, and confront the giant dragons in the sky. Tiger Hunt, Blood Wolf, Hua Manqiu, Hua Ruoyu from the Yunwu City Mercenary Union. Meng Xiangyu, Wu Zuozhou, Zhong Lingyun, Jing Qingyun, Wu Ji. Wang Yu and Lan Zhili from Pinnacle College. Ling Xiao, Ying Kuang, Su Yuan of Huangyuan Empire. All the people who came out of the door of space were all customers who had been to the store, some were regular customers, some were intermittent. But without exception, they are all acquaintances. Those with the lowest cultivation realm are also cultivators in the heroic realm. It was full, at least a few hundred people, and the defense line guarding the Yutian realm could not take care of the place. And the silhouettes coming out of the gate of space have not stopped, and they have been increasing. Qi Li's store in Yunwu City has truly changed the East Wasteland. Among the human race, there are so many hero-level powerhouses. In the past Donghuang, it is simply unbelievable. But now it's actually done. Even the human race at this moment can still compete with the dragon race. And all of this is due to the person standing at the forefront, the manager Qi, who has always been a fan of the realm of cultivation. How is this possible? How can there be so many hero-level practitioners among the human race now? Longsheng looked at the gate of space, more and more figures came out, and the expressions on his face were constantly changing. From the beginning of ridicule and contempt, it gradually became serious and solemn, then gradually became shocked, and finally, I couldn't believe my eyes. Now is not the ancient times. How can there be such easy to find hero-level powerhouses in the human race? The power of the dragon, that is a racial talent, born strong. But because of this, the reproduction ability of the dragon people is extremely low. But the current situation of the human race is too abnormal. Nothing is impossible. I said from the beginning that the human race has never been afraid of any war. We love peace, but we are by no means weak. Qi Lu stared at the eyes of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, his voice was low, and he said word by word. At this moment, this battle is officially started. Only when the powerhouses in the human race are fully assembled, can one discover how powerful the human race is now. If you are old and incompetent, I will replace you all and start a battle first. Gu Pingchuan raised the staff in his hand, and the magic elements in the sky gathered in an instant. Wind blade storm. Boulder fire rain. As soon as he made a move, it was a large-scale magic that enveloped the dragon group on the opposite side. The magic released by the great magician in the half-step powerhouse level realm is for a group of giant dragons in the hero level realm. Even after the magic resistance ability possessed by the dragon family has reduced some of its power, it can still cause a lot of damage. After all, this is the gap in the cultivation realm. Ordinary magicians, although they are very troubled by the magic resistance ability of dragons. However, magic resistance is not magic immunity, after all. Even if it can reduce the damage of magic, it will still hurt. Especially when the magician can use the luck of heaven and earth, he can form magic penetration when he is blessed with magic. Even a giant dragon would not dare to accept this level of magic. As Gu Pingchuan swung his staff, the wind blades and huge fireballs poured down like a torrential rain. It covered hundreds of giant dragons not far away. That's how the war started. Since the battle between the dragon and the human race is inevitable, it is the most important thing to seize the lead. Gu Pingchuan took the lead, not to kill how many giant dragons in one go. Budo controlled the rhythm of this battle in the hands of the human race. Because it is difficult to use large-scale magic to sanction the dragons. Unless it is the magic of pure heaven and earth luck. However, when this happened, it was only the powerhouse-level powers crushing the hero-level dragons. Otherwise, in the case of the same cultivation realm, the magician will be restrained by the dragon. The battle has already started, so we don't have to stay. People of the sect, follow me to fight. The sect master of Yujian sect, Bailey Fenghua, raised the long sword in his hand and spoke loudly to all the people in the sect. In today's eastern wilderness, all sects and sects follow Yu Jianzong's horse. In this battle, he naturally obeyed Bailey Fenghua's dispatch. All those who use swords, give me their long swords. Follow me, be the vanguard, strike. Lu Jingyao also raised the rapier in his hand, then took the lead, and greeted the giant dragon not far away. The people of the sect naturally followed, without any hesitation, and no one retreated even half a step. Damn the ants of the human race, do you think that you are qualified to challenge the dragon race? Then let this seat tell you that the dragon family is not the object you are qualified to challenge. When Longxing saw this scene, the shock on his face also turned into a fool of anger. A race that was despised by him even dared to challenge the dragon clan that once stood on the top of the 10,000 clans. Clansmen, fight, let these over-the-top guys pay the price. Let them know what is the power of the dragon family. The dignity of the dragon family cannot be challenged. The order of the Ocean Dragon Emperor is the highest order. Roar. The dragons hovering in the sky were already ready to attack, and as soon as the order arrived, they roared to meet them. The earth-shaking roar, mixed with the terrifying dragon might, caused the surrounding space to be distorted and deformed. As if the real sound waves were rolling in, the impact of the impact seemed able to grind all obstacles into powder. If the dragons are willing to coexist peacefully, we will not refuse. But if the dragons want to go to war, then we won't be afraid. Soldiers of the Xuanhuan Empire, take your weapons and follow me to fight. Ling Ao stood with his head held high and shouted loudly. Then the fire element staff in his hand waved suddenly, and the fire element in the sky quickly gathered, condensed into a blazing flame feather arrow, and flew towards the incoming dragon. The warriors, belonging to the Xuanhuan Empire, also roared with high fighting intent. Then, led by Ling Xiao and Su Yuan, they were divided into two teams and attacked the hundreds of giant dragons from the left and right sides. Let that guy Ling Ao take the lead in everything, this time we can't be left behind. The soldiers of the Goluo Empire, come with me to kill the enemy. The King of Swords pulled out a two-handed heavy sword from behind, stepped on it, and there was a loud noise in the void. The shelter of the wind. Wind element blessing. Yu Feng, who followed him, tacitly blessed the Sword Emperor with auxiliary magic. In an instant, the figure of the Sword Emperor rushed forward like a black light, leaving afterimages in the air. The warriors of the Gu Luo Empire were naturally not far behind, following their king, roaring and charging forward. How can we fall behind on such a grand event? The paladin also drew his cross sword. The warriors of the Xingyao Empire, the whole army strikes. With a wave of the white-clothed high priest's staff, the light of the stars scattered across the sky fell on the warriors of the Xingyao Empire. Let the warriors, who are already imposing, have a higher fighting spirit. Blood Wolf, they are all on, let's hurry up. I've fought a lot of monsters before. It's my first time fighting a giant dragon. It's really exciting. Hu Shou twisted his neck, moved his body, and then took out his dragon-marked axe. The reinforced dragon-patterned axe is much more destructive than the whiteboard state. Even if Tiger Hunt has been successfully promoted to the hero level, it can continue to be used, and it will not appear to be lacking in power. Tiger Hunter, Lone Ranger has been doing it for a long time, don't you know what cooperation is? The Blood Wolf followed and pulled out his weapon, and said slowly, the people from the three major empires and sects are responsible for the main attack. Our task is to make up for the loopholes in the defense line. If these dragons break through our line of defense, something big will happen. For this war, the human race can be said to be the best. Almost all the human clansmen whose cultivation realm has reached the hero level have all gathered here to block the dragon clan's attack. Therefore, inside the eastern wilderness, at this moment is the time when the combat power is empty. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as there are 3 or 5 giant dragons, they will break through the defense line of the Imperial Sky Barrier and enter the eastern wasteland. That would be enough to turn the entire human race upside down and the city-state to ruin. Therefore, in this war, in addition to attacking, equally important, defense. It is absolutely impossible for any dragon to break through this line of defense, otherwise, it will be enough to give up all previous efforts. In addition to the mercenaries of the Mercenary Union, the students of the 3 major colleges are also defensive arrays, responsible for blocking those dragons that have broken through the front line of the battlefield. On the contrary, the tutors in the 3 major colleges will attack together with Gu Pingchuan and the 3 deans. But there are exceptions to everything. Among the mercenaries, there are still people involved in the offensive array. For example, if the people in Lan Yi team are only placed in the defensive array, it is really a loss. Because within the eastern wilderness, although there is no shortage of cultivators in the heroic realm, but the power of the powerhouse level may still be in short supply. So the role that Lan Zier and Xing Lian can play is really too great. When fighting against the Dragon Clan, Qila needed to restrain Longxing, or even defeat Longxing directly, so he had no time to be distracted. And Yu Xier needed to keep the Yutian barrier from falling, so she couldn't make a move either. Then there are only Lan Qi, Shana, Lan Zier, and Xing Lian who are left to fight. Among the remaining people, there are quite a few cultivators at the half-stepper house level. But the difference is half a step, and the difference is always there. If you don't break through or advance, you can't compete. Break Star Strike. As the person with the farthest attack range, Shana directly filled the bowstring of the broken star longbow, and the little stars converged into feather arrows. Fingers loose the string back, and the moment the arrow is released, it is like a meteor piercing the sky. Whoosh dash. The sound of breaking through the air was like a scream. The light of the beautiful stars is like the scythe of the god of death. The speed of the broken star strike is so fast, everyone present, even if they react, don't try to avoid it. Roar. A painful roar suddenly sounded, and a giant dragon also fell to the ground. The huge dragon body smashed down from the sky, making an earth-shattering loud noise, and the aroused smoke dissipated, revealing a huge pit. And the dragon that fell in this pit has no breath at this time. 1 arrow and 1 life, it is the broken star longbow. Even if it is a giant dragon of the power level realm, if it is unprepared and receives a blow from the broken star, it will at least be seriously injured. It is not impossible to even die on the spot. This is the power of heaven and earth fortune level weapons. And this arrow also officially ignited the fire of this war. The dragon race and the human race collided together. Even though the 2 sides had a huge difference in size, they were almost the same in terms of cultivation realm. Relying on the tyranny of the dragon's body, the giant dragon rampaged on the battlefield. The human race also has the best weapon wisdom, and uses the seamless cooperation to trap the incoming dragon in the battle formation, and then besiege it. Those who are extremely powerful in single combat ability are even more brilliant in this war. The person who can fight the dragon alone without defeat must be the top powerhouse in the human race. In other words, it is the top powerhouse on the side of the human race. Because there is one thing to say, almost all of the powerhouse level powers who can play on the side of the human race are not from the human race. Lan Zier, for example, is a mixture of dragons and elves. Another example is Xing Lian, even if it is in the state of the soul body, it belongs to the dragon family completely. In other words, Yu Xier, a family of Yueling cats. You must know that the human race is not an exclusive race. What they hate is only enemies who need swords to face each other. So, if not forced, this battle between the dragon clan and the human clan could have been avoided. It's just a pity that the ambition of the Ocean Dragon Emperor is bigger than expected. The battle situation on the battlefield was quite tragic. The casualties on both sides continued to increase, and the dragons who died here, as well as the people of the human race, all fell to the ground. The wanton flow of blood almost dyed the ground of the dragon ruins dark red. Is this the scene you want to see? Ocean Dragon King. Sheila looked at Ocean Dragon Emperor with cold eyes, and said word by word. There was obvious anger in his cold tone. The development of the human race is not easy to come by, and the dragon race has been keeping a low profile for thousands of years. Such hardships are definitely not for today's battle. If he hadn't seen the Dragon King, then Qi Li's emotions would not be so strong. But after knowing the cultivation realm of the Dragon King, Qi Lu knew that the dragons and the humans could coexist. Otherwise, with the combat power of the giant dragon Holy King, will he be afraid of the human race? What's more, when Qi Lu saw the dragon soul of the giant dragon Holy King, it could be seen from the attitude of the giant dragon Holy King. The Dragon King does not hate the human race, and he will never despise the human race. Therefore, the culprit of this war is not the dragon family. It's the Ocean Dragon King. In this battle, both the dragon clan and the human clan were victims. Human, this seed admits that you are powerful, but if you want to control the dragon, it is still a long way off. Longxing had a gloomy face and returned coldly. As the Ocean Dragon King, how could he admit defeat? Now it seems that the human race is the biggest obstacle for the dragon Resido return to the top of the 10,000 races. However, even if this battle is lost, as long as you can ascend the throne of the Holy King and destroy the human race, it is not an easy task. Thinking of this, Longxing's gaze towards Qi Lu suddenly became more gloomy. It was this guy who stopped him from stepping on the East Wasteland. The power of that punch. Longxing can still remember it in his heart. Among the human race, there really is a powerhouse-level peak power sitting in charge. When the cultivation realm reaches this level, the advantages of the tyrannical dragon body can already be ignored. Especially those cultivators who have turned from fighting Qi to heaven and earth luck, after breaking away from the shackles of professional rank, their physique will also be tempered by heaven and earth luck. It can be said that it is not weaker than the strength of the dragon body at all. Even some guys who specialize in the physical body, the strength of the body will surpass that of the dragon. So Longxing knew that he had to find another way. Arrogance does not mean cerebral palsy, and there is no need to fight hard if you can't beat it. The illusions to trying one's courage do not exist in this world, but similar stories are not absent. If you can't beat it now, then you can take revenge after you become stronger. Longxing was certain that if he wanted to leave, no one would be able to keep him. So now the question is, what to take away is a worthwhile trip. As for this time, I can only admit it first. The consequences of the lack of information are too serious. It was so serious that Longxing could hardly bear it. But no matter what, Longxing is the Dragon King of the ocean, and his temperament is far beyond ordinary people. No matter how hard the blow he received right now, it was impossible to destroy Longxing's will. I don't have the heart to take care of your dragon clan. That's your dragon emperor's business. I want to take care of you, only you. Qi Lu spat, his fists clenched. As long as the ocean dragon emperor can be solved, this war can be ended. Whether it is the human race or the dragon race, what they are doing now is a senseless sacrifice. And these are just because of the selfish desires of the ocean dragon emperor. Then come try it. Longxing's eyes narrowed, and he let out a low roar. Right on my mind. Qi Lu didn't want to say anything more. The figure flickered, as if crossing the barrier of space, and instantly appeared in front of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. The gauntlet formed by the ball of thousands of machines made an angry sound off gold and iron. A punch is thrown, it is all out. At this moment, there is no need for mercy. The sooner this battle is over, the better. Longsheng also did not dodge or evade, and shot directly, fighting with Qi Lu. The huge dragon body that is several thousand meters long looks clumsy, but it is actually quite fast. The two battled into a ball, and the sky was full of afterimages, as if two black lights, one large and one small, were colliding with each other. The shock caused the void to be turbulent, the space collapsed and shattered, and the sound of thunder continued to be heard, which was deafening. The violent aura escaped, forming a circle of shock waves, spreading in all directions. It's just the aftermath, and it can make the practitioners in the heroic realm dare not approach. Even the mighty physique of a giant dragon cannot withstand such a terrifying impact. The battle between the powerhouse-level peak powers is simply not something that others can intervene. Those with insufficient cultivation realm may not even be able to bear the aftermath. The void collapsed and the earth shattered. The shaky scene, and even the battle on the frontal battlefield between the human race and the dragon race, was stagnant for a while. There is no other reason, it is because the battle scene between Qi Lu and Longsheng is too shocking. It is no exaggeration to say that these two guys can completely pierce the sky. Is this the real strength of Manager Qi? It's really stronger than it hot. Lan Qi took time to glance at the battle scene between the two, and suddenly can't help but exclaimed. The shock in other people's hearts is also beyond words. Manager Qi fully demonstrated his strength for the first time, and perfectly explained what it means to be tyrannical. Also shocked were the giant dragons who followed the Ocean Dragon Emperor to Dragon Ruins. Among the human race, there is a mighty existence that can rival His Royal Highness Ocean Dragon Emperor. The 4 Dragon Emperors are the most powerful beings in the Dragon Clan. Only the Dragon King can rank above the Dragon King. However, at this moment, among the human races they despised, there is an existence that can compete with the Ocean Dragon Emperor. This also made these giant dragons realize one thing: whether their understanding of the human race was wrong. In fact, thousands of years of recuperation come to an end. Even though the lifespan of giant dragons is extremely long, there are very few giant dragons who have survived to the present since the Dragon Clan retreated to Dragon Island. Therefore, for the impression of the human race, these giant dragons are not seen with their own eyes. Just hearsay. Therefore, at this moment, they doubted their own cognition. Perhaps the Terran was not as weak as they had been told. Maybe the war that year was not because the human race used some conspiracy to harm the dragon race. If it is really the grievances of the past, then both sides who ruined the Dragon Prince and the Princess of the Huang Empire are at fault. Boom! But at this moment, a loud noise resounded through the sky like thunder. Qi Lu, who threw this punch, stood in the void with wounds all over his body. The clothes and armor on his body have long been damaged, and the wounds large and small are constantly oozing blood. Qi Li's miserable appearance was definitely the first time for all the customers in the store to see him. So many wounds. Although there were no fatal injuries, it was enough to illustrate the difficulty of this battle. However, on the other side of the sky, the Ocean Dragon Emperor, who was knocked back by Qi Li's punch, looked even more miserable. The scars all over his body, and the blood that flowed recklessly, almost dyed the deep blue dragon scales of the Ocean Dragon Emperor into crimson. The shattered scales, the deep wounds visible to the bone, and the flesh and blood rolled outwards all explained one thing: in the battle just now, the Ocean Dragon Emperor was at a disadvantage. It could even be said that he was pressed and beaten by Qi Lu. Otherwise, this is absolutely impossible. Ocean Dragon King, you are indeed the strongest enemy I have ever encountered so far. Qi Lu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his fingers and said slowly. Although he had met the god of forging before, Qi Lu had never fought against an enemy of that level, so he couldn't count it. Therefore, the Ocean Dragon Emperor is indeed the strongest enemy that Qi Li has fought against so far. At the peak of the powerhouse level, it is already the most top-notch power. King level, that's a distant realm. It is easier said than done to condense the supreme throne. Call. Longsheng gasped, did not reply to Qi Li's words, just stared at him gloomily. Qi Li didn't ask Longsheng to wait any longer. He just paused for a while and continued, but, it's not enough. You are not my opponent, nor can you be. Qi Li's calm voice. It's like stating a fact. Of course, it's true. So, this battle is over, and you will also pay the price for those who died in the battle. Whether it's your clan or my clan. After every sentence, Qi Li took a step forward. When the last syllable fell, Qi Li had already appeared in front of Ocean Dragon Emperor. The cold eyes stared straight at the vertical pupil of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. However, Longsheng did not show weakness and looked at Qi Li, even more fierce in his vertical pupils. But at this moment, the roar of the tsunami hitting the ground suddenly came from a distance. Looking out from the sky, you can clearly see the sky-high waves that are higher than one wave, roaring hideously. This made Qi Li's brows slightly wrinkle. The thing I've been waiting for is here. Human, don't be too happy too soon. A look of joy appeared in Longsheng's eyes. This made Qi Li feel a little uneasy in his heart, and immediately raised his fists, trying to stop the Ocean Dragon Emperor's next move. But how could Longsheng, who had planned for a long time, let Qi Li get his wish? The huge dragon body instantly escaped tens of thousands of meters and appeared above the tsunami. The surging tide is so majestic, under Longsheng's intentional drive, it has turned into a water curtain that covers the sky and the sun, shrouding the sky and covering the entire sky. Frozen thousands of miles. Then in the next instant, the water curtain that covered the sky and the sun was completely frozen. Looking up, it was like a land formed by ice crystals, covering the entire sky and casting endless darkness on the ground. Oops. While seeing this scene, Qi Li had even guessed what the Ocean Dragon Emperor wanted to do. It is no wonder that even with the Yutian barrier, the Ocean Dragon Emperor did not end the tsunami, but let the tsunami continue to raging eastward. It turned out to be another backhand left for himself. However, at this time, even if Qi Li guessed it, it was useless. Goodbye, Terran. Glacier destroys the world. As Longsheng said these words with a grim expression, suspended in the sky, the terrifying glacier that stretched for thousands of miles made an earth-shattering roar. Then he moved towards the ruins of the dragon and smashed it down. Damn. Qi Li couldn't help taking a deep breath, only to feel his heartbeat slowed by half a beat. What is the concept of a glacier that stretches for thousands of miles and falls from the sky? The might of the world. If he didn't stop it, Qi Li had no doubt that when the glacier landed, it was the time when the ruins of the dragon disappeared. And even the surrounding area that wasn't hit by glaciers wouldn't be better. The violent earth shaking will destroy everything in the vicinity. No one is spared. Damn Ocean Dragon King, this is simply an indiscriminate attack. Such a majestic and terrifying power also temporarily stopped the war between the human race and the dragon race. At this moment, whether it is the human race or the dragon race, all of them are looking at the sky with horror on their faces. Looking at the terrifying glacier slowly falling. The silent fear infiltrated the hearts of everyone and every giant dragon unknowingly. Is the Ocean Dragon Emperor crazy? Lan Qi couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his heart was indescribable astonishment. Completely indiscriminate attack, covering a wide range, it is simply appalling. Shauna also took a deep breath. This kind of indiscriminate strike that covers tens of thousands of miles is completely frenzied. Once it falls, just the violent shock caused by it, I am afraid that half of the creatures in the East Wasteland will be wiped out with it. this guy is a lunatic. Ling Ao's body trembled slightly, and he couldn't tell whether it was because of anger or fear. The Xuanhuan Empire is the closest empire to the dragon ruins. Even though there is still a large desert between the ruins of the dragon, if glacier is allowed to fall, Ling Ao has no doubt that at least half of the Xuanhuan Empire will be destroyed. The collapse of a large number of city-states will surely kill countless people. Even if it gets away with it, its displacement. Shachi, Shalian, is there a way to break it? If this glacier falls, the eastern wilderness will be over. Lan Yi looked at Nailan Qinqi and Xing Lian and asked aloud. Xing Lian, who has the ability of frozen fruit, has an absolute advantage in dealing with any ice elemental attack. And also in the ice element, there is Nailan Qinqi, who has a strong achievement. Not only does she possess the ancient rank of the Queen of Ice, but she also awakens the bloodline of ice, and her control over the ice element is completely beyond Xing Lian. Even more than that. If they can't do anything about it, then something really will happen. No, although I can control the ice element, but I can't control the fate of heaven and earth. The fate of heaven and earth mixed in the glacier is too majestic. There is no way to directly disintegrate the condensation of ice elements. It can only be broken by external force. Nailan Qinqi quickly gave the answer. The Queen of Ice and the bloodline of ice do have the ability to control the element of ice. However, the fate of heaven and earth is a force that surpasses the ice element. Gathering in the glacier not only strengthens the destructive power of the glacier falling, but also prevents the ice element from escaping. If Nailan Qinqi wants to rely on his own strength to directly smash this glacier that stretches for thousands of miles, he must at least have enough heaven and earth luck. However, it is a pity that Nailan Qinqi is still only wandering in the heroic realm. Even if there is enough luck in the world, I am afraid there is no way to control it. And Xing Lian on the side gave the same answer. If it is in the same cultivation realm, then whether it is Xing Lian or Nailan Qinqi, in terms of the control of the ice element, it can surpass the Ocean Dragon Emperor. But once the cultivation realm can't keep up, then the control power will be greatly suppressed. That's why Nailan Qinqi and Xing Lian are helpless when facing the Ocean Dragon Emperor at the peak of the powerhouse level. Because of the cultivation realm, the difference is really too far. Even Xing Lian, who has been promoted to the powerhouse level, is only a newcomer. Compared with the power of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, who is at the peak of the powerhouse level, it is still not enough. Not to mention Nailan Qinqi. What can you do now? Terran. Come and try to stop this seat's full blow, try it out, do you have the ability? Condensing the luck of heaven and earth and turning it into the power of heaven and earth. With this punch, the sky will be shattered. The vast and boundless destiny of heaven and earth converged on Qi Li's right fist. The majestic coercion also erupted from Qi Li's right fist, instantly crushing the surrounding space. Terrifying momentum, unstoppable. Break me. The punch with all his strength, under Qi Li's roar, slammed out suddenly, and the terrifying punch suddenly distorted the void, as if it were real, and rolled upwards. There is no grand scene, and there is no mighty momentum. Under this punch, the world seemed to have lost its voice, and fell into a dead silence. I saw that the void above the sky was constantly distorting, and the space was constantly collapsing and shattering. The violent fist strength visible to the naked eye, which seems to be advancing slowly, has actually collided with the falling glacier. At this moment, the silence was broken. Boom! The terrifying sound suddenly came out, and almost everyone was shocked. And that boxing force that carries boundless mighty power has completely exploded its destructive power. Crack, dash. The sound of something shattering suddenly rang out. In the sky, the huge glacier that stretches for thousands of miles, I do not know when it started, there are bottomless cracks. These cracks spread outward on the glacier, and at a glance, you can't see the end of the cracks at all. Just like this glacier, there is no end in sight. The power of one punch is so terrifying. This fist blasted out, directly shattering a whole piece of glacier that really covered the sky. The countless cracks that appeared on the glacier continued to spread, and soon, the complete glacier was broken into pieces of huge iceberg fragments. Although it is still huge, it is much better than the endless glacier. And most importantly, Qi Li's punch completely shattered the fate of heaven and earth condensed in the glacier. Little chess. Little pity. Make a move and disintegrate the condensed ice elements. If the glaciers that stretch for thousands of miles can be returned into seawater, there will be no more danger. When the seawater falls to the ground, it may turn into a flood. But for the ruins of the dragon, the flood will not cause any damage at all. The frost melts. Without saying a word, Nalan Qingqi immediately waved the ice element staff. Xing Lian also followed closely, showing the powerful strength of her dragon soul as a strong level realm, and the power of frozen fruit to the extreme. The ice crystals that fell from the sky began to melt rapidly. At this time, other heroic powerhouses also responded. Separate them and use the fastest speed to smash the broken glaciers into finer pieces of ice. At this moment, whether it is the human race or the dragon race, the purpose is surprisingly consistent. Now, it's time to settle the account between us, Ocean Dragon King. The punch with all his strength made Qi Li's breathing a little heavier, but the anger in his heart did not diminish at all. How can we be reconciled if the culprit is not eliminated? However, when Qi Li made up his mind and was about to find the Ocean Dragon Emperor, he suddenly discovered that the Ocean Dragon Emperor disappeared. Why did he disappear? Did he escape? Qi Li never thought that the Ocean Dragon Emperor would escape. This is simply impossible for the arrogant dragon clan. But now it just happened. Qi Li was really unexpected about this. At least within the range of Qi Li's perception, the breath of the Ocean Dragon Emperor no longer exists. Lanqi, have you noticed the movement of the Ocean Dragon Emperor? After confirming that his perception was correct, Qi Li could only turn his attention to Lan Qi to see if he paid attention to Ocean Dragon King. After all, when he punched the glacier just now, Qi Li couldn't be distracted. That guy escaped. Lan Qi's face was gloomy, but he spoke with a firm tone. Not only that, the Ocean Dragon Emperor also took away the fire of the dragon soul. Hearing this sentence, Qi Li subconsciously moved his gaze to the location where the Dragon Clan magic array had been arranged in the dragon ruins. The fire of the dragon soul, which was originally suspended in mid-air, was burning with blazing fire, and it really disappeared. It was when we shattered the glacier just now. Qi Li frowned. Yes, our attention was attracted by the falling glacier. The fire of the dragon's soul should have been taken away by the Ocean Dragon Emperor at that time. Long Xing. Damn it. Lan Qi gritted his teeth and said, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Before, I just wanted to use the fire of the dragon's soul as bait to catch the big fish, the Ocean Dragon King. Who knew that in the end the big fish ran away and the bait was eaten by the big fish? As an angler, this is ironic. Really? Did he escape? He left all his clansmen here and escaped by himself. Qi Li looked back at the giant dragon soaring in the sky. Does the strong man break his wrist, or abandon the car to protect the handsome? Since you have already escaped, then it is useless to talk about this, Lan Qi. As the Demon Dragon Emperor, you should take care of your clan first. Otherwise, this war will begin again. Now that it's over, we can only focus on the present. So Qi Li no longer tangled, but stretched out his finger and pointed to the picture not far away. The customers in the store confronted the giant dragons again. As the culprit, the Ocean Dragon Emperor has now escaped. Then there is no need to spread the disaster to the clansmen of the Dragon Clan. If they were not bewitched, ordinary dragons would hardly take the initiative to pick things up. They prefer to collect treasures or find a secluded place to sleep. And the dragon slayer warriors in the human race are actually just a story. What era is this? Whoever has nothing to do, will go to slay the dragon toplay. Do you really think that dragons have no temper? Therefore, for a long time, the relationship between the human race and the dragon race has tended to be the coexistence of well water and river water. So now, there is no need to set the two races against each other, because of the wrong things in the past. The ancestors threw their heads and shed their blood, and the peace that was won was not for the sake of destroying the descendants. Who wants to go to war if they can coexist peacefully, even mutually beneficial? Clansmen, open your eyes and take a good look. The ocean dragon emperor who deceived you has now abandoned you and escaped. For his own selfish desires, he wants to make the dragon race and the human race all become his victims. Are you willing to be this victim? Lan Chi soon came to the dividing line of the confrontation between the human race and the dragon race, and then spoke aloud to the giant dragons who remained in the ruins of the dragon. As the Dragon King, Lan Chi has enough prestige among the giant dragons. Even if he is called a traitor by the Ocean Dragon King, it cannot change the awe of ordinary dragons for Lan Chi. As a regular customer in the store, a Gao 1 in the New World mode, Lan Chi's popularity in the store is also very good. So the Terran side, after seeing Lan Chi coming, was not ready to continue shooting. And Lan Chi's remarks also caused the dragons to whisper. After all, who would want to be a victim? The answer is obvious. The escape of the Ocean Dragon Emperor is an indisputable fact. However, Lan Chi, the Demon Dragon King, stood up at this time and wanted to end the war. The character of the heart, which is strong or weak, can be seen at a glance. What happened in the past, both the dragon and the human are wrong. In the current battle, both the human race and the dragon race are victims. You guys, do you still want to keep fighting? Lan Chi's voice fell into the ears of everyone around, the giant dragons, and his eyes swept over everyone and every giant dragon. These words are not only for these giant dragons, but also for the customers in the store. There are many people who know about the bone dragon that appeared in Yunwu City. And the grievances between the Huang Empire and the Dragon Clan, the story of the Dragon Clan Prince and the Huang Empire Princess, also spread throughout the store. Everyone present knows what kind of grievances there is between the human race and the dragon race. To put it in a bad way, it's like two in-laws are angry. So reflecting on his own behavior, everyone present, every giant dragon, stopped his preparations to attack. There is no point in the war, and there is no need to continue. Otherwise, it is blasphemy. Fortunately, this battle did not affect any city-state. The casualties caused are really not many. It is also a fortune in misfortune. As for the escaped Ocean Dragon King, its real goal is the token of the Holy King, so it shouldn't do such an inferior thing as attacking a human city-state. It's a pity that the fire of the dragon's soul was taken away by the Ocean Dragon Emperor in the end. I don't know where it will be used, and what kind of conspiracy will appear. The people of the Dragon Clan will be handed over to you, and I will send the others back first. Seeing that the two sides had no intention of fighting anymore, Qilu also came over at the right time. How to appease those confused dragons, that is Lan Chi's task. This group of giant dragons who have never left Dragon Island since they were born are like children whose three views are not perfect for the time being, and they still need someone to teach them. As for the customers in the store, the crisis of the human race has been lifted, so of course it has to be sent back to Yunwu City. These people, from the major forces in the eastern wilderness, are the elites of the human race, and they are the top group. In terms of the overall situation, naturally it will not be bad. Knowing that the human race and the dragon race are opposed to each other is of no benefit. If you insist on falling out with the Dragon Clan and killing these giant dragons, where will Lan Chi be placed? So this battle is over. Qilu was also unambiguous. With a wave of his hand, a door of a spacious space appeared in front of him. The people of the human race who came to participate in the war were also very familiar with Qi Lu. After greeting Qi Lu one by one, they went back through the gate of space. The scene was orderly, and it was probably the habit of lining up in the store. Huang, I remember that the Wanyan Xiangui stayed in the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. How is it now? When it was Ling Ao's turn to enter the gate of space, Qi Lu asked abruptly. For a long time, the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years, brought out by Ling Shao from the ruins, was the sacred beast of the Wild Yuan Empire. Even so far, nothing has changed. Because as far as Qi Lu knew, the Wanyan Xian turtle seemed to have broken through to the powerhouse level long ago. He just stayed in the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire and never came out to walk around, so not many people knew the existence of the mysterious turtle of 10,000 years. If it wasn't for a sudden whim, Qi Lu would probably have forgotten about it. Senior Wanyan Xiangui fell into a deep sleep a few months ago, and has not woken up until now. Ling Ao was suddenly asked this question, and was obviously stunned for a moment before answering out loud. It is a common thing for the Wanyan Xian turtle to fall into a dormant state, so it is not unusual. No wonder Wanyan Xiangui did not appear in this battle. But really speaking, fighting is not the strength of the Wanyan Xiangui, and even if it comes, it is actually not very helpful. After all, the source of the war is the Ocean Dragon King, and other giant dragons are not important. As long as you can stop them. At this point, the customers in the store alone are enough, and Wanyan Xuangui's arrival is just the icing on the cake. So Qi Lu didn't ask any more questions. Because the 10,000-year mysterious turtle in the dormant state may be in a deep sleep, or it may be promoted to the realm of cultivation, so it is best not to make noise unless it is compelled to do so. It is better to wake up the Wanyan Xian turtle. Anyway, there is no shortage of combat power. Manager Qi, I will take this group of guys back to Dragon Island later, and by the way, I will pass the matter of Ocean Dragon Emperor back to Dragon Island. At this time, Lan Qi had transformed from a dragon body into a human form, walked over, pointed to the group of giant dragons not far away, and said aloud. Although dragons can coexist with humans. However, the specific process still needs to be planned in detail. Lest the two sides disagree and fight again. Alright. Qi Lu followed Lan Qi's fingers and glanced in the direction of the group of giant dragons. By the way, take out some of the treasures of Long Island. Anyway, the guy from Guangming Dragon Emperor won't be able to use it. Lan Qi then added another sentence. It's not the first time Lancy has experienced the race war. The racial war in the northern mountain range has affected the four major races of elves, beast-eaters, dwarves, and humans. Compared with this war between the human race and the dragon race, the degree of tragicness is not known to be higher. But in the end it wasn't all settled. As the chief culprit, the messenger of the god of war was all put to death. As the human race of the defeated side, I apologize. Therefore, according to this logic, the treasures of Long Island must not be saved, and they have to be taken out as a gift. And Lan Qi, as the link between the human race and the dragon race, naturally had to take the lead in this matter, so as not to create an irreversible estrangement between the two races. It's hard to do with Lan Qi in the middle. Very clever approach, Lan Qi, you have a lot of experience. Qi Lu heard Lan Qi's implication and couldn't help laughing. I'm just imitating. The Ocean Dragon Emperor really deserves to die, but the people of the Dragon Clan are innocent. Lan Qi shook his head and said. They are just a group of children who have never left Long Island since they were born. As their elder, I naturally have the responsibility to pay for their mistakes. Lan Qi shrugged. It's just that there is a bit of helplessness in his tone. His own children made mistakes, and of course they would not feel comfortable being an elder, and Lan Qi was not an unreasonable guy. Take responsibility for what you should be responsible for. If there is a mistake, make an apology and do a full set. The Terran is not a warlike race, sincere apologies, they will accept it. Qi Lu lowered his eyes, and said, slowly. It's just a pity that in this war, the unfortunate people who died have no way to survive. On the ground of the ruins of the dragon, the blood-soaked has been washed clean by the sea, but the huge corpse of the dead dragon is still placed there. I hope so. Lan Qi looked at the people from the human race who passed through the gate off space one after another. Although they are all customers in the store, at this moment, they all have a common identity, that is, the people of the human race. I'll go back to the store first, Lan Qi, come over after you've settled the matter. Watching the last customer pass through the door of space, Qi Lu continued to speak. Okay, definitely. Lan Qi nodded, then looked at Shauna next to him, and said, Sana, let's go to Long Island with me, you probably haven't been there yet. Lan Qi met and fell in love with Shauna only after he left Dragon Island. So this time Lan Qi took Shauna back to Dragon Island. In a sense, it was like taking a privately married daughter-in-law to see her family. It's just that among the dragon race, no one can control Lan Qi. I am looking forward. Shauna nodded with a smile and replied softly. Both parties in love always hope to get the blessings of family members or clansmen. On the elf side, Tiana has already let go, and the elf's clansmen also sincerely bless Lan Qi and Shauna. But on the dragon clan's side, the attitude of those giant dragons is still unclear. However, between the dragon race and other races, there are many unblessed loves, and Lan Qi doesn't care much about it. It's just that Shauna insisted on going over to see it. Sheer, it's really thanks to you this time. Besides the dragon clan, only Qi Lu and Yu Sheer are left in the ruins of the dragon. Yu Sheer, who had long since restrained the Yutian enchantment, had been waiting for Qi Lu to come over. When she suddenly heard this compliment, she immediately scratched her cheek with embarrassment. It's nothing, brother Qi Lu, these are what Sheer should do. The role of Yutian barrier in this battle is not only to defend against the tsunami caused by the ocean dragon emperor. More importantly, the ruins of the dragon formed a line of defense that cut off the waters of the dragon island and the eastern wilderness, thereby preventing the possibility of the dragon rushing into the eastern wasteland. Therefore, although Yu Xier did not directly participate in the war, the role she played and the tasks she took on in this war were an indispensable part. It can be described as a silent devotee. But Yu Xier didn't care about these things. She just felt that she was very satisfied to be able to help brother Qi Lu. But, brother Qi Lu, your injuries, are you all right? Yu Xier is more concerned about the large and small wounds on Qi Li's body than her own credit. That was the wound left by Qi Lu when he was fighting the ocean dragon emperor. Although the blood had stopped, the clothes and armor that were dyed crimson could not be recovered. It's okay, it's just a minor injury. Qi Lu answered in a relaxed tone. The steady breath also proved that Qi Li's words were not consoling lies. For the powerhouse level peak power, all wounds that do not hurt the vital point can be classified as minor injuries. Although there is no way to achieve the terrifying realm of rebirth from a drop of blood. But it's no problem to continue the broken limb. Then, will it still hurt? Yu Xier then asked. Of course not. Xier, don't worry, I'm fine, don't worry. Having said that, Qi Lu habitually stretched out his hand and rubbed Yu Xier's head dotingly. The battle is over, let's go back, go home. With a smile on Qi Li's face, he originally wanted to say go back to the store, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly changed his words. Although the store is still a store, for Qi Lu and Yu Xier, it is not just a store. The definition of home, in addition to being a shelter, the most important thing is the people around you. Home and family. This is not Qi Li's feelings. In fact, Qi Lu always felt that way. It's just that the current scene is just right, so the word go home will blurt out. Well, brother Qi Lu, let's go home. Yu Shi'er smiled sweetly, and then carefully held Qi Li's hand. Looking at the backs of the two walking into the door of space, Lan Ke suddenly turned his head and whispered to Shauna beside him, "Look at them, don't they look like we used to be? You were much more courageous than store manager Qi." Shauna's beautiful eyes glanced at Lan Ke, and then said with a chuckle. When Qi Lu and Yu Xi'er returned to the store, those customers who had just left the battle and were even covered in blood had already come to the store. If there is an injury, of course, find a place to heal the injury first. There are a lot of pills to eat, and there are many magicians who can use healing magic in the store. So there is no need to go to other places at all, it will be better to come directly to the store to heal. By the way, you can also brag about your battle process with those customers who are not qualified to participate in the war while healing. Talk about how brave and fearless you are in order to protect the entire human race. As for those who were not seriously injured, even those who were not injured very much, naturally, they could not help showing off their powerful strength, and then explained their combat experience. Although practical experience, most of the people in the store have it. But the experience of fighting with the Dragon Clan may only exist in legends. At least until today, it was indeed a legend. Because the Dragon Clan stayed on Dragon Island before today and didn't come out. This scene of lively scene, as if the previous war had never happened. Eat what you should eat, and draw a pet card when you should draw a pet card. Those who should be bragging are still bragging, but the direction of bragging's not the same today. Those customers who have not used up the daily time in the New World mode are also rushing to grab a deck and start their daily tasks for the day. Occasionally, there will be a few cursing figures appearing next to the commodity strengthening furnace. But at most, it was only 2 words of scolding, and then a new round of reinforcement began. Even praying more devoutly than before. Everything seemed so peaceful and harmonious. The human race is indeed one of the most adaptable races. Although it is angry and sad, it can quickly return to normal life. Seeing this, Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But if you think about it carefully, you can actually understand the current situation. The road to the strong has never been a smooth one. It requires constant overcoming obstacles, harsh battles, and arduous training. So life and death are naturally commonplace. Whether it is a mercenary, or a warrior of the 3 great empires, or someone from the sect, it is the same. Seeing more life and death, you will naturally know how to regulate your emotions. If it is said that the most unsuitable group of people, it should be the students from the 3 major colleges. However, the students who are qualified to participate in this battle between the human race and the dragon race cannot be those soft eggs who have never seen blood. It's just that they have seen life and death, which is much less in comparison. But there is one thing to say, because these students who participated in the war were not many, so all of them survived. The good fortune in this misfortune also relieved the sadness in the hearts of the students of the 3 major academies. And fighting a giant dragon is also a very important combat experience. There is still a lot of help for getting stronger. But in the end, there is no way to change the past, so we can only think about the good side. How else could it be? Letting go is not forgetting. Remembering, but also to better motivate yourself. If you are immersed in the past, you will never be able to move into the future. Qi Lu, who has been reincarnated many times in the trial space, deeply understands these truths. So seeing that the customers in the store were able to adjust their mentality so quickly, Qi Lu also felt a little gratified in his heart. Let's take good care of the store now. Next, we'll see what Lan Qi does. While thinking about it, Qi Lu sat on the sofa, and he didn't plan to change the blood-stained clothes on his body. Anyway, the blood on it is dry. Besides, the facilities in the store all have their own dust removal function, even if they are stained with blood, it doesn't matter. It will be automatically disposed of after putting it away, so there is no need to worry at all. Go to sleep first, and then take a shower. After all, fighting is not an easy job, especially since Qi Lu is the only main force. Although the Ocean Dragon Emperor was suppressed, the process was by no means easy. You must know that the Ocean Dragon Emperor, as the strongest dragon emperor in the dragon race, has definitely touched the ceiling of this world in terms of comprehensive combat power. Qi Lu can still suppress it, which can already prove how powerful Qi Lu's fighting power is. There is no doubt that the first person under the king-level realm. However, it is still very far away from the realm of the king level. There is no way, in order to condense the supreme throne, in addition to the power of faith, a path to the strong that belongs to oneself is also an indispensable condition. And Qi Li's situation is even more special. Because the system has never told Qi Lu what conditions he needs to be promoted to the king level. The test room in the store has not continued to be upgraded. Because condensing to the high throne does not require a trial room. Therefore, when facing an enemy who is also at the peak of the powerhouse level, Qi Lu can suppress the opponent. But it is absolutely impossible to roll it effortlessly. After all, how could an almighty who can step into the peak of the powerhouse level be a simple person? In terms of fighting skills and fighting awareness, even if it is not as defiant as Qi Lu, it will definitely not be bad. After such a battle, Qi Lu was able to avoid multiple injuries, which was already very good. Not to mention tired, that is impossible. Yu Shi'er, who walked into the store with Qi Lu, saw that Qi Lu was lying on the sofa as soon as she came back, and did not make a sound to disturb Qi Lu's rest, but walked back to the back of the counter lightly. Maintaining the heavenly barrier is very important. But in the case of not being attacked by the enemy, it is actually not miserable. Because of the simple maintenance of the royal sky barrier, there is no need to continuously inject energy into it. Only when it is attacked, it is necessary to inject energy to keep the royal sky barrier intact. So after this battle, Yu Shi'er, the key person, became the easiest one. The other customers in the store, especially those who participated in the previous battle, also subconsciously lowered their voices. Even the movements he was doing became a lot easier. Because they all know that in this battle, if there is no store manager Qi, it is absolutely impossible for the human race to stop the dragon's attack. The giant dragon at the peak of the strong level, for the current people. For the family, it is a mountain that cannot be climbed. Therefore, from various perspectives, Manager Qi can be regarded as a hero of the human race. So for heroes, naturally enough respect should be given. This is how a hero should be treated. Dragon Island, located in the depths of the endless sea. It is quite a long way from land. And in the endless seas, there are countless sea beasts, which cut off the possibility of other races coming to Dragon Island. As for the giant dragon, as a very representative and powerful race, it is not something that these sea beasts can afford. You must know that when the Ocean Dragon King was still in this endless sea, not even a sea beast dared to appear within 100 miles of the Ocean Dragon King. It's a pity that the Ocean Dragon Emperor has disappeared now. After taking away the fire of the dragon's soul, it is naturally impossible to return to this endless sea. You little guys, can't you use your own brains to think about problems? The bright Dragon Emperor has not yet come out of the Dragon Island. Is it because of fear of the human race? Let you stay on Long Island to protect your safety. You run out without knowing anything. Do you really think that no one can take care of you? At this time, in the sky above the endless sea, Lan Qi was flying while preaching to a group of giant dragons behind him. Shauna, who was sitting on Lan Qi's head, just watched quietly with a smile on her face. What the demon dragon emperor said still had a lot of weight. In Lan Qi's eyes, this group of giant dragons, which can only be called little guys, all bowed their heads, with complicated expressions. No one knows what they are thinking in their hearts. Lan Qi didn't know either. But it doesn't matter. Qi Li's strong performance broke the consistent perception in the hearts of these giant dragons that the human race was a weak race, and also subverted their blind confidence in the dragon race. The dragon race is no longer the invincible and invincible race. But this is not a bad thing. The so-called born in distress died in peace. Only when we are aware of the crisis will we have the motivation to become stronger, the determination and perseverance to make continuous progress. Instead of being immersed in the glory of the past, as it is now, unable to extricate himself. Not far ahead is Long Island. I really didn't expect that. I haven't come back for so long, and I still remember it. Lanky's memories of Dragon Island were not bad, but they were definitely not good either. However, as a defector, even if it is only a nominal defector, it is indeed a rare thing that Lan Chi will take the initiative to return to Long Island. Dragon Island, although the name sounds like an island. But this is the place where the dignified dragons live. How could it be small? As far as the area of Dragon Island is concerned, it is not small even compared to an empire. Standing on the endless sea, it is even more conspicuous. You little guys, stay on the Dragon Island honestly now, and reflect on your arrogance. When the time is right, I will personally take you out of Long Island. When Long Island appeared in his line of sight, Lan Chi also said the last sentence. When the giant dragons who had been preached all the way heard this sentence, they suddenly felt amnesty, as if they were running for their lives. They rushed back to Long Island, and then found a place to hide. They don't want to be caught by the Dragon King and continue to preach. Although it is better than being beaten, this kind of mental torture is not so pleasant. Do I look scary? Lan Chi looked at the speed at which the giant dragons were escaping, which was much faster than their attacking speed, and couldn't help asking aloud. How could be? Shauna replied with a smile on her face. It is not because the demon dragon emperor's power is too great that the giant dragon who is ignorant of the world can run so fast. Chatting all the way, even Shauna was quite surprised. When did Lan Chi talk, Samak? Forget it, let them do as they please, it's just a group of little guys. It is better to suffer more in the hands of one's own people than to throw one's life in the hands of outsiders. Lan Chi also doesn't care about the attitude of those giant dragons, as long as they can stay on Dragon Island honestly. Now, it is not the best time for the dragons to leave Longdao. Now I'll take you to see the guy from the Bright Dragon Emperor, who has never left Dragon Island. On the top of the highest mountain on Long Island, a golden giant dragon with a dragon body that is thousands of meters long is standing with its head held high, with a pair of sharp vertical pupils staring into the distance. It is the Bright Dragon Emperor. Step on the dragon magic circle and guard the Bright Dragon Emperor that has not changed for thousands of years on Long Island. Lan Chi, after so many years away from Dragon Island, you are finally willing to come back. Suddenly something so big happened, I can't even think about it. Lan Ki, who was carrying Shauna, landed on the Dragon Island. The huge dark dragon body is not inferior to the Bright Dragon Emperor at all. It's just that after landing, Lan Chi turned from a dragon body into a human form, and took Shauna to stand in front of the Bright Dragon Emperor. Long time no see, Bright Dragon Sovereign, you still seem to be the same, nothing has changed. It is hard to imagine that Lan Chi, known as the defector of the dragon family, had a much more relaxed tone when he saw the Bright Dragon Emperor. There is absolutely no tension in the imagination. It's like two old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time, suddenly get together to chat. However, after Lan Chi took away the Holy King token, Lan Chi and Guangming Dragon Emperor are indeed old friends. The relationship is even closer than the average old friend. Yeah, long time no see, Lan Ki. To be honest, I don't really want to see you back on Dragon Island, because you will, and something must have happened. The Guangming Dragon Emperor sighed, his tone rather tangled. You're right, something really happened. Lan Chi came back to Long Island this time to talk about this. Ocean Dragon Emperor took the fire of the dragon soul, and now it has disappeared. I am worried that he will go to that place. Where exactly, Lancy did not specify. But the Guangming Dragon Emperor can definitely hear it. There is a space barrier over there. Even if the Ocean Dragon Emperor passes, there is nothing to do. Bright Dragon Emperor frowned, his face became solemn, obviously thinking of something bad. This is not necessarily the case. The Ocean Dragon Emperor has the cultivation level of the peak of the powerhouse level. You should not know, idiot. Now let him get the fire of the dragon's soul and forcibly open the road to the sky. It is not impossible. Lan Qi said slowly, and said this crucial and surprising information. Ocean Dragon Emperor's previous cultivation realm was only comparable to Lan Qi's. Now Lan Qi suddenly said the real cultivation realm of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, which really surprised the Guangming Dragon Emperor. The realm of the peak of the powerhouse level. This guy, the Ocean Dragon King, can really bear it. This time, the face of the Guangming Dragon Emperor also became a little ugly. I have to say that the palace of the Ocean Dragon Emperor is really deep. Even the Guangming Dragon Emperor, who gets along with him day and night, doesn't know his true strength. In this battle between the human race and the dragon race, if Qi Lihen stopped Lan Qi, I'm afraid Lan Qi would have been calculated by the Ocean Dragon Emperor, and then died in the ruins of the dragon, leaving behind the Holy King token. This is absolutely the worst case. So Lan Qi is very grateful for Qi Li's help. Now only the dragon's soul fire was taken away by the Ocean Dragon Emperor, which is already a very good result. If this is the case, it is indeed possible that the Ocean Dragon Emperor will forcibly open the road to the sky. It is not a matter of a day or two for him to ascend the throne of the Holy King. Guangming Dragon Emperor has started to have a headache. The Dragon Clan retreated to Dragon Island for thousands of years, just to guard the way to the sky from being reopened. But now, the Ocean Dragon Emperor, one of the 4 Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Clan, actually wants to personally destroy the meaning that the Dragon Clan has held for thousands of years. This is also ironic. Lan Qi, did you go back to Dragon Island just to tell me about this? It's just that no matter what the Ocean Dragon Emperor wants to do, the Bright Dragon Emperor can't leave the Dragon Island at this time. Even if you want to stop the Ocean Dragon King, you can only ask Lan Qi. Of course it's more than that. Lan Qi shrugged and said slowly, actually, there is another important thing to tell you. Dragon Emperor Guangming, those little guys who were brought out of Dragon Island by Ocean Dragon Emperor to fight against the human race, I brought them back for you, so you can just give me some treasures as an apology. Although it is difficult to reunite the two races, there is nothing wrong with peaceful coexistence. When Lan Qi said this, he also picked up the important parts of that battle and said it. After all, it was the incident that the Dragon Clan provoked first, so it will not be ashamed to apologize. I didn't expect that there are so many powerful people among the human race, and they can actually suppress the Ocean Dragon Emperor. It seems that I really underestimated the human race. Qi Li's fighting power was so strong that even if you just heard Lan Qi mention it, it also shocked the Guangming Dragon Emperor. In fact, this is also a question that the Guangming Dragon Emperor wants to ask. That is, if the Ocean Dragon Emperor really has the cultivation realm of the peak of the powerhouse level, then how did Lan Qi leave the Ocean Dragon Emperor? It is now the answer. Because among the human race, there is also a power of the peak of the powerhouse level. Even the strength of the battle is far more than that of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. Although this matter sounds incredible, the Bright Dragon Emperor also knows that Lan Qi has no reason to deceive himself. And there is no need to lie about this kind of thing, because it is not a glorious thing. Therefore, the powerhouse level peak power among the human race must be true. This also made the Guangming Dragon Emperor sigh with emotion. Although from the very beginning, the Guangming Dragon Emperor did not feel that the human race was a weak race. After all, if the human race was really weak, it would have been impossible to occupy Donghuang for such a long time, and have been sitting in the position of the overlord, never wavering. But the fact that the human race can overwhelm the dragon race is really unexpected. And listening to Lan Qi's meaning, the main reason for this situation is just because of one person, the human race that Lan Qi called Manager Qi. If there is a chance, I really want to meet the human race that you call Manager Qi. With such a high level of combat power, he must be a genius of the sky. Unconsciously, the Guangming Dragon Emperor also had the thought of going outside the Dragon Island to see it. Don't worry, Bright Dragon Emperor, there will be such an opportunity. Manager Qi thinks the same as ours. He also thinks that the human race and the dragon race can coexist. Lan Qi was also very emotional. But with Qi Lu there, Lan Qi had a little more confidence in stopping the Ocean Dragon Emperor's actions. The main task now is to find out the location of the Ocean Dragon King. Is that so? Like His Majesty the Dragon King, I think the relationship between the 10,000 races shouldn't be a simple confrontation? In the bottom of Guangming Dragon Emperor's heart, for some reason, a touch of relief appeared. Although the law of the jungle is the law. But total destruction is not. This is like a food chain, although the ranks of each race are different, there are hunters, and there are prey. But there is no doubt that every step in the interlocking food chain is very important. The absence of any rank will cause other races in the food chain to be affected. Therefore, even if the original giant dragon Holy King led the dragon clan to the top of the 10,000 clans, he did not start a killing spree. Instead, it still maintains the status quo of thousands of ethnic groups. To this day, the concept passed down by the great Dragon King has naturally also affected the dragon clansmen such as the Bright Dragon King. In contrast, the Ocean Dragon Emperor, who upholds the concept of completely destroying other races, is an anomaly. It even used this concept to affect many dragon clansmen who were ignorant of the world. Although there is no right or wrong, it will bring disaster to the current dragon clan. Thinking of this, Guangming Dragon Emperor is also heartbroken. But the matter has come to this point, there is nothing to say, it can only be used as a lesson for the past to avoid such a thing from happening again. By the way, Lan Qi, who is standing beside you? You haven't introduced it yet. The Guangming Dragon Emperor, who sighed silently, turned his attention to Shauna again. On the Dragon Island there has been no foreigner for a long, long time. Today, Lan Qi, who is the Demon Dragon King, suddenly brought a foreigner back, and his identity is probably not simple. I'm about to say it even if you don't mention it. Lan Qi smiled slightly, then took Shauna's hand and said softly. This is another thing I want to say when I return to Long Island this time. This one is my wife of Lan Qi. Sana from the elves. Lan Qi introduced Shauna's identity very solemnly, and there was a rare warmth in his eyes. Does your wife come from the elves? Okay, very good, you are a good match when you stand together, and I sincerely wish you all. The Guangming Dragon Emperor was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. When he said blessing, the expression on his face didn't have any false intentions. Thank you. Thank you for the blessing of your excellency the Bright Dragon Emperor. Lan Qi and Shauna bowed in thanks together. None. Be courteous. Although there is a lot of unblessed love among the dragons, I'm not that stubborn old guy. The elves and the dragons are a good match. Guangming Dragon Emperor said with emotion. This match is not only about race, background, and own strength, but also lifespan. Love between different races, although the mention of longevity is very damaging. But it is a reality that has to be faced. For example, the love between the human race and the dragon race. The life of the human race has been in a hurry for hundreds of years. It is not long or short. However, for the dragon race with a lifespan of thousands of years, 100 years may not be enough for a young dragon to grow into an adult dragon. Separation is painful, especially for those who love each other. Therefore, the elf family with the same long lifespan can be together with the dragon family, which is also a good talk. Then when you come back this time, do do you have any plans to live on Long Island? The Guangming Dragon Emperor asked again. Although Lan Qi and Shauna are not newly married, it is the first time they have returned to Dragon Island together, so it will take a while. Let's get rid of this. I brought Shauna back just to tell you that I have a lover. I've been staying in this place for more than 1,000 years. I'd better not let Shauna suffer like this again. Lan Qi refused the proposal of the Bright Dragon Emperor without hesitation. The area of Long Island is indeed large, even much larger than that of the General Empire. But there are really no fun places above. After all, it is the territory of the Dragon Clan. Compared with a fun place, it is better to have a few more caves and burrows to hide treasures. Therefore, the greatest pleasure of staying on Long Island is actually watching the scenery, or sleeping. Compared to Manager Qi's shop, it's too far behind. Thinking of this, Lan Qi inexplicably began to admire the Bright Dragon Emperor again. To be able to be so patient and tireless, to stay in such a boring place year after year, without even having to move the place, sleep for decades. Anyway, what he eats is sea beasts, and what he absorbs is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so he has no desires or desires. Alright, Long Island is not your final destination, it's just. Guangming Dragon Emperor nodded and wanted to say something else. But he was quickly interrupted by Lan Qi, who said, I know what you want, Tosi, Guangming Dragon Emperor. After I have negotiated with the human race, I will come back and take the little guys from the dragon race out. We've been wasted on Long Island for so many years, and we can't let them waste their lives on Long Island again. Speaking of this matter, Lan Qi also sighed. But before that, I hope you can teach them the correct attitude towards life during this time. Our dragon clan is indeed strong, but we can't do anything to anyone who is arrogant. After a little pause, Lan Qi continued. Although the arrogance of dragons is innate, arrogance does not mean looking down on other races. In fact, this kind of mentality is more like a feeling of people do not offend me, I do not offend others. If others offend me, weeds and roots will be cut down. Because the real powerhouse would not care about the actions of a group offense. So let alone contempt or hostility. This is total ignorance. After all, does one care what a nest of ants wants to do? But when he encounters someone whose status is equal to his own, or whose strength is not far behind, the so-called arrogance should be put away. This is not to show weakness, but the rationality that a normal creature should have. And now, the overall strength of the human race in Donghuang is not weaker than that of the dragon race. So when the dragons face the human race, they have no qualifications to be arrogant. Otherwise, when Lan Qi brings this group of ignorant dragons to Manager Qi's store, he will probably be kicked out in a short time. That's a real shame. Although it is not to lose Lan Qi's face, but it is to lose the face of the entire dragon family. I see, I'll teach them, and… Bright Dragon Emperor nodded and agreed, and then planned to say something else. As a result, Lan Qi interrupted again. In addition, I will handle the matter of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. This kind-of thing that is enough to endanger the entire eastern wilderness and the northern mountain range must not happen. Lan Qi seemed to know what the Guangming Dragon Emperor wanted to say, and said it first. It made Guangming Dragon Emperor open his mouth, not knowing what to say for a long time. Since you have it all in your heart, I won't say more. After being silent for a long time, the Guangming Dragon Emperor spoke with some embarrassment. The 4 dragon emperors are all giant dragons of the same generation, and there is nothing offensive or offensive about this kind of chattering, and the Guangming Dragon Emperor is used to it. In fact, Lan Qi can do everything in his heart, but Guangming Dragon Emperor is more relaxed. After all, the Bright Dragon Emperor can't leave the Dragon Island, so the things outside the Dragon Island can only be done by Lan Qi. It seems that letting you take away the Holy King token was indeed the most correct decision I made. Speaking of this, Guangming Dragon Emperor's face was also full of emotion. In the eyes of other dragons, the Holy King token was stolen by the Dragon Emperor, Lan Qi. But the reality is often unexpected. It's just that this kind of thing can't be publicized. Among the entire dragon clan, only Lan Qi and Guangming Dragon Emperor knew about this. But those who know about this now may have to add another Shana. Who can say such a thing? Lan Qi shrugged, not saying too much. However, I brought the clansmen back to you, and I have finished what I should say, so now I should go. I'll be back when the time is right. After that, the black cloak behind Lan Qi raised, and once again transformed into a pitch-black dragon with an incomparably huge dragon body. Then his wings fluttered and he rose into the sky. Looking forward to our next meeting, Your Excellency Guangming Dragon Emperor. Shana bowed slightly, and with a flick of her figure, she came to Lan Qi's back. Leaving the Guangming Dragon Emperor to stay on the Dragon Island, watching Lan Qi and Shana leave, a rare smile appeared. Lan Qi, you are the creator of the future of the dragon race. Let's go back to Donghuang Cloud City, in Qi Li's shop. After returning to the store from the dragon ruins, Qi Lu, who had rested for most of the day, suddenly sat up in the middle of the night. Sleep full. As a very normal human race, Qi Leke doesn't have the power of a giant dragon to sleep for several years. This half-day rest was enough for Qi Lu to recover his spirits. As for the injury on the body, the speed of healing may be faster than the recovery speed of mental power. Hey, this quilt covering me. It should be brought by Sheer. Qi Lu, who had come to his senses from the daze, also saw the quilt that fell on the sofa as he sat up. Judging from the tone of this girl's heart, it should be you Sheer who took it out of her own bedroom. Fortunately, the blood on Qi Li's body had dried, otherwise the quilt would have to be washed again. The blood stains on this body are so uncomfortable even after drying, so let's take a shower first. Qi Li didn't think so much, and what he didn't do during the day had to bed one even at night. As for the quilt on the sofa, let you Sheer take it back when it's dawn. The bloodstains on the keel armor and the traces left in the battle should not be ignored. As long as it is received in the system space, it will be repaired soon. But Qi Lu himself does not have the function of automatic dust removal, so Hudson only take a bath honestly. However, just as Qi Lu was lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, enjoying the beautiful moment of relaxing his whole body, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. System, host, there is good news in this system, do you want to hear it? You have another good news? When Qi Lu, who was soaked in warm water, heard this, he didn't even plan to open his eyes. The good news from the system's mouth has not been said once or twice, but it has not been a few times that it can really bring surprises. So Qi Lu has long since become very calm. Or wait until it's worth a surprise, and then pretend to be surprised to suit the situation. Tell me what you want to say first. As for whether it's good news or not, it's better for me to decide for myself. Although emotionally calm, curiosity still drove Qi Lu to say this. No matter what the news is about him, listen to it first. System, cut. System, after analyzing the moves of the Ocean Dragon Emperor, this system successfully unlocked the next big map in the New World mode. System, the 7th big map of the New World mode, Oasis of the Spirit of the Elements, the host can choose to open it. Unlocked successfully? Are you using the wrong words in the two-stroke system? Are you sure it's not a new map that was redesigned after new inspiration? I thought you were going to tell me how I should be promoted to the king level. Qi Lu listened to the system and couldn't help but sneered. However, in the New World mode, the opening of another big map is indeed a good news. Thinking of this, I have to say, Ocean Dragon Sovereign is really powerful. Even if he escapes, he can make such a contribution. You know, the previous big map, Tower of the Necromancer, has also been open for several months. Many players in the New World mode started to climb the tower with difficulty, and then slowly adapted to the rhythm, and began to continuously improve their speed of climbing the tower. With the public screen discussions in the membership card exchange system, as well as more and more strategies in the forum. There are also various tutorial posts for two-player fighting skills. Today's Necromancer's Tower is more like a big map used by various guilds to compete for the speed of climbing the tower. And with the increase of time, a large number of lottery jars have been exchanged, including gold jars and silver jars. The number of players who opened the skill book from it also slowly increased. Undead Resurrection skill book, Power of Evil skill book, Ether skill book, Soul Poison skill book. Back then, these extremely rare skill books were not that rare anymore. Although the holdings are still small, the overall number is also increasing. So at this time, a new big map is opened, which can also alleviate the boringness of the Tower of the Necromancer. Lest these boring players have nothing to do except climb the tower every day. You know, in New World mode. It is because in the past few months that no new large map has been opened, some large guilds even negotiated cooperation and organized some activities spontaneously. After all, almost everyone has this kind of competitive spirit. So all kinds of racing activities were moved out. Start from each copy of the big map, refresh the speed pass time, and then go to the forum, and leave a screenshot in the post specially opened for the event. Then there are various activities that challenge the limits of combat skills. This is also fortunate that high-level players can't go back to the big map that they went to first. Otherwise, Qi Lu, who is bored, might still try his hand. Therefore, the appearance of the Elemental Spirit Oasis map is very timely. However, the name Elemental Spirit Oasis. Qi Lu repeated the name of this new big map several times, feeling that something was wrong, and he always felt like he had heard it before. Elemental spirits. Is it an elemental life form like the Spirit of Fire and Spirit of Ice? If the dungeons in the Elemental Spirit Oasis map are all monsters of this level, then the players in the New World mode may not really have the power to fight back. At least for now, it does. The power of the Fire Spirit pet card and the Ice Spirit pet card is obvious to all. Just the elementalization of immunity to physical attacks can make players in the New World mode dizzy. Not to mention the powerful combat power that every elemental spirit is born with. System, the host has been thinking too much. The elemental spirit in the Elemental Spirit Oasis and the elemental spirit in the pet card are not the same meaning. System, the elemental spirit in the Elemental Spirit Oasis is simply capable of manipulating the power of various elements. System, the host can also call it an elemental spirit if he wishes. Although Qi Li's words were only half said. But the system has followed Qi Lu for so long, and of course he understands what the second half of the sentence is. So just to explain. Elemental elves. Qi Lu heard the words, a speechless expression appeared on his face unconsciously. Don't look at this title, it seems that it is only a word difference, but the elemental spirit and the elemental spirit are really incomparable. As a naturally raised elemental life form, the elemental spirit is inutterly arrogant and unparalleled in combat power, and in terms of the attainments of the elemental power to which it belongs, it is absolutely the pinnacle. But the elemental spirits. At most, it has a particularly high degree of fit with the power of elements. Compared with the elemental spirit is not even a stepmother. It happens that I'm full of sleep now, so let's go to the new map and take a look. Although Qi Lu felt very speechless, but the New World mode released a new big map, how could he not take a look? It just happens to be night, and the new turn is over. After the big map, you can directly prepare the world announcement. Elemental Spirit Oasis, tomorrow. No, it's early in the morning, so it will be open directly during the day. After spending so long in the Necromancer's Tower, it's time for a change. To be honest, even Qi Lu was a little tired of the crazy tower climbing, Sodhat he didn't go to the New World mode for a long time. Qi Lu, you finally woke up. You look like this, just took a shower? A relaxed Qi Lu was wearing a set of loose clothes. As soon as he came down from the second floor, he met a cat-eared loli. It looked like it was looking for something. Shao Shu, are you looking for me? Qi Lu looked at Xuanhuan and asked with some unknown reasons. Why don't you go to sleep in the middle of the night? What are you doing here to find yourself? Yes, I was looking for you. Originally, when Shi went to sleep, when she saw that you were still awake, she told me not to disturb you, so I went to climb the tower for a while, but in a blink of an eye, you were gone. Xuanhuan slammed her palm and explained why she appeared here. I see. Qi Lu heard the words and remained silent. No wonder when I sat up from the sofa before, I didn't see Xuanhuan in the hall. It turned out to be hiding in the corner, to climb the tower. Then you don't sleep at this time, come over to find me, what's the matter? Qi Lu always felt that the purpose of this guy Xuanhuan was not simple, so he hurried over in the middle of the night. Is there anything you can't talk about during the day? Wait, I seem to be guarding the store during the day, that's fine. Of course there is something. I heard Shi say that you guys ran to the ruins of the dragon, to fight with the dragon of the dragon family. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered, as if she was really asking for proof. Yes, what's the problem? Qi Lu nodded and affirmed Xuanhuan's words. If it weren't for the daytime, Xuanhuan would keep the store in the city off life. In this battle, she might also run over to intervene. In the ruins of the dragon, there must be the corpses of those dragons who died in battle. After Xuanhuan got a positive answer, her expression immediately became excited, and she asked excitedly. Among the human race, the corpses of the tribesmen who unfortunately died in battle will be collected after the war and used to erect monuments and tombs. But dragons and humans are different. The dragon does not deliberately collect the remains of the tribe, nor does it have a tradition of erecting monuments and graves. Unless it is an extremely significant contribution to the dragon family, or accolade of great significance, the dragons will erect monuments to worship. For example, the Dragon King. So when Xuanhuan said this, Qi Lu immediately guessed the meaning of this cat-eared loli. Shao Shu, you don't want to? Yes, Qi Lu, can you take me to the ruins of the dragon? Anyway, the corpses of those giant dragons are a waste to stay there, it is better for me to over them. Xuanhuan stated her purpose without any concealment. As a devouring cat, Xuanhuan never concealed her greed. The corpse of the dragon is full of treasures up and down, otherwise the ruins of the dragon are too far away, and the customers in the store are not very concerned about these high-end forging materials. After all, what should a blacksmith in Donghuang say? Anyone who understands will understand. So after the battle in the daytime, the corpses of the human race were brought back, but the corpses of those giant dragons were still in the ruins of the dragon. I knew it. Qi Lu covered his forehead with an already expected expression on his face. Although a long time ago, I heard that the devouring cat would eat dragons as food. But Qi Lu never thought that when the cat devoured the dragon, it seemed that there was no difference between life and death. But if you think about it, it seems to be the case. Anyway, the powerful dragon is the terrifying dragon body and the majestic blood, whether it is life or death, it is only related to the existence of the dragon's soul. However, what the devouring cat devours are genius treasures, all kinds of treasures, and they don't eat soul bodies. So there is no dragon's soul, it doesn't matter at all. How about it, Qi Lu, it's all right. Xuanhuan said excitedly. Although I feel sorry for Lancy, but looking at his character, I shouldn't care about it. No, to be precise, I definitely wouldn't care. When Qi Lu said this, he suddenly remembered that Lan Qi used the corpse and soul of a giant dragon to forge an exclusive weapon. In comparison, it might be a better choice to be swallowed by moonfrost snow. At least you don't have to be whipped repeatedly. Come with me, I will take you to the ruins of the dragon. Since the members of the dragon clan don't care, Qi Lu has nothing to say. opened the door of space directly, and together with Xuanhuan, came to the ruins of the dragon again. Although the dragon ruins at this moment were shrouded in darkness, it had little impact on Qi Lu and Xuanhuan. The ruins of the dragon that have been ravaged by the flood are still a little damp, and traces of washing can be seen everywhere. In some low-lying places, a lot of water has accumulated, forming small ponds. In such a scene, the corpse of the giant dragon is particularly conspicuous. After all, these dragon bodies that fell to the ground are really too big. At a glance, there are at least dozens of giant dragons, which have been left in the dragon ruins forever. The loss of the human race is estimated to be not far behind, or slightly more. There is no way the people of the human race want to compete with the dragon in terms of individual strength, but they are still a little worse. They are born like this, and it is difficult to change. However, in such a war, thousands of people went to war, and only a few dozen people died in the battle, which is quite good. The death rate of only a few percent, in other battles, is estimated to make the commander die with laughter. Wow, there are really a lot of dragon corpses. Chila, these, and those, can I eat them all? As soon as Xuanhuan came to the ruins of the dragon, her eyes began to light up, and her face was full of longing expressions. But he still followed Qi Lu obediently, holding the corner of Qi Li's clothes with one hand, while the other hand gestured back and forth on the corpses of these giant dragons. It's like a starving child who came to the cafeteria with an adult, but didn't dare to pick up something. Can you finish it? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Xuanhuan in surprise. These dozens of giant dragons that fell in the ruins of the dragon, the smallest one has a dragon body hundreds of meters long. It was shrouded in darkness, as if there were hills lying across it. Xuanhuan actually wants to eat it all. Are you really afraid of holding it? Of course you can. How much food is there, you? You underestimate me too. Hearing this, Xuanhuan raised her little face and said proudly. But, having a stomach like a bottomless pit is not something to be proud of. If you can do it, you can eat it all. I don't need it anyway. Qi Lu spread out his hands, and then motioned Xuanhuan to act quickly. Don't wait until it's dawn and you're not done. Learn. Xuanhuan responded happily, then took a deep breath. In an instant, the size of the cat-eared loli standing beside Qi Lu began to grow rapidly, showing the true appearance of the devouring cat for the first time. The huge size is not inferior to the dragon at all. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his sturdy figure, like an ancient beast that wanted to choose someone to devour. The eyes revealed in the pair of vertical pupils are extremely fierce and cruel. The devouring cat has existed since ancient times. In the same line, only one will always exist, and it is one of the most terrifying beasts between heaven and earth. When I stayed in the store before, it might seem harmless to humans and animals, but when the power of the civet cat really broke out, it was absolutely earth-shattering. It turns out that the body of the devouring cat is so big. However, what surprised Qi Lu was another aspect. For a cat-like a creature, the bigger it is, the more ferocious it is. Big cats are far less cute than kittens. Especially now this kind of cat that looks like a moving mountain is really not in line with Qi Li's aesthetics. Shao Shu Jiu Hui is still cute when she stays in the store. No, it's much cuter. After watching it for a long time, Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. After Xuanhuan changed back to the body of the devouring cat, she didn't save any extra thoughts, and ran directly towards the corpse of the giant dragon. Now this dragon ruin is really a cafeteria for Xuanhuan. For this kind of food, for the devouring cat, it is infinite. There is absolutely no such thing as being unable to eat. The only difference is whether or not you feel full when you eat. After having a feeling of fullness, Xuanhuan will have no appetite, but there is absolutely no problem in continuing to eat. It's just that when you have no appetite, there is really no need to torture yourself with eating. But if nothing else, in terms of the speed of eating, if the devouring cat is really serious, there is really no other race that can match it. A big mouth, like a black hole, pulls all the things that need to be swallowed into it. There is no chewing on this step at all. The corpses of dozens of giant dragons are like dozens of huge hills. In front of Xuanhuan, it only took half an hour to swallow it all up. Or in the words of Xuanhuan, it is all eaten. Although Qi Lu wasn't quite sure why, as a devouring cat, Xuanhuan Leketo used the word eat so much. But these are all minor details, and there is no need to pay too much attention to them. What's more worth noting is that the momentum of moonfrost snow is also increasing continuously in the process of devouring the corpse of the giant dragon. The cultivation realm that had stayed at the peak of the hero level for a long time soon loosened. Then it was a matter of course, and it was promoted to the powerhouse level. And it's still going up. I have to say that the innate talent of the devouring cat is indeed powerful, and it is really enviable that it can continue to become stronger by swallowing it. The corpses of these dozens of giant dragons are enough for Xuanhuan to climb a considerable distance after stabilizing the powerhouse level, and even approaching the powerhouse level peak state, it is not impossible. And at this point, I have to talk about the magic of this species. The heaven and earth luck needed in the powerhouse level realm does not need the will of heaven and earth to give it all, but instead relies on one's own devouring talent to snatch it. The process of becoming stronger is much simpler than other races. Qi Lu, I'm done. See it, I ate it all. While Qi Lu was sighing, Xuanhuan, who had already devoured all the corpses of the giant dragon, changed back to the appearance of a cat-eared loli, raised her head, and came to Qi Lu with a proud face. He gestured towards the empty dragon ruins with his hands, but his face inadvertently showed a praising expression. After all, it's just a little loli, and she won't hide her emotions at all. I see, I know you're the best, okay. Qi Lu replied helplessly, and by the way reached out and rubbed Xuanhuan's head. However, the emotions in my heart are more envy. The devouring cat deserves to be the only species in the world, and its talent is beyond imagination. No, it may be more reliable to say that it is outrageous. These dozens of giant dragon corpses were swallowed, and the cultivation realm directly came to the high-level powerhouse level, and there was no need for any transition in the middle. There is no need for any powerhouse-level trial crystals. The smooth process was much easier than what Qi Lu suffered in the trial space at the beginning. And the ease that can be compared with Xuanhuan may only be Yuxier. As a store manager, if you want to pass a trial space, you have to suffer for 8 lifetimes. And it's literally 8 lifetimes, and even more. However, no matter how much you envy your kitten, it is also your own, so besides envy, Qi Lu is more happy. The corpse of the giant dragon in the dragon ruins can be used for waste. No, the use of treasures can be regarded as a good place to die. At least at the last minute, some contribution was made. Since it's all eaten, let's go back to the store, and then take you to the new map to see. Qi Lu waved his hand and opened the door of space. I'm not particularly concerned about whether Xuanhuan has mastered the power of her sudden surge. This is because of the devouring cat's talent and aptitude, and its own strength suddenly skyrockets, which is often the case. So you don't have to worry about that at all. Xuanhuan is much more proficient in this kind of thing than Qi Lu. New map? Are you talking about the new map in New World mode? That's great. When Xuanhuan heard the words, she immediately became excited. You must know that Xuanhuan is the king of the liver king in the eyes of the players in the New World mode, and there is no moisture at all. Can catch a copy for half a month. Or in the tower of the necromancer, who climbed the tower crazily for several months, and there was no impatience at all. It has already proved the level of the moon frost snow liver king. But it is such a king of liver kings who can be excited when he hears the new map. One can imagine the appeal of the new map. Don't get too excited. The new map has not been opened to the public yet. We just go ahead and open up the wasteland. Seeing Xuanhuan's excited appearance, Qi couldn't help but remind her. Wasteland reclamation can be encountered in any kind of situation. It's impossible to say it's not dangerous. Who knows what strange things will be inside the elemental spirit oasis. According to the system, this is a new map developed with reference to the attack mode of the Ocean Dragon Emperor. What if there is an unmatched hidden boss hidden inside? Reclaiming Wasteland? Reclaiming Wasteland is good. As soon as she heard that it was land reclamation, Xuanhuan became even happier. As a near-professional game businessman, taking the lead in intelligence is often a prelude to making a fortune. And land reclamation is the best way to collect game intelligence first, there is no one. Otherwise, how can the internal test quota be valuable? But there is one thing to say, even Qi does not know what is in the newly opened big map of Elemental Spirit Oasis. I hope the process of land reclamation will not be too difficult. Back to the store. Xuanhuan had done a lot of things like staying overnight. So in this early morning, in order to open up the wasteland, Qi and Xuanhuan were preparing to stay overnight again after a long absence. The deck is seated, the New World mode is opened, click to enter. Although Qi has not been in the New World mode for a while, his level has steadily reached the limit level of the Necromancer's Tower dungeon, level 85. Of course, only after reaching level 85 can you pass through the Mechanical Bull Forest and go to the next big map. Elemental Spirit Oasis. This is different from the previous big maps, which needed to rely on the teleportation array to connect. If you want to enter the Oasis of the Elemental Spirit, there is no teleportation array. You can only wait until the level is enough, and then confirm that you want to leave the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest. Then you can rely on your own strength to pass through the Mechanical Cow Forest and go to the new map. According to the distribution of various large maps, the Oasis of the Elemental Spirit is a large map bordering the Mechanical Bull Forest. Although Qi didn't quite understand, the Oasis and the forest were bordered together, what kind of magical operation? However, before it was confirmed that he wanted to leave the Mechanical Bull Forest. Between these two large maps, there is a space barrier separating them. After confirming the choice, you can pass. Finally able to leave this place. Xuanhuan stood in the Mechanical Bull Forest and glanced at the towering Necromancer Tower with some emotion. Anyway, I have climbed the tower for a few months, and I still have a lot of memories. Although these memories are quite boring. Don't look at it, after confirming your choice, you can enter the Elemental Spirit Oasis. Qi stood on the border of the two large maps and said to Xuanhuan. It is also because the Tower of the Necromancer is indeed so high that it can be seen from the edge of the Mechanical Cow Forest. And can see quite clearly. I see, isn't this recalling the past? Xuanhuan pouted, and then passed through the space barrier in front of her. Different from the war-torn, technologically savvy Mechanical Cow Forest map, the Elemental Spirit Oasis map is closer to a pure land on the senses. The grass is green, the trees are forest, and the lake is like a mirror. A palm-sized element elf shuttled among the flowers and trees, flying over the lake, playing and playing. It looks peaceful and serene, and looks harmless to humans and animals. However, this is only superficial. If you go to check the book information, you will find it. These elemental elves are all basic mobs at level 85. They are just basic attributes. Without using skills, they are enough to kill low-level players in seconds. Not to mention the Elemental Spirit Oasis big map, there are no mobs that can't understand elemental magic at all. Be careful, don't be besieged. Qi reminded Xuanhuan, who was beside him. Combat skills are one thing, but in New World mode it's another. If he was accidentally surrounded by so many elemental spirits, even Qi would have a hard time dealing with it. After all, the basic attributes are poor. I know, you don't need to remind me, I'm a little expert in wasteland reclamation. Yu Shuangshi hummed back. In terms of the time spent in the New World mode, Yu Shuangshi really had to keep calm and enjoy it, and it was far more than that. No way, Qi Lu brushing the picture, just to increase the fun of life. Moon frost snow bubbles in the New World mode, just to live. Of course, game merchants must always pay attention to game trends. The King of Liver Kings is not a joke. Little wasteland pioneers. Qi Lu rubbed his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Although the previous big maps, Qi Lu was the first to experience it. But before the strategy comes out, entering a new map can be called land reclamation, so what Yu Shuangshi said was right. As the leader of the all-powerful Kitty Guild in the New World mode, plus the leader of the well-known game merchant organization, Yu Shuangshi's ability to open up wasteland is indeed first class. Then let you take the lead. Qi Lu is also unambiguous. Anyway, he just came to see what the new big map looks like, not a pure wasteland player. Let Yu Shuangshi enjoy this kind of fun. Ah? Just the two of us, can we split up to lead the way? There was a hint of confusion in Yu Shuangshi's eyes. You're exploring the road ahead, I'll give you the rear, in case there's a little monster hiding in the shadows behind you. Qi Lu said with a smile. In fact, both for Qi Lu and Yu Shuangshi, they are both ruthless characters who can open up wasteland alone. So whoever explores the way and who is the queen is actually just joking. Qi Lu is looking for an opportunity to show Yu Shuangshi. Cut. Yu Shuangshi snorted at Qi Lu, then walked forward with her head held high. The cute appearance of the elemental elves is indeed difficult to conjure up the word danger. That cheerful and playful appearance is easy to get along with. However, this is all just conjecture. Just after Yu Shuangshi walked not far, about 10 steps away, the elemental elves who were playing among the flowers and trees and on the calm lake suddenly stopped. Then they looked at Yu Shuangshi together. Is this the scope of hatred? Is it that wide? When Yu Shuangshi saw this scene, she stopped instantly. However, the elemental elves who have already been held in hatred don't curry so much, and the eyes that look at the intruder Yu Shuangshi have become extremely unfriendly. The vines are entangled. Stealing stabs. The cane whip. Before Yu Shuangshi could react, a lot of elemental magic was thrown towards her. These elemental elves, who look petite and cute on the outside, are not merciful when they start their hands. They all want to face their enemies, and they are very fierce. The vines that filled the sky directly shrouded the moon frost and snow, and the momentum was fierce and fierce. Moreover, the ground under his feet also began to vibrate obviously, which should be caused by the wooden stakes and thorns under the ground. There is nowhere to hide from the elemental magic that is all over the sky. No way. Yu Shuangshi quickly set up all her defensive skills. Then, after taking his life to endure the first wave of damage, he found that it was still alive, and hurriedly ran back from the gap between these elemental magics. This big map is really a little dangerous. Yu Shuangshi, who was lucky enough to save her life, said with lingering fears. The combat power in the New World mode has nothing to do with the realm of the player's cultivation in the outside world. The level is not high enough, the basic attributes are not strong enough, and it is surrounded by mobs of higher level. That's basically just waiting for the recovery to respawn. After all, this is not a simple grass-cutting fun fighting game, but one of the ways that the system has been developed by the system on the basis of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room to improve the combat power. In this, the higher the level of the mobs, the stronger the fighting skills and fighting consciousness. In the case of the same level, the higher the level of the mobs, in addition to the higher basic attributes, the combat skills and combat awareness will also be improved. So even Qi Lu would fight and retreat when faced with a large number of mobs. If it is really surrounded, it will only be self-sufficient. However, in terms of Qi Li's fighting consciousness, there has never been a situation where he was accidentally surrounded by mobs. This is also a manifestation of tyrannical combat power. Because the real battle is definitely not only the confrontation of force, but also the control of the battle situation. Not putting yourself in danger is one of the most important things. Is this the so-called wasteland pioneer? Qi Li raised his eyebrows, looking at Xuanhuan, who was recovering from blood medicine with only a trace of blood left, and couldn't help but tease. It doesn't count this time. Who would have known that such a cute little guy could be so dark? Xuanhuan's face was full of dissatisfaction. No way, the appearance of the element elves is too confusing. However, this trial was not in vain. At least a few pieces of useful information have been obtained. 1. The hatred range of these elemental elves seems to be quite large. And the second one is their pursuit range, which seems to be a bit small. As long as they leave a certain distance from the lake in the center, they will not pursue them even if they are drawn to hatred. According to this situation, there must be good things in that lake. Xuanhuan spoke confidently after filling up her health bar. So you want to go and have a look again? Qi Li asked, with interest. It was not ready before, and this time it will definitely not be. And I'm sure that what's in that lake must be the key to reclaiming wasteland in this big map. Xuanhuan said, and suddenly got up. Then add all the buff magic that should be added to yourself first, and then walk inside carefully. The huge amount of elemental magic that was so dense that there was almost no space before, smashed it all at once. It really made Xuanhuan a little bit helpless, and there was no place to hide. So this time, Xuanhuan decided to rush in directly. As long as you are fast enough, your elemental magic can't hit me. Of course, if your speed is really fast enough, the question mark of your teammates will not be able to point you. Rush. Without any other skills, Xuanhuan rushed towards the lake in the center. Immediately, all the elemental elves in this oasis were shocked. The elemental magic all over the sky smashed over the sky and the ground, as if they didn't want money, they crossed tightly. Don't these guys have the concept of blue quantity? Maybe not really. It doesn't matter, they all rushed here. If you go back, you will die. It's better to keep moving forward. Xuanhuan also thought very clearly that the defensive magic blessed on her body could still carry it for a while, so she could just hold on for a few seconds and plunge into the lake. What kind of drama could be triggered? Just do it when she thinks of it, and Xuanhuan didn't hesitate at all. Puff. A muffled sound of falling water came out, and ripples appeared on the calm lake. And those elemental elves, after seeing this scene, actually stopped. Then, Wood Element Oasis successfully opened. The electronic reminder sounded immediately. Wood Elemental Oasis means, is there at least one copy of the Elemental Spirit Oasis Big Map? Qi Li, who has been tested by various games, suddenly thought of what was going on. There are many kinds of things like elemental spirits, depending on the type of magic element they control. If the Oasis of the Spirit of Elements really arranges dungeons in this way, then the number of dungeons in this new big map is quite large. What's the situation now? After a long while, Xuanhuan emerged from the lake and asked, with a confused expression. Because in this important-looking lake, Xuanhuan did not find anything useful. Not to mention items like treasure chests. Nothing, I'll wait for you at the resurrection point. Qi Li looked at the elemental elf that was about to move in the sky, and replied slowly. No wonder the elemental magic used by these little guys is all wood-based elemental magic. It turned out to be because of this copy. Is it the reason of the wood element oasis? It is the bitter moon frost and snow. Just jumped into the lake, opened the copy of the wood element oasis, and then waited for a while. It was about to appear at the resurrection point. In this way, Xuanhuan said that the lake in the center was the key to land reclamation, and it was not wrong. What Qi Lu didn't expect was that the copy of this elemental spirit oasis actually required players to activate it manually. This is too unintelligent. Soon, however, Qi Lu understood what was going on. Damn outsider, you are also here to snatch the elemental spring of the wood elemental oasis. Among those elemental elves, a guy who looked like an elite monster suddenly roared. It sounds like a routine dialogue that only appears after activating the wood element oasis dungeon, which should be the reason why this dungeon needs to be activated. The Fountain of Elements? What it is? After Qi Lu heard this term, he was immediately aroused. And after a blast of elemental magic. I probably know what the Fountain of Elements is. In the end, there was really no other way, and Xuanhuan, who had to come out of the resurrection point, said helplessly. With the disappearance of her outsider, the wood element oasis became quiet again. You know? What is the Fountain of Elements? Qi Lu turned to look at Xuanhuan. Driven by curiosity, she didn't even tease her with the stock of Little Land Pioneer. That's it. The prompt I saw after I appeared at the resurrection point seems to be specially sent to me to reward me for activating the copy of Wood Element Oasis. Xuanhuan spoke, and took out a small glass bottle from her backpack, less than half the size of a palm. There is a small half bottle of emerald green spring water inside, which looks full of spring. See for yourself. Moonfrost Snow shared the item's information. Fountain of Wood Elements, consumables that can be used to start wood elemental challenges. The consumption of each challenge depends on the number of people in the team. Wood Element Challenge? Qi Lu was a little surprised and didn't know what the hell was going on. Anyway, if you're idle, why don't we two try? Xuanhuan suggested. Alright. Qi Lu nodded in agreement. Since you are here to open up Wasteland, of course, you have to explore all the places you don't know about. Then let's begin. As a consumable, the Fountain of Wood Elements is very simple to use. Just dump it under your feet. A mysterious teleportation magic circle can be automatically formed without much spring water, and with the increase of spring water, the number of people that can be teleported by the teleportation magic circle will gradually increase. This time, there are only Qi Lu and Xuanhuan, so it really doesn't consume much wood elemental spring. Immediately afterwards, the teleportation magic circle flashed, and the two appeared in a green space. Looking around, there are all kinds of flowers, plants, and trees around, which are full of vitality. Challengers, please get ready, the first wave of beasts is coming. With a beeping sound. Wood-type mobs with different appearances also appeared in the space constantly, looking at Qi Lu and Xuanhuan, gearing up, but did not launch an attack. As if waiting for someone's order. Is this the Wood Element Challenge? There should be rewards. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, thinking in his heart. If there is no reward, there is definitely no way to attract players. Although it is a reward to exercise combat skills and combat awareness in the New World mode. But this kind of subtle thing is really unseen, and the reward that can be touched is exciting. Besides, if the elemental spirit oasis has nothing, it might as well continue to climb the tower. Hey, the beast swarm is here, what are you thinking about? Xuanhuan on the side patted Qi Li's arm and reminded aloud. This level of beast tide, I think you are enough to deal with it alone, there is no need to pull me. Qi Li shrugged and answered with a smile. The impact of the first wave of beasts was not large, and most of the wood-type mobs were not good at attacking. So after giving Qi Lu a blank look, Xuanhuan did solve this wave of beasts alone. Then they were surprised to find that these wooden mobs didn't seem to explode with any equipment. The experience offered is also pitiful. At least a lot less than normal mobs of the same level. Then what is the significance of this Wood Element Challenge? I went through all the hardships to get the Spring of Wood Elements, but there was nothing, and my mentality must not collapse. After Qi Lu found out about this situation, his brows furrowed. But Qilu also knew that it was impossible for the system to design such auseless challenge to kill the patience of the players. So, there should be a reward in the back. With this conjecture, Qilu also joined the ranks of resisting the beast tide. After more than a month, I fought alongside Yu Shuangshu in the dungeon again. Then in each wave of beast tides that followed, there were all wood-type mobs, or wood-type elite monsters, or wood-type bosses. In short, in the wood element challenge, all the enemies that appear are wood-based enemies. And each wave is more powerful than the wave. Not only the basic attributes are increasing, but the skills they possess are also increasing. Moreover, fighting skills and fighting awareness are also constantly getting stronger. Even the formations that cooperate with each other are getting better and better. In short, isn't this just another form of tower climbing? But it just saves the players the effort to climb the tower and let the enemy run out by themselves. Qilu, who had seen through the essence, suddenly felt a little dull. So much so that the following battles began to become careless. Now that you know that this is another form of climbing the tower, the purpose of reclaiming wasteland has been achieved, and there is no need to continue wasting time. So under the impact of a certain wave of beasts, Qilu also logically took Xuanhuan to the resurrection point. Challenge settlement. Congratulations on getting 297 wood element crystals. Then while leaving the wooden element challenge, Qilu also heard such a prompt sound. Sure enough, there is a reward. Qilu's heart moved, and he immediately opened his backpack. Wood elemental crystal, consumable, which can be used to exchange wood elemental blessing potion and wood elemental shelter potion. Wood element's blessing potion, consumable. After taking it, it can permanently increase the user's affinity for a small amount of wood element. The effect can be stacked, but each time the effect will be lower than the previous one, until it is completely ineffective. Exchange price, 1,000 wood elemental crystals. Note, 10 copies of the wood element's favor potion can be combined into a potion exchange coupon, which can be exchanged for a wood element favor potion with the same effect in the outside world. Wood elemental shelter potion, consumable. After taking it, it can permanently increase the wearer's trace amount of wood element magic resistance. The effect can be stacked, but each time the effect will be lower than the previous one, until it is completely ineffective. Exchange price, 1,000 pieces of wood. Elemental crystals. Note, 10 copies of the protection potion of the wood element can be combined into a potion exchange coupon, which can be exchanged for a shelter potion of the wood element with the same effect in the outside world. As expected, I can actually redeem rewards, and it's still such a powerful potion. Qilu just glanced at it once, and was amazed by these two medicines. Take care of potions and shelter potions, 1 attack and 1 defense. And the effects can continue to stack up until they completely fail. And the most important thing is that these two kinds of medicine can be synthesized into exchange coupons, and then exchanged to the outside world. What is this concept? To give a simple example, if the effect of the protection potion of the wood element is always superimposed, it can completely achieve the same resistance as the dragon on the magic of the wood element. What's more, this is only the protection medicine of the wood element. It is believed that in the elemental spirit oasis, there are various other elemental oasis dungeons, and naturally, there will also be other elemental sheltering potions. In this way, as long as there is enough time, all the magic resistance of ailments can be fully brushed. Just like a man-made dragon. Not to mention the elemental care potion, it is definitely a must-have for elemental magicians, and its appeal is beyond doubt. This kind of potion that has refounded the foundation is simply a dream off it is. Impossible not to need. In other words, in the new big map, there is no system-made skill book, but has it been changed to exchange potions? That's good. Players in the New World mode have never lacked liver kings. It's just that the rules are there are only 4 hours a day, and there is really no way to get rid of the liver. Otherwise, why Yu Shuangshu's title of King of the Liver King is known as the popular one, and it is never easy to master. Because other customers can't be replaced at all. Wood element crystals, good stuff. After Yu Shuangshu checked the item information, she suddenly realized. It turns out that the reward for the wood element challenge is here. No wonder the enemies inside never explode equipment or props, and their experience is low. Feeling those guys are not some orthodox copy mobs. In this way, I have a general understanding of the mechanism of the Elemental Spirit Oasis map, which is to constantly brush various elemental crystals to exchange for potions. Qi made a summary of this wasteland reclamation. The general process is to snatch the elemental spring from these elemental elves first. Then use the elemental spring to open the elemental challenge to obtain elemental crystals, which can be exchanged for favoring potions or shelter potions. Overall, the process is clear and simple. It's just that this process may be a little more difficult. However, with the elemental care potion and the elemental shelter potion as attraction, no matter how big the difficulty is, it must be overcome. The potential of the shop's customers in this regard is endless. As long as you have a strategy and time, you can keep up with it no matter what. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Of course, because elemental crystals can also be traded, if there are enough spirit crystals, it doesn't matter if you don't come to the Oasis of Elements. After all, the banknote ability is the strongest. There are not many kryptonite warriors in the Qi store at all, and their strength increases very quickly. Aren't you playing? Seeing Qi Li's lack of interest, Yu Xuanhuan suddenly asked. Reclamation of the wasteland should look like wasteland development. If you want to play, you can wait until the new big map is online before you can play. Qi Li said, suddenly paused, and then continued, also, you are indeed a little expert in land reclamation. This time, you have the greatest credit for reclamation. Those who dare to sell themselves are ruthless characters. Of course. Yu Xuanhuan, who was praised, immediately raised her head. If it weren't for species restrictions, maybe even the nose would grow along with it. Then it is to write wasteland records and new map strategies. After the new map is online, it can be posted on the forum. It's just that with Yu Shuangshu's character, she probably wouldn't write such a thing. No, not right. To be more precise, it will not be posted on the forum even if it is written. But it will definitely be thrown to the group of employees under his hands, and then let them divide a group as soon as possible and rush to the big map off the Elemental Spirit Oasis. Game businessmen, of course, put their interests first. But Qi Lu will not take care of this matter. Bringing Yu Xuanhuan to open up the wasteland is actually just to reveal some news to her by the way. In any case, Yu Shuangshu is her own kitten, so it is reasonable to give some inside information, right? As for other people's opinions, let them have opinions. Qi Li didn't care anyway. But there is one thing to say, it is no secret that Yu Xuanhuan will get some gossip from time to time. Anyone with a bit of thinking ability understands what's going on. Just knowing it is one thing, knowing it is another. Since you don't play anymore, then I'll go write a guide. Yu Shuangshu's actions were just as Qi Lu expected, rushing back to send message to the members of the Kitty Guild. By the way, let them inform the employees under their hands, and quickly select a group of those who meet the requirements, and prepare to leave the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest and go to the big map of the Elemental Spirit Oasis. As for where the Elemental Spirit Oasis map is, why haven't they heard the name? After dawn, you will know when you come to the store. Anyway, this kind of inside information, Yu Shuangshu has not been sent once or twice. The disturbing dream in the middle of the night is not without precedent. So the members of the Kitten Guild are no strangers to it. The Elemental Spirit Oasis big map, is it a new map again? Is it finally going to open a new map? This is really good, I almost vomited in the Tower of the Necromancer. President Kitty is still amazing, and he easily got the latest information that we couldn't get. It must have been in the middle of the night to wake up the manager, Gee. So then, President Kitty is staying up all night again? I'm so envious. On the communication screen of the Kitty Guild, one message after another kept beating out. Apparently, night owls are still very common. Especially in the Kitty Guild, almost half of the members are night owls, and they use various forums to share their experiences. Now that Xuanhuan has come out with such a secret news, it's no wonder they are not excited. It's just that the excitement returns to the excitement, and the speed of the crooked building is still the same. Compared with the opening of the new big map, I envy Xuanhuan's freedom that she can stay up all night if she wants. And this feeling of envy is especially strong when doing activities in the New World mode. However, Xuanhuan did not participate in these discussions. As the president of the Kitten Guild, it is better to keep cool. Although judging from the appearance of Xuanhuan, it is really hard to get cold. But the attitude still needs to be in place. Until the next day. Driven by the biological clock, Xuanhuan barely woke up and picked up her membership card to take a look. On the communication screen of the Kitty Guild, those guys were still discussing intensely. It's just that the topic has long since changed. These guys are really energetic, they should be very suitable for those elemental crystals in the new map. After a few casual glances, Xuanhuan didn't bother to keep scrolling up. Because these topics discussed are indeed varied, and everything is involved. But there are few topics worth pondering. It has to be said that bragging is also a skill. After staying up for so long last night, why didn't you sleep more? Chi Lu, who rarely wakes up early, is eating a large piece of beef ramen for breakfast today. Seeing Xuanhuan yawning and walking down the second floor, she can't help joking. If you help me see the store, I'll go to sleep more, but you won't go there. Xuanhuan bought a bottle of black coffee from the beverage vending machine, and then she looked up and poured the whole bottle of black coffee down. Not to fight fatigue. In fact, if the cultivation realm has reached the level of the powerhouse level, even if he does not sleep for half a month, it will not have any effect. So drinking black coffee is just Xuanhuan's hobby. Chi Lu was once surprised by this. It's not strange that a kitten actually likes to drink black coffee, it's simply magical. Of course, Chi Lu has heard of cats who like to eat coffee beans. Even this cat waste can be made into expensive coffee and sold. Therefore, Chi Lu also once doubted whether the gene of the civet-devouring cat also contains the gene of the cat that loves coffee beans. However, it turns out that this should only be a matter of Xuanhuan's taste. Then let's do this first. I thought you would go to the City of Life first. After drinking the black coffee, Xuanhuan ran back to the second floor. Because when she saw that Chi Lu was still on the side of Yunwu City, Xuanhuan knew that the shop on the other side of the City of Life must be guarded by herself. So nothing to say. Anyway, no matter which store he stayed in, Xuanhuan could go for 2 laps in the New World mode. When I first started guarding the store, I was cautious and had some concerns in my heart. Therefore, we will be diligent in guarding the store. Now, it's all old fritters. Brother Chi Lu, good morning. Good morning, Sheer. Yu Sheer, who came down later, said hello to Chi Lu, and went to open the store door. As always, quiet and peaceful. The war between the human race and the dragon race was not as far-reaching as it was imagined. Except for the elites of the human race who participated in the war, the others were not harmed at all, so there was no hatred. Customers who should come to the store, still run to the store as always. It's just that today, Sheila did not see Lan Chi and Shauna, probably still in Long Island, and didn't come back. Sheila didn't care much about it either. After seeing the customers walking into the store one after another, I gave an order in my mind. The system, as before, will release the world announcement on time at 10 o'clock in the morning, opening the large map of the Spirit of Elements Oasis. Pick a time point with the highest launch rate of the New World mode to publish the world announcement, and the effect of publicity will be better. Although it was said that Xuanhuan had already promoted it first last night. But that was only limited to the Kitty Guild. System, understand. The system has never missed the point of publishing the world announcement. Just have to wait until 10 o'clock in the morning. World announcement, dear adventurers, the new big map Oasis of the Spirit of the Elements is officially open. All adventurers who have reached the 85th level can go to the border of the Mechanical Bull Forest. After confirming that they have left the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest, they can pass through the space barrier and go to the big map of the Spirit of Elements Oasis. World announcement, dear adventurers, the new big map Oasis of the Spirit of the Elements is officially open. All adventurers who have reached the 85th level can go to the border of the Mechanical Bull Forest. After confirming that they have left the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest, they can pass through the space barrier and go to the big map of the Spirit of Elements Oasis. World announcement, dear adventurers. The long-lost world announcement, as always, was released 3 times tonsure that every online player can see it. For old players in New World mode, this is the norm. New big map? Is it so sudden? There is no warning at all. What's the notice for opening a new map? Besides, you don't seem to be level 85 yet. It hasn't been updated for a few months. I have visited the Mechanical Bull Forest, and finally a new big map is open. What is it like to visit the Mechanical Bull Forest? I vomited at the Tower of Necromancers. Does anyone want to score points? Come and form a team with a master. My fighter plane is stable. Go away, Jar Dog, it's time for the Elemental Spirit Oasis. As soon as the world announcement came out, although players had different reactions, in general, they all had similar emotions. One is excitement, the other is joy. After soaking in the Tower of the Necromancer for a few months, I was finally able to change the map to play, so I am not happy. However, if you let them know that in the Elemental Spirit Oasis big map, you still have to climb the tower in disguise, and you don't know if it will collapse on the spot. This is an interesting question that will only be seen later. But according to Chi Li's guess, a collapse should be impossible. There are elemental crystals as the driving force behind him, and the excitement is too late. How could it collapse? Anyway, they are all brushing monsters, where brushing is not brushing. Now that the jar has been brushed, it's time to start brushing the elemental crystals. You must know that the Element's Favor Potion and the Element's Shelter Potion are quite precious. Although the effect of 1 or 2 bottles of medicine may not be very obvious. However, the effects of the Element's Favor Potion and the Element's Shelter Potion can be continuously stacked. It's just that the effect will gradually diminish until it becomes ineffective. But if these 2 kinds of potions are superimposed to the extent that they are invalid to be used again, then the affinity of the magic element will be. And magic element resistance, it has definitely reached a rather terrifying level. There is no doubt about this. This is also the biggest reason why Chi Li feels that the element challenge will definitely be very popular. Strengthen yourself from the foundation, such a good thing, who doesn't want it? It's just that the ticket to enter the elemental challenge, the Fountain of Elements, will be relatively rare. But it's not a big problem. Because the elemental challenge is not like the Tower of the Necromancer, only 2 people can team up to challenge. In fact, as long as the elemental fountain is enough, even if an entire guild enters the elemental challenge, there is no problem. Moreover, every player who enters the elemental challenge will make a comprehensive judgment based on the output, treatment, and injury after the challenge is over. Finally, the rewards obtained by each challenger are settled. In other words, elemental crystals are actually easier to obtain than points from the Necromancer's tower. It's just that the Spring of Elements is really not easy to get hold of. At this point, those players who hurried to the big map of the Elemental Spirit Oasis have deeply realized it. With the accumulation of these few months of free time, players who have rushed to level 85 in the New World mode are not too few. I spend almost every day in the Tower of the Necromancer and climb the tower. So once the new big map was opened, these guys hurried to the border of the Mechanical Bull Forest to confirm. Compared with this piece of wasteland that is filled with gunpowder smoke, the fire is raging, and the sense of technology is full. Elemental Spirit Oasis felt more comfortable upon hearing its name. One side is an oasis and the other is a wasteland. How to choose? Needless to say. However, the Elemental Spirit Oasis at the moment only opens the Wood Element Oasis. That is, the place that was activated by Moon Frost Snow when the wasteland was reclaimed. Wherever you can see, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, full of vitality. Immediately, the first group of players who came to explore the new map felt a kind of spiritual purification. How beautiful are those elemental elves, dancing among the flowers and trees. However, if you treat the world with beauty, the world may not treat you with beauty. It's these damn outsiders again, they must have come to take our elemental spring again. Clansmen, kill these outsiders. Rush. After activation, the Wood Element Oasis is not as peaceful as it was when the wasteland was reclaimed. This is a real copy. The element elves who were dancing and playing in the Wood Element Oasis immediately burst into rage when they saw the players who suddenly appeared here. The scope of hatred is unbelievable. Before these players had time to appreciate the beauty of the Oasis of the Elements, they were all sent to the resurrection point. Even before being dropped by seconds, he still looked confused. What the hell happened? Why did I appear in the resurrection point? Why are the people around you so familiar? Wait, why are you all in the resurrection point? I just came over and took a look at the scenery. Who am I provoking? Is this the Elemental Spirit Oasis, so cruel? It turns out that this is the new big map. There is a murderous intention hidden in the fragrance of birds and flowers. Love, love. A group of Reclaimer players stayed in the resurrection point, so confused that their minds were a little abnormal. In fact, there is still a circle of safe areas at the outermost periphery of the Wood Element Oasis dungeon. It's just that the area is really small, so it's easy to ignore it. However, it was such a small miscalculation that led to the annihilation of the first group of players who came to explore the path. The element elves in the Wood Element Oasis, although the elemental magic they use, are all wood-based elemental magic that is not too powerful. But it couldn't stand the overwhelming elemental magic, and it smashed over. Coupled with the suppression of basic attributes. The annihilation of the entire army was not a particularly unexpected result. Yo, you're gone. Appearing in the resurrection point so soon, you are too weak. Don't say that, the Pathfinder guys are generally the ones with mediocre strength. That's right, if we came to explore the way, this situation would definitely not happen. Yes, let these guys have a good look. I hope you don't make them cry, ha ha ha. The second group of players followed, also came to the Oasis of the Spirit of Elements. When I walked through the safe area and passed the resurrection point, I immediately noticed the first group of players who were inside, full of bewildered faces. So all kinds of jokes, een and yang weirdness, that is essential. After all, players like creatures, as long as there is competition, it is impossible to live in peace. A certain player in the resurrection point just wanted to refute, but his mouth was covered. Let them go. The player next to him said with a narrow face. The other players also looked at the backs of the second group of players with a clear expression on their chests. Just kidding, in the face of the elemental elves with basic attributes to suppress the overwhelming elemental magic, players who want to survive without any preparation simply do not exist. So the ending is obvious. In less than a quarter of an hour, the second group of players met the first group of players at the resurrection point. Yo, isn't this the group of powerhouses that just passed, so they also appeared here? TSK, 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 I can't see it, you don't seem to be much stronger than the weak in your mouth. Maybe they are also here to explore the way. That's right, the Pathfinder guys are a bunch of mediocre guys. Don't talk about it, they are about to cry, ha ha ha. In this moment, the roles are reversed, the polarities are reversed. The players who came to the resurrection point first, their faces were full of expected expressions, and they began to frantically be angry with the second batch of players with a smile. However, this group of players who just arrived at the resurrection point did not dare to refute half a sentence. One by one, the complexion became extremely red because of the congestion. I don't know if I'm ashamed or angry. The words he just said turned into a slap in the blink of an eye, and slapped him in the face. It's really a causal cycle, and the retribution is unpleasant. Yes, President, do we really not post strategies in the forum? The second batch of players, who only felt the burning pain on their faces, whispered to a player who seemed to be the leader. It looks like they are all members of the same guild. And that's exactly what happened. As customers in the store gradually, more and more players in the New World mode. The guilds that were established subsequently also increased. In this large and small guild, it is normal to have a few strangers. Post a strategy? Send a hammer strategy. The player known as the guild leader said bitterly. As long as they are all plotted by the group of elemental elves, we will not be so good, you understand. What a cabbage likes to see the most is that others are just like themselves. In this way, they can use their rich rookie experience to hit others hard. To this end, they can drag each other down by any means. Hiding the raiders of the dungeon or something is a common method. We understand, President. The guild members who stayed beside them all looked like they were suddenly enlightened. Then he glanced at the first group of players who were still in a yin and yang rage, and then sat cross-legged on the ground without saying a word, forcing himself to ignore those sarcastic words. It's okay to be uncomfortable now, when the third batch of players comes in, we can mock them too. These guys have such an idea in their hearts. Anyway, it comes in batches. Before the strategy is sent out, you can always catch a group of guys who are better than yourself. Hey, these people. Captain, I didn't expect them to be so much faster than news. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the third group of players to come to the Elemental Spirit Oasis map. And the plot development is almost the same as before. After all, in the resurrection point, sitting with such a large group of people is quite eye-catching. The new map, curiosity must be there. Even if the strength is not good now, it can be practiced in the future. Although these guys are a little good, don't laugh at them. Don't worry, Captain, we've seen a lot of chickens, there's nothing funny. Maybe it's a novice player. A novice at level 85? You can't even bring Hua Lingjing with you. This is pure food. However, the third batch of players didn't play the yin and yang weirdness, and they were just a rookie. The second batch of players were so angry that they almost jumped from the ground and started to draw their knives. However, when he thought of what happened to himself and others, he gritted his teeth and endured it. How dare you mock us? You wait. Look how we mocked you so much when you came here later. The ambition that belongs to the chickens is quietly sprouting in their hearts. Then looked at the third batch of players, walked past them, went to the Wood Element Oasis, and went to the territory of the Elemental Elves. There's a good show to watch now. The players in the resurrection point gathered together and whispered. I was thinking about how to return all these sarcastic words later. After all, anyone who is said to be a chicken will not be happy. However, this time, it backfired. The players who were stuck in the resurrection point waited for 2 full hours, and they almost finished the daily online time, and they did not wait for the third batch of players to appear at the resurrection point. Instead, I saw them coming out of the wood element oasis. Those element elves are quite strong, but luckily, the power of wood element magic is not very strong. Although the coverage of wood element magic is a bit larger and the coverage density is a bit higher, it is not impossible to handle. You guys, there are still a lot of mistakes in the cooperation this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Yes, Captain, you are right. It seems that the time to brush again is not enough, so come back tomorrow. The third group of players walked and discussed the details of the dungeon, and then when they passed the resurrection point, they glanced aside. Why are you still here? It's weird, you don't go to the dungeon, just squat here and watch the scenery? It sounded like unintentional words, but it deeply stabbed the fragile hearts off this group of players. Yes, we all come to see the scenery. But why were these guys not plotted by the elemental elves? It's not fair. Forget it, this is not something our kitty guild should manage. The task of exploring the path is considered completed, and the detailed strategy should be sent on. It's a pity that the third batch of players didn't have time to care about the rookie chickens with distorted expressions. After asking a few questions, they discussed the details of the battle with each other, and slowly walked away. Kitty Guild. It turns out that they belong to the Kitten Guild, no wonder they are so strong. Is this the person under the command of the legendary Kitten Senior? That's all right. Actually, compared with them, we are indeed chickens. Since its development, it can be called a collection of power trainers, and the Kitten Guild of the professional player training base has long become a legend. Especially in the eyes of those ordinary guilds, it is a living legend. And being ridiculed by such a legendary guild doesn't seem to be a shameful thing. Otherwise, what else can we do? It was a kitty guild created by one of the strongest players in the New World mode, a kitty. I really want to compete with this legendary guild, no matter what. I have Talit players of the level of Manager Chi come. What does it have to do with their group of chickens? All gone. Interesting. Although it has long been expected that when the wilderness is opened up, something interesting will definitely happen. But Chi Le did not expect to see such a dramatic scene. It's obviously veggies pecking at each other, plus a psychological game. But who would have thought that the chicken they thought was actually a king, and it was just one move and one force to defeat 10 guilds, and there was none for any psychological game at all. That guy Shao Shu, it's too low-key to hold a guild. The name of the Kitty Guild is still very widely circulated among players in the New World mode. It's just a member of the Kitten Guild, I don't know why, they are quite low-key. So many players don't even know who is in the Kitty Guild and what they look like. Otherwise, such a strange reversal would not have occurred. However, as a well-known power-up team, the well-known Wasteland team, with the Kitty Guild exploring the road ahead, and successfully walking out of the Wood Element Oasis, it also successfully inspired the fighting spirit of their players. Many players who were still watching the border of the big map of the Mechanical Bull Forest also made up their minds and chose to confirm. Then start to form a team and go to the big map of Elemental Spirit Oasis together. Although in the current New World mode, large and small guilds are everywhere. A lot. However, there are not a few idle players who have not joined the guild. When it comes to forming a team, there are still many masters. It's just because the players who were destroyed by the elemental elves tacitly concealed the situation of the Wood Element Oasis. Therefore, the process of opening up wasteland and exploring roads in the future can also be expected. The resurrection point has almost become a safe zone in the true sense. A large number of players squatted in the resurrection point, with confused expressions and dull eyes, trying to recall the situation before the rebirth, but could not get any definite answers. After all, it was instantly dropped by a lot of elemental magic, what can I remember? In this, there are not a few guys who doubt life. Fortunately, apart from the psychologically dark rookie chicken team, the idle players who really came to open up the wasteland are not so small and cherished. Regarding the situation in the Wood Element Oasis, it was posted on the forum the next day. About the new map, the first copy of the Oasis of the Spirit of the Elements, the Oasis of the Elements of Wood, please enter this manual. Hello everyone like me. First of all, let me state that I'm just a rookie. I was shot out of the Wood Element Oasis 5 times in seconds, so I can only hope that someone will release a complete guide in the future. The first point I want to mention here is the elemental elves in the Wood Element Oasis. The range of hatred is ridiculous. Basically, as soon as you're in their line of sight, they'll start attacking you. And then there's the second point, the attack mode of the elemental elves is even more outrageous than their hatred range. It's all about throwing elemental magic on your head, so that you can't fight back.